Genji out-assisted
Ciao,
you
what's
the
up?
last
How we
time you
doing?
played.
Good
So
morning.
they were even having better teamwork than
Morning,
you,
good
even though
morning.
Texture and
Do you have
Meteor were
Epic
like
Pen?
performing like crazy. It was because the rest of the team was setting them up for success. So we need to see more popping off from Jemkin. We need to see more individual firepower along with that teamwork.
And I feel like for the side of
Almost
RQ,
there.
clearly they have anticipated this, right? They know that
There we
eventually
go.
Genji was going to get a lot of first bloods. So what is their backup, right? How can that core that we were talking about, right? Elmi Moore, Flips, and 2GE, how can they band together to make sure that even though maybe there's a first, maybe Jemkin doesn't get it,
Just
right?
not
How can they
working,
ensure that
dude.
he still does convert
Just
to a win
decides
for
to
them?
not work
I
for
mean, I
me.
do feel like
Honestly,
that's
I
what
probably
Ewok
just need
was
to restart the
talking about,
PC as well. It feels
maybe
like
kind
it's
of
been a
get
while.
feel for get a feel for texture, anticipate his movements, get a read for how he's about to operate on the map, and if you know if he's going to
Nice
peek
to
out
see that the
against,
music's
get that
still
opening
here.
pick, hold
Some
hold
things don't
defenses
change
against
for
him, hold
sure.
defaults against him, and if you can disable
Kind of hair bra
players
is
like
just,
Texture,
dude, it's straight
Meteor,
out of the
then you're
shower
gonna
as
have a much
well.
easier time.
It's
So
towel
that
dry.
could be an idea.
And as we can see right
This
now
is-
in our
this
predictions,
is,
we can see that there are some
honestly,
here in favor of our RQ, even though it seems like Genji right now, they may
respect,
have
man.
somebody
Genji
who
look good.
is in the running for like top duelist of the year, right? But we can see that William, I think he's watch partying this, by the way.
Williams
He's-
picked RQ.
He's,
I
probably,
was
he's,
shocked.
wearing his RQ jersey.
Yeah, he's wearing his jersey.
He's wearing his jersey.
He
He's on the
100% is.
watch
You're
party.
absolutely right.
Okay,
Absolutely
Cobra
right.
is just turned into.
He's like, come on, guys.
Cobra's
what
just
are you
turned to what
talking
Achilles was for
His brand new
DRX.
jersey. But yes, I mean, like, again, I think it's still 50-50 given how close the matches between these two teams can be.
Absolutely. I had a really hard time deciding today because I think I have a lot of faith in Coach
Who do I have?
I really
Oh,
like this
man.
RQ
It's
team.
gotta
I think
be.
they're
From
great
what we've
players.
seen, it's
I'm
gotta
just
be
still
Genji.
a little bit concerned about the overall firepower that Genji
We'll
brings.
see.
I know that
RQ
Ewok
definitely
has
can
identified,
look
you know,
better than what
tendencies
they've
of
looked,
Texture that he
so
wants to
there's
shut
that.
down. I don't know
But it
that he
should
can.
be
Same
RQ.
here. I mean, that says it all.
Ovi, what's
Just
up, bro?
gotta see and
That
hope
that
RQ
tweet was
can do it,
cracking
but
me
right
up,
now,
man.
logically, Genji.
Yeah, I feel like RQ
The
is
tweet
just
was
that kind of
cracking
team
me
that
up.
builds team
Best of
over
luck
time.
as well,
I mean,
man.
we did see it last year,
Yes.
right? So I feel like for kickoff, maybe not quite yet, but I do believe I will vote for RQ one day. I mean, I owe you guys that, okay? So eventually, maybe
was so
later
good.
on in the rest of Pacific. But for now, we are gonna get right into this match. We're gonna
Non-stop
check out our
all
teams
5
walking
games?
out on stage
Yeah.
and see
Dude,
how
I think
they
there's
are
6
as we
games
get
today.
into Gen G versus RRQ.
I hope we get a little break. I need to get some time to eat. There might be an overlap, so priority on EMEA, basically, is what will happen. But we'll see.
네, 안녕하세요. 젠지 e스포츠에서 활동하고 있는 텍스처 김나라입니다. TRX랑 하면서 좀 많이 느꼈던 게 저희가 1세트 때는 분위기가 되게 좋았고 그렇게 스타트를 했는데 2세트 때 좀 실수가 많았다 보니까 이길 라운드를 좀 계속 지게 되다 보니까 좀 기세가 기울었던 것 같아요. RRQ가 다시 만나게 되는데 사실
What do you think about K-Corps and
최근에
Heretics? Man,
이기면서
K-Corp had some cool
올라왔고
stuff.
저희가 손은이나 뭐
K-Corp were
머리나
better
다 풀린
from
것 같고
from the get-go than I thought.
팀적으로 합이나 이런
And
것들 더 좋다고
Giants maybe.
생각을 해서 이번에 다시 붙을
아,
때는 2대 0으로 그냥
Giants-
깔끔하게 끝내겠습니다.
Giants were okay. It was just
Hi
Lotus
guys, my
that
name is
they messed up
Xfero
really.
and I'm from Team RRQ.
Actually saying
My
that.
role in the
Saying
team,
that.
I think,
Fast
is to
map,
make
double
everyone
pistol.
laugh, make the practice a bit fun because they are so serious. Genji is a really great team, and for me personally, I think we're gonna beat them now because we have so many strats in the game that we can do like tactic A, B, C until
Sleeping?
Z.
Yeah, we had our longest sleep last night.
Starting with our victories.
Kind of sick.
to
I think we get a
Genji,
long sleep
we're
tonight as well.
gonna win this kickoff tournament.
Hello Ryan,
I'm
how we
gonna
doing?
show you guys who is the stronger.
Stay with APAC? Yeah, we'll when I switch over, I'll put you in the pinned tweet. I always call it a tweet, bro. Pinned message.
With 3 matches won and an all-time map score of 6-2 over their opponents, they're looking for the 4-peat. Please welcome to the stage, Genji!
We got China starts tomorrow as well, right? I think there's an overlap tomorrow. Oh, Klepto, yeah, it's there, man. It was today, especially. Like the other days, I've actually been getting up like 30 minutes before, and somehow this is like the longest sleep I've had, where I'm actually feeling like,
And
well,
their
potentially the
opponents,
sleepiest.
Always the bridesmaids, never the brides, but is the fourth time going to be the charm? Let's find out as we welcome RRQ.
Yeah, we'll watch some in China tomorrow. I think I missed the third game. Billy Wolves. I think that's the right one. It's just overlap again. So I'll cover EMEA. Ryan will cover China. We got it all covered. It's only 2 best of 2. Oh, okay. Then maybe we'll be alright. Yeah, so it's my PC, not yours. Age of Empire ass music. Do I follow football? No, not really. I used to. I do support Fulham, but honestly, I don't really follow it. But my granddad used to always take me to like games and stuff since I was young. Wait, what was your question, Arch? What do I even do Friday? Yeah, at the moment, I'm not really thinking too much ahead. Like my kind of schedule at the moment is I'll wake up and Lexi will like just tell me all the games, and I'll just look at them and be like, what? looks like we're doing 6 in a row. So yeah, Friday's is that the one with 9? That's gonna be a nightmare. I think I skipped some of the Chinese games. I say I think. I mean, I have to.
Here will begin the map ban of today's first match.
All right, here we are in the map picks and bans. And the biggest question, of course, is if we're going to get a remake exactly of what happened just a few days ago, Quack.
I don't know. I mean, you definitely want to avoid some things, and not only just that. You watch how Genji played that Breeze against Paper X. It was really good, so I think
RRQ get rid of
to
his scent.
avoid some of it.
G
yeah,
with the bind.
It's like basically the same bands. Okay, so Lotus, you got to see that, you know, with Genji against Paper X. So now you've got some tape on this map. Again, it is something that wasn't horrible at all for Genji. It was like 10 to 13. So, you know, it is a map that, again, Meteor and Texture were popping off on, really pushing Paper X.
It might do
to the limit.
Breeze.
Is this going to be something that RRQ is going to truly have well prepared here, because last time their pick of Icebox didn't go their way.
Just check out how they're scratching their heads. They're really playing the mind games here, and this is why I think it's interesting to also see
what went on here?
with the map picks
That's
and
a
bans,
lot
right? You
of.
can see
Were they
where
gonna
kind of
pick
struggle.
Lotus?
Are they gonna bring this out? Are they not gonna bring this out? And this one, they're really scratching their
Or
heads.
were they gonna pick
Really
Ascent and they didn't
considering all
expect the
their
ban?
options right now. But yeah, back to that Lotus.
That was
right? You know,
long.
RRQ did pick it
Yeah,
a few times,
it
several
makes
times
sense they
last year.
picked Breeze.
Wasn't
That's what
the
I thought they would
greatest
pick.
either.
Wow.
So I am a little bit scared, and now that Breeze is definitely being selected by Genji, unless RQ has done their homework, unless they really do have something that we haven't seen before.
Current map pool.
If they don't win Lotus
Yeah.
and they go into Breeze, and
Not
Genji
great.
plays that same Breeze that they
Honestly,
did
it
against
feels
Paper X,
like
Makes you wonder
this whole
why
kind
they
of
were,
year
like,
just
really
feels like we
struggling.
tanked
Do
this
we
year.
put out Breeze
Bad format.
already? Do we
Bad
not?
map pool.
Kinda makes you wonder
Let's
what
just
they
try
have
and get
planned.
through this year.
Yeah, I think they're a bit taken aback by the Lotus pick. I think that one definitely made them kind of scratch their heads and go, wait a minute, we were maybe expecting them to lean into Icebox again or something like that. Okay, but basically it's the 2 maps that were left open last time that got banned in the second phase of the ban that are being played here this go around. So, you know, both teams kind of, obviously with Genji having success against Paper X on Breeze, feeling a lot more comfortable on that. And for RQ, I think just feeling we need to change something up. We need to do something different to get over the line today.
He gets the
Yeah, and
first
that's
kills.
exactly what they need to do on all fronts.
Okay, I
right?
mean,
But
I'll
as
go
we know,
for.
you know, the maps can
Oh, this
basically
is hard,
enable or
actually,
disable a
Klepto.
player entirely, right? And
'Cause it's
I
like, do I
know
go
that
for
RRQ,
texture?
Of course, they have have their
Or do I
eyes on
go
Texture,
for
but I'm not
Jemkin?
sure, especially with that Breeze. I'm looking at that Breeze map, you know.
It's always something that you want to wonder about. And Breeze is such a big map. There's a lot more
Let me see.
space
Let me
for
see the
Texture to
agents
work
first. But
around.
I'm in for that.
Unless
I'm in for the
RQ, you know,
highest
really has a way to
skills.
counter him. It's not going to work out great. And I was just wondering about this. And we're left with
First,
Split and
first
Icebox.
round. Oh,
It's
okay.
very
I see what you're
likely
saying.
that
Pistol
Gen G is
only.
gonna ban out Icebox. They won. I mean, ban out Split and play Icebox. They won Icebox against our RQ. So this is a very
Okay.
perturbing
Okay. Sure.
pick and ban coming out from RQ as well. I mean, I really hope that they have something planned for this.
Yeah, this first map is
Watch
going to
Party
be very,
China. Yeah, we'll be
very
doing some of
important
them.
for RQ. You don't exactly
be doing
want to
some
go
of
over
them.
to Icebox, especially if they remember
There's
what
a
Texture
lot of
did there
overlap,
last
so
time.
Yeah,
physically
no,
can't do all
again,
of them.
This is why I talked about it
But
earlier.
we'll definitely
is that
start some of them
Texture's so
tomorrow
good on
morning.
Jet. He's so comfortable. He can do it all. He can op. He can bladestorm. He can rifle. He's the full
Hello,
package
Fru.
when it comes to Jet. So those are maps that generally you want to try to avoid.
Do I
That's
still
why
like
think both
RRQ over
times
Gen G in
we've
this
seen
one?
RQ
Nah,
into maps
I'm on
that,
the.
potentially might go a little bit.
Ooh,
Maybe I'm
Chamber
more.
Finally!
Maybe I'm more tempted to say RRQ
Can I
now.
change my prediction?
Clinton's gonna flip
Maybe I'm more
Only because
tempted.
they're actually playing Chamber.
Very
Attack,
interesting. And we have
defense.
Texture on the Raze, which we were pointing out earlier, might not be as flashy as his Jet. So
Okay.
we're gonna see. It's gonna be Jemkin and
Klepto,
Texture. Who
I'm gonna
gets the
say
one up on this?
Meteor
There is
though.
a
2
chance,
kills in the
there is
pistol.
a chance, not just, you know, Jemkin and
That's
Texture.
what I'm
I
going
mean,
with.
the way RQ operates with Jemkin is very different, but at the same time, I mean, this is a very big thing. You've got that chamber
RRQ.
coming through. Chamber, if Elmimore can actually,
RRQ
you know, make
with the
use of those
chamber.
abilities and find those frags against these Gen G players, especially up against someone like
It's your
Meteor,
birthday today.
open
Happy
up that
birthday,
C
Fruit
site,
Caste.
you know, allow the whole team to go in. This will
Fruit
be
Cast.
great for RQ.
And he's a Sheriff God.
He's
and
throwing
so
me
the
off.
Headhunters are perfect for him. I love this pick. I'm
Happy
so
birthday,
happy
bro.
to see this. I was really hoping we'd see this more from, for example, Zeta Division, maybe later today, but this is a really good, I think, chance here for RQ.
Your feelings
to
for
really
Liquid
show
today?
that not only do they have
I'm
the
a-
tactics, the strategy,
I'm a-
the teamwork,
I'm
now
not a
they can showcase
confident-
some of their firepower as well.
Not to mention, I mean,
not a
Meteor, he
confident
might be on Killjoy.
two-
He's still cosplaying as a duelist.
Do I say
Yeah, oh,
2-1 or
he
do I
was
say
last
2
time. He was
0?
nuts.
I mean, like, okay, you might be Sentinel, but we all
think a
know
2-1.
where your heart
I think
really is, so that's
Koi
still
should be
something
looking
to look
alright.
out for, and it's gonna be interesting how that's gonna match up against the Chamber, right? Because you
I
might
feel like
be
Koi
having,
should have a
you
couple of
could
good
be having
maps.
Meteor on the op occasionally, which could be a very, very interesting showdown indeed. Any final thoughts, gentlemen? No, you cannot change your predictions.
Dang, come on. You're such a tyrant, Mika.
Yeah, I would favor.
No,
I'm so
don't make me
I'm so
pick this
chamber
fight.
pilled
Oh,
that I
yeah,
would
that's what I'm
favor
saying.
RRQ
I'm
for
gonna
this one.
stick to Gen G because I still have faith in how, you know, they work as a team.
At least for
how
this map.
much
I
individual
still think the Gen
firepower
G
they
should be
have,
winning overall,
but I
probably
will just
2-1,
point out
but
one
I would
last
say
thing is that, you know, you've got
RRQ for the map.
single soul initiators, Fade, Lakia, Estrella. I would like to
How
see
did I like
more
Still's
from
casting?
Estrella.
It's good. I
know
think
that,
Still
you know,
would
Lakia can have a lot of
benefit
lineups and
from
provide a
like
lot of
a
information for the
try
team,
cast,
but
and he's
for
the third.
Estrella, I want to see that
Because I
follow-up.
think
We
he
don't have flashes now,
he
so
always has a
gotta
lot
follow
of good
it.
I need to see
insights
more
and stuff.
from Munchkin.
He's
That's the last
savage.
slot.
Definitely. Will today
He's
finally
savage,
be
but
the
he's
day
not
RQ gets
wrong
one up
when
on
he's
Gen G?
savage.
We're gonna find out as we head into Lotus.
He's probably
over
he's
to
probably the
Julian
most
and
savage
Azure.
you'll hear from casters, but he's not wrong with his
Thank you
criticism.
very
So
much.
it's like
Yes, here we go.
can't really complain at that.
Again.
He is spot on with what he's saying.
Is it the charm here for RQ, or will Gen G continually deny them access?
You like
into
these more
any
critical? Yeah,
playoffs?
I think
We're
it's
gonna find out as we
I
get
think
ready
we
for
have
this
a
game.
place for it.
Absolutely. I'm so excited to see how this is going to.
That's why I think a little
kind of
tri-cast
unravel
with
now,
him would
because
be
it feels
great.
Like now that we're a little bit deeper into kickoff, a lot more of the teams are getting warmed up. They're a lot more.
Any reason there's no high
themselves,
fog?
and a lot
I'm
of
not
the
sure. It might have
evolution
been
throughout the days
must
has
have been
been
missed
happening
his
with a
flight
lot
or
of
something.
these,
I'm not entirely
again,
sure.
with a
He
lot
did
of
a
the ones
tweet,
that
but I
have
didn't see
been-
what it
we
is. So
in the past couple of days.
the question for him, if you ever see him in
I
chat.
find myself frustrated though as we get ready to go into this one because it's really
Do I
exciting
prefer the
outside of
chamber to kill
RQ.
John
But going
Lotus?
back to
Oh yeah.
Lotus,
If
which
your
in the
chamber's
beginning of
if your
last
chamber's a
season was
beast,
something that they continuously tried to do, and it
I prefer chamber on like
looked
5
good. I had
maps.
a hell of a lot more faith
Honestly,
in it this time
I
around.
pretty much
But
prefer
with
chamber on
only one
every
coming out
map
of the
apart
chamber,
from Ascent
why is it
and
we could have had this head-to-head. This is just like last
Ascent
versus
and
Split. Why
Split.
are we not doing this? Because Meteor, he made his career. He started his career on that pick. That's what launched him to fame when he was playing on Northemption. He's not coming through with it, but all the same, let's go ahead and get ready to get in the game and see who is going to be coming out on top, because Chamber or not, Meteor has looked good. As the desk was saying, this guy, he's basically a duelist, but wearing Killjoy's clothes.
Yeah, and don't forget
we
about
got
how much impact he was able to
RQ
do
on
with
defense.
those
We
lurks,
got
because even just
Gen
on
G
this
on
Killjoy,
attack.
He does not miss a beat. Even again, him not being on that chamber. Another thing I just wanted to point out here, Achilles, real quick, is Jemkin, when they were up against Gen G last time that they faced against them, he was losing a lot of the crucial fights
Double
against
frenzy.
Texture as the series progressed.
Double
so
frenzy for this one. Fast A.
You know, kind of counter coming into this elimination match.
Sure. I mean, we saw the really fast start for Jemkin, but then just wasn't really able to.
I say fast A. Fast A control. Fast A main control. Dude, I saw them doing this lineup the other day. I was so worried. He's slightly out in the open for that lineup. Most people have the safe one on the back wall.
That's something that RQ, they need to have him very much moving forward here.
Definitely slowing down.
Oh, wait, that's a really good prowler.
Seems like Gen G able to push in quickly onto that A site.
Couple shots going to be exchanged there. Munchkin going to be whittled down to 62, but put some damage out onto Astray as well.
Lovely Omen flash.
On finding some reveal, swing onto the corner. Astray able to find Texture. He can take it down, but now Charon finding Sphero. So Omen battle going his way. Meteor swing in the corner.
Meteor, there's the two that I said.
And Astray both fall. Now just flips in Omen Moore, left standing. Omen Moore still trying to make his way over.
Okay, no one else fragged too heavy.
The double face coming through, and Charon's going to be able to find the kill.
Omen Moore, 1v2.
One headhunter bullet and a frenzy in hand. The jump peek there over at drop. Lakia trying to spot him out. To be able to find anything there with that frenzy. The swing around coming through from Charon. Trying to peek. They don't see him. The slide down. 10 bullets locked in. They're looking for the double
Yeah,
face.
low HP here.
Doable.
We're swapping now over onto that headhunter.
Oh, nicely done from back here. Nicely done.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Again, the pressure on Jemkin to really
step that counts, Klepto, surely. Big joint fast.
On the back of the site, but somehow he wasn't really able to convert the kills. Whether it's the
Oh, get the outlaw out.
Really
Klepto, thank you for the 10. Somehow feel like I earned that one. Didn't do too much, but Klepto, appreciate you. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Chat, you know what to do. Get a lot of slug spam in.
And they're keeping that momentum here and now.
Alrighty,
well.
Maybe it is me. It's just, you know, I've been trying to shift the blame over to the likes.
Is America the strongest region in my eyes? Yeah, pretty confident. We haven't seen enough of EMEA for me to be like 100%, but it feels like it. The level's crazy. Crazy high from the games we saw.
It seems to be the case.
It's like third day. I haven't had like, you know, those.
My only worry is that maybe they're still heavy leaning on the Sky.
Eventually pass.
Yeah.
And they might be a little bit behind on potentially what's meta. But they got a lot of stuff down.
The other days have been smooth, but he hasn't been here, which is why.
What happened with Foot today? I feel like they really messed up Lotus.
Maybe that's what it is.
Like they really messed up Lotus, and then they lost both pistols on Bind.
Are you really a duo with somebody?
They kind of just got outplayed a little bit in some of the bigger rounds.
I think.
All right, I've been there. I've ridiculed my duo plenty of times already.
Any friendships, you know, when it hits a certain point,
you
feel that comfortability to just be able to really just take stabs at one another. But we'll, if we get any update as far as what is going on here, we'll of course push that information forward to you guys. Hopefully it's something that can be dealt with very quickly so that we can get back in. Because obviously so far we've only seen that pistol round, very narrowly won by the side of Gen G. But potentially
Klepto, thank you.
A worrying trend.
That was
True.
I'm actually surprised we got that one right. I'm not gonna lie.
You know, just looking into this, I think that's what's also talking about it is
the Yoru Astra. Yeah, the Yoru Astra was lovely to watch.
It just feels like both RQ and Gen G.
K-Corp are gonna be one of the fun teams to watch. Just it's just the Eng effect. He's such a good coach.
But now that it is again, I told Nika to say this, but I don't think she did on the desk. The qualification day, you know, qualification and elimination day at the same time.
I see. I wonder why she didn't say
Ark. Honestly, Ark, you didn't miss too much.
But I mean, it's very
Sky got nerfed heavy, that's about it.
For a lot of these teams. Obviously, still, that playing is on the horizon.
Sky got nerfed heavy, but still gets played.
Be eliminated. Even the playoffs itself, if you make
That's pretty much all you miss.
Is still going to be that, you know, non-double elimination. It's just that single elim, so you have to be able to win out from here if you want to be able to go over towards
all the regions are looking better than they were last year.
These teams will have to go for
pretty much where we're at as well. Looks like they have more top teams.
Adapt to what they had issues on in just the span of a day or so, and then you're put into the fire once again. Right?
If that's say Pacific Pistols,
like
nah, they're all the pistols are. All the pistols are just pistols are just a little bit random. It's a lot on just like one strat against another strat, and one strat can be really good but still fail against the other strat. It's just the way the pistols are.
So you know what? This is just gut check.
Pistols are a lot of power in numbers.
We are. It seems like everything is taken care of, and that's just going to be
lovely kill from this one, the Outlaw, and the Pacific region is definitely where we see the most Outlaw kills. They are the biggest believers so far in the Outlaw.
Turret there, as well as Meteor still in the wings. As well as only having a classic.
Apparently a player spilled water. That actually makes sense. That is a player issue.
High pen weapon, Munchkin able to take down Jemkin.
Bit of walk push coming in.
Flipsider here, but Meteor's already just
behind, and the Killjoy is on top of it.
As he is using that Outlaw. So that means like Xferos is just going to hold the site by himself as the paranoia hits him.
Tucked away alongside the box, but as he looks,
who impressed me the most? Out of all the teams, okay, do you know what team actually impressed me the most if I think of how low my expectations were? MIBR.
You just have to recall Flipsider because he really can't do that battle against Meteor with the one-shot, one kill,
time the
even
game
body
stand
shot. So
hopefully it's a bit better now.
Other direction they go.
Not Talon. Ooh, Talon's a good second as well.
Does happen to push into them. The Texture says, okay, I'll take that fight.
Maybe even Gen G.
Strands a weapon, but ever so snappy with his aim. Texture comes up with one. Let's see if he can stay alive. Dancing around. Flipsider will be able to find the headshots. The
But that's okay. Texture will take this. Threw the gun over towards Lakia before they decided to hunt for this one.
This is where I think teams start to get, a lot more, at least looking to buys, a lot more aware of the Outlaw, because again,
excited for Fnatic. It'll be interesting to see what they feel like the meta is, and then watch every team shift over and copy them.
That's
what happened last year.
It feels like there's no resistance from RRQ on the defense. There's no heat check whatsoever. It's really just Gen G walking up, getting these quick kills, and then transitioning or getting more advantage after that.
Last big buy round for RRQ. Nice stuff from Gen G.
Would be that chamber, but having Elmimore go down first and foremost certainly hurts their odds. Looks like he's going to be looking for a similar push out. Gets himself tucked away behind Mound.
Okay, and surely we don't just dry peek this.
Outlaw is getting ready to swing the corner. And
oh, they were.
Shots, just a hair off there.
It was actually kind of close.
Kill onto Texture. Makes it out with his life intact, however.
They can press this though. That rendezvous is going to be offline for a couple of seconds, so they want to go for that contact without Elmimore getting out of harm's way with his TP out.
Still 3 people heavy holding over towards A. If they want to go back towards A, it's going to be a bit of a nightmare.
Sure that every crevice of
Trip and B is providing so much info.
That's the thing, just having that chamber, the trademark, really the only trap
straight up C here, and he gets a TP back. He goes for the risky going for that corner so the other, in my opinion.
Nanoswarms, etc. Instead, you're more than fine to pretty much just plow onward.
Can at least potentially spam the plant if they go for a good plant.
Moving forward, just grab that spike for the plant here. Just at the base of the ramp.
Yeah, chat, you see how teams are fast prioritizing this spot in terms of the double boxes? This spot so far in after plant pretty much always gets a kill. It'll be 0 now, but
here they come.
Snake by to try and delay.
Oh, he spotted
shoulder there for a brief little moment. Jemkin, however, pushing forward, just managed to find Locky. Traded back now by Karen. Elmimore finding another. Back and forth between the two squads.
Oh wow!
Now, one of 2 left standing. 22 HP remaining here on the Omen. He's
up
on
god!
Top of the box, and somehow he's been missed.
Oh my god!
He's got a big backstab opportunity. Xfero trying to get himself over here towards the spike. Taps it, but he is not ready for the flank angle.
Really nice stuff for Gen G at the moment. Good after plant positions.
By Karen, the movement so very perfect to get Gen G a converted bonus.
Not just that, it's him and Meteor.
Yeah, he had really nice timing here.
That every single time that RRQ was trying to go for the kill, secure that site, they have these. Again, quick trades, not even trades, just quick punishes to let them stay in the site and keep that spike from getting diffused by any player of RRQ.
Just jumping on top of the wall, not looking down, not expecting. the enemy Omen just resting beneath his feet.
Yeah, lovely combo for anyone trying to go out.
There to receive it as
And Chamber gets another go at it.
More forward, and it's a very shallow rendezvous, so Raze can get on top of him very quickly. He sees the hand, the Prowler chasing, just tries to go for the blind shot to see if he can find anything. Fortunate for him. You're not exactly trying to rush this one down, but still put a good amount of damage into it.
Look at this, RQ's just rotated already.
Razor, and one of those classics where Razor, when you're this early on and you can get this money going, definitely worth using.
They've been using this to just hard press their opponents. Here on the other side, though. Yeah.
Really far.
What do you think of the K-Cop and DRX roster building strat of signing duelists and having them learn flex? I think it's good because a lot of the time you put the best mechanical player on duelist, right? So you're guaranteed to have good players, and then they just gotta learn roles.
There is very little
and if they're mechanically good, you know they're probably going to be good with Util.
I've actually gotten a headshot through the Prowler. Either way, Munchkin does get whittled down, but Sparrow unable to hold the door, but Flips, yeah, spotting him. Managing to find Meteor. If he can recover the weapon, that would be an outlaw, but he's going to be a bit more close quarters. Jimkin backing away, that paranoia helped to save his life. Now RQ, see if they can try to take this site back.
Arch, sorry, bro.
Positioning though, everybody from Gen G has gone towards Link, so maybe they can get separated here and start defusing that spike.
It's just right here around the corner.
Yeah, so much delay on this one, and as long as the Omen stays alive, I'm not too worried.
Even go close to this damn thing. It's gonna be sent forward.
Oh boy, okay, a little bit worried.
Just putting his aim, ends up getting taken out. Jimkin finding the kill. Time, however, still dwindling. RQ still in a rough spot to try to be able to find this round win. Elmi Moore going to be taken down. Estrella able to get Munchkin, finishing off that low HP Viper, but they can't get this spike. They can't hold on to this one.
Yeah, I think, chat, I'm telling you, you know when they were over towards site here, they just killed the Omen. It felt like they were a little bit hesitant to just go for a heavy swing with one person sticking. They did great damage. But this right here that I'm watching,
wasn't really to trade efficiently for themselves. It was them to
I think they could have made a better go at that one.
Any chance of RQ from taking one round in.
Operator now here in the hands of Elmi Mort.
Okay, fast A, second buy round. We get to see the combo again, and maybe.
Decently strong here for multiple members on the side of Gen G, as that's going to be the
I say maybe. That looked like it was on his head. No way. The timing was just off. Still, no one has the T1 timing down. Made it a little bit too late.
Pamming, managing to find one. Xparrow gets a piece. Jemkin finds the second. And suddenly, Meteor, the last one left standing. Orb going to be taken. Did they push up far enough to actually spot him? For now, he's just staying quiet. Smoke dissipates. Swing onto the corner. We'll find one. Would have to be an ace clutch,
I was going to say, him doing a little bit of damage here will be huge. Lovely run from RRQ. A little bit of work needed in terms of their timing of the nade tether, but they can go back to the drawing board on that. Again, it's a bit of server time. Sitting on the server, just throwing it multiple times until you get the timing right.
Again, utilizing the traps, utilizing the nades to really put.
Don't know if it's timing? No, it is a timing. They messed it up. It was close. He was down to like what, 34, I think, at the lowest.
So they keep their weapons coming into this next one, which
but it is
Elmi Moore, look at this. He's got an operator.
It is a timing thing.
Still able to keep that one in his back pocket as the Haunt does get the reveal, and texture needs to drop.
Respect Gen G getting absolutely wrecked to A and going back for more. Big thing of mind games at the moment. Killjoy goes over towards B, breaks the trip, so Chamber knows it's close.
Getting himself tucked just alongside that C-Link door.
What the hell is this Prowler doing?
Yeah. Just kind of hoping that maybe that
the Prowler's meant to lock on, it's just chilling in the corner.
The Nightfall Tracer still was available.
Omen might have a lineup here.
Is isolated here, so he has to hold by himself.
Prowler's right over the corner and can't quite get that transition to find another kill.
There's a half, no way, flip side of
down two. Now Meteor, a bit of a rough spot.
I thought he was going to get double with the Razor.
As Elmi Moore taps the door, holding that hard angle here with the operator. Meteor can separate this. If he can find this opening kill, cannot.
Okay, really nicely done. And now they kind of stabilize a little bit. This with a chamber, like 4 people surviving, 3 people surviving next round. With a chamber, that is huge. Get loads of people that can drop you potential ops going forward. Gen G probably back to the drawing board in terms of just fast A is not working. Let's take C control.
Why they have this locked and loaded. They just are able to execute.
Do I think GE can win against Zeta? Yes, just purely because I think that they were never going to win Bind, and I think they're aware of that now. And so I think they'll have a new map there.
Early space here for the team.
I do actually think they have an alright chance. I would still say I favor Zeta for sure.
Comes up the goods. Lakia now eliminated.
But I think they'll have an extra map go at it. Wait, Meteor gets a kill.
In towards B, able to catch Jemkin completely unawares.
Good call the rotation too from Gen G. They have options here. They can just slow the pace down, wait for the utility. Door is always
it's a nice reactive ult over towards B, and that kind of forces them to either go back to C or into this chamber.
Now that we see that Texture still has the
Killjoy ult, but Killjoy has to cross.
I mean, look at the setup here. I mean, the
They
rotation
could even smoke the choke point here, knowing he has an ult.
Smoke comes down to the A. They really want to filter Gen G further in towards this C
Generally
side.
can't think of a bad looking America's team. There isn't one. You're not wrong.
Quick adjustment downward.
It's a lovely
a little bit more.
down. It's so nice when you have a player that just rarely misses. And this is what I was talking about with RRQ's money. The more people that can potentially buy him an op is great.
Positions to be to deal with.
This one's doable. 2v4.
He realizes this, so he wants to be put
Plant
in a position
down.
where it's a little bit forward, it's a little bit off angle.
Meteor has to win this duel.
But he does get a chance to maybe get a kill early.
Oh,
yeah, this is actually really on.
For the swing. I used to be a chamberman. I know what you're thinking. This man should strike him down, but that leaves Charon, the newest member, in a 1v3. Couple low HP bars. Snapping on the first shot.
Yeah, man. I love people that are using this box. This box is the one at the moment. Lovely double jump up from flips as well here. Good movement.
Elmi Moore lighting up the house with that operator of his. So this time RQ, they're
I would be fine for a Gen G timeout here.
What is there to defend each and every side for C? It's been Elmi Moore. If they can't deal with this, they have to go through the again the string of utilities that RQ has on A.
Furia? I think it's just...
yeah, don't forget.
I think it's just inflated because everyone thought MIBR would be bad.
At least defensive answers.
But even the game itself, like, was pretty decent. Like, I do think they are looking the worst in Americas, there's no doubt, but still, it's still pretty good. I think that's the issue. There we go. Better timing on this one. We're also changing up the position of the nade. So we naded over towards here, and now they kind of know that, so we naded over towards the right instead, and that was sick.
Maybe just a happy little accident.
Very good, because Dexter's down. This leaves Gen G.
I think the light armor as well definitely helped for this one.
They've already gathered like 4 players here and now. Xpharaoh, he's just okay holding the angle at this point.
Texture there, he's not doing his normal pathing because of the nade that happened earlier. It's a lovely shot. It's a gun down if they want it.
He's holding out for more, able to find that kill. Straight going to be good for 2, but Lock here responding with a headshot now, upgrading the weapon.
I think Valorant will die soon. All the regions, I think, are getting higher views than last year. So it doesn't look like it.
Readjusts the spray. Picks up 3 as RQ tie it up 4-4.
Cause and effect here for Gen G because they lost Munchkin early in that fight. Yes, they did get the takedown on Xpharaoh. They could have transitioned in, but again, losing him that early didn't allow the toxic screen to be up, so the walkway of Gen G going onto Link was very much exposed as to how you saw Estrella get those 2 kills. And of course, Gen G, not really having too many options, wanted to go for A, and Jemkin's there just to receive.
Don't know, 5 fans, we'll see what happens.
Multitude of ults, though. here for Gen G. Still not a timeout inside both teams.
And this, okay, now we late walk outside of A. Chamber. I like it. He's really trying to get the max for it.
Be backing away as he sees a Meteor continues to creep forward over towards Mount.
Okay. I was gonna say, I do wonder if he's gonna go back and aggro this, but
on paper being outgunned.
Yeah. I think it's just more of, I also like how Meteor is so aware of the angle that Elmimore will recheck, so he goes to the other side.
And chat, I'm telling you, this right here is a bit of the effect of T1 as well, because no one's been doing this in the past year, and now people are starting to realize, hold up, if they wall up, they're walking out through this choke point. They have no flash, so they gotta kind of go slow. And when the wall goes up, we can just spam this, and we can just get some kills. And we're going to see a lot of that this year, because a lot of teams will lean into the Fnatic. Wait, what? Oh my goodness, and they got tanked by the smoke here as well. How has he killed the guy mid-air, though?
The mid-air shot on Texture, that would have been sick, but...
Would have been absolutely disgusting had he been able to get that one.
Hatrick still very much. And look at that, I think it's just telegraphed too, right? They put up the toxic screen. Estrella just immediately reacts to it. And speaking of reaction,
that is nice.
Holds the angle, not allowing anyone to cross without getting punished.
But yeah, you saw what I was talking about over towards A, right? Wall up, and then we can just spam.
Like to have been such a strong string of rounds for Gen G here has been flipped up on their sides. They cannot find
really cool
reaction here to RRQ. Again, as I mentioned, RRQ, they have all the defensive answers against the offense of Gen G here.
Do I think we'll win Loud Lev? Man, it's just so 50-50. We would have to say Loud from what we've seen, but in my head, I'm still thinking that double pistol map and Sadak saved them a little bit in. Wait, what was the double pistol map? Was it split?
What could that be? Hard question to answer. Definitely.
I think it will be close. I think I might be leaning towards Lev just purely because.
I don't think they were expecting really that Elmimore went onto this chamber.
Sadak shouldn't be able to have that much impact again. He probably somehow will because he's just a god, but he shouldn't be able to do that again.
2 kills separating.
If Karenzin's playing just as good though, then I feel like Loud should be winning.
Everyone has been a part of this run back right now.
I think I would say Lev. It's just a gut feeling, but it feels 50-50.
Towards C. So now that they realize,
but Lev's map pool might not be good enough.
Further, look at the positioning though from Elmimore. He opens the door, he can TP back onto Waterfall.
Showstopper
and he even finds Karen.
Hasn't spotted him, but finally does. Flipshot are going to be taken down.
A little crouch on top of this one.
Waterfall gets taken out. Meteor.
Yeah, Meteor's just a nightmare with this luck. Meteor's having great success. Dude, we have a timeout, and it looks like the most convincing round.
Showstopper in to see. We'll end up winning the round. They do. They stop the RRQ win streak, and they tie us back up 5-5.
It was also the round that RRQ just mixed up their setup too, right? Where we saw, again, Flipsider holding C. They might actually just bring back Elmimore on C because it did not work. As you mentioned, Dexter just whizzing into that C site. Everyone dropping right
most
in front
individually intelligent player.
To go for his lurk, and
I don't know. I'd be tempted to at least talk about Boaster there a little bit. The new combos he always adds when you see comps, his clutch potential.
Tour de force into this round, and then plenty of cash for the op in the next. This will peek out. Jemkin just trying to check around.
I think it's always you're always going to go for like the high fragging players, especially players that don't die. Like Leo is up there, but I think you gotta consider Boaster.
Another raw talent, right?
Probably gotta. It probably is Sadak, to be honest. Like, it probably is Sadak if I think about it, but
he's not done yet. He still wants to take a forward aggressive position, gets himself around the backside of Rebel. They heard the rendezvous, so they might think he is not here anymore, and now he strikes.
Yeah, and the Odin, just hold a line. Got a little spammable wall on your right. This is. Oh, the TP across Rexus, though. That's nice.
Trying to take any amount of space they possibly can, but this is looking like an absolutely done.
There are a lot. It's hard to pick. Yeah, it actually is.
they don't want to push Estrella here. He's just holding it angle. He doesn't want to
Yeah,
even
there's a
check
lot
it.
of smart players.
They're the ones going to have to push. Now that they open the door, there still is.
30 seconds left.
I think I would always lean to more towards IGLs. But again, we don't know enough about
Still left standing.
He's just gonna send it out.
Knocked down to 55. Push
There's a
forward, they
nade
keep
to stop this
themselves
plant, but he just doesn't want to take the risk, and it is the right thing to do. You can just hold this, make sure we got the map control. Then with the passing over towards heaven.
Even with the nightfall in their back
And they need
pocket,
to
Gen G
push,
would want to save that for the last
really.
round of the half. TP forward, Xpero spotting him out. So one over towards Tree. Tap onto the door as Flipshider comes in from behind. So rotate over to backside here from Lakia. Trying to take a nice position, but Jemkin hounds him down. Now they know the Karen is up on Heaven, and that's going to be the kill
The two
coming
players
through.
here
Jemkin with 3, the fuse
kind of
comes
had to
in,
do
and
something
RQ
aggro, and you
gets
could
themselves
tell
to 6.
RQ are ready and
What a lapse of
expecting
judgment
that
there
because
for
they're like,
Jemkin
well,
to
it's a
think that no one was
2v4,
gonna
they
be
have to
holding
push us. And
Rumble,
it just
right?
never
But
happened, and then the
Elvimor did make
overwhelm
a
just
very,
came in.
very good feint that he played away.
Pretty high up on Zekken. Oh
Because
yeah,
no one was even
Zekken
checking
is
him.
Zekken is legit.
Thankfully, if Lakia just wasn't able
He's gonna
to,
have a very good year, it
wasn't able
feels
to
like.
react in time, that would have been the 3 kills. I just I love how Elvimor is just chill, just chill with all the highlights as he's been doing.
Oh, God. All right,
Okay,
well,
last round,
last round
and
of the half, Gen G.
considering the start, this is very
so close to
impressive.
4 ultimates of Meteor.
They've only had
Collect
success
some orbs, find a kill.
in this section
That
over
lockdown
towards
can come
C.
into play. Now Paranoia
Roman
and
Flash
Ross
goes
keeping
in.
underneath as Jimkin realizes
VP.
he does. Showstopper now out. Sent. Looking for the kill. They bounce away. And
Down.
smattering of damage found on the lockdown.
Razor.
Does manage to stay alive. Only more than the time. Getting revenge
Razor
for
is
Flipshider.
savage these
Takes
days.
out Meteor as Jimkin continues the plus board, but now Lakia.
Yeah, they need to
Spawning
relax a
kills of his
little
own.
bit there. I'm fine with Jemkin going.
2v2. The
I
Nightfall
don't know
in
if
the
we
back
needed the
pocket.
extra swing.
All
Actually not
used.
sure I'm cool with it either way, but
No one got hit by it too.
oh my goodness.
Top of the brakes, Elmi Moore. Wanting to go for the shot, tries to get the flick. The Boombot, he's eating the damage, but he can't find the headhunter shot.
Big
Now it's a
1v1, and he knows where he is, but Spike is
Sparrow
here.
in texture. Spike down. Sparrow watching for this one. 2 smokes yet to still utilize.
And this is good from
Texture is
texture,
smart.
no matter what.
He's
He's just holding
he's
this to
using
see if
The time
if he
remaining
actually pushes,
make
but
Xpero
also
move elsewhere.
it works
Now
the
he's
same
flipped a
way in
little
terms
bit
of pressure
to
this
the
way
side,
as
just
well.
Try to get that
Yeah,
spike
so
out in
he
the open.
every
It's
so
a
often
guessing
has to
game.
check that.
He grabs it. He knows that it's been taken. But where has he gone? Tap on the spike quite just yet.
Wait,
30 seconds
Still
left.
suspecting
Okay.
that he might be
gonna
with the
say,
decided
silent
self.
jump,
Not
but
sure
this
how
guy
over
swung
time on
around
the
like
side
he
he
heard
might be able
something.
to actually creep over and get himself in towards B. Looks like that's almost exactly what he's going to do.
They're just, wow, they're about to hit each other. Just barely at the corner.
That's
Helios.
madness.
Pulling back and now, yep,
They
footsteps
had
gonna be
him.
heard. Little time remaining.
10
Sparrow
seconds
still
left.
trying to play this one out as quiet as he possibly can. Texture with the setup.
Got a
and he
smoke.
get the win.
There's a smoke.
Smoke for the spike.
Yep.
Yeah, majority chance to
Smoke
win
sent.
now.
The tap, the hold, a blast pack getting sent forward. He knows
Oh,
he actually
it
didn't clear him
didn't
off.
stop
He
him.
thinks that he cleared him off. It didn't happen.
It
Like
didn't
Sparrow.
stop him.
The
Huge.
absolute Chad
unlucky.
just stays glued to it. Gets the kill
Stayed
in the,
in the
back end.
circle.
RQ are up 7-5.
Imagine the mental exhaustion from both Xpero as well as Texture
Stayed in the
to
circle.
kind of outread each
Yeah.
other. Again, Texture was the one that had to make the noise and start going to
That's
B
unlucky,
when that
man.
timer was going down. He went the other side. He thought Xpero might have gotten
Can't blame
all the
him
way
for that.
around to
Yeah,
spawn, but it was
that's
playing
unlucky.
a lot safer. Xpero just chased him the same
It
route that
happens.
he did. But of course, him being the Omen, having the smoke, I was looking at the
Yeah,
utility here for
and
Texture.
this was
He
just a good
only
example of
had
why the Omen
that
or just like your
satchel.
smoker is just
And I
so
mean, you
important
can't
to
blame
stay
him for
alive.
thinking that
Like the
it
smoke over
could
towards a
move him away
spike in
from
any
stopping the
1v1
defuse,
situation
but it just
means that
didn't.
you have
And
the
he just pushed
advantage.
him back against the wall. It wasn't far enough to decide to actually knock him off the spike.
Yeah.
Not
What
enough
a-
distance, and he just stays on it.
What a lapse. And I mean, it's 5-7, but every single round has been so important.
Just
for
I don't
both
even
of
know what
these
that means,
teams
man.
That I think that was a huge win for
Talk about
RRQ.
your peak.
It absolutely is. But here's the question.
7-5
Which
is
way
insane
does
considering the
Lotus
start. Oh man,
sway?
from 4-0
We have
down to
typically in
7-5, I
Pacific
think it
seen
does
that
kind of
this
show you
is
the strength
more
of the
a
chamber in this
defender-sided
map.
That's a strong defending start there
They
for
also had a
RRQ.
very good heavy shutdown over
really a
towards A as
runaway
well. Like
beginning.
their aggro
So
A
Gen G can also have that strong
was
defending side.
pretty dominant in
Meteor
a
now
lot of those rounds.
being able
Like
to have his
the
full
fade, Omen
reset.
Flash,
KJ
Tether Nade,
Util
and Fade
down on
Eye.
the ground.
Like all of that
certainly
combos
could try to
over
run this
towards
back,
A,
especially
and the
if
fact that
if
they
can find
always took
themselves
map
another
control off
Bizarro
it.
win.
was good from RQ.
I was about to say that Jemkin felt sort of quiet. He stopped bragging, right? But this is his chance to show what he has got, that raw talent, that raw firepower.
I think teams. Do you think T1 had influence on teams picking Chamber recently? Yes. I think the T1 dominated Lotus in practices in Pacific, and this I reckon this is a primary example.
Next year, I mean, just
I also think that we saw the Odin earlier that was their influence.
nice opening damage.
It could have been. Actually, no, it won't be the other way around because they were always running this comp, even in the off season. T1
waiting
were
on doorway to throw out the util. I think RQ realized that it might be too much of a heated push on
T1
C.
have one of the best Lotuses we've seen.
Here, especially with the toxic screen already
EG,
set up.
it's literally Fnatic, EG, Loud, T1, best 4 Lotuses in my head. Paper Rex's Lotus is not bad as well, but...
Oh, that spots nobody.
Oh, no, it does not.
As in old EG. yeah, old EG. They're still including part of last year.
Now going to be drifting away. He might himself be thinking, okay, I don't think they're coming to Hay. Or at least taking a more defensive fallen back position. But now the util starts flying.
Whoa. That's a nice way to start this one off. Maybe a double pistol.
Knowing that he was going for the reload, will just be a snake bite to force him back. Finds some damage. Lockyer for now going to be held at bay.
What an angle, too.
Sentinels? It's too early.
Post-plan for RQ kind of got mixed up a little bit.
I think T1 will beat them on this map. I think Sentinels will probably beat them on every other map so far.
But the Paranoia allows them to just drop in.
Paranoia drop down, but Munchkin does manage to find Xfero. Elmi Moore, the classic, trying to jump me, trying to get those shots across.
Lovely shots. Okay, double pistol.
Gen G will be able to
double
take him down.
Pistol.
Second pistol round goes their way.
Savage.
Barring a thrifty win here, it seems like Gen G
Can they pull Heretics and win without winning a pistol here?
That round, I have to say, like, very much favored because of what Lockyer was able to do. Sure, he got the 1 kill off of that, but that is a huge kill in this post-bat when you only have the pistols.
Why would you say 100 Feet's got body even though they played this map?
I do not know what he said.
Played, in my opinion, they played over towards defensive A really wrong.
Because, again, of the heroics of
and on attack as well. I just think they played a little bit wrong.
He's got the outlaw in hand, defensive sightlines as well. Seems like Elmi Moore may be, learning for the first time out, but never mind. Try to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and we can just farm a little bit.
Take it out. Very solid early kill coming through, and it feels similar to what was witnessed in the first half. Munchkin now spraying away, finds Xfero. She's into the meat grind, and arrow swarms down to the ground.
Yeah, tried to take a bit of a timing of the smoke here.
Not much
Spike down. I don't think they're going to get any kills.
Looks like they're just going to stay tucked and
also go coach. Yeah, I'm actually scared for G2. The fact that she has a weak to
sprinkle a little bit of that lurk, but it's not going to happen. Seems like they're about to just go push end this round already. Try to get a trade if they can.
They showed a lot of rounds.
Munchkin with the bite, we're trying to use it as the corner, but that's going to be the haunt. Jump in.
A lovely farm up on this one. Really clean. We got 1, 2, maybe 3 armor rebuys. If I remember this guy was 16, I'm maybe not armor rebuying, honestly.
Can they convert another bonus?
I think they do.
We'll have to just wait and see, but Elmi Moore just sticking around way longer than I thought he would.
There was no reason not to just try to be a lot harder to read. Play the off timings as well. Here it is. And now that they know that there is, again, that outlaw, can't really go for the half shield. So you see RQ with the utmost full buy. Jemkin is 2 away.
Who do you think is making out of the group of death man? I have no idea.
They can use to break into the site here. But there's a 4-stack.
My brain's telling me that Lev's map pool
other side of this toxic
probably isn't strong enough. But
a good amount of damage there on the flips.
For some reason, I still think they're going to win.
Down to 15. Texture not wanting to push up into this one. Toxic screen does fall. Flips going to be able to just drift away, but could be 2 players hopping his heels here as the rest of the team trying to enter in towards that C site. Decay out, nanoswarm damage found. Not going to go chasing forward here from Jemkin as Meteor currently set up, waiting for that smoke to dissipate.
Yeah, look at this pause.
Flipside is like 15 on this anti-lurk.
Damn.
But it's
wait.
so snappy. Meanwhile, Munchkin
how the hell has Munchkin got 2 kills on site?
Taken out. It's just Estrella and Xfero left standing now in a 2v4. It seems like Gen G, they might just be able to do it once more. Smoke coming down, Munchkin.
Thank goodness, Munchkin. No way, they're going to have a 4-0, 3-0 start into the half.
Gonna be good for the 4K. Paper Thin was asking for him to step up here in this game, and so far he has.
Definitely need that POV on the replay for Munchkin.
Yeah,
there,
I don't know how he got 2.
It looked like at the start of that,
it was here and here, I'm pretty sure.
it
So
looked
I
like
guess he's
RRQ
up on the
should have been
top,
able to
and then he's killing
transition
one and then
into a
spamming
round.
the other.
Here we go.
Oh, that's
how. Wow,
yeah,
the
Jemkin's
smoke
trying to
dropping
get
and
to
no one
the
from RRQ
good
actually
after plant pause.
What a
Because teams
punish
again are
from Munchkin.
prioritizing that plant, the after plant
maybe
spot in
just
terms of
rely
on top of the new
That
box.
boom bot, because that was sent out by Jemkin to try to check
Okay,
that spot.
tactical timeout, hopefully.
Nothing noted, so
Yeah.
kind of slipped their minds, and that is going to be another timeout called. As RRQ now. G1.
Boo in the Heretics
Well,
foot
slow
game. Dude, I've
things
never
down.
seen him look that good.
The team back
That's
into the
nice.
right
That's
mindset.
could be nice for
This
him
is
though.
what RRQ definitely needs. It's not. I think the change of strategy.
He might just be
being
really
able
gel.
to remember
He might just be really
not
gelling with the
forget
team
about the attacking side beats.
and just
right?
feel like super
Once you know-
confident with his
and again, the
calls, knowing
changes
that
to the
everyone's going to
smoke, you
follow
see it
them.
fizzling, you know it's about
That
to
he can
drop.
just kind of focus on
Somebody
his
has
own
to check
game a
it.
little bit as well.
You can't really
Hello,
have
Teats.
these lapses
Wait,
up against
are
a
you
team
up
like
early
Gen G
or
that
up
will
late?
not miss a chance to punish you for it. And again, go back to that Munchkin with
The
the 4K.
EMEA game's worth
really is a
watching.
big punish
Honestly,
against RRQ.
the Heretics foot is like very entertaining. Like I thought that
Solo
game was
looking
very
very
entertaining.
animated
And then
here.
K-Cup, you should
So get ready
definitely
to go
watch
back into
Split.
this one. I mean, a reminder, this is RRQ's map pick.
And then the others aren't too
Something
bad,
that
but I would prioritize like
the org
those
became
3.
A hell of a lot cleaner on. It came down to Lotus last season. It was those early day Lotus picks that hurt RRQ so very much. Including, I believe, the first time that they ever
Okay,
played.
let's see if Gen G can get a 4-0 and a 4-0 start. Imagine they lose a map with a 8-0 head start,
Half investment
essentially.
here. As Elmi Moore just going to be relying on those 4 headhunter bullets that he has. No armor in sight. Maybe trying to bank up as much as possible to try to get an attack operator into his hands.
I love this triple stack from Gen G. If RRQ
Yeah,
pushes for
Teats,
B,
I can imagine.
they're going to be able to exit out and have the numbers
That's,
to kind of
trust me,
fight
I
with
feel
it,
you on that.
right? Flipsider somehow manages to
Damn,
pick off a
Flipside is
bit of
here
the intel from
early.
Meteor
Wait,
here,
this is
but
a really good run so
realized
far
that it
from them.
could-
Meteor has to
should
stay
be-
alive.
or should
If
be
he
there
kills
on the side
1,
itself.
he's done
They
great.
haven't
If he
checked
kills
tree,
2,
but
he's
they
a
are
god.
planning it on the other side. They're not even checking it. They don't
Oh,
even know.
no, they are not, but somehow Meteor actually only going
Just
to be
doing
able
great,
to go away
22
with 1.
HP.
Still puts a lot of damage down onto Elmi Moore, who's going to be finished off by Texture. 3 players left standing. Jemkin, however, though, with a showstopper. That could be a major...
Could have been crazy.
linchpin
Yeah,
being
I
able
thought he was
convert
going to
this
get
round
3.
into a win.
I thought because I didn't mention getting 3 kills, he was going to get
Goes forward
3.
to try to clear out tree. Grenade at the ready, sent, gets them off the defuse for now, buying more time. Snake fight
There
in
it
the
is.
corner, showstopper comes down, managing to find 1. Munchkin's gonna be taken out. However, now they're onto the spike and they're looking to hold this one down. Picture finds flips,
Oh,
Trey gonna be
Snake
taken out.
fight!
The fight goes forward, it's held to half though. Lockheed getting back through, just gonna be able to hold this defuse, and it's close.
Kills
but
it
not
close. Yeah, good
enough.
damage from
Gen
RRQ.
G, they will be
Okay,
able to win the
4-0.
round.
4-0 start.
Imagine if that showstopper was
They've
just
won 1 buy round.
slightly
Like,
placed
Technically,
a bit more
technically
on the
they've won
center
3
that
buy
could've
rounds.
gotten 2 of them, which should have been enough.
One enemy.
But not. Oh man. Clutch snakebite though for Flipsider, but again, it was half defused already. If it wasn't half defused, again, all of these what ifs. That is really
Okay,
hurting
now we get
RRQ.
into it. Do the attack op over
again, another one.
towards...
Just wanted to add
Interesting.
as well.
You would think it would
Not
go over
checking
towards
Meteor,
A
not
because you
thinking
can
that
kind of
someone
disrespect
was
some of the
still holding
util,
tree.
but
They cleared a bit of his utility, sure, but you didn't know where he was specifically.
Texture gets an op
Wishful
out as
thinking
well.
for RRQ here, and it does not pay them well.
Would you take an analyst job for production? EMEA asked me this year, but I wanted to prioritize stream.
Slow, very quiet here so far.
I just enjoy
Up the op.
it too much at the
Map
moment.
is Texture
Simple
in a
as
very
that.
far forward position.
Bring them down.
Waiting pretty much out in the open. Now the shot does go flying. Knows the op is going to be in this spot. Texture backpedaling. But do they want to keep playing into this is the question. Seems like they'll wait for a bit of a report back. As there's a swing and
No
somehow
way.
wins that.
Damn, he was fast with it.
So aware, so quick.
Yeah.
Holding the line. Yeah, just way faster than Elmi Moore. Showstopper still held on to as well.
Yeah, the question right now for RRQ is, are they going to start pushing onto C now that they know the texture is on the other side of the map?
And the turret, oh, I was going to say, the turret kind of lets him know that someone's close left, and do they expect Meteor in the exact position? Kinda, but kinda not. Nicely done, Gen G running away with it, for sure. That kill over towards A was pretty impressive.
You could really
It was
see the
fast.
thought process that was coming there from RRQ. They were gathering mustering their courage, I guess you could say, and then just YOLOing onto that C side from the looks of things. They knew that the utility from Meteor was there,
Coach
but they had
Potatoes
to try to
casting,
do something.
bro. Who on
unless they
earth is
wanna
gonna do
sort of
the hype
reclaim that
moments?
map control.
It would be the
Unfortunately,
least
look at this Meteor
hype
just
moments with me and Mini
absolutely
casting.
beautiful. The second nanoswarm doesn't really get any kills, but it
Do I ever
stops
really
RRQ
root for
from
anyone?
pushing all
I
the
always
way
want my
onto
friends
mid,
to
allowing
do
Meteor to take a
well,
breath, and then just
but
pushing
not
out, getting
really.
that 3K for a nice photo finish.
Bring them down.
Growler check outside of B.
Like I want like Mini Boaster, like all the people that I've known for a long time, Nilzinho, Weber,
Damn soon.
like even Ross and Polvi for GE. Like I really like those guys, but I'm not. I don't feel like I'm ever really heavy rooting.
Through, eliminated. Paranoia just finds him. The spray coming through. Lockheed trying to get the kill on Xpharaoh. Just barely managed to persevere. Jemkin will put some damage down. That's about as good as it's going to get. Maybe just the one kill here. As Xpharaoh, spike in hand, drifting around the backside here. Through that defender's spawn. Maybe, at the very least, to just see if he can try to get a plant.
Not even Liquid. I mean, I want Liquid to win a lot of the time, just because of mostly Yampy, but Bacon as well.
Alarmbot is going to spot him, though, as he comes closer. Especially now that he doesn't have any
Bacon
except
works so
maybe
hard
just
for
one dark cover.
Bacon works too hard to not be winning big stuff in my mindset.
He's got it. 3 kills in the round.
Okay, let's get into a little potential last big buy round. We'll see.
Yeah. Actually,
sponsors. I mean, look at it. They take the pistol, they take the bonus conversion, and now they're looking to take the map.
Wow.
Mostly Yampy. I mean, I worked with Yampy for a big time.
Opens the opportunity for a
like me and Yampy have like a. Like I was the guy that got him to move over. We had a lot. We talked about so much, like in the first 6 months or so.
It's all just been counteracted. I think they're playing too much afraid of
Flaws. Okay, we go fast with this one, but we also go fast on the defense. 3-person push over towards C, and they don't know about this, but they do have an.
Only more force up the angle for now.
Do have a little bot behind.
They work their way now in towards Tree. Nanoswarm, however, there to slow them down. Smoke on a rope, but I mean, look at all of the ultimates available here to Gen G. Even if they dump everything here, should just about guarantee they get themselves up to that map point. That call around the back.
Goes in, plant in the ult. There's a lot of Killjoy is really important here. Yeah, dude, they are locked in, heavy locked in.
Look how big that zone is.
Guys, you gotta get out of there a little bit. Wall goes down. A lot of duels.
Oh no!
Damn, they handled this so well. So well. The ults were so good. They go heavy over towards stairs, fast over towards C, lock them in over towards tree, and then these three just were so patient. They just knew that the only angle to spam this ult, they pretty much got covered, it's in front of them. And yeah, this is a nightmare. They just played it so well.
Either you exit out, you go into the straight gunfire of RRQ here, or you get
5 chances to close this one out. And yeah, at least if we're looking at how the buy rounds now they're on defense are going, it's been pretty good. If I'm RRQ on this game though, I'll tell you, VOD review, I'm not too worried. Like this is a very good example of just how just like a few rounds. Like RRQ have won more buy rounds, I'm pretty sure, than Gen G. Yeah, we're at this score. It might be close to equal. I think.
Close pretty much every single map the
whole
whole
way out.
in the opening match versus Gen G. 13-11, 13-11 into a 13-8 on Sunset. But right now, it's
I think it is 6 against 7 buy rounds.
Panicking in these mid rounds.
These are, again, obviously to us, different maps from that last series.
5 chances to close it, and they're still looking really good on defense. They got 3 ults still.
We've seen how
So maybe this will be a fast closeout.
Meteor's lurks have been
But again, RRQ here, I wouldn't be too worried in terms of like stuff they're doing wrong.
As you have been mentioning, is right. Try to hit that overtime.
Maybe they could have planned a little bit better into like the prior round.
Elmi Moore though does have his third to force on C-Long.
Texture back to back, getting
a pixel out of place, Texture.
Just being that step ahead, just being a little bit faster on this one.
Him down again. That showstopper still in his back pocket.
The attack op is not hitting. And the confidence is flowing.
He gets Xpharaoh! The triple kill! As Lakia looks to finish things off. Munchkin will swing the corner. The transfer
just disrespects the smoke and kills 3. Lovely. Yeah, you're only doing that when you're like heavy up for sure.
Take RRQ's map, pick up Lotus away from them.
That just hurts. Man, they were already pushing for a site. Lakia comes out for a beautiful punish, for a beautiful
Let me upload this VOD. Wow, this was a nice first game.
It entirely. Gen G. It was a
and Texture had good impact on the big buy rounds.
Half, they have not dropped a single round. Texture, Meteor, everybody doing so much to make that happen. My goodness, RRQ, they gotta have to dig deep because this elimination match looks like it's heavily favoring Gen G. Oh boy.
That was so damn good for them, but like I had, as I said, I had concerns. Is this just going to continue to be a defender-sided map? Seems like so far it is, but that's enough from us for now. We'll go ahead and throw it back to the analyst as to break down the action from game 1.
Is history going
China
to
games
repeat
tomorrow?
itself?
Yeah,
It's looking
I can watch.
like it is going to be the case as Gen G seal out
I can watch them if there's no
map.
overlap.
What can RRQ possibly do to stop this? Especially
Quack is
since
broken.
it's okay. They're there, my friend. They're there. But yeah, RRQ though, they had good momentum initially.
Yeah, they did, and it looked like they had some really good reads. I mean, I thought Gen G was a little static. They weren't really
Teats
adjusting the map very well.
We'll make it
They're
happen.
kind of just relying on that individual firepower, which certainly on the other side of the coin got them over the line. But in the beginning, I had a lot of hope for RRQ. It was looking really solid. It looks like they had some good adjustments, some good reads, and Elmi Moore was locking down that C site really nicely.
He was. He had some like really nice op kills. I think round 7 in particular, he had 3.
Okay,
like,
chat. I'm just gonna walk around for a little bit so we can wake up till early morning.
He just got them all down
Be right back.
with that chamber, with that operator. It was pretty nice. They had a 7-5 lead. What happened in the second half?
Man,
7-5 lead, dude. Like, oh my god.
Again, it's like losing steam, right? It's so painful because they had that great start, right? I did, by the way, enjoy that like little mini game between Meteor and Elmi Moore.
Yeah.
There was like a little 1v1. There was that like mini tournament within the map, right? But again, this is quite painful for RRQ because they were on the right path, I feel like, right? Especially since Texture, as we mentioned earlier, can be a bit more, I mean, like his entries aren't as death-defying as they are on the Jet, right? So this was their best window. Unfortunately, they couldn't close it out.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, again, going to the fact that Texture has improved his Raze a lot this year. He looks a lot better. He can still op on the Raze. We saw this once they're on the defender side. He was so clean with it. I mean, yeah, look at the post plants here for RRQ. That's tragic.
Oh.
Tragic.
Don't mean to cut any of you guys off, but like, just I want everyone to pay attention to what's at the bottom of the screen right now, like the very bottom, right? Round 12 onwards, everything, all Gen G. That says a lot. And again, it was that 7-5 lead, and you're talking about Texture. He was a big factor on their defensive side. There were so many rounds where, you know, of course we had Elmi Moore when RQ was playing defense in the first half. But then as we swapped over to the next half, Texture picked up the op. He started to pop off. There was that Raze and Fade combo as well. And although, you know, in terms of post plant's first kills, it's fairly even, but Gen G just offered so much more, especially when you had, you know, players like Lakia starting to step up. Remember there was like a round where I was like,
Final round.
Lakia does not look good. And then
suddenly he's like, I heard you, Quack.
Oh.
Do not try me. But you're absolutely right. When the side switch and Gen G was on the defensive side, it was just RRQ, right? They weren't able to really push forward in the way they did because Gen G just seemed prepared. Not to mention, everybody on the side of Gen G just seemed to have that moment for them, right? At first it was Munchkin, probably holding the seaside. You had Meteor, of course, shutting down Elmimore and so many others. And then you had Texture and you even had Lakia. And everybody just had that moment on their side. Unfortunately for RRQ, they couldn't really push it forward on that defense, especially when they started to lose that mental game too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it just seems like it all started to fall apart when they couldn't really break through the defenses. I mean, and they lost both bonuses on both sides of the coin. Like, that's really concerning, where not only are you losing both pistols, but then you're losing both round 3s in each half. Really concerning stuff here. The fragging isn't there for Estrella like it was in their first matchup. That's another part of the puzzle that's really not going so well. If there's any glimmer of hope here for RRQ, is that Jemkin looked pretty good. 5-0 in First Bloods versus First Deaths, so he had a really good impact in that role. However, it didn't translate to too much success.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Again, the follow-up just sometimes isn't quite there. And I get that it's like a little bit more difficult, especially when Gen G are feeling this confident, when it's not just Meteor, it's not just Texture getting all these frags. Munchkin had a round where he started to pop off as well. So, although we are looking at this right now, and Jemkin has higher numbers, for like damage per round, for example, higher ACS, it's still not the RRQ that we need to get that win over Gen G. You cannot afford to be losing both pistols, and also the bonus round. Like, how could you give that to Gen G? This is your map pick. You go on to the next one, and I certainly hope that they left Breeze open for a reason, because Gen G's Breeze against Paper X looked darn good.
I don't know, man. I feel like this was their window. This was their window to be able to close out this series. But, on the side of RRQ, you saw Jemkin right after, right? He was sitting and he was deep in thought. He was discussing something with
Ewok,
he was talking to Ewok. And despite this performance that we're seeing right in front of us right now, he knew that something was off. Something wasn't quite right with how they tackled, especially when they were on attack, right? Especially since, as the duelist, you do have that pressure along with your initiator. So that sync up that we keep hearing from the side of RRQ, where was it this time? Unfortunately, they couldn't bring it out against their kryptonite.
Yeah, and frankly, it was missing the first time around. Again, if you look at the assist stats and the coordination with Gen G, yeah, the majority of the fragging was on Texture and Meteor, but they were still working together as a unit. It was still a lot of selfless play. It was still Lakia setting up his teammates, and now when Lakia is called upon to have some big moments, when Munchkin's been called upon to have some big moments, they stepped up today, and that's super concerning for these other teams, because top to bottom, again, this firepower for Gen G is through the roof. Maybe the highest in our league outside of Paper X.
Yeah, for now. I mean, Gen G, we saw, the top roles that we had before the entire game started. You can see so much that Gen G does, but, RRQ, got to see those numbers up. We talk about power friendship. Yeah, it's there. Need more of it, but also like the individual power, I think. You can't always just rely on that teamwork alone, especially on a map like Breeze, I think. But at the very least for now, I mean, just enjoy the highlights, because what a show Gen G put up.
Right, and of course, Gen G, I cannot wait to see them on Breeze. It's a map that demands such confidence, the same kind of confidence that we saw from them, and so many times, especially for Texture. So I cannot wait to see them. But again, big question mark on the side of RRQ, because I don't feel like they could be prepared for what Gen G has to offer on Breeze, which demands such individual top-tier performance.
No, I'm with you. I'm very concerned. I mean, I thought Elmimore on the chamber would be something that could give some energy, bring some fresh air to this RRQ playstyle, and it did look decent on defense. You could see that Gen G was afraid to put pressure Elmimore on that C site in particular. And Asarai pointed out during the cast that, the one time Gen G had success was when they shifted the chamber into B instead of onto C. So, it was very difficult for them in that regard. But then on the attacker side, you don't have that impact. You don't have those first kills that you need. You're not able to outduel, whether it be Texture or Meteor, whoever you need to be beating when you have those opportunities as a chamber to use the advantages of your utility. It wasn't there. So that's very concerning here for RRQ.
Yeah, and Quack, and now we're heading into Breeze. What are we expecting here? We don't need to look any further. We don't need to wait anymore, because we have Yoru on the side of RRQ on flips.
Whoa. Okay, this is... Wow.
Whoa.
Never seen before, of
Double
course.
duelist, and it's Jemkin and Flips.
Double.
Starting to see a trend
Double
of the Yoru being
duelist.
picked up more, right? But then again,
Age of
just
Yoru, man.
very
Yeah, I
curious
think
as
this
to
comp
how
works well, honestly.
This would work, especially when Gen G
People,
has that
people have
double
been starting to use
controller.
Astra on this
Meteor
map.
anchoring down sides. There's so much
Just
more
an
that
extra
they
smoke,
can do
extra bit of
to
util.
really work against it. So unless there's game tape study, this Yoru is really something that's that spectacular. I don't know. It might be interesting.
I don't know about this, but we're gonna see.
Honestly,
it's gonna be
if they have
exciting
some,
as we step into Breeze, over to your casters, Achilles and
If you had
Azurai.
some good defensive Yoru
Thank
flashes
you very
on
much,
A
Des,
site,
for
I think
the
this comp has a
breakdown
lot
on
of
game
potential.
number 1, but not sure what to anticipate here. Is Flipshiner coming out with
I actually think this comp has a
Yoru
lot of potential.
as we move into Breeze. Now this is something that he has
Okay, Gen
only
G
played
on defense,
once
RRQ
in
on
his
attack.
career.
Let's see, we
certainly
both have
going to
double
have our eyes trained on
Cypher,
that one, but
both have...
From what we've seen so far, the
Wait,
tournament
how
here,
does this,
Azurai,
how
it
does
has
this
been
comp
that the
kill the
double
Cypher
duelist comps when
trips?
it comes down to Breeze have been the ones finding the most success. We'll see if that trend continues now going into map 2.
Yeah, again, because you just have so much more offensive posture, whether whichever side you're on, and a lot more mobility, which is so important when you're thinking about how much power, how much impact mid-control
might
really does bring.
absolutely
In any case,
farm
the
on
RRQ
defense.
looks like they're just going to go straight for an A split here. 2 coming in from Halls, a couple of A main, and then everybody from Gen
All
G
pass and
is
push.
just going for
I
the
said
massive
earlier that
flank
pistols are
all
kind
the
of
way
down
through
to just
mid.
like
We'll
numbers.
break that trip, but I
And
mean,
the
they have to
4-1
be
push,
prepared for this.
Cypher duel over
RRQ will
towards
have to
spawn.
hit the brakes on A main.
RRQ winning that one out.
Trying to see how many players are going on the road.
But that's going to be a good stun.
Take the fight to them. That's going to be the concuss into the corners. The push forward comes
Damn,
in.
Astra diff.
They starting to get away from them here. Now it's still just going to be this 4-man push out, trying to work their way
Crossfire's good.
up into the site through main. Flash goes for Jemkin. All of that left
Crossfire
side.
is too good.
Now going to be the last man standing, but
Nicely
not for
done
long.
from RRQ. They got into a
Sparrow
good
will
crossfire.
final
Numbers were
shot.
called
RRQ
pretty
with their
early
first
on
pistol
as
round
well.
win of the
And
series.
it feels like they
No
won the most
hesitations
important
from
duel over
RRQ here,
towards
just
spawn.
to, again, run rampant on that A site. I did like the call here from Gen G to go for that massive flag.
Yo,
but
thank
once
you for that
RRQ
as well.
Figured that, wait, no
Does-
one's here on the
does
site.
help
Let's just
for the
check
early
real quick
mornings,
on
I'm not gonna lie.
mid as well as
2-1
A main, just in
for the
case.
pistols.
And the timing was slightly faster for RRQ to get those positive trades in. Gen G had to
The brain
deal
fog is real
with everyone
sometimes.
prepared to fight them all the way again on that A main position, and that's just all done deal for that pistol round. Ooh,
Flash
very
recon,
close
a
use
little
of
bit of a
flash
classic
and
in terms of taking
recon
over
guard
towards A main.
on A main again.
We get the outlaw out again
Well,
because we're in Pacific
slower on
and
the
they're
take,
heavy
as
users of it.
This is the one with the spike. Looks like he was going to be inching forward there into Halls for a brief little moment. Has dropped
Like
back.
this RRQ comp, yeah, I think I'm on board with it as
But, I
well.
mean, also worth noting, the Astra. Not
I'm excited to
something
see
that
it
we
on
have really
defense.
been
I'm telling
seeing on
you,
this
if we
map
have like the Viper wall here and we
far.
start
It's
getting
either been
some
the Viper
good,
kind of by itself or
Yeah.
the Viper Harbor.
maybe not
that has been
lineups,
coming
but
through.
good understanding of like
Actually about
when
to point out,
where
too,
the flashes
only
should be
been
to pop
Karon
flash
that
through
has
the
used
wall.
it in their last
I
game
think
with, Team
think
Secret
it's
on
good. I think
Breeze.
it just
So it's only Gen G that's actually used.
I think it might even be
the Astra.
better than the
I really
KO
like
to
it.
be
You know,
honest,
you have
especially when
so much
your-
utility to use with the
especially when
stars
Cypher is so
because
popular.
you have your primary controller, which is the Viper. It should be able to use those stars for a lot more punishing.
if these
rather
two
than
on
the
site can
smokes.
get
They
anything,
do
I
get
think
the
they
flank
both
unlock,
got
yeah,
scanned,
the
yeah.
counter flank unlock, yeah.
The grab wall to try to slow things up on that approach, but they're already well into the site, given the firepower here.
Lovely shot, spike
Quick
down.
fix on the site there, but Texture with a
The
nice
only,
headshot. Will be able to find
only
Flipshiner
sheriff
and
into this
Thor
one,
down and
reposition,
delaying
is
the
gonna
plan
find
for
a
little
trip
bit
low.
longer. Low HP on Xfero.
Spike planted.
Either of these guns will be able to take him down, but Texture now going to be noted wrapping around through elbow. So what is the call going to be? They could just sit back, try to wait for that spike to detonate, sacrifice themselves to it. But I think Texture, given that he has this sheriff in hand, he's going to be looking for blood. Whether or not he can find it, it's going to be a different quandary. Jemkin does get tagged. He'll drop down off the half wall.
They can just keep him inside the site. Interestingly enough, Karon's just holding on elbow, maybe because Texture is making all of that noise. He's waiting for someone to wrap around as some form of trap, but fortunately, looks like RRQ's just not going to
I'll
bite.
tell you
They're
what,
going
though.
to exit out an arch,
Gen G?
and that's going to be that.
Should be relatively
Two swift
okay
rounds
with what
from
happens.
RRQ, but we've seen this time and time again.
3 armory buys, 1 gun down.
Has to be that second half that we have to look for both teams, or especially for RRQ here.
Simple as that.
All right, well, fairly clean there.
Everyone
RQ before
has
they hold on to
everyone
a
has
line
heavy
share of
armor,
weaponry here for
so
themselves.
This Outlaw is not going to get too
Final
much.
pick on the texture, really enabling them to safely get out of the site. Because prior to that, they didn't know where Charon was going to be, so making the exit was going to be tough. But as soon as they get rid of that jet, everybody else able to get out scot-free.
Now, with both of the teams having somewhat, stronger weapons, are we going to see Flipsiders, Yoru pick really
Made the
come
conscious
into full
decision to
swing?
sleep through map 1. Was it worth it? You honestly didn't miss too much. Yeah,
Secure
it was
all
a
the
double
trips, or, excuse
pistol
me, the all
snowball kind
charges.
of game.
Just grab what he can, try to get
He
that
probably made a good
mask
decision.
ready to go. Straight a bit further behind, obviously, though.
Like the summary is
Be able to really
literally
couple it in with the Hunter's Fury.
they
Double shot
started
coming in.
both half
his
off
head
4-0.
right outside of the poison orb. Karen able to take it off. Jemkin taken down. Flips still here.
Lovely
Flash
flash.
to the wall.
Honestly,
Oh,
respect here.
Guardians
Charon
not
was
able to
playing
utilize that
anti-flash
aim
the
fast
whole
enough.
time.
Out of the corner, texture taken low. 35 HP remaining for him. As Estrella also with a nice adjustment will be able to find Lakia over at stairs.
Still isn't the
Yeah, and I
workshop
think
for
the reset
RQ.
from RQ is
They
for
can come
sure
back
the one
into,
here.
or they can just find a bit of that rotation, as they do still have all of their players except for the duelists. Look at the lurk coming in from Estrella here. Left to make something happen on Halls while they hit that B site. It might be a good idea because if you look at the traps on
30
B,
seconds
he's
left.
not actually at the entryway. The only thing that can screw them over is if they start going into the site, but it seems like because
Chad,
Meteor
this
is
might
far
work
away,
pretty
he might
well.
not be able to capitalize with this, but he is running back.
Keep an eye on the
Maybe
Sova.
make something happen with it.
Sova hits
Ferris
3
got himself
running.
Back into the site. Meteor will be able to take out Elmi more time.
Oh
Dwindling.
my
They need to get
god,
that spike
1,
planted here. Just a
2.
backstab. Estrella trying to play this one out quietly, but texture. Oh, he's so wise to it. Managing to find the kill. Spike planted, but Xfair now all on his lonesome.
Reposition's great.
Swings in and somehow,
Damn, texture
someway,
is the one.
has been 35 HP since 30
Respect to
seconds into
texture
the
for
round, and he'll be the one
for
to defuse
considering the
spike.
luck here.
Yeah, just give him
Could
the
this guy have
reward
played
already.
it better
That's going to be
after
the
hearing the
jet
third
blades
guy
available
running
for
as
texture
well?
here.
I think
You're
so.
absolutely right.
But he wanted to get
Dude
fast,
isn't supposed
second,
to
and then take the
but
1v1.
somehow he is defying death every single time. Are we going to see it here on the stream? No, not yet. But this one's huge. Charon able to find the pick onto Jemkin, who I'm pretty sure wasn't able to spot Charon in time as well.
What the ADS.
Awesome.
Texture,
Big
he's
laps on
sick,
RQ
man,
side.
yeah.
Yeah.
He looks, it's kind of nice to watch him on Duelist, considering last year.
It at least would have been some extra damage dealt in the bonus. So now a weapon gets passed over because of the defuse. The blades are available, so texture still very much deadly. As the mask going to be coming in.
Got a judge for this one, so
But just wants to try to identify player locations.
yeah, and this
Sees
Cypher's
one,
going to be in
spinning
trouble.
forward, pings it down. Yeah, he's got a good idea. It's going to be within that cyber cage. Popping out, judging in hand. Meteor able to take one down.
Lovely
before falling.
trade, gets out of there, gets an upgrade.
Continues to open things up. Man advantage
hard
here for the
retake.
RQ as the spike gets
They have a
planted.
Skydog.
Look at how
Okay,
far
it's done.
Estrella is just back at base. Does he have some
The
kind of
ult really does
super,
secure this. You gotta look over at this guy over
lineup that we
towards
don't know,
spawn as
well
well.
as, just holding the flank altogether.
I mean, we do have some pretty deep white lineups. Maybe you could try to replicate those with a shock dart, but the trajectory on them has to be pretty damn precise. Either way, it looks like he's just wary about a very deep flank coming through all the way from that beach side. They're both turned away from. Lockett not able to find much, and given the pit investment, it seems like, yeah, Gen G making the wise call to just back away from this one, so they will allow for RQ to close out the round.
I mean, that's the value of the dimensional drift for you, right?
Lovely
You're able
round.
to spot out all of the
Yeah, really nice from
traps
RQ here in terms of the
on
money.
that cipher, which is the most important thing, obviously.
A
When you're
lot,
pushing
most of
into
these teams are going to have a lot of money
zones.
for a little bit, it feels
And,
like.
Again, I love how he immediately just came out of the dimensional
Finale
drift
save.
because they had it pinched in, because they had Elmimore almost, or sorry, not Elmimore, but
Cool to see
Meteor almost
Gen
dead
Jetty
to
playing
rights.
pretty good,
So might as
yeah.
well just get that quick trade,
I like
get
this,
the upgrade on the weapon, and start working your magic on
I like this
that
lineup now.
post plan. It did
I didn't have too much
use
faith.
a lot of the
I knew it
ultimates
was good on
from RQ.
paper.
They
I
had
just
to
didn't
also
think
use
they
the
would
white
look
weapon,
this
but,
good.
I mean,
This goes here.
2-round advantage. They'll take it against Gen G.
Typically, whenever we do see the investment of the Euro, it's going to be alongside something else. It's kind of the expectation that you're going to have that double investment. The pit does feel maybe a bit.
Okay, there's 3
worse
people
to
from
use
Gen G
compared
that
to
can't
something
buy
like
next, and we go for a
Hunter's Fury.
fast
So, boy,
split,
just spraying
and that
into
is
the
a
orb there.
little bit unlucky.
Damage
42
down on the
HP.
Jemkin. As Elmimore's actually going to be the first one to fall. Taken out, Xpera, however, finding Munchkin, getting that trade back, getting some revenge here for his
Wow,
comrade.
Jemkin won that
Karen
duel
gonna
on
be taken
42
down.
HP.
That forward position inside of A main completely broken down here.
Enemy remaining.
The straight getting texture up on bridge. leaves just Meteor here to his own devices.
Absolutely.
Spike planted.
So Meteor, all right,
Yeah.
forced to save once again.
And
He has
RRQ
neural
will
theft. He can fight for
100%
something,
take that.
I mean, Gen G, very economical, you know. They're gonna have a hard time buying into that next round without Meteor saving this and then being able to purchase him another weapon. But now that they spot where the camera is, might have an idea that he is hunkered somewhere down here on B. As you can't see the players of RRQ on the minimap slowly creeping up. A little bit too slow though, but they do have the time to hunt someone
Can
down.
work out the money a little bit.
They
2-4
are looking to do so.
on top of this, so 2-4, 2-650,
We'll just go
2-950.
wait for that spike to detonate and see if anybody can
If
come across this
he
site.
stays alive, it'll be 1,000.
A little bit of noise, but I don't think that it would have been noticed. Drops down as the recon dart comes through. Do they go pushing in towards him? Like he'll be able to tuck away long enough to stay alive. So Meteor retains his weapon. And that is going to be a bump the brakes here for the side of Gen G.
Yeah,
I've
and
really
it's
seen
just
Texture really get that value here.
I like these
Again,
these
what
kind
we're
of
seeing,
timeouts.
again,
Just
as
the
you
one
mentioned, right,
when you
the
have a
two
hero gun,
duelists, the quick
kind of low buy,
ability
not
to
expected
pressure
to win.
from
It
two
can
angles
have
because
a
of the speed that the duelists
cool
do
idea
give.
of what you want to
And
do.
Gen
And
G
then overall
is not
macro,
able
maybe they're just
either
going to play heavy
reposition
over towards A
or
main,
hold
like
a quick
Yoru.
offense that is already brought up to their plate to try to deal with. So that being said,
I don't know, it's a little bit weird for
timeout's
them with
probably there
Astra.
to just address that if they can. Texture's been,
They should
again,
be
as
able
I
to take
mentioned,
map control
dealt with
pretty
so
easy
quickly
with
here by
an Astra as
RRQ.
well, though.
That Yoru, or from Flipside, has been pretty effective when he works with the team.
So far, looking good for RRQ. But, you know, Breeze, this is one of the ones, especially when you're running that double duelist, where we kind of anticipate to see a lot more dominance on the
Top
attacker
4
side.
Pacific teams at the moment. I think
Solo,
honestly, I think that's
running
pretty
as many
easy
rounds
now.
as humanly possible as they can before they
In no
swap over
order,
that tactic
I would say it's
themselves.
Paper X,
It's going to be very imperative.
Paper X, Gen G,
They're able to
DRX,
use
T1.
Charon's Astra too. I think that's what Gen G is, or excuse me, what RRQ is also banking on, right? They already know that there
Maybe.
are some trap setups with the
Maybe
Cypher
Talon,
combination,
but
with
I
that
think
Astra.
that's way
But
too
if they can
early
do it
for me
fast
to
enough,
feel confident
oh,
with putting
I
them
like
there.
this. An anti-updraft tripwire, expecting maybe the quick B main push again here from RRQ. Huh. It's a mid push though. Are they gonna try to go once again through double door?
Revealing area.
Swinging forward, seeing if they can catch out anybody out here into the open. It's Texture and Charon for now, just lingering around A main. Swing onto the corner. Texture.
That was nice. The late take of A. This was good. RRQ were expecting something aggro. Nothing happened for like 25 seconds, and then they late swing into A just as they kind of decided that they wanted to take A main. Yeah, that's not the way to play that, surely.
Ellie Moore catching him outside of the cyber cage. Swing onto the corner. Karen putting a sheriff shot there into the chest of Jemkin, taking him low, but Jemkin managed to answer back. Locky now going to be taken down. The flash sent forward, gets the catch, but Munchkin gets the headshot.
Chance for him.
Expect that one more kill.
Wow.
There you have it.
Down A.
Damn, big 1v1, 40 HP. Everyone that died
No idea where
can
Meteor's at.
say the damage done, so he knows he's one bullet.
He'll collect it. But Meteor could be coming from any which way. They
Cypher
all they know
ult
is
as
that he
well.
was situated on B side.
But he maybe doesn't want to
Swinging
give
around
away
the
that
back.
he's near a
He's
body.
about to have him, and
Yeah,
he
lovely.
does. Gen G somehow come up with the round win after the
Really,
timeout.
really nice. I
So
love this
second
late
on
swing
the
over
board.
towards A main. I thought that one was
Two
cool.
things.
They
I'm gonna
got
take
a
this away
little
from
bit
Gen G.
lucky with the
They
timing,
had
but they hit the
just
shots.
the better aim, and
Munchkin
again,
is
stylistically,
sick as well, to be
RRQ,
honest.
every single time they spot Gen G, you know, the punish, the utility punish is great, but look at this. Flipsider's POV, he committed to this spray by also crouching.
They've been looking at the
Bro
pathing.
was asking out in the open to be shot
they're actually
down
gonna hit
by
over towards
Munchkin.
B.
And that
Let's see if
happened
this trip
multiple
works.
times with the players of RRQ here on that thrifty round, which again, Gen G generously took for themselves.
Flash in, trying to force it back. Hunter's Fury now coming through, just trying to really flush out Meteor, but he is just staying effectively glued. Flip Shatter into the backside, however, does manage to find Munchkin arriving through tunnel. Meteor now catching Jemkin on the entry, throws down that neural depth.
He's a
Gets
god.
the reveal out, but Straight finally able to take him down, but still damage
Oh,
dealt.
for ult. Big 3-on-3.
3v3, the
Especially with the
Seekers
money
let loose.
reset.
Lakia making his
Have
way
an
up
op
from
for
the cannons.
retake.
Pushing alongside this one.
Seekers fast
Straight now needs
behind.
to try to hold the line.
Yeah, and the Seekers actually
Cleared,
show where
each other.
everyone is. This guy Wall is
Locking
dead.
himself in the window. Texture situated here in the arches. Finds Helmymore. Now the man advantage in the hands here of Gen G.
Estrela's in a good pause, but he broke the Seekers here, so they should know it's
Trying to draw
possible.
some attention, but Texture not really falling for it. Flipshider just eating this util, staying still, but Estrella puts that operator down on the floor. Tap onto the spike.
remaining.
There's the
Ah.
clear out flip, trying to get the angle. Wants to make sure that he can get
Nicely
the spray to
handled.
connect.
Shout out to the Sova here. He has to
Find the
do really
headshot,
good. Gets the
RQ
kill on
will
the
rescue the
Seekers,
round.
and then insta decision
I
to
love
go
that
over
approach
towards
from
short.
RQ. They know that again, Meteor is going to be tough somewhere on the
Meteor
site.
still deserves a shout out.
So
He did
It's more
incredible.
of the it's more of the
Incredibly
Lewis
well
doing
to
their job,
actually
right?
stay
They're
alive
brushing
and
every
get
single
two.
corner of it. You see Flipsider able to bypass Meteor, get that backside control, and Meteor just cannot relay the information to his team. He gets a couple of the picks, sure, but because of that quick trade, because of how they're able to secure that backside with the help of Flipsider, it just does not matter. RRQ realizes and have been pressing.
Two chats is
here
hard to read.
on
Yeah,
that
we'll
B
get in
side
there,
very
Coffee.
frequently.
We'll get in there.
Really good movement from Estrella as well in that
Every
last
day
round,
we show
rotating
progression.
out from
So you can ask
elbow,
for.
not wanting to try to challenge over towards window, get the punish there on the lock. It just goes through the flank
Uh-oh.
out tunnel. Texture, however, now going to be darted up. Does make his way out to safety. Mild amount of damage
Keep
taken
an eye on
from
the
him.
Cypher. He
Munchkin.
might hand deliver a gun here.
Classic
This is
in
a
hand,
classic
looking
though
to
for
try to hold
Munchkin.
the door, and tell me more. We'll just go ahead and lock on. Locky in the meantime. It's finding Sparrows. It's going to be both Vipers eliminated from the equation here, as Flipsider really wants to try to break open this corner, but it's actually going to be a combined effort as Estrella and Elmymore both get involved. Again, finding one. Swing onto the corner. Ooh, yep, that's going to be a dink right through the corner there. Kill found, swings out into the chest shot.
And
Jump
RQ
takes
are
him
off to
down. That
a-
leaves Meteor
it's
on his
off
own,
to a
so
really
there
good
could
start.
be any additional damage done here to the economy.
How will Genji counter the Cypher comp? Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to talk
Slowly,
about
but
as
as
well,
he's
because it's
jumping
like
up
on
over top
on
of the
attack,
box.
sorry, on defense, it
This
feels
is an
like the
impossible stack to try and
Cypher
clear.
should. I mean, the trips are going to be worth so much. You're just going to see a lot of mid
Corner.
control from Genji.
Shots just not quite connecting. Gets Estrella in the leg, but
The
now to have a
Skydog
39
can
HP,
always
it seems
find
like
it,
it's
and then
an
they can break it.
inevitability
They
here.
want to rush B, but you're probably going to see one
He just
attempt
wants
to
try
rush
keep
B.
the
That's about it.
ball around the side as much as possible, but eventually he will die.
It's a slow death, right, for Meteor there. They weren't going to chase him anymore. I think RQ finally got the lesson. Don't chase any player of Genji. I know you want to show how much macho you are, how much dominance you can bring, but this is Genji. Something can always be turned on you when it's them. I have to say, though, you mentioned how Estrella's been good at those rotations. RQ, when they go for these side pushes as well, he always finds the timing on that recon north of his to get at least
Three.
one pulse in. And that's good
Flash
enough.
rush.
Wait, where's his team?
Down right there in the front lines.
I
Everybody
looked
else
at the
now needs to
mini-map.
pull away.
And there were
Punish
3.
Jam Cannon, not much damage found as well. Flipsider, 78 now puts on the mask.
And then
Into the dimensional drift to push out and on it. Jim
no
Cannon's
one
ready for
swung
it.
with him.
Things now can come down. Several knives being expended there from Texture. That leaves him with nothing but a classic to pop out. Texture will be able to find Flipsider actually.
Last player
Knocked
standing.
down low. Ends up being
Had
finished
so
off
many
and
people
a
here as
deja
well.
vu. Cannot be a
RRQ
shot
running
this
away
time,
with
but
him.
Same position. Meteor this time killed off considerably faster by RRQ as they will continue on their merry way now. 7 rounds
If I'm
to 2.
Lakia here, I'm just like,
Yeah, it's
Chad,
same
did I
thing,
miss
right?
a
It's the
did I miss a
ability of Estrella to
flash?
scout cleanly here
Like,
for
did the Yoru
RQ,
throw a
really
flash?
that information, whether it's verbal or again,
Why
just
did
being
the
able to
other
tag
two not
someone,
swing with
and
him?
then
It looks
immediately as
so
that
off.
happens, you see Jemkin, you see Flipsider, go,
You
go.
reckon he team
Just charge
flashed?
in, get that contact, get that trade, and RQ does not let up.
This is a great rally back to see from RRQ.
Yeah, that's
They look to
devastating.
make this into a 3-mapper.
Revealing area. My ult is
Okay.
ready.
Okay,
It's like
and
orb
that
and
makes
everything.
this one more of a disaster. Can't get tagged by this drone.
Elmymore, if they can find that
Oh, you're
opening
getting
kill.
ulted. Oh,
Try to set things up with the neural depth, and there it is.
Spam.
Flipsider just spamming away, catching Munchkin now. Identifying, locking here backside. The Guardian does come up with 1, so Flipsider going to be taken down. Jimkin whittled low. Either of these sheriffs in the hands here of Gen G would
so I
really find
prefer
the kill.
Yoru's
Or
Jet.
jumping up on the
I think
wall.
I'm really on
Look
board
down.
with this RRQ comp.
Next year, right here in front of him, he eventually finds it. Neural depth
The
still
KO is
gonna be
always
invested.
pretty good. Like
You
the
know, there's
knife
only a couple
especially,
rounds
the
left and they
ult
want
against
to
a
secure
Cypher,
this
but
as
everyone
the
does anti-KO
These guys gotta push
Everyone
that.
does
I love the
anti-KO
pitch coming
or
from this
anyway
one, and they didn't lose
with
any
the
control
Cypher,
on A.
where he'll be
They
playing
just
an
had
opposite
that
side,
great
so you
lure
don't
coming
get
in from
much
Ellie Moore, so
value
might
for
as well
the
just keep
Cypher.
the press on
I
A,
mean, for the
right?
KO
And now
ult
look at this,
anyway.
he's gonna
So
have that
I
flag
think if I was on a team,
supposedly
I'd
mid-good
probably run the
timing,
RRQ
while
comp
rest of
out of all the
RRQ
comps I've seen.
Just wait for that contact as Genji's already on the site.
See if sightlines on both. The answer is going to be yes, he does. xFaroh will find the last one. RRQ, I mean...
Yeah, they're running away with it, and they still have the Sova ult. Still have Sova ult. They're one away from AWP here. They could just keep this so simple again. Keep going out towards A. Viper gets the AWP, drone, tag. They did go over towards B last time with their ult though, so I wonder if that's what they've been trying to crack and it's been having success with. We'll see.
Genji facing against Team Secret that was very slow, very timid, to an RRQ that is aggression personified here on Breeze, and it's working out so well for them. Again, there's going to be the timeout called here.
Minus Jet
Once
plus
again by
Harbor.
Genji.
I mean,
They've
yeah, it
used
definitely helps the
basically
defaulting and
everything that they've
planting
had
and
on
getting
this-
through the
not basically,
choke
but they've
points,
used
but
every, yeah, again, timeout that they've had on this
pretty cool
first
that
half
double
just to
duelist
try to
is
deal
like
with this stellar RRQ offense
viable
and
again.
it hasn't really worked out. You're seeing Genji slowly start to slow down a little bit here in terms of those
the Astra. So I'm imagining on attack, their whole game plan is just like, if we get the plant down, we've won.
Wall short for safety, but then RRQ's like, he's still there.
Because you have Viper mollies and then you have the Astra. Like Astra in theory on this map is probably pretty good. It's a heavy lurk map. You can still have presence in terms of delaying the spike, it's the fuse itself. And then again for like map control and the fact that the map is so wide, being able to help on the other side of the map is pretty good. So I definitely understand the idea of the Astra.
Speaking of operators, Straya has one as well. Could end up being a swap off at the end of the post play and hand that over the Gem.
Maybe maybe in a Cypher meta. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you could run this comp and feel confident about it.
Well versed with this operator.
I don't know.
Cam for now, Meteor just watching. Probably not fully believing, but now that gate crash, spam into the corner, and it does take a little bit of damage. There's the reveal. Wow. Pitching forward, Meteor so very patient, eventually finds his prey. Jemkin in the meantime going to be able to find Munchkin. The Hunter's Fury called in from Estrella for a target.
This is looking good. This is looking good for them. Fast time.
So far, just the
Need to keep an eye on the Cypher lurk.
Jemkin worked
There's
dangerously
3 people on site, and that is a huge swing.
Out aiming, out reacting his opponents. Comes up with yet another one. Meteor will find the finish. Jemkin gone. It seems like the second timeout burn here in the first half is going to result in his win streak broken here.
That's what they were just looking for, right? The traps in the back of the site. Especially when Flipside goes in with that with that gate of his.
Oh no, Meteor.
Had spotted him, but he gives away his position.
No.
No
way. A cage in the middle breaks up the crossfire.
Trying to be set up, not going to be finding much. Texture right over his head. Trying to identify where the plant was at.
Oh, it's close.
Second too late, can't find it.
Imagine they win this 2v4. Should have been
inside the pit. The bites
impossible with the crossfire.
He doesn't want to try to give himself up. Flash comes in, full blind connecting. Nobody on Genji making a peep. Push forward, spots him. The headshot coming down. The first bite going to be let loose. Texture pushing forward. Does he have anything else other than just this operator, or is he going to try to just barrel stuff him? Second bite let loose. He knows where he's at. The pit now being dropped at the time dwindling.
Toxins going up.
Swing onto the corner. Texture gets
No
the
time,
shot,
right?
I don't think he has the time. No, he does not.
Damn, dude.
He's
How are they
realized
winning
it.
that
He'll have to sprint
2v4?
away. What looked like Genji
How are they
around that
winning
they
that
should have been able to win.
2v4? Elmi Moore is just a god, though.
Last round before the switch.
Excuse me, first, before I go with xFaroh, Texture, what? I want to see him versus Xcurit, please, in terms of just being amazing.
Look at
players,
this.
right?
Crossfire.
It probably will.
Oh my.
And now let's go to, okay, great heroics for Elmi Moore there, but look at just how well xFaroh was able to create that tempo for himself. He knew that his opponents were just going to come somewhere in front of him. As he got that first kill onto Lakia, he gets out of his own Viper Pit just to make sure that Texture can't trace where his positioning was outside of that one kill.
Okay,
Well, that's nice. That guy showed up and right off for sure.
For a brief little moment, but Elmi Moore going to be taken out, and Meteor catches Flipsider at the same time. xFaroh able to find Munchkin, pushing his way in towards the Double doors there.
Huh.
Jemkin
Guy's
react,
pretty
gets
aware.
the headshot. Meteor goes down. Jump peek. Noting Karon trying to get him, but his knives just kind of connecting inside of the pyramid. Now
Okay,
it's Pharaoh
surely
to take it out,
Gen G
so it's
went
just
around.
these two players left here on
Astra
the site.
ult.
Vandal as a backup for Jemkin as the Cosmic Divide
Oh,
comes in.
texture.
Jemkin, he gets the headshot on the texture before the wall can come up. Looks for another one. Quick dash out.
One enemy
One line though,
remaining.
Estrella was stunned up, ends up falling. Now it all falls to Jemkin to see whether or not he can clutch this. Pushes it.
Oh.
He gets him. He swings to the
Oh
corner.
my
He
goodness,
says
imagine
no.
it.
He denies the
That
clutch.
looks
It would have been
scary.
gorgeous. But in the end,
Jemkin did
Lakia
work
will
to
be
make this
able
one
to
close.
Get them a third round win.
Could have even
God, they
waited
had
for
to-
the wall to go down, I think.
They had to
Right, to
absolutely
deal with the
brawl
1v1
for
against
these
Lakia?
rounds. They're 3.
I believe so.
They get
Yeah,
3,
what
A
and
bit of
there's,
an overheat moment
there's
there.
nothing to
Jemkin
break
was
the
really
cipher
feeling it
trips.
perhaps, but decided to try to push the tempo. Believe in himself.
Man. I mean, that was all still placed as well by just how well I feel like
It
Dexter's
is
pressure has
subpar.
been.
It is.
I know, guys, I didn't see too much
B
of the
game.
from Dexter on that round,
That
but
Reyna.
it ultimately led to a lot of the players of RQ trying to go even faster than they have been in the previous rounds, which in kind also allowed Karon, has also allowed the Astra to get, or Meteor and Karon to get these picks for Gen G. And then it's just a matter of still having better utility to put Jemkin in a position where he either had to overheat or whether he had to go big or just overheat as what we saw.
On this map,
Nine,
I
though.
mean,
Kinda
RRQ
has
just look good on this map.
Still solid advantage from RQ.
Yeah, a really monstrous one here for them. But not impossible for Gen G either. They could all start here. Pistols
This goes here. Yes.
were able to close out both on Lotus. Drop the opener here on Braze, but any comeback could begin with a pistol round win here in the second half.
Setup for RQ's pretty set standard. Get your wall for A main. It dips enough on mid that you should be able
Gen
to
G
push
gotta win this
pillar
pistol.
just in case. Gen G realize this, so they're gonna go for that mid hitch. Whether it's going to be a transition onto tunnel to B or double door would probably result in if they can get these
Manish, I'm
early
doing
picks
good,
as
bro.
well
How you doing?
as they start coming in.
Smoke goes over towards
Pop out
window.
there. Don Dart.
Gives
so
it a
clear,
little
but
tap.
multiple players had shots, so they know that there's forward presence here.
Oh,
Swallow
wow,
the weapon.
they
Lakia
ate
trying to get it, but it's actually going to be Karon, who is the savior of Gen G.
Damn.
Been a bit of a quiet game for him thus far here with this Astra. But as Helmy more.
Oh, and they get the pistol as well.
Finishing
Crunch
shot
over
there
towards
on a bunch,
middle.
getting the
Yeah,
rescue the
this
round.
is. I mean, this was
Huge stuff
nice.
from Karon,
It
but
felt like RRQ expected
think about it, they
a
were still
mid
trapped
there
on
because
mid,
they had so many
had to
people
deal
ready.
with so many
Karon made it
angles of
doable,
reattack
but
from RQ here, which RQ
might
did
see the
not
fast
miss a
map.
chance to go as soon as possible.
We
because
also
if
have
they let Gen
2 and
G
2 in terms of
rotate out
pistols.
there,
We got
their chances to punish
it's nice that
dwindle
RRQ
down
get their
significantly.
revenge, I guess,
So
in
as we
terms
see
of
here on the
pistols.
replay,
First map double
Xfero
pistol, second
knowing
map
the
double
timing,
pistol.
pushing out, having his teammate on that nest position to pinch just allows RQ to secure that pistol, even again through the 3K of Karon.
Bite down. Xfero just offering up an orb in exchange. It's Texture with the Marshal in hand. Always a bit concerning for his opponents when he has it. Lakia just peeking halls for now, not going to be spotting too much of anything. Estrella set up there, waiting to see if anybody is pushing forward in towards that outlaw.
Saw that flip.
Oh,
Just
the outlaw just
just-
missed a shot on the spike.
went
wait.
straight up look.
No way they hear the outlaw. Okay, yeah, they hear the outlaw and they tell
checking to
they
see
tell
if
the
anybody's
marshal
crept
to
close.
come take the jewel.
Meteor, he's crept close out here in mid. Turn on the flash, the drone coming down, gets the tag, goes the back pedal, and swing a little bit late there from Flips to try to get the punish.
They hold this line the
now,
whole
just
time with an outlaw, and they
being
probably
Gen G
realize if they're
honest
holding it
and
with an
trying to
outlaw,
keep
there's
them
no
trapped.
trip here, so we go
Coming
aggro,
in,
but this is
Estrella
the
well
spike.
aware that this forward push
So I like the idea, but
through, and
probably
that's
should
gonna
have
be a
thrown the
spike.
spike over to the
Gets
jet.
himself a second Texture gone. Swaps over to the reload.
Oh boy.
And this is
30
dire
seconds
straits
left.
here for the side of Gen G in the eco. Karon needing to try to recover this one.
Revealing area.
Recon Dart not going to spot Meteor yet there. Will now expire. Spot on the Munchkin.
10
Flash
seconds
being
left.
sent out. Tucks away behind the pillars there. Even at long range, he will be able to win that one out with the Spectre in hand. But
Down B.
Guy needs to
Spike
die.
is still stranded. Straight able to readjust to take out Meteor before he
Probably
can find
farming
the
with the
Sheriff.
Outlaw.
4K here
Dude, I
for
would
the
love to
Soma
do a
and
start at the end
RQ
of like
up to
kickoff
11.
and just do the
Outlaw is
outlaw
turning to
kills.
be the
I think
eco route
Pacific
king.
must be like 5
Actually,
times
also-
higher than everyone else.
I guess a bit awkward that the spike was first taken away from Gen G.
Spike
And then
down.
Gen G realized this, yeah, we gotta try to pick it up again. Still though, there was a world where the pitch that was coming through Arch was gonna maybe make that value, but Australia is just too good on that Outlaw to really be a true possibility here for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, look
Wait
how
for
far
China,
ahead he is
that's
right now
actually
as far
true.
as that ult charge is concerned. He's been absolutely fragging here on this map, especially in the second half.
We push
Very
in.
forward push from Flipshatter though, creeping all the way up.
Honestly, this is kind of sick.
Hall. Meteor
I like
in a
this.
spot
I
where he
like
can
this
actually
low buy
jump
from
on.
them.
See Flip's just trying to
I
tuck
go
away,
over
see if
towards
he wants
elbow to get
come
early
walking
info.
forward and
You got a guy in tube getting early
check
info.
that
Here's
trap
this dog
door.
go towards middle. They have so much information on this one.
Skate Crash did expire already, so he has to either reset it up or just
Even more info as we
push
miss this
forward.
recon.
He is getting checked though by Munchkin. Munchkin's about to actually hit that peak on Flipsider.
Wait,
doesn't go far
he's
enough, though.
tucked in
He actually
so
backs away from it.
he has no idea. Okay, so what we just missed
picture,
is
I think
Munchkin
he's
goes
absolutely
up the
convinced that there's somebody
tube,
on the opposite
checks
side of that wall.
close, but
would be
he's
right.
so deep on this angle we didn't see anything. So he
Now it's
actually,
just
they
gonna be
feel
a
like they've cleared
steady
the
creep up.
they
Nebula pop.
feel like they've cleared
Push
the
their way up
flank
here
here,
through the
and
double
Yoru
move.
has a
Jemkin
chance to
pops
kill
the
2
flash.
and the spike.
Full blind, has to try to dash back and lock here. Able to find the kill. Karen getting himself a second. What does Australia does put that outlaw to use, finding another kill.
This is the Yoru we're
Taken
talking
out.
about.
Flips
They
out.
ain't gonna have no idea he's behind because we just
The
cleared
first
this
headshot
about
looks for the second.
15
Meteor just pull
seconds
off the
ago.
plane for a brief little moment there.
Big
Selmore
1v1.
arrives. Suddenly a 1v1. A Guardian recovered. The camp finding the dart, the swing onto the corner. He just can't quite line it up. Meteor.
There was yeah, there was
Fancy
a
footwork,
chance
but
there for
evades
sure.
the shots. Gen G will be
Guardian
able to
v
find themselves in
Guardian,
the fourth round.
TDM duel.
Guardian cha-cha-cha. Just to see
This is a nice
who
one.
gets the win on it. Man, that was so close too. I thought that Jemkin hit enough on Fence that he wasn't going to get full blinded by that guiding light. And you saw the panic in his eyes, or the panic in his movement. Once he actually got that, he couldn't just stay there. He was going to get scanned, so he had to burst himself out. Again, Tailwind as well. Tried to hold for a fight. Unfortunately, he dropped the texture and just could not
So many
hold the
deaths in
site.
that
There
one
were some
that
great trades from RQ
everyone
here,
with circle on
but if
can't
only
buy
Jemkin
next.
could
It's
have held a little bit longer,
literally
it could have maybe been something for
2-4.
RQ.
Yeah.
Opening dart
Yeah,
there
big
from Australia,
rounds.
not gonna be
Sova
spotting
has
much
his
of
ult on
anything.
this one as well. Might make the difference.
Gen G
Astra has
Not
Astra
to
ult.
divide.
Can definitely
Mural's
fake
definitely
very
gonna
heavy
have to
now with
work
the
with here.
Astra ult because of the
Yeah,
new
poking and prodding a little
buff
bit
not
around
being able
mid
to
and
hear
around
any
A.
sound behind it. So that's
Bringing the
kind of
spike
looks
over
like what
towards
we're
the
going
B
for.
site, where for the time being, it's just Elmi Moore standing guard.
TP over towards B as well.
Not
Drone
gonna see
checks.
anything at
Sorry,
all
TP over
over
towards
the
A.
wall.
Drone checks hole.
Scanning ahead.
This is still fairly split here from Gen G. You still have Charon and Meteor just sat inside of A main, just statuesque, not making any sound.
Flipsider's position is
When
gonna
does
be
the
key
Astra
here.
fake come
At
in?
least if Tunnel gets pushed, he's going to be able to react in time. And they're so aware
Okay.
of that. Look at the push and the
All over
rotations from
towards
RQ.
B, trying to send 2 in. The problem is they can't break these trips. This is never going to work. They walk over towards A though. That's kind of nice.
Back up the full HP. Sparrow swinging back around the pyramid, spotting one. Meteor does manage to counteract, however. Neural Theft now going to be slapped down. Cam at the ready. Toggles into
They
that
kill
one.
him middle. Do you
Dashing
expect a
back
second
with that
one?
Cloud burst. Gets himself moved up over
Nope.
towards the bridge now. Texture breaking
Big
things
3
open,
and
finds
3,
one
and the
in
Jet is
mid.
lucking up
Drops
towards
that ball
middle.
on the bridge. Meteor finds Jemkin, gets a straight in the door now tapped. They know exactly where Elmi Moore is. The spike planted. Meteor
Nice round from
taking
Meteor.
the round into
Okay, I
his
mean it
hands,
pulled the
comes up with
rotates off a
4K,
little bit,
Gen G up to 5.
and it gave them a chance to
Man,
get through the
what a
choke
feint
point.
from
So
Gen G too.
it did
They
work out
couldn't
well.
find any picks on B,
Definitely, I
but
would
they
say the
still had
RRQ.
two
Oh,
players
I would
able
be tempted
push
to call it a
in
timeout.
on that A site. It's Meteor
Like
and,
if I'm
Charon
RRQ
here.
coach here,
Charon
I'm
does get
telling them,
traded very
guys,
quickly, but Meteor
don't
just
worry
holds an
about
angle,
B
and
site
RRQ
until
are
they
so
actually
unaware,
come
like, you
onto
saw
the B
draw from
site.
Jemkin. He
Like
was
it.
thinking, maybe Meteor just doubled up with his
Okay,
teammate.
this is gonna be a timeout, and I'm
Went
telling you,
back
he's
onto,
literally gonna tell them
A
the
site.
Cypher
No,
can
he holds
solo
orange,
hold
gets that one
B.
kill.
They
Again,
cannot break this
RRQ
trip
unaware
and
of
get
this,
out unless they
picks up
time
the
it
second,
well.
Just cleans up for the third.
So just
Absolutely
heavy,
beautiful
always
stuff
lean
here
towards
from
A,
Meteor and
no matter
Gen
what.
G with some godly calls just to confuse
They just
RRQ's
don't. They
rotation.
have nothing to break
Probably
these
a bit of a
trips.
sigh
They're
of
just too
relief right
good.
now from the coaching staff on Gen G because they burned both their timeouts within the first 10 rounds of this map. So they have been leaving Gen G to their own devices. But now with RQ, Ewok feeling the pressure,
Yeah, for sure,
not
Pterodon.
wanting them to get
Everyone
back
just comes
into
to your
this map,
site.
even though it's still
You have all your
6
util
round
up.
deficit. Solo can impart some knowledge.
But this is a
here
good sign.
and
This was a
observation
nice
over the
early
team.
timeout from RRQ. He
whose
kind of
information
saw
is
the
gonna be
issue,
more
realizes
valuable.
what he should be talking
RQ
about, and he's done it nice and early on at 11-5. So
At least
a
wanting
good
to just
timeout.
get that map.
But yeah, that was a big mistake for RRQ to make, in my opinion.
Yeah, they're just 2 steps away,
This was
right?
one of those things where
All they
you're
need-
playing just like more like you are
Yeah.
practice and
Come
not
here from
taking into
RRQ,
account like the enemy's
take a
comp.
bit of a beat down,
And that's been a big talking
it is
point,
just gonna
to
be
be
the
honest, for
half by
me
someone.
recently.
Estrella, he
They're like
wants to showcase
teams,
how much
when I watch them,
accuracy he
so
has with
focused in
these
what they do
or
on
one
practice
tap, one
and they're
kill
trying to
weapons.
like
So he's got
replicate
himself
that
the
all the
Guardian.
time.
Everyone else
But
is
sometimes they're
somewhat
not
underneath
considering
that
the
in
comp
terms
they're
of
playing
firepower.
against and like the weaknesses of that comp.
Camera taken out.
Close to a
I've
couple
spoken
pulls
about
here.
it a
So
lot
Moore is
recently.
creeping forward, but as the util clear comes out, oh, he managed to jump over the top
Oh,
of it. And
wait.
hold here.
Hello.
Spotting this.
He's like,
gonna
what the
swing
hell?
back into him, and he's not
Did
ready
I
for it.
just...
In fact, it's going to be Texture. Cannon's able to find the kill. Shutter now arriving around that corner, but with the stinger in hand, he wouldn't be able to do too much of anything. And Xfero also has his head
I
taken
don't think
off.
so, Teet.
Jumping around, Lakia able to find Jemkin. Will send out a bit of a warning shot there. With 3 players
Teach, you have the
alive,
K-Corp,
this is a very awkward split here for
You have the
RQ.
K-Corp split video, right? Like that's down for you, yeah?
Gate crash. Not available.
Flip side is the Oki. He's actively
Oh,
looking for picks.
And just
God.
holding a default on this one.
So long, Estrella.
Yep. Outdone by a Guardian. Now the full push.
You have so many?
G.
Yeah, you for sure have so
Feeling
many.
comfortable to just go ahead and rush over towards this B site. Word now being sent over to Jemkin. Trying to make his way, but that Trailblazer is going to deny everything. He doesn't even get the opportunity to fire his weapon. Jemkin with the Guardian. He's got cash. I mean, he could try to save it, but dealing some damage might be what's on his mind. Either way, he'll start making his way back over towards that defender spawn. See if he can find anything.
Yeah, Jemkin's... I think he's been hit or miss this entire second game, or actually this entire series. He's gonna get those sick highlights. Then there's kind of like this. Yeah, he sure wins the fight against
Which
Mikey,
Pacific
but
player
it's
is
too
my
much of
most
that
favorite to
damage.
watch? Something's
Maybe
pretty
hit
funny.
more exit
Like
frags.
something does
Could be proven wrong.
something's kind of
Not
unhinged
able to
in
get
terms
it,
of
still advancing
the
towards
W
Lock.
key.
He goes for the
It would
wide
probably
swing.
be anyone
Jemkin,
from
he was
Paper X, to be
wary about
honest.
it. He had a good understanding of what
They
the
are
movement
just
could be,
fun.
but was unable to find the reaction or the shot. Gen G now.
I like watching
3-round
Excurate
win
recently.
streak. Trying to claw this
to
one
be
back.
honest.
Still 5 to go to tie it up.
That was a push though from Ellie Moore. It could have been honestly something if he wasn't spotted through that jump on elbow. How would you recheck that? But you know what? We'll take it. We'll take it.
Okay, RRQ.
RQ back up.
We got the trip up. Cypher. Cypher. There is no way you're going aggro.
Where is he playing at? Oh, Halls, but
There is no way you're going aggro
allow a double
when
or push.
Straya not really spamming that smoke.
I mean, he gets early info.
Same thing, but he sends out a couple shots, misses everybody. Now Texture entering, finds Xfero back orange. Kill confirmed. Jemkin
Hello,
with the
Amp.
operator, just trying to
How
make
we
sure that
doing?
nobody's going to be pushing up Halls here. Swift Shutter does have the dimensional drift available. See if it comes into play, but no, Lakia shutting him down. Finding the kill. Elmimore caught Texture. Finds himself a second.
Guys,
Now they
RRQ are
just have to
killing me.
save with the dashboard. They're in such a rough spot. Estrella will be able to peel some pressure. Takes down one. Cloudburst sent. They both just try to peel back over here towards this B site and stay alive. But look at the rotation here from Meteor. He is going to look for this catch. They want to take all these weapons away from RRQ.
Last player standing.
That's one more gone.
Guys, they are not gonna go B.
Stomping around. I don't think
Please
he's
look
ready
at the
for this
comp.
at all.
They are not gonna go B heavy
Just behind
stack
the wall,
A
and he's
until they
looking
go
towards
B.
his spawn. Shot goes
They have
out.
to prove that they can go
Drops
B.
down, and Meteor is there to collect. Asking his teammate, "Do you want this?"
Man, if they lose
No.
this game, I might
All
lose
will
my
remain on
mind.
the ground, but Gen G
They're in a
continue
wild spot.
plowing on.
And Genji just feels like, you know, after these timeouts and everything, one step forward every single round. And it's putting RRQ in such a decrepit state.
Do you have me a
Genji
list
was
of
gonna hope he
videos?
can get
Okay,
to
I'll
belly
check
off
it
of
out
his
instead.
operator on Halls? Absolutely not. And I think the problem here for RRQ really stemmed from that one
Me seeing a
starting
mod when they
round
arrive, yeah, this
where
might be the
you
first
could've
time in
just
about a
sprayed,
year. I always
you know, a
miss
couple of
the
seconds
I
more
always
in that
miss the
smoke.
hellos.
just to maybe dissuade, maybe even hit a couple of shots. But no.
Oh, Elmi Moore. He's
Okay,
so
another
far forward
eco.
now. No creep up from elbow to threaten him, but right up in front.
Lovely shot.
Snappy shot, Elmi Moore finding Lakia. Sends out the near ult after the pings needing to come through. But already he's going to get dropped. Caron able to find the kill. The rest of the team not in a position where they can really try to capitalize. So in the end, it's just going to be the 1-for-1, but information gained for RQ.
Imagine this guy just decided to spam
Let's
door.
get it pushed through the tripwire. You can't see the texture is aware that someone might just be lurking in that position. And RQ's so passive in this. Yeah, sure, there's that forward push from Elmi Moore, but that's about it.
There's a lot of pressure down here on the Flips, who needs to deliver at least a trade to give the team
Lovely shot.
a hope. It's very fast with the shot.
Personally,
Texture this
here,
time, not getting the
if
better of
I'm
him.
Gen G and I killed the Cypher, I
This is
go B just
the
to
kill.
try and make it
Pulls
look
back,
like they can
dimensional
go
drip
B.
Still
But
in his pocket should he need it.
Poison orb emitting.
This double stack, with
double
the
stack
has to
on
pay off.
door. Does
They
Meteor
were
go
here
before the guys in A
for
main?
the span of like a minute.
Creep forward. Yep, Xpharaoh going to be able to collect
Yeah,
the kill.
and I love the Yoru
Finds
reposition.
Meteor.
Was over towards A main.
RQ and
Insta goes all the way around.
contempt of all
The
things.
loop.
Like they're finally going to be able to stop this momentum from Gen G and get themselves up to 12. But Gen G still
Viper,
playing to
Viper
win.
down.
Hit
They
comes
got a
down,
few
plan
low
coming in with
HPs.
just 7
Do
seconds
they
to
expect this
spare.
passing close
The
towards
dimensional
A
drift, they
main?
could use that just
Oh,
to
they
try to
took a good bit of
identify
map
Munchkin's
control here.
location.
They're safe than sorry, right? Especially with how
Yoru
the
ult is
separation
going to
for
be
both
popped, you would
Munchkin
imagine.
and Karen have been. Karen's actually gone on Orange, and yeah, there it is.
And this in
Activate that
theory
drift.
is unbelievable against the
From the
Viper ult.
decoy.
He's trying to
Even
find
though
this
they
guy.
know that they wouldn't be able to see the
Viper's
Yoru.
doing... Man, Viper
Munchkin
did
finding one.
incredible.
Can take it down. They know that he's
No.
gonna be here. And center parallel.
No.
Again.
Last player
He finds three.
He played this so well.
Solo, the tap on the spike.
Oh
He
man,
gets the
I wanted him
headshot.
to win just because
Three
that
of
was
his
such a
own.
good play. 5 HP.
The defuse comes in. RRQ will move up
5
to map
HP.
point.
5 chances for them to close this one out. Munchkin. A Yoru ult is out as well, and he manages to do that. It was so smart. Wall
Okay.
up, plays outside of his ult,
Take a breather.
hit the
Check out the
shots.
replays. Great tactics all together here from RQ. There were also some positions where they had to risk something. Again, Elmi Moore's forward spot near the entryway of elbow, and that double stack between the two players of RQ just to get the catch onto the lurking Meteor. And of course, the coup de grace, which is that
Oh, this is going to be a hard round for
from
Gen G.
Xpharaoh.
Viper at A,
Man,
trips at
Munchkin
B.
made a damn good case that that might have not have happened.
Flips spotting Lakia there on the little rope jiggle. Pop flash in. Munchkin, well, he eats the full thing.
Okay.
Some minor disjointedness there.
There's been a...
RQ
Lakia
very much
definitely needs to work on some
trying
of the
to
flashes.
shove them away from this
We've
side.
seen a couple of them. We've definitely seen a couple of them.
Wanting this hit to just dissuade them. This flip holding wide and Lakia.
I hated
able to
everything
open
about
things
this, I'm
up
not gonna
here.
lie, in
Ball
terms
now.
of strong
Working
B,
open.
strong A,
They start creeping forward.
and we give them a free kill and shoot.
corpse.
This allows
But-
them to avoid the
I
pit
know
and get themselves out onto the side, especially as that neural theft now comes through. The Wizard at the ready, chasing forward. Spots it straight up for a brief little moment. Dart in for the pings here is Meteor out onto bridge and is straight unable to stabilize the aim. He puts some damage in but cannot get the kill. Jemkin holding forward, sees the gun barrel, sees the shot. Hold
30
still for the time
seconds left.
being. This is just a
Spike
back pyramid
planted.
plant here from Texture. Johnson coming in. An awkward spot there. Jemkin, meanwhile, back on site. Finds one. Sends it the cloud burst. Texture pushes forward before it blooms. Finds the kill. Gets Xpharaoh around the back. And Gen
How have
G,
they won this
wanna take
round,
to overtime.
dude? I found the
Now, what
code.
about
Down,
Chicken
calling
two
another
between
timeout.
RQ and
I'm going
Gen G on
wild at my
Halls?
team here.
You saw that
Oh man, I would be going.
Flipsider
I would
at
be
the
going
first
wild.
contact didn't use any of his dimensional or his gates, and then once he starts moving up, that's when Lucky also did the same. What timing here for Genji to go again and get that contact, immediately opening things up. The Naruto to follow up, the Halls, everybody from that A site that committed the
4
close
chances.
aiming
Guys,
defend,
they are
they
are not going B. They cannot break the trips.
They had no control in that
Please
back
stop
end
giving them
whatsoever
kills in
because they
tube.
lost flip side of that early. So Genji is like,
We have
just
an
keep
ult on
pressing
A.
on. We already know we got this.
We'll ignore
And
the
then
round. But for God's sake,
Very big round
stack
for
A
Gen
until
G
they
to
try
win,
B.
Not being fettered by that thrift that they had just given up the round prior. And RQ
I guarantee Genji try and split B now.
desperately wanting to
I
close this
think
out.
that's what's going to
Use their
happen.
second
You're going to do like a
timeout, so no
4-1
more
split over
intervention
towards
from
B,
the
and
coaches unless we do,
RQ
in
are
fact,
actually going to stack
end
A.
up going to overtime.
You can feel it.
4 rounds for Gen G, right? 4 very difficult rounds, but now that they've broken the economy of RQ from the looks of it, this is looking a lot better for them.
It's just the knives there for Jemkin. It's going to be their second biggest piece of firepower. This Flips does have enough to invest down onto a Bulldog. It's like maybe a double push over towards double doors. This Recon Dart will get cleared by
I
Meteor.
was fully ready for this
Get over the
recon.
top,
Jemkin going for the
knives.
most common ult play,
Target not
over the
found.
top, over towards middle.
Was a risk though too. That means that they know that he's already used up all of his mobility tools. So they can start to, I think, just compress and fight together in a certain spot here so that they don't risk giving Jemkin any resets.
Oh, it's a check
Emmy, what's up?
in here towards A main.
They can't go
Shadow
because
just
no
once
server
gets
shocks.
to
Yeah,
the
they can
mid.
only
Staying
only skydog the trip, and even then that doesn't break it.
Trying to see if he can spot anything at all, but RQ
Gonna be the longest watch party. It shouldn't be too bad. It'll be like
Down,
16.
crash and send. A little bit of spam coming through. Looking for that stun, and Texture pulling his knives, rushing forward, trying to get the chase. Push up into the side of Cage Sparrow. Gets the jump, managing to find one, trying to find another, but he cannot make it happen. Oh, Texture, the quick headshot comes in, and Estrella will
Zico's
fall. Elmi Moore now, last man standing. With one shot in the Munchkin before getting taken out. Thrifty this time
Surely
around, not gonna be
RQ,
coming
surely
through.
RQ
We
have
have to
this out.
suspect that as we
They
get ready to
haven't
go
even
into the next fire
attempted
round,
the B
This
site.
is what the timeout is all about. But
Fair
can
enough.
RQ make it happen?
There's a Cosmic Divide on Charon too. That's going to make it infinitely more difficult as we've seen how strong that separation is. Charon just knows exactly what specific Cosmic Divide setup they want.
Cypher on
And has
A.
been such a
Guys, they
blight
can't break
on
this trip
RQ's
though.
retakes.
We're overcomplicating it.
Big issue here too is they haven't
Surely
really
we're
dealt with
overcomplicating this.
Texture's operator on attack. Because they
This
have to
should
hold
work though,
these, you know, angles for
and just as much
information,
as they can't
Texture's
break
just
this
like,
trip, they also
yeah,
can't
sure, I
really
know
break
where
this
you're
trip
gonna beat
across
me,
door.
and
So
he's
they have
always
good
somehow
info.
managed
This
to get
door,
that shot off.
this door trip is the one.
He's looking forward again. Sparrow and Elmi Moore both have their attention trained
Oh
here.
god, they know.
Towards main.
They
They'll
see the
swing
camera, they're
out,
gonna go
try to get
B.
the punish.
The
Let 'em
easiest
go
call
back.
of their life. Do
Now
they
just
think
gonna be
it's
the
a
camera
bait?
Cleared. Forward position here for Meteor. It's outside the door. There's a trap wire on the far side that he would have to deal with here. So upshot goes in, trying to see if somebody pushes up into that corner. So far, Sparrow widely able to avoid
Create a
all
lot of
that.
pressure on A.
Takes a little
All
bit of damage.
goes in, and this
That's it,
poor,
down, down the open.
poor
Dexter's box open,
Viper.
handle, managing to find the kill. Up on top of the box now.
Lovely,
pushes
yeah,
out,
that's
puts
really
it
nice
out, ready
pathing with
for
this.
it. Texture collects himself a second. Hunter's Fury was fishing, but it found
The
absolutely
Seekers did
nothing.
find this guy, so they should know about him.
There.
Okay, there
Either
we
way,
go.
doesn't matter. Charon with that shorty drawn out takes out Elmi Moore. And it's just Jemkin and Estrella left standing.
They're running away.
They have to.
Yeah.
This
So
was a
much
nice
money
round
here
though
from
from
Gen G,
Gen G.
though. They
I'll
can
give them
very
this
much
one.
afford to go for this hunt. You can see Charon starting to
This
sprint
was,
over towards that
this was
side
a
of the
nice
map.
round.
And he punished. It's
Still
just
slightly losing my
monstrous.
mind, but it's okay.
And this is another iteration of Gen G's push on Halls, right? They didn't have to over push and break that tripwire. All they were really hoping for, as what we saw with Meteor, is he throws out the Cyber Cage, then opens up the door so that again
Man, they really need these guns.
They
really need to hold on to these guns.
They separate the site, they have texture, swap up to that Vandal Viz, and just start shooting him down.
Okay.
5 HP.
No one else is
Jemkin's lucky
close.
to be alive.
They keep 2 guns.
The rest of Gen G not gonna
3
be able to get in
people.
position to
That's a lie.
finalize
2
either of
people
those
can't
kills.
bite on top of this.
As you can see though, cash-wise,
I'm pretty
not
sure. Oh, he had
great.
full util still.
Maybe a Guardian there for
Yeah, he can
LB.
definitely buy.
They really have to have somebody hold that Hall's position.
That's how that kill happened.
Okay.
Just bumped heads.
There we go. That's the trip that can never be broken.
They used Flipsider.
Guys.
He lost to Lakia.
Every round has
Dexter's
been A.
peeking it from time to time with an operator.
Oh my god, even the Cypher's going
RQ
A.
Ah, there you go. Look at this read from Gen G. They're
Yes.
like, RQ's.
Oh my god, they're gonna go
Surely they
B.
start putting more bodies here.
They're actually
which they
gonna go
have.
B.
And RQ's just. Or Gen
Look at
G's
them.
rather, on the
Look
other
at them on
direction
the
of
map. No way. The round that we
Drifting
actually
back
have
over
the
now.
stack, they actually might. They got a heavy
No
lean to
sights
B.
on mid, the poison orb cutting off Nest Division. Can't be sure if anyone's actually crept
Okay,
all the
no,
way
no.
forward, so being wary
I'm
of
pretty
that
sure
for
we're just
now.
clearing elbow, then we're going back. Okay, no one panic. It's all fine. They can't go B.
Once more,
It would make no sense for them to go B.
End up being this A site hit coming through as we see Karon.
3-person, heavy stack. Euro TP, relatively close, sure.
Stereo State has a dart, so he's just checking it. He's
Gonna
just
highlight
face-checking it
this
for
recon.
now.
We'll see if it's good for
But
when the
probably
wall
once we
goes
hit,
in.
Like around 40 seconds, they might start to think something's wrong.
Okay, well, objective number 1 achieved.
Smoke
They
up,
have noted,
molly in,
figured
dog
where
out.
Texture's at. Push out.
Big
Sparrow
kill.
able to collect one
Recon
on
goes
immediate,
in, no
pushing
one
over
can
top
go
of that.
out.
Poison, so does get vulnerable.
5 players on A.
Kill comes
Oh,
in.
Cypher,
Texture
relax
burns
yourself.
dash.
Relax yourself.
Already
Oh
a bit of
god,
a
they're
win here
going
for the side
B.
of
And there's
RQ.
no one to get a kill off the
Getting that
trip.
opening kill. Gen G now turning the sights over towards
Where's
B,
the
which
Euro
needs to be matched here
TP?
by
There's
RQ.
no Euro
Completely
TP to B and
abandoned
B. Cypher over rotated. Oh
The tripwire
no.
there too that's holding
No,
their position.
man.
Nobody's rotating for RQ.
Chat, I
They're
can't
so
watch.
set in their
I
ways
can't
that they think
watch.
it's gonna be the A push.
I think they're so worried that somebody had already deep lurked in towards
I can't
B,
believe they
playing split away from the rest of
over-rotated.
the team, not realizing that Gen G was a full 5-man, getting ready to attack that A site, but now they have to work their way over towards B. Can they do it? Cam now cleared, defensive position set up here. Pretty good overall for the side of Gen G. They got Karen out in main. The elbow push from Lakia. Swing out, 2 players gonna be spotted. Texture unable to collect the kills on either, but still puts in some good damage. Moore leading the charge. Trying to stay elusive. Munch getting the first one to fall. Sparrow swinging around the back of the
Please
wall.
win.
Texture now
I can't
taking
handle
down, looking
anymore.
for the hold, but it all comes down to Lakia.
Lovely.
He can't get it done.
Well, they go B.
Champion gets himself
They
a
go
3K
B
as
and they
RQ
finally
make
lose.
it up to 13.
That's so
we are
funny.
going the distance here in our opening
Oh man,
series.
this map stressed me
Lakia
out.
not want to go down without a
This
fight.
map stressed me out.
Lakia had a chance to
Double
actually
pistol.
flank from tunnel, but then there was a weird interaction where
If
he
they don't
spotted
win double
Flipsider,
pistol, they
started
lose this
running
map.
back on
I'm
elbow,
so sure.
And he lost time to help out his teammates, ultimately leading to Gen G
Oh,
just not
what a
having
nightmare.
enough firepower to break down the full force of RQ retaking that site. This means we're gonna go to a game number 3. What a series this has been.
It's just something about these two teams fated to face off against one another time and time again, fated to go to game 3 in both of their series against each other so far here this season during kickoff. But we'll go ahead and hand it back down to the analyst. Dessner standing by to break down the action for Breeze.
Of course, we had to go to a map 3 in this Gen G versus RQ league that we're having, right? Paper Thin, it had to go this way.
Yeah, it feels like it for sure, and it's really encouraging here that out the gate, it's a really strong start for RRQ on their attacker side. They look really clean. The Yoru worked a treat.
Oh,
Flips
man.
was
Okay,
really
John, I'm gonna
disrupting,
try-
especially Meteor on that B side. He was having
Gonna
a
try
really
forget
tough
about
time
that map
dealing
a
with
little
it.
bit.
I really liked what
At
they
least
dialed up.
at least the second
I
half.
really like that Euro too. I mean, the guy.
Dude, I really
knew
feel,
how to kind
really,
of
really
make
strongly
use of
feel
the
when I'm watching these
dimensional drift
teams
at
in
times, or even the fake
Pacific.
out to
There
cut
is
in
always a
space
comp
and
that has
really,
a weakness, and I
disrupt
never
your
see it get
opponent. I
exploited.
think those are
And
one of the main things, because even though there are times that you have the Viper's
It's-
pit up,
it's-
or
it's
Texture's
killing me a
trying to
little
get
bit.
a good angle on his opponents,
It is killing me a
as
little
soon
bit.
as, Flips comes in from the
I saw it
side,
with Zeta
he's annoying
against
him. There's always
GE
that
with
other
the
factor. You're
Viper,
always
and
wondering
they're
in the
just
back of your
giving them
mind,
duels
is this guy going to flash
on
against me?
bind.
Is this guy going to pop up? So that was a great
This one-
first half.
This
Second
one might
half,
equally be
though,
just as bad.
I was
Why
gonna
don't
say
you tell us?
but right, they nearly
Oh yeah,
lost
for
it.
sure.
Yes, they were able to close it out.
I think
but
you.
that was because of the
I
massive
think it
lead
wasn't
that
a
they had
video,
in
and
the
then
first
it
half,
definitely
right?
was at the
They
end there.
nearly lost it when they
Okay,
switched
chat.
over
I'll be right back
sides
for
because,
another bit.
just because
We'll get a
Genji,
much
again,
better.
that aggression from
We'll get a
Texture,
much better
the
third map
first,
for sure.
the first skills that he was able
Actually,
to
I mean,
get,
it was
and that would
entertaining.
like shake up RRQ,
We'll
right?
put that
They
out there.
don't have that ability to just, rally
Right,
back
I'll be
together
back.
just yet. It's not as confident just yet, but we did see shades of it in this map.
Yeah, exactly. And it helped that they got some pistol wins. Like, that was a really, really big factor here. Again, on Lotus, they couldn't find any pistol round wins. Here they get some, so that kind of sets the tempo as well to really give themselves that extra cushion going into that second half. Even though there is a pretty good run back, it is kind of an attacker-sided comp, though, right? Double duelist, you kind of expect that you got to get that damage done on the attacker side. So for RRQ, mission accomplished. Send it into map 3. We're going to take another look at Icebox, so this is going to be really exciting because last time it was a very, very close map.
That's right, and that's why we were worried about, this going into map number 3, because we did mention that, if RRQ want to close this out, they might need to take the first map as well. How are we feeling now that we're going over into Icebox, Quack? I mean, last time wasn't exactly good for the side of RRQ.
It's pretty shaky. Very close, though, right? I mean, that's the one thing that they've got going for them. The composition was rather similar. One difference being that Estrella was on the Sova, and then you had Munchkin on the KOs, which is a little bit different as well. Munchkin not normally on like a Sentinel or the Viper, like what we're seeing right now. But that's the main thing, because Texture popped off on that map. Texture's popping off right now. 13-10. Although Genji lost, you still got the top score in terms of frags. And yeah, it's that power of friendship from RRQ. So can they continue to bring that power through to Icebox and really correct the mistakes from day one? Because if not, you can expect the same stuff from Texture and Munchkin. Munchkin always sets him up. Texture just comes in and does his thing. 30 frags easy, and that's the game bye-bye.
That said, I do like this double duelist look on the side of RRQ, especially for Flips, who I believe has only played the Yori like only once before, and it's been quite a while indeed. So this new look is actually, it's experimental. It was a bit of a gamble against, Genji, of course, as they always say is their kryptonite, but I like that they're showing that they have this card in their hand, right? For Icebox, though, wondering what else they have to pull up against Genji.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is that both teams just run the same comps that they did before. I don't expect, because it was so close, that there'll be a lot of, in terms of agent changes, there will be a lot of strategic changes and things like that. The only thing that concerns me about RRQ is I'm seeing some mental mistakes here and there. Like, they'll call for a save and, like, Estrella decides to go for a long-range fight with a Phantom versus a Vandal. Things like that were a little bit concerning. However, what isn't concerning is Jemkin's play right now. Today, he's been very solid. Even though they lost on Lotus, he had a really good showing there with his individual performance. Now he's on the Jet. He has another stellar performance. So the good news here for RRQ is that your duelist is keeping up with Texture. It's just, can the rest of the team keep it up behind him? That's what was missing on Lotus.
Right, we still got that Gecko. You still have Astray on the Sova. Don't know how much really, unless you can really time the recon bolts along with Jemkin to come in for some like retakes, for example. But it's going to be difficult to say the least. To say the most, it is RRQ's best shot at winning this, age-old rivalry against Genji. So they've got to make it happen.
Are they finally going to make it happen?
Finally.
That's going to be the big question, especially since that this has been going on since last year, right? But this is a good sign. Jemkin definitely keeping up with Texture here. And they kind of have, they're mirroring each other's problems in a way, right? It's kind of cool to see that Jemkin is keeping up with Texture, as you mentioned, Paper Thin, especially since, you did have Australia. I do agree that sometimes you felt like he was falling off a little bit or not quite in sync with the rest of the squad.
Yeah, it's more, it seems like, of a communication issue potentially, not, and this is something that Ewok alluded to in the pre-match interview, right? He said that we're still trying to integrate Australia into communicating with us using the English, as their primary language as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's very understandable. And again, this is Kickoff, right? This is only just the first few cards that we're seeing out of the hands of these teams. Now, just to refresh everybody's memory, on Icebox last time, the score came very, very close, and it was 13-11 once again. I feel like it could go this way once more. We may even see an overtime. Don't kill me just yet. I don't know, but between these two teams, they just know each other's, so well. Even though these are new rosters, you do have that knowledge, on the side of the players that have stayed, and especially since, again, Kickoff, it's showing that you definitely want to make a mark of, especially since this is your debut on the specific stage.
It really is. I mean, you want to be able to start things out right. And we're going back towards Icebox. Back then, the first day, they had 6-6 in the end of the first half. It was just that Genji had a little bit more. Now, you know, we were talking about Texture, we're talking about Jemkin. Of course, they're really strong. Also, by the way, Den the Penguin is here because
he's
it's
lonely
Icebox.
now. What happened to his
Right?
friend?
I thought
Why
they
did
were
you
hugging.
take him away
Is
from
it
his
a
friend?
sign?
I blame you.
Is this a
It's my
sign?
fault.
Oh, what happened to the power of friendship?
Oh
It's
my
like-
gosh.
Oh no.
That's the curse? Is that what this is? I hope not, but you know, that's the thing.
Oh, I
had no part in this. No
touch
part
it.
in
I didn't touch anything.
I'm thinking about the Gecko pick for this one because we had flips against Lakia on this Gecko. Lakia, you know, it was a little bit middling, I think, but then in the end of the first map, he really popped off. Is this performance going to carry through to Icebox now compared to day one where he wasn't really doing as much? If it really does, then RQ's going to have a really, really rough time. Flips has to, you know, really do a lot more.
No, I agree. And I noticed during Breeze, at least, that it seems really crucial for Gen G to have Lakia alive because he's the one that's like setting up their executes, setting up their plays. When he would die on their attacker side, it was like round over because they, I mean, obviously Sky, the only initiator, right, with that comp that they ran, that's kind of problematic for them to begin with. But also, you know, on Lotus, he was the one setting the stage with the Fade utility. He was the one who was able to clear out, you know, some of that space that they needed. They're going to need him to do that again on the Gecko. It's really crucial here for Gen G that Lakia keeps himself in the game, isn't the one leading the way. I don't know what was going on in that one round in Breeze where he had the spike and he just walked up mid and died to Elmimore Sheriff. Like, that was very weird to me. But if they could keep him alive, the rounds went very, very well.
Speaking of Elmimore Sheriff, he definitely had quite a performance indeed on this series, right? And he's definitely, you can see also the energy levels of RQ, right? You can see that he's the one usually cheering the team on, being very, very loud, smiling as well. And you saw the body language of RQ after this series. It's a bit more toned down, it's a bit more somber because they know what this map win actually took out of them.
Yeah, so I mean, if they can start things right, you know, pick up the pistol round just as they've done on Breeze and do things like that, you know, we were thinking that Breeze was such a strong map for Gen G based off their performance against Paper X. Now we're seeing the same old RRQ, getting the pistol wins, getting Sheriff kills, Thrifties. Oh my good, that's like RRQ from last year. If they can keep that up, and you're hearing them shout and cheer every time they win a single round, they can continue to bring that momentum forward and keep that morale up. If that can happen, then, you know, you really stand a chance.
Yeah, definitely need to keep that morale up, especially since we are going into Icebox and it looks like no changes. They do want a second take at what, you know, happened previously just a few days ago.
Get some Gecko madness.
So obviously the difference is part of the initiator battle, right? With the information gathering initiators, you know, using those knives to great effect for Munchkin, like we saw the other day. Quack mentioned setting up Texture with the flashes. We saw some really good pop flashes from
Silverdiff KO'd.
That was so perfectly timed. It was crazy good.
Not fully.
So things like that are going to be the advantages
Not fully
that
sold
Gen G is
on
going to
the
lean into.
Gecko
Going to
yet.
need to press to get Texture going, to give him that extra boost to kind of best Jemkin, who's having a really solid day.
I just
I think I'm enjoying the Harbor the most
right
out of what I've seen.
We cannot wait, and here we go once again, this time into Icebox. Let's pass it over to your casters, Achilles and Azurai.
Thank you very much.
I still feel it. I still feel
once more.
Still feel like these teams.
Again,
still feel like these
two teams was the opening map.
Haven't showed me that it's like super easy to plant.
It will be the one
this comp definitely has better potential at like taking deep sight, but the Sova makes it a lot easier.
This also was the map I
RRQ
said
on defense,
Jemkin had the most
Genji on
impact
attack. Where's Sage disappeared? Yeah, because of Wingman.
Started. But to be fair, that
Pretty
was
much the most. Pretty much always we'll see Gecko, Harbor, Sage, just to make the plant easier.
Of this man,
maybe like 5% you won't see one of them, but you kind of have one of the guys that helps you plant.
Now. Oh, what a bait! Hero, yeah, baiting him in, managing to find one, but cannot get the follow-up, so Texture able to equalize. That's going to be onto the flashes taken away here from the side of Gen G, but now they make their way over to the site. With that Wingman, the plant can come down.
Yeah, and this is a good plant from Wingman though.
Here on the back end. Here's the double
against the wall, double push out towards spawn, and
getting ready to come through, though,
I was gonna say I wanted Karen to maybe commit to that,
but pressure. The reswing. Jemkin going to be good for one. Pushing up. Meteor, however, good for the other, but Jemkin now finds two. Identifying as well. That position from Lakia. That's his way over underneath tube. Three remaining players.
Anyone use Sage on this tournament? Yeah, but only only Sunset at the moment.
Be noted, needs to hit the headshot here as they look to wrap around on top of him. They managed to make it happen.
Good plant.
Reswinging back here. Gets the
good plant for this guy.
Finding one, they're gonna have to try to stick to this one. He gets them off of it. And Lakia looks for the clutch. It's
Lovely from Lakia. And yeah, that's the benefit of this plant. Means that when you go through middle, got the perfect angle for it.
So much time.
So shout out, honestly, shout out to Wingman for the plant here.
Capability to even have the
I mean, it was his
on
own
that.
plant, to be fair.
There was this
Lakia
one interaction, too,
set
where
himself up.
3 players of RRQ was chasing texture on yellow. Possibly not the wisest decision, as they had to run all the way back where Lakia was waiting, and he performed surgery by taking them down one by one to secure the pistol. What a round from Lakia.
That's so good.
More trying to get up in front. Seems like they are very well aware. Yeah, they are. They know that there's going to be somebody lurking here. The dizzy shot helping to give it away.
Dude, Lakia's farming.
Trying to come up with a cheeky
Give him this
play,
orb.
ends up falling very
Gets
quickly.
the orb. One plant away from getting ult.
It's now recovered. Sparrow trying to lurk forward. Has been noted by that 0 point. Swing onto the corner. Texture putting some damage down. Putting in the kill.
Here we go. You would love a plant. It goes for the
One
safe
shot
plant
in the
on this
shoulder
one.
there, so Munchkin still
That's his ult.
very healthy here as the shots come
That's
flying.
his ult.
Lakia dragging him down. Dizzy up over the top, helping to keep himself safe. Covering fire comes in from his
Oh,
teammates.
where did the
Estrella will
bullets
be able
go
to get a
there?
headshot there to put him down, but with 1 HP and the spray
Okay.
coming his way.
Nicely
He will
done.
fall.
And
Gen
they
G,
go to
very
the
fast
third
rounds
round,
back to
first
back
big
as they
buy
go
round for RRQ, and they're up against
Dizzy
Official. What an
value for
absolute
both
nightmare.
Gen G and
Official
RRQ.
super strong
I mean,
over
yeah, no
towards
offense
A,
to RRQ
so
though,
I
but
imagine they go
the
A.
amount of targets being blinded, right, has been pretty substantial here.
Yep.
And quite impactful too.
Decent value being found, but especially for Lakia, who now does have that Thrash online.
I say is the
See,
instant
I
group
mean,
to be.
going into opponents, the firepower here for Gen G, it's not too bad. Guardian, 2 other rifles. Spectre, pretty much the weakest thing that they have. Sparrow this time, no bait attempt, just going to be sniping that one out of the sky.
Ooh, Meteor using the smoke to sneak his way in under Orange.
So if I'm thinking of the weaknesses of both of these teams, an Odin back as Snowman to stop the plant, and just someone playing here, they should never be able to plant over towards B. But
Punish though, the 1-for-1.
I think people have just forgotten that
Does get
exists.
the kill.
Honestly,
RQ for
I reckon
now,
like
huh?
Fnatic will bring it out and everyone
Still
will,
going to end up
will
being
like remember.
That B hit. Now that they hear the
Oh,
wingman
we take
coming in,
back
they just
sight.
jump over the
Damn, we
top.
take back
They
sight
are
with the
looking
double
for Sparrow.
flashes.
They will
Oh,
find
damn,
him.
that was really cool. KO flash, then Gecko
Set
flash.
plays to just really take deep positions here on the map, on these sites.
Kind of nice,
Looking
because it doesn't have
gorgeous
to
for
be the
Gen
most
G, and they're
perfect
gonna
flash. You're
convert
gonna
yet
turn
another
away
bonus.
from the KO
Really love
flash,
the use of these
but then you look
They
back
follow
and
up so
Dizzy's
beautifully well with
flying
the
ready
charge out
through the
from
air.
Texture at that very
So
last
I think this actually was a really good flash, but
take just before
doesn't have to be a
Dizzy
perfect one.
expires. Texture's already there to go for the punish. And
this is kind of
again,
backing
they
up the,
realize that they've lost control of Orange.
it's
so
kind
if
of
they
backing
really
up
wanna secure this plant
the
on
theory that
the,
kind
with
of
the
the
wingman,
extra
they had to
flash
push all the
agents
way
really
on
make Gecko look
Snowman
good.
and get that value, which they did. So Gen G
It
just
feels like
knowing how
one
to
flash
follow
into
through
another
so
flash
efficiently and
to
quickly
secures you a
that,
kill.
Again, RRQ is just not able to really catch up.
I mean, and it's another bonus conversion. Their third one so far. They converted both.
I think that would have been
back
beaten
over on
Odin there.
Lotus in
Yeah,
map 1.
you're not wrong.
And they managed to do it again.
And
here
honestly,
on
Gen G
Icebox.
might
They
have
don't
just
to
done
use
this
the thrash
knowing
for
that,
it either. So
well, knowing that
ult's
this is the
still
weakness,
very much held on
and
to.
just in
And
case
you
it
can see
did
from
come out
RRQ,
as well.
Everyone is still
So
staggering
it might have been Gen
from
G being
their
aware that this is the weakness of this comp. We
What an
can't really plant over
expensive
towards B
round
if we have an Odin back
for
here, so we're
RRQ.
going to take
It really
aggro.
hurts them too. Thrash is available for Lakia.
It's pretty cool.
And they want to
And
try their
Good news is they kept the
their
official.
setup here on A. Toxic Screen is on B though, so they always have that backup plan, but we'll see how this goes. It's Jemkin right on top.
Dizzy to check for a forward spot. Jemkin for now. Staying put, drifts back, gets himself up on top of screens. Really wary about anybody coming out from that belt push. Oh, standard icebox play. Investigate A, rotate to B, or
Yeah,
vice
this is
versa.
nice though. They insert one over towards A. They're
Push
going to
starts
alarm
coming
bot.
in.
If anyone
Decent defensive
pushes,
setup
he
is
watches
here,
this
though.
angle. Alarm bot gets the other one, so they
Now
can, if they
swarms to try
need
to
to,
really
go back
slow up
over
the
towards A.
advances, plus that alarm
Also,
bot.
might be close enough to hear some rotates.
Playing so close too.
And then you would
We only
imagine
have
this
one
knife goes
smoke from the
towards
Viper
yellow.
Here on B.
That
Yeah.
0-point catch is, no, it's a nice
Catch is
little
one.
back pedal there. Only more not getting caught. Nano Swarm's now coming in. Xpera, however, going to be blinded up. Molly out onto the side of Xpero. He's just melting down.
And they're just wrecking B site, and they go all the way back to A.
Meteor.
Okay, maybe they go back to B with that kill. Yeah.
That's going to be RQ saying, okay, we have to go to B
Go
now.
back to B. Genji look very good at the moment.
Texture. I mean, he's still just holding forward here. Dart not finding much. Texture going to be spotted. Wingman gets the plant. Dart gets the ping. Thrash now going to be let loose. Still going to shove them all back, but Lakia trying to bring it back over to himself, maybe for a recovery, but given the positioning, don't think it's going to be possible. Munchkin now rotating in through mid, gets the backstab, flip shot, it goes down. And they would love to make a call to go for a save yet again, but they know that they are being encroached upon, so that becomes so much more difficult. Freya pushing out, going to be good for one, but Sova gets taken down. Jemkin trying to make this bit of a punishment here for them. Winning the round, it's not going to be able to happen. He just barely misses the opportunity to take down Karen as well.
Spike.
Munchkin
Lovely
swinging out.
stop.
Snappy comes up with a headshot, stops him from escaping. As
Yeah,
Genji
maybe a
move up
timeout.
4-0.
Sunico either way.
This is what Genji want,
2-9
right?
loss
The
bonus.
options.
2
You saw
people can
how
get a
they
good
weren't even
gun.
sure if they want to keep pushing
And
for
the other
because
3,
Meteor
not so much.
already found the opening to A, so they could just gone there, and then there was a call just to go back. But first things first, this is what I was talking about.
Look at the
You said
util
it
as
already,
well. That
because
Molly
of
is on that
KO
guy's
blade,
head.
hitting yellow and dropping all the utility of Xpero.
Knife
He was
yellow,
in a
they
position where he
hit.
was so
If
near,
the knife
couldn't
hits,
really get
they
out of
then
harm's way
wall
because
up.
he's the only,
They mosh pit
smoker,
here,
so no
they
smoke
mollied
coverage for him to
back of
reposition,
here, and they
and
flash
Genji
yellow, so that forces
just
them into
had
the molly,
lineups,
and then they dash
just
on
kept
top.
pressing in,
Like
and
their protocol,
again,
if the knife
they
hits
couldn't
over
get any
towards
kills,
yellow, is
Genji
really
would've just
strong.
trampled the site, which they did.
He actually can't play yellow, I'm pretty sure. Or the guy in
Set up.
sight needs to break this
Did not
knife.
wanting to peek into that, not wanting to give away this position. Lakia just jumping back and forth. He's perfectly aware that somebody could have moved up into this spot. As now it will be confirmed. Takes the rope out. No attempt at a swing from Lakia, knowing that there's going to be somebody trying to cover for Jemkin on that excursion. So once again, it's just a little inch around, but this time, as they get ready to move towards B, I mean, the call being sounded, it would seem here from RQ as the rotations do begin.
Another B hit on this one.
They are not forward onto the site.
Knife hits no one. Can go for an early plant.
Going to clear everything on the side, so it should be a safe plan whatsoever. And if they try to have any lineups, there's the push at the back of Snowman once again.
It's a triple push, but now Jemkin arriving. Managing to come up with 2. Texture, his work cut out for him.
The KO flashes right now
3v3 so far.
are outrageously
Thrash
good.
comes in.
Holy
There's
hell,
the
they put
clear
it
out.
all into
Texture
it.
backing away. Keeps himself safe for the time being as the Dizzy goes chasing but finds nothing. He's just swinging back. Spotting Elmi Moore, knocked down to 50 HP. Drops down off the top, looks for the headshot, can't make it happen. Elmi Moore taking him down. Fragment now going to be invested, just trying to clear them off, keep them off of this spike. Getting the half defuse. As Meteor finds 2 and brings it into a 1v1. Swings under the corner, but
had to swing because Wingman's defusing. Nicely done. They actually managed to get the round with the ult invested as well. Could have been a little bit expensive. Jemkin did incredibly well though.
Were so important for him. You saw how much effort Genji used just to chase down Ultra Estrella. That's the kills that he got.
Yeah, that was
That is
impressive.
perfect too, because that means that the players of Genji that was supposed to
EMEA or
have
APAC?
control
Yeah,
up until the
EMEA.
back of Snowman
EMEA
is
is
already gone.
taking
They
priority,
easily got
but
reverted to B main, which made it easier
Ryan Central is
for
going to be
Flipsider here to
continuing
set up
Pacific.
his wingman
So
and
basically,
himself for
every
that
time
defuse and for
I'm
the clutch of the
switching
round.
over, Ryan
Boys
Central is
Texture.
always going to be covering, whether it's Pacific or China. But hopefully we don't get too many overlaps. But
Push out of 2, get for the clear out onto the turret, and Elmi Moore is just gunned down so far forward, no hope of bailout and nowhere to go. Was maybe anticipating, one player to be watching this rather than a full firing squad from Genji.
Who just could not escape the bad situation. And even use a turret, right, to, I don't know, maybe kind of some escape tactic or something. Just not gonna work. Flipsider.
hey, that's actually nice. Man,
Could be something.
they got some good
Stunned,
stuff.
but Jemkin in a
Genji.
position where he can try to peel for him if that pressure were to come
Like
through,
this
but
this
Munchkin
map is
just
full of
bouncing his way up
protocols
on
for
the
them.
map, finds the kill, now
It's
Flipsider
really
has to
good.
hightail it out.
The KO
Utility
util is
can use to
outrageous.
try
They
to
put a lot
uproot
of thought
that
into
smooth
this.
escape, as that null command does come through.
I'm
Tries
pretty
to
sure Genji
regress
win this
through the
map.
wall.
This is scary
Step
from
down,
them.
Texture find the kill. Estrella as well. Back on Raptors, dead. The headshot is found. Xpero comes up with 1, spots another. Clears out the Dizzy, but
I'm telling you, this little combo of these two is so good right now.
Right back into the driver's
Yeah,
seat.
so they had a good protocol over towards B if the knife hits, which we talked about earlier with the mollies, etc. And then over towards here we got a wingman, which is a good lineup because it will clear over towards here. And then when this hits, we have a flash that goes over the top that goes deep enough for them then to swing.
That was way too risky for him to take, especially when his teammates
They're drilled,
were still
is what I'm saying, chat.
They're
really drilled.
In that case, I mean, it could be heroic play, but when Genji are so dialed in, that just turns into a quick -1 that RRQ do not want when they want to retake a site.
Knives out. Shorty is a backup here for Jemkin.
Here.
This is time. It seems like Genji might not be backing away from this site.
Same GE comp? Yeah, it is the same
Not too
GE
much
comp.
they have to
I think they have
ultimately, given that they know
I think they have some better stuff
on a
where I'd say
weaker
the
buy.
GE have
Lockout
like
is
insanely
available.
good spacing and teamwork in
They
terms
actually
of
try to invest in here, though.
just
Drop
the
down.
numbers and the
People find
spacing
one, swings back out,
more than
nearly takes
Yuto.
out Lakia, but can't confirm the kill. Straya, surprisingly enough, not actually trying to get the clear out onto that wingman. Could have disrupted the plan, but
Yeah, I think he made the right decision there. Gets a big kill. This one's actually doable.
the dart goes in,
Especially with them
Lakia
locked
can
in
back
behind
away.
here with this
Flips out in the
guy.
meantime. Himself in around the
There's
back.
no idea about
Chance.
the alarm bot.
Thrash coming through the
Alarm
alarm
bot goes off. Now what?
Jig is up, lockdown invested now as the Hunter's Fury crashes across and Australia's able to find Lakia. Sparrow getting himself another kill, and now it's all on a Meteor. Lockdown was cleared, time still ticking away. Does he read the left side approach? There's the rope across.
Bro, you
Outsider
move so
avoiding
fast
every
on that
little
thing.
shot. Australia
Wait,
will be able to find
okay.
the kill in the end. RQ somehow coming
they're
up
fine.
with the goods here.
Dude, I thought they got off
All
the
those
spike and then they messed it up, but they had
small
so fun with
decisions
time.
leading into a very,
Dude,
very
they're only
good
winning the
thrifty round
50s
here.
at the
Was it
moment.
2 thrifty round wins?
Yeah.
The one wasn't mathematically won, but it was effectively won.
Okay.
They had a carried over rifle, and I think they bought
One
Yeah.
enemy remaining.
like a Guardian or something into the other. So but basically they have two thrifties.
These rounds that they got into are very scrappy, right?
Oh yeah.
The flank
for
from
sure.
Flipsider to get that,
Here.
the ultimate from Estrella to kind of supplement and break the lockdown too. Plus, as you mentioned, not stopping the wingman, but rather looking for a more effective kill onto Charon, which I think ultimately just helped
Did
them out.
I mean,
we
they
were
did end
gonna
up
throw
removing
a
lot of
smoke
that
towards
physical
middle,
post-play
and
utility,
then
one
I
extra
just said
person that
no,
isn't gonna
and
be
maybe
watching
we
from
have
behind
the smoke
to
for
stop
after
that
plant
flank
or
from
back
bringing
a
the
site
Flipsider,
here.
but at the time, it seemed
A straight up
concerning
A hit.
that the
This
plane went
is
through to begin
chance
with.
for
To your
RRQ.
point, does get the catch here onto
The-
Xparrow.
Hopefully string 2 in a row if you're thinking of them, because otherwise they're gonna get pretty wrecked in this half.
Toxins going up.
Blade still held. Is lockdown going to be invested in screens here by Elmimore.
And of course,
That's a
everyone's
good
back,
KO
but
nade. Looks like it's
No,
on.
Fragments in on top
Yeah,
of
it is on.
Destruction.
Wow.
Munchkin ready for the play. As he goes up, Texture trying to tuck into the corner, ends up getting caught. Knives come back out. Just to
No
spin all
way.
of them without getting too much damage through, but still kills
We got
being found.
util on the
Knives
spike
comes out
as well.
Xparrow. Jemkin
Yeah.
Shorty gonna be able to find one,
Yeah, this
and
is a nice
it's a
round.
blink and you
This
miss
is
it
a nice
all,
round. It's a good decision to have the
as
smoke on the
pit
spike
does
itself
drop,
there.
so
They managed to
too
kill
the
Wingman
hearts
with the
of
util.
RRQ. Genji swiftly
Money's
cleaning up the
pretty
rest
low.
of the
There's 2
players,
people that
now
can't buy
locked in
here.
6.
Was that really a Viper Pit that helped RRQ or
Do
helped
I vouch for
Genji in the
sports
process?
psychologists for teams?
Right, 'cause that
If
was
they're good,
Xparrow
yeah.
using his own ultimate for things. Look at the replay real quick
It
here.
definitely helps,
Yeah,
especially
everybody
when
was
it's like
somewhere
a lot of
placed on
young
either
people are
belt or
involved as well in terms
rafters.
of young players.
And
They have a
obviously
lot to
because of
learn.
the plant on that spike, they could just shoot
Um,
through the Viper Pit, and
yeah, if
everyone
they're good,
from
for sure.
RRQ would have to be checking. They were kind of just hoping that everyone was fighting inside that pit, but unfortunately, high ground advantage for Genji ultimately wins them that round. Struggles, man, for RRQ. They're trying to make these quick, on-the-fly decisions that is ultimately just hurting the entirety of the round for them.
Earliest timeout we've seen from RRQ thus far. Not feeling comfortable at all in this position they find themselves in. 6 and 6 is the most they can
America
hope
should
for
have
here.
more spots for events than other regions because they're better.
And even then, just given
I mean,
the
that was
pace
up
that's
for
being
grabs
set right
last
now
year
from
and they got
Genji,
0, to be fair.
Not sure if it
But
necessarily even feels possible
I do
for the
agree,
players to be able to get
the
back up
region
to
looks
6 at a
better,
certain
but I
point
definitely
in
should have
line.
extra spots.
Economy, again, weakened, broken down. Just
But last year that was up for grabs and they got 0
heroes
out
here.
of 2,
Close
so
goes back and forth between
I'm not
that
sure we can say
Phantom
that
and the
too
Vandal.
confidently.
Determine which one he wants. Does land on the Vandal in the end here, it would seem. But otherwise, 2 Sheriffs and a Stinger to accompany.
Lockie has been such a great initiator player.
Damn, they're changing this one up as well. And are we going to 3-person walk through this? There
roles that
is...
he's been able to do, right?
Been around pretty much since the very beginning here.
Dude, the Dizzy KO flash is savage. Lovely shots. Oh my god, that was so nice. That was so nice. The shots were incredible here. It's another low buy win, by the way. They only win the rounds when they have sheriffs.
Putting, I think, Gen G in a false sense of security, or
they picked up one extra gun because they still had 2 guns into
it. They like the danger of not having all of these good, better weapons or these better buys, and they're just honed in. Look at that.
I mean,
guy, he even double body shot the other one.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Could he have done better on a Vandal? That's the question.
Yeah, they gotta win a buy round.
No, I want to say
give me some confidence and win a buy round.
Between those guns, but given that it's Elmimore, he's just, he made a name for himself coming into last season because of his
Recon goes
plays.
in, Killjoy goes ag.
I've said this before. I'll say it again.
That's kind of nice. The turret here, and he still has the alarm bot.
There's 3 different snipers.
Oh, a little bit risky as he was out in the open putting it here.
There's only one. It's the sheriff.
The turret's gonna watch them cross. Do they expect
now, a lot of space.
this guy close with the turret here?
Jemkin is the only one on the site.
No.
Swing out. He noticed it. Swings in, finds Meteor, tries to make his
Lovely trade. A site fully open. Killjoy has a fast flank. And we have no Killjoy on attack to watch their flank.
Ollie is at the ready, trying to slow them up. Not get the clear out onto the
Okay,
wingman,
massive
which
duel
it
from
does.
Munchkin that can happen soon.
Done now, coming through, but no one able to push
Shock
up
darts
and
on
really
the
get
plant
punish
as well, a little bit hard for the plant here. And the timing of the flank, like I said, is
But
perfect.
still gets the kill. Now their attention is drawn. That you're pushing, catching a Xpero, advancing over from screens, but Elmimore now up top.
No, guys. Guys.
He'll get the 4K. Texture
You have them locked in.
More. Gen G.
Don't push them.
Not allowing for RQ to get
Man,
any consecutive round wins.
RRQ's macro plays in some of these rounds, they just read the situations wrong.
No thrifties. I kid, I jest, but look at the timing for Texture too. There was such a small window for him to face the site, deal with the flank coming in from Elmimore, and face the site once again, and he just does it into swift, decisive motion. Texture has been such a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, he really has been, and this is it's a devastating position to be in for RQ. 2 more rounds to be played out. Really only maybe one more ultimate to be seen before the half. Xpero, though, with a nice swing out, does take down Munchkin. Solid early kill to be found, but Charon with this pit. Make for a very simple post-plan situation.
I mean, maybe they can retake this. Ult comes in. Do they even want to try and use the fish ult? Okay, we do. Fast fish ult with the ult.
Forward, looking for a target. It actually might have caught somebody, and it has. Lockett going to be detained there for the brief little moment. But
Maybe.
Managing to find one already. Right into the pit. Shadow puts a bit of damage
That's
down.
so
Now
unlucky,
the
and now they
crash
do
going
their
right.
own fish. Oh, team stun.
Texture as well. They're both the table. Can anybody find the kills? The answer's going to be yes. Meteor coming up big. Picks up 2.
Oh man, it's madness.
Can't get anything done.
Hey, Meteor is great, man. Meteor's doing great things as well, though.
Very
He's had some good
chaotic,
impact.
Cartoonish round victory to now lock in 8.
I mean, no matter what happens, the Viper Spin's still there. They have to go inside it to defuse it, and it's still effective cover for the other players of Gen G that were not hit by the concuss of that Thrash. So, effectively, it still works in their favor. And RQ, the players that weren't concussed themselves, were so confused or just
Guys, they can't win a buy round.
push power to get into the
They can't win a buy
portions
round.
of B main to effectively remove players of Gen G.
But they have a sheriff.
Oh,
Maybe.
Well, maybe we would try to see an orb play here from Elmimore, but seems like RQ is assessing that it might be a bit too risky for it. Otherwise, he is just one off from that lockdown. That could be absolutely paramount for them. Speaking of lockdown, there's one going to be used, but Flipshider is trying to go for the kill. Instead, gets melted down, so now the players are just going to have to go ahead and back away, get out of the sight.
Got too antsy. Very antsy. As soon as that lockdown dropped, he started moving.
You can see the adjustments here for Gen G as well. The double setup on the util behind, trying to make sure that those wraparounds cannot come through. Jim gets an opening kill, able to find one, able to find 3! You're Texture seemingly lining up for him. End up getting taken down. Karon up over the top, spots him, finally has the headshot.
Last player standing.
The 1v2. Karon, the young gun, trying to
Okay,
make it happen.
they only won
Get
rounds
them
when
over
they
the
had
line.
someone on a
4
sheriff.
rounds and a half for RQ, but
But we'll count that
Gen
as a buy round for
still
sure.
cozy, still out in front with 8.
And what double
Still-
kill
still
there for
so
Jemkin
doable.
to really stop that offense.
4 in the
You know,
defense
when
side of
Karon was
Icebox.
already the
You take
2 versus
that.
1, thought he was already playing for the post.
Can
but when
be-
you look
could
at
be
it,
better.
the spike wasn't even planted, so he
Could be
had
worse.
to make something happen first, knowing that there were players of RQ already either super near him, right in front of him, or just somewhere in the vicinity. Either one of those things. He
How do the
cannot
play-ins
plant the
work?
spike
It's
without
just
getting
bottom
punished
3 from
immediately
each
as soon
group,
as he makes that
and then
sound cue.
it's just
So he
round robin.
had to
They
go for a
each
Hail
play
Mary
each other.
peek. Fortunately for RQ here, they doubled up perfectly the back side, and then got
And then whoever
that,
has the best
got
out
that
of
clutch in
the
to
3
send us
goes
into
through.
this 4-8.
We saw the near run back. Gen G, after having that 9-3 scoreline on Breeze, RQ, can they do something similar with a similar scoreline of that 8-4?
They all play
Pistols
back-to-back
continue
same
to be
day? I
something
have
that
no idea.
Gen G
I actually have
has
no
had
idea.
the
I
better
don't
of
think
them.
so.
3-2 in that regard.
They could do
Does
it.
that trend continue, or does RQ start things off with a win? Elmy Moore is going
All 3 are on
in
the same day?
until,
Okay, well
screw
then,
it, I've got a
then yeah.
sheriff.
Guess that makes a lot
Why
of
not,
sense,
right?
to be
Yeah,
honest. So no one
just
gets an extra advantage looking at demos.
So honed in with that. And usually you do see a lot of the Killjoys just use that turret as their only bit of utility. It's free on the pistol, right? Just have that better firepower in the end.
So
Anyways, this
Molly
is like
lineup
a full-blown
for
execute,
bench.
which may work as its
I
own
think.
Munchkin holding. He does have the
I
safety
don't
of
think
the
this
wall
gets
with
the
Karon.
back bit of bench
Quick little
though.
blade at the start of the round should expose what RQ are thinking to do.
Pressure on it to Munchkin, not greedy
Oh.
for the orb. You can tell how badly he wanted to try to just grab that. He attempted to
Doesn't
fast
look like
track.
it.
Deploying
Defensive
drone.
null command. Molly into the corner. Wall comes up, thrown. How far forward can it
Four
make it?
people.
Not very, because Blind comes in before
Nah,
they
it's
would
gonna be
spot
madness.
Jemkin. Find the first blood though here in the pistol round. McCarron and Munchkin quick to reply.
down A.
Jemkin finds himself
Dude,
in
the
second
wingman
for
Yuto,
falling.
by the way. I mean,
McCarron
Gecko
on a
Yuto was
tear.
outrageous.
Still finds the kills.
Lovely.
The finisher.
Lovely for Genji.
Players left
And that
standing.
is
Gen
the double
G
pistol.
We'll go 4-2 in pistols here in the series.
Yeah, that's
I mean, that was a
savage.
risk for Gen G, no? Because first and foremost,
And
that
then
was a
2-4.
full
Every map
gas
was a
up,
2-0 pistol.
toxic screen. So the duration of their push as they're coming into that A site is just gonna again
Damn,
separate the
the
players
range
here
on that,
of
though,
RQ for
chat.
the
The
entirety.
range of that
Look
is
at how slowly
wild.
they came through that.
That
heavy
wingman,
damage,
that wingman
not
hit 3.
having, any clear line of sight of the players of Gen G tucked at the back of the site. It's just so many things that go against the favor of RQ
He
here.
stunned 2 floors up.
Action out.
Yeah, he actually did. He stunned the
Set up
guy
here,
that was
outlaw
miles
in
away
hand.
up the top.
Clear onto the turret, and oh, he's just so close to swinging into this one. Texture now advancing forward a little bit further, desperately
Here.
trying to get that line of sight, but wisely, Elmy Moore, at least for now, does back off.
Yeah,
Taillight
probably
expires.
Tay.
Texture now.
Got a point to prove.
Fire a bit more. Pulls back, but it's like eventually it will move into his range, and they do. Elmy Moore takes it
Second
down.
shot on that is just so fast. Like, that's a prime example of it. Messed up a little bit
down
and then
70.
got bailed out.
Still hungry for the kill. The swing out. Now down to 7.
Almost
Jemkin with
again.
A frenzy of all things at that range is what takes him
A
down.
lovely mosh pit.
Molly thrown in. The mosh pit comes down and blocked. But Clara up over the top.
Nah, not again.
He's done. Makes for an easy kill
The
there
god
for
slaps
Meteor.
are coming in.
Into his hands, but Jemkin
He's pretty
looking
close.
to double up with a frenzy. 2 players left. The outlaw recovered. Flips.
standing.
Scopes in.
Holy.
Chips back Raptor.
Yeah.
Takes out Munchkin. Now with a
The
spike
good
in
news
hand.
for this guy is he has full armor, so he
Starts
can
their way
tank
over
a
towards
bullet.
B, and there are no more warning signs set up here for Karon.
Unless we're Karon, right? The other 2 players
This
are
will be
somewhat
another
tagged,
thrifty.
but wow, what an entry here for RQ too. Was only really Texture that was holding the angle. He did have some help from Lakia, sure,
Planted.
but dude was too far to really influences. And Texture
I'm
was
pretty far
holding
away.
such
I
a
don't
long
see
time,
where
hugged
his
about him,
his smoke is
having
over
they
towards
just kind
B.
of
That's a
opened
shame.
this, so this
Shame
might
it's
turn
not on
into
the
another
spike
RRQ
itself. It
Thursday.
will help him retake
Flips,
this
he's
though.
pulling off the angle. He was set up for it, but now they're worried that he might have come in underneath tube, and I think by the time he swings out here, Karen might have broken the line of sight. No, he spawns him for a brief little moment, so now they're both well aware. But this is still a precarious position to be in. The HP bar's low. It's going to be point blank. He's trying to rush him down. Swings around, ring around the rosy here of yellow. He swings back out.
Okay,
low,
nicely
and
done.
Jimkin will have the
Yeah, just
finisher.
10 HP
Outlaw
after that
now
body
scooped up
shot,
into his
and they
hands. The
win
Bulldog
another
recovered.
thrifty.
And RRQ with a very
The
much needed
thrifty
round win.
gods. But now they have
Right,
guns,
just
so
thrifty round win too.
you're
Okay.
kind of worried for him.
How many has that been? 4 for RRQ here to secure them these rounds?
Something like that.
Yeah. Look at that too. And this is just, again, maybe just a slight lapse on Gen G's side, right? Just holding
need to win
too
gun
long
rounds? Yeah,
with
they
Texture,
really
sure.
do.
I mean, Texture can hit those shots,
Just
but
to give
without
us some
proper support,
confidence.
too many players of RRQ might be too much to handle, which it kind of did.
Yeah.
4 thrifties. I think it's technically 3 thrifties, but
Meteor does
the
have that
other run they
marshal.
won, they had like
As towards
3
Magic,
guns,
put it
2
into the pass.
sheriffs.
Can hear, but nope. Flips.
So
We'll be
I
able to
think
just take
like
him down,
we'll
using that
include
enemy
it.
Outlaw against them. Now the full rotation coming in from Gen G. Looking to see if they can do at RQ what RQ just did to them.
Lovely
Of course, on the wall,
recon.
can't make
Wingman
that
goes
one
in.
there.
We've got some numbers here,
Straight
so
out, won't be able to
maybe
get
they
much
can do
kill.
some damage.
Shots flying, flying to bound. Lockyer with that sheriff in hand.
There's a
will
little
be able to
bit.
take down Jemkin. So some damage dealt. And Spike not planted, but now it is all on Karen. Here the weapon get dropped. Some shots go his way. See, they're on to Elmi Moore. Everybody now pushing in towards him. With Flips picking up a 3.
I'll be more in heaven there.
Crash now
It's cracking me
online.
up. Okay,
But an
they
extra
won the buy
money there
rounds,
off
but
the
it was
plan.
against
RQ,
Nico.
just
But
3
now we
rounds
get buy
separated.
v buy.
That is
Fischl,
Outlaw.
and
Past 2 rounds, so much value.
Oh, nice
The
as
ROI
well.
is insane.
Taken out.
Because of that too, because Flipside was the one that was fed all of the kills for the most part, he's already gotten his thrash. So very, very big utility use on the offense. Lock it too, but you know, we'll see.
They go aggro on A. 3 people here.
Outlaw not carried forward. It's just gonna
Recon.
be full rifles here as we go into kind of the
Knife
delayed
as well.
bonus round here for RQ. See over the
Okay,
top,
Recon
that might
gets
botch,
shot.
but
They
oh
did
my
good,
goodness,
but they were
Straight
they were so
spamming
ready
through
for
the
this.
wall,
The
takes down
knife
Texture, does
close.
not drop off
As
the
soon as
rope
their
fast
Recon
enough
got
to stay
shot, they
alive.
just
Munchkin
spammed.
still looking to get aggressive though. What can he find?
Oh,
They're all drifting away. If no one watches for
Still was
this,
relatively nice from Gen G in
Jemkin
terms of the
is.
actual idea though.
Not anymore.
could
2
be
people push.
dangerous. They turn
You
back.
knife the same person that
Swing
knifes
out.
gets
Jemkin
shoots
is
the recon.
prepared. Fantastic
And
awareness here
this
from
might be a
RQ.
buy round for them. The first
Everyone else from Gen
full
G
buy
just
that actually win.
Backing away. I
If
thought
we
there was
include
gonna be
the other guy
another
having
one
a
that was
sheriff
played
and the
with
other one.
Munchkin right behind him was that Meteor, but I think he decided to just hold mid just in case anybody was pushing that general vicinity. Now RQ just, yeah, setting up for B.
Just from the top, nothing spotted. Everything just chopped up here by these Viper walls.
I jinxed them, bro.
Monster
It had to
going
happen at
forward,
one
trying to
point.
delay the plan.
Like you expect them to win a buy round at
on
one
to.
point. I'm not taking that one.
Wingman still available here
Out
for
of a
Flipside.
whole game,
Jemkin dropping off the top of yellow.
you're telling me I jinxed them for them winning a buy round? Not a chance.
Cut down instantly, as does Karen. Jemkin with 3. Spike now planted. Meteor, the last one standing with no cash. He can try to just push them back and maybe even make the exit. We'll have to swap over and start drifting away to try to hold on to this rifle.
Yeah. I mean, he could have decided just to save with the rest of his team, but if he can save a rifle, possibly for Texture in that next
When
round.
YouTube memberships, yeah, I need to look into that. I have no idea what it
Depends on
even.
where he wants to try to tuck. Looks like it's going to be
I have no idea what
right
it
into
is, to be
mid.
honest. I'll look at it.
alarm bot as well. It screens.
Just so,
That
I know
was
it's
heard,
subs
which
for
I believe it
YouTube. I
was.
just haven't
They're going to be
set
ready.
it up.
Not necessarily for him. Never mind. Jemkin will fall.
He knows someone's behind.
Oh yeah, they're looking to hound him down. Shoots at his own turn, and that's going to be Elmi Moore. Able to find the kill. Weapons not held on to. RQ now move up to 7.
Whoever got win in the
3 rounds
rematch,
consecutively for
Secret
them
or
here in
Talon?
this
Still
second half to
Talon,
close the
really.
gap, and with
You
that
got to go off that first
timer
game and how
pause, I think
dominant it
we have
was.
a timeout coming our way.
Silence.
That was only one round won by Gen G in the second half. Just the pistol and everything else, as you mentioned, even through this delayed gun round, has been taken swiftly by RRQ. this was some sick reads. Like the setup for Gen G was to, as we saw at the
Yeah,
start
and
of
this
the
is
round,
getting
was to
getting
allow
pretty
Texture
close.
to safely and quietly get into Nest, and then Estrella's just like, just to clear him out. Works out.
Of all things. Wasn't even, you know, like a Guardian and Odin.
The bit rate
handle
should
even-
be like 8,000,
just
I think. I
spraying
can't
him
remember
down
what
with
it
Phantom.
fully is.
I guess Texture just fully believed, like, okay, he's just doing a spray check, he's gonna stop.
Yeah.
Any moment he'll stop
Yeah.
shooting me. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm dead.
And I think that was the first time we've seen that specific angle be spray checked by anybody from RQ. It's usually just the kind of left and right on Nest, but anyways, mentality. They thought something was up. Maybe Estrella was
Is
thinking,
Gecko going to be the new
somebody
stage
broke
on
our
this
dark
map?
very
No, honestly,
early.
Harbor's going to be
I
the
feel
new
like
stage
there's
on this map,
something
but
there's something happening.
there is a definite
His instincts were correct.
Gecko Icebox internal meta in
One
Pacific
time
for
out
sure.
of peace here between the two teams. Gen G hoping that they don't need to use another here, at least not for a while. Let's see what they can cook up though, as it's a full Sheriff purchase, half armor for basically everybody other than Lakia, who does have that Thrash at the ready. 0 point lobbed in to begin. As the drone goes up, we'll get the tag in the spot there on a bunch.
Oh, wow.
And now the Hunter's Fury going to be let loose. Really just trying to hound him down, but can't quite get a beat on where he was, but it doesn't matter because Elmy Moore does. Chases in deep enough to be able to get the line of sight. Hill coming across, Jemkin spotting for a brief little moment there. Meteor as he gets his way
Yeah,
up.
and they would love to
Towards
keep
those
this
back
one clean
Raptors.
as well and get
Swarm's now
outrageous amounts of
situated.
money.
Meteor wide swings
Don't
out
want to
into a
use any
shooting
extra
gallery.
ults into this.
More with the second. Wingman trying to go for the defuse. Texture clearing out one as Flip Shadow dropping down off the top. It's a little bit scattered. And hands a weapon
Okay.
over to Lakia, but he can't.
Two
put
gun
it to
rebuys,
use.
armor
Jemkin
rebuy,
has
their
the
money's still
finisher.
kind of outrageous.
RQ
Gen G,
have closed this gap considerably.
let's see,
Now just
having
one
a
round
rough
separating.
time after winning the pistol.
Estrella committing the ultimate, right? Just goes to show how much they want to secure on this A
Arbor
site,
Viper killed her
right? Just
Silver
throwing it out.
Gecko.
And I mean, the last charge was just to check if there was anybody
kinda like that.
tucked
Yeah.
inside or on the side of generator there. Also, I do like how they mixed up where the plant on the spike was. It wasn't on default, it wasn't on save. It was there right smack on generator, so that once that wall drops down, or if it doesn't, and it starts
Zeta or
fusing, they
GE?
do have
I still think
better
Zeta should
top
win,
shot lineup
but
for it,
I'm
just
telling
in
you,
case.
if GE, as long as GE don't have bind in there, then I think it's relatively open.
Flips at the ready. The
But
drone
I do
try to
think
check.
that
There's the tailwind popped.
Zetra
Swinging out.
definite favorite.
Send it, but Flips not ready to try to go for the punish there. As he gets the blind out onto one, the Thrash going to be playing up close. Texture has to exit, jumps up onto the high ground, trying to stay safe. But Thrash is going to be brought back over. You can just go ahead and scoop that.
Do I know?
10 seconds.
Chat, do you
Try to go
want
for the ult
to
once more.
know why as well? You know,
Pulling them back, though.
Here.
do you
only
want
left
proof that most of like
Sparrow
people that
to
post on like Reddit and
just
stuff
find
about Yay are
some
like
contact.
not necessarily
It could work,
wrong
actually,
because I
because
think
if
that
anybody's pocketed somewhere
there
on
is a
A, then
good
Thrash is gonna
there is a
have,
good
I feel like, a lot more value
like he
compared
probably
to it
should be
pushing
on
up
his better
onto B,
roles,
where
but like
any
the
quick
fact that
balls from
literally
RQ really
no
won't
one when they're
come
talking
here
about
until Genji's already ready to receive.
GE bleed game,
This could play out
the
either
fact that
way.
no one
Sparrow trying to
mentioned
go for the catches here,
that
either
they
back
picked
or
split
making
over
noise and making them
bind,
interested onto
like
the
that
site,
is
but no.
insanity.
Check around.
He had a
South
demo
Thrash
of
not gonna
bind
be
where they play
recovered,
solo Viper, a
clears the
free
site.
map win and you
So
don't
RQ
pick
the
it.
opportunity to maybe try to go for
Like no one
rotation
even
now.
mentioned
So
that.
full
Like
attention
no one
to
knows what they're
that.
talking
This is
about.
just
That's what I'm
layers of
saying.
back and
But I
forth
do
here.
think
The
the people
Thrash
that are
even
actually
drawn
saying
out
this stuff
from Lakia.
have a point, but
As Xfero's gonna
the
give
fact that
himself
no
very
one
far
mentioned it
forward here in
is
kitchen.
wild.
The mind games being played here.
Because that would have been a free. It's a free map.
Teams, RQ looking mighty fine on it.
This was a
Sparrow will
lovely
strike.
round, by the way.
Heron going to be taken down.
Keep an eye on the jet luck over
Back in
towards A.
Snowman. Lakia trying to breach back in towards this kitchen. Company
Even this bay is
five
lovely as
meteors,
well.
is able to find one.
Yeah,
He's not ready for
man,
the
they
close
actually
swing
look
from
really good
Elmy
on
Moore.
attack right now.
Sit down, Texture dipping into
Gen
cloud
G
burst
having
now.
the
Gabriel
trouble that
spotted. Bunch
RQ were having in the
finds one
past
kill, but then Elmy Moore
in
swings
terms
back
of
out,
not being able
finds
to
him.
win a buy
Jemkin
rounds,
gets
but
Texture, and
they
we
can't even
are
win
tied
the
up at
ecos either.
99.
What a masterclass here from RQ, showing to us how strong being able to dictate
Oh yeah,
the
Teats, it
rotation
was
of Gen G
a madness. You might get a good one today for it.
I think Jemkin was also able to hear most of the players of Gen G on the other side of that smoke, especially the Thrash being committed.
I believe so, yeah. At that point, yes.
Yeah, so at that point, RQ was like, yes, one big ultimate that we
Okay,
have
another
to deal
big
less
buy
with if we
rounds,
go
and
to
RRQ
B. So
potentially about
that's
to take
that.
a
And then, as you
heavy
mentioned,
lead,
you know,
and their money's out of
very,
control.
very early lurk
Knife goes
from,
in,
or
are we going to
forward
see the
lurk from
spam again?
Xperil.
No one hits
so
a spam this time, and they are so ready for some
Lockett
aggression,
was
and the
able to
call
really
could
bring
not be
the
any more
Thrash
spot on.
back into a position where he could have quickly recovered it and then gone for the rotation. They knew that they were just already so far behind and set up in time that they had to just kind of rush it. So it was very much out of the equation. 3 ults to work, though, here for Gen G. Pit available from Karan. He is set up over at A, so if they hear any noise, perhaps he's just going to full send that one instantly. It's a Dizzy over the top. Doesn't spot anything. Texture still sat here. Knives in hand. Thinking about if he wants to try to go a little bit more aggressive than he already is.
Wasted a lot of time to do that too. They even deactivated the turret, maybe to get a coax out of Gen G.
Flips. He's pushing up, and oh, the knife goes into his shoulder.
Knife goes over towards B and hits the Sova as well.
Yeah. Watching here behind the crate, finds one, Karan gets the
Yeah,
other.
as they were droning, I think.
This round's starting to very much slip away here from RRQ.
Yeah, this was nice.
Nice from Texture, not connected. In the
Good
meantime,
patience
Munchkin
from
taking down Xperil,
Gen
making
G
his
on this
presence
one.
known here in mid.
Big
Now,
Jewel.
break things open, back at screens.
It's real
Really gets
close, this
himself
one as well. This is
a third
so
elimination.
doable.
30
Karan
seconds left.
managing to stay alive.
Gotta start running.
Meech's gonna hit both of these.
Meteor hearing this, relaying to the rest of the squad. Coming in here from Estrella.
Oh, right on top.
Spike planted.
I mean, can they even try to get away from this position? I don't think they can. I think they have to play right up close.
Oh.
He doesn't confirm the kill.
Okay,
There we
it's
go.
all right.
Will manage to make it happen. That could have been catastrophic otherwise. Flip Shutter now. The 1v3. Finds the first. Gets the headshot. The 1v1 versus
Oh.
Karan. 7 bullets. Can he get
No
it? They can.
way! Oh man, the 1v3. Gen G can't get around on the
3K
fence.
to get RRQ
What a
up to
god,
double
by the way.
digits.
I mean, it was a game of hide and seek, right? They had to figure out
Yeah, and
where
they just
he
had no
was.
idea where the other
But
guy
at
was.
that
So they
point,
heard the
he was
footsteps
so
like
ready.
early on, and then they
But
didn't
oh, man,
really
Xperil
realize
was
because they
heroics
both
with
cut
that
sound when
lurk.
they were planting.
We
They
said it
didn't
right,
realize
right?
they were
starting
both
to
down
lose
towards
grasp
site
of
here.
this round, and then Xperil, he heard Garon's footsteps. That's why you saw him jump and try to pocket himself in the corner, so he can get composure back and start
Damn,
working his
dude.
magic on that 1v1. What a clutch from Flipsider.
That's so sick.
Shimmy at the end. You can tell how much RRQ is feeling it right now. Also, how
He's
much
dancing at him.
this win will mean to them. Because not only is it just, would it be keeping them in this tournament, it would be them finally defeating
Wait, the knife hit
demons of
everyone.
Gen G.
Yeah.
Okay,
Toxins going
so for
up.
RRQ,
Poison orb emitting.
now they're gonna have to deal with Texture on this operator. Texture's alone by himself on that A site. Not sure if RRQ was able to spot that earlier in the round. But for now, they are gonna start working their magic here. Could be doable as Estrella does have that dart. So if it's thrown anywhere at the back of the site and spots out Texture, this could be catastrophic for him. No contact just yet.
Oh, there's the jump. Falling to push him off the angle. But still, Xperil swinging out. Chipkin was not able to find the angle. He gets taken down. He's looking for the quick peek there on to the third. Can't make it happen.
30 seconds left.
As the lockdown comes rolling through. And this
Oh
is
man,
going
I
to
felt
be
it.
completely catastrophic.
Oh!
Off sight. Does he want him?
The Tane is
I mean,
in.
they know he's sight.
Just stuck, hiding
No
up
way he
above.
gets away with
Somehow
this.
No one is actually finding him here. Flips could still be a force.
I can't believe he gets another kill. This guy's walking on water at the moment. First buy round?
10 seconds remaining.
First
No
buy
hope in
round.
hell. Looking for a target, but everybody from Gen G just playing back and not giving him the opportunity. As he pushes up onto
All right.
heaven there,
First
he
buy
will end
rounds.
up falling. Gen G,
Money for
they
RRQ is
break the win
outrageous.
streak.
They are
It had
so
been
fine.
6 rounds in a row from RRQ. to
Money
get the
here,
10, but now we are
not
tied
so
up
much.
once more.
If they lose the next 1-9 loss
Texture
bonus,
such
this
an
is
artist
important.
with this operator. Look at how well he is just able to isolate fight after fight, force RRQ to go to where he wants, where he's prepared.
3 pistols,
And
eco? I
basically,
mean,
what
yeah,
was
I
it,
guess
3
so.
kills
I guess it was their own
plus
50.
the cancel on the plant with the wingman.
Yeah.
All with just the operator. Absolutely massive from Texture here.
It's still something they have to be concerned about. It's going even further forward this time with that op. Thrash.
Early
being
official
sent.
just to check, and then
Sing looking for a target.
Yeah,
drags
nice
it
and
back
easy.
into
I
a
say
more
nice and
neutral
easy
position
to
for
pick
the
up.
recovery.
I'm looking at
Protection's
this
actually
guy.
watching for this one. Drone spots him.
That
Now
was
they
nice,
know.
though.
Lockdown going to be invested as well. Backup comes
If they
through,
get over
Munchkin.
towards site, they can use
Obviously
Viper
not
ult.
on the site, so
We've
can't
got a
try
molly
go
to
for the
potentially
nice
stop the
bounce
plant.
setup.
We've got KO ult to
Be able to
retake
find the
early.
destruction. Wingman set up to try to get a daze, try to get a delay.
KO ult gets popped.
Flip Shredder now.
Keep an eye on the server late luck.
Swing onto the corner. He's gonna get
Oh,
no,
that
Elmy
is a
Moore gets the
savior kill.
headshot. Shuts him down and saves Flip's life. 1 for 1 thus far. The rest, however, can still come
turret
through.
goes
They're
off, so
looking
they know
for the
there's
swing
one
onto the
middle.
corner. They need to get the punish, and
What
they
the hell
do.
is this
Elmy Moore
ult?
once again, putting him down to the ground this time for good.
It's incredible.
Sreya fallen. The pit invested. As they come creeping forward, it's going to be a counter pit
my.
here from Charon. Things start getting more and more chaotic. I mean, more. Now finding himself his third kill.
This attack
Hit from
ult
Gen G,
is too
taken out of
good.
the equation. The 2v2, the ace attempt. Elmy Moore going to be taken down. Texture taps the spike, but time is dwindling. And Xperos
Yeah, nicely
stands
done.
his ground.
And I was trying to work out
RQ
why on
once again
earth did they
take the
plant
lead by
here.
1.
But now I
was our
fully
best way to
understand
break
it.
down against
It's an
Texture.
outrageous
Throw everything at
Viper
him.
ult.
Just
And
make
then they can
sure
just
that
stay
he
in
does
this
not
area at the
get
bottom
even a
here
chance
and
to
then just
prepare a
molly over the
shot
top
off.
of the walls.
And they
That was
throw,
cool.
Again, the lockdown, the drone.
It's hard to pull off because you're never going to be able to plant here normally. Like, you're hardly ever going to be able to plant here safely unless you have the Killjoy ult.
It turned into such a confusing battle. The flank coming in from Estrella on mid.
But,
Xpero still
nah, I think
has
it's
to
okay,
keep
Theo,
himself
because it's
alive
like,
so
how
the
do you
Vipers will
plant
be able
there?
to threaten Gen G's,
It only works with a
retake
Killjoy
on
ult. It's
that
very
side,
situational. It's
ultimately
cool, though.
leading to that one round advantage for
Okay,
RRQ.
and then loss
What a round
bonus
for
is
Elmy Moore.
1-9,
He's
so
already
their
over
loss bonus is
halfway.
really
Next
bad. And
lockdown.
Texture,
Gen G continues to kind of, start up this back and forth.
oh, they might have.
Very well could see that
They might
invested
feel like this is clear
time
now.
being.
They insert one over towards A.
The Jet Knives and the Thrash between the two teams.
Just pocketed on
Yeah,
this corner
and,
here.
I mean this is gone as well in terms of the
Just
dizzy.
Texture pushing up
That's
for
a
bit of
flash
that
to get
map
info
control,
that is
right?
gone fully.
Both of them just patiently waiting.
And this
excuse
guy,
me.
his
Lock
one
in with that
rotate,
dizzy,
two
which is my point.
rotate, hasn't had the third yet as the third is walking.
Backs
So
away. Suppression on the one.
Elmy
Jim
Moore
getting caught by
walking
that.
into A
Everybody else,
after hearing a
however,
double rotate.
successfully avoiding, so this doesn't paint that big
He
of a
gets
picture as
all
far
the
as how
way
many
to back at
players
A,
from
takes the
RRQ are
jaws,
here.
and then now
Elmy Moore
it should be
taken
forced to
down,
kind of.
actually.
Well, this turns into a
Still
weird
gonna
round.
try to rotate over here towards A. Xpero applying some pressure in mid. Just gets spotted out. Karen, as low as he is, so he needs to nail the headshot, but no, Meteor out from under two.
And this guy
Managing to find that
shouldn't
kill.
get
Now Texture
checked
tucks away into
really.
the corner,
Yeah.
drops the spike, looks for a little bit more.
Spike down A.
Slipshider using that vulnerability. That leaves Jemkin in a 1v5. And he
Okay,
can't
nicely
get
done,
one.
and it's a
Texture will
sick
have
round for
three.
Gen G to win because their
flawless
money
round
is
from
good,
Gen G.
and the money from RRQ is already
staying
good
at
as well.
Quebec.
So
Should still be a healthy buy here for
yeah,
RRQ.
it is.
But wow.
See if this gets to
Elmy
11-11.
Moore
It's
got to
insane.
the back of the side. He almost got Kara on there too. Word here is almost, right? The almost flank from Xpero on mid, but Gen G always, every single corner, every single peaking position.
I want to say this is
they
the
are
last
ready, they
timeout,
were
I'm pretty
prepared.
sure.
The fake out from RRQ, they realized it already.
There's a
start
chance
backing away
Gen G
from
have
site,
another
and
one.
while RRQ was moving slowly back onto A, they were already prepared
They have one more?
to,
Yeah, I think
to
that is right.
counteract, to punish, and to win that round.
Final timeout used here by RRQ. Gen G still have one more in their back pocket.
Oh yeah, of course, but it's literally gifted for me.
Here's to see if Solo
They're trying to make my life
calls it
easy, and I'm
immediately,
out
or
here
he
trying to
waits
remember
see what
stuff.
happens in the next round. Probably the latter, but it's high pressure time now.
Yeah, everyone can talk.
11-11 with your
Is this
tournament
game
life on the
2?
line.
Nah,
Neither team
it's third map.
Neither team wants a vacation. They want to keep playing.
Third map.
Waited long enough.
Game 1.
Don't want that early departure.
Big chance too, right, to stack up those champion points, and of course the qualification for Madrid. It's all on the line here. And
This buy
has
wouldn't
gone
be
to
There'd be a few people. I mean, he has knives for next round, so no matter what happens in this, pretty much we get a full buy next round anyway. Knife goes in towards A, they decide to go aggro again, and there's no one here to kind of realize, but every time they've thrown this knife, they have gone a little bit aggro, so they might put one-on-one together. With the early info over towards A, we can have a 4-person stack for Gen G.
He'll play first contact in case that rotation does come through. The early alert system for them to start rotating back to A, and
is this guy going to swing into the turret, or is he just going to hold the line? Perfect. Man, Gen G are in a really good spot.
Follow up Dizzy again, nothing spotted. Everyone playing fairly far back, just respecting the position here.
No one from Gen G has actually showed themselves, and as you mentioned, because Texture is so far forward, they know that at least the majority of RQ's players should be here on B.
Your point goes out. Is that out? Going to a few players here, but Media now going to be coming over to Jemkin Xparrow.
My goodness, there's so many kills here. Yeah, they just had all the numbers here. And although Texture didn't get involved, he deserves a big shout out for this. Yeah, just holding, and he didn't over-aggress, right? This is the prime example of like winning a round just from holding position. If he goes closer here, and this turret goes off, they know that he has full info because he just holds this line, he doesn't get greedy.
As I mentioned, they already knew.
They just don't get the info. There's a 4-person stack here, and yeah, Meteor just cleaned up as well. So one chance to close this one. And yeah, I'm telling you that that's such a good sign. It's always so hard to find like duelists that can find the level of winning the rounds and then trying to go too far to win the rounds.
The opposite side, as is the lockdown for Meteor. 0 point gets the catch onto it.
Like he won the round just with positioning alone, doing nothing.
They have to read that there's going to be an operator in this position. Thrash goes out, but actually doesn't check close, so Lakia,
this is oh man, the bait is going to be so good.
Lakia,
yeah, the bait is so good. The first time they decided to fight over towards B. Sick from them. Lovely change up. This was a good game in the end, especially this map. It's pretty fun. I tell you, Gen G's Gen G have some sick stuff on this map.
Nearest the goal, that you have that one lapse of judgment. Sure, they use that Thrash RQ to check one corner here, but there's two.
Was a double pistol as well. Gotta remember that.
Texture, all he had to do was make sure that he can sell, that he was the only one playing on that yellow position, and Lakia strikes for the win here for Gen G.
You can see still some smiles persevering on some of the players here from RRQ, but this has got to be such a rough feeling.
Yeah.
Every time
they don't play now until
they have been bested.
April.
They've been their last 4 opponents, and they have not been able, or last 3 opponents I should say, and they have not been able to get that win closer. Yes, the progress is there. They continue to combat them more and more with each facing, but that win still yet eludes them, and so too will their first non-lock-in international appearance.
Wow. Now Gen G, strong as can be.
Yeah, nicely done from Gen G. If RRQ won a pistol here, we would probably say that they win this.
His operator, his contact, his jet, the positioning and everything.
Maybe an overtime.
He had single-handedly won very crucial rounds here for Gen G.
This map is still so painful. This was one of the... I agree with you, for sure. This was one of the better iceboxes though. Especially when watching Gen G on attack, they had you could see a lot of their thought process into it, and like a lot of their work onto it.
Hard fought from RRQ. We definitely look forward to
felt like it was just the small differences on this.
Does come around. For now, they have more time to go ahead and try.
I think they win play-ins. Let's see who else is. Let's see who else is there. I think most likely they're the favorites. Yeah.
Lakia for post-match interview. Now, congratulations, Lakia. Now, with this win, Gen G advanced to the play-ins. You gave us multiple heart attacks throughout the series. Just how thrilled and relieved are you right now? 라키아 선수 승리 축하드립니다. 이렇게 오늘 승리로 젠지가 플레이인으로 올라가게 됐는데요. 사실 보는 저희는 정말 심장이 쫄깃해지면서 좀 심장마비 올 뻔했는데 라키아 선수 지금 승리 소감이 어떨까요?
일단 심장은 저희가 더 터질 뻔했던 것 같고요.
저희가 어떻게 보면은 좀 쉽게 갈 수 있지 않았나 싶었는데 전 경기도 그렇고 이번 경기도 그렇고 조금 어렵게 계속 가고 있는 것 같아요. 그래서 더 제가 또한 잘해야 될 것 같다 생각을 하고 네, 조금 어려운 경기였으나 그래도 우리 팀이 경험치는 매우 계속 잘 얻어가는 것 같습니다.
Well, if the audience had mini heart attacks, we had mega heart attacks over and over. And I just feel like we could have closed this out a little bit cleaner and easier. But same goes for the last match against other teams. I just feel like we could clean stuff up. And in order to do that and for us to pick up a clean win, I feel like I just need to step up for my teammates. But overall, it was just a good day for us. Well, Lakia, you proved the doubters wrong today. You really, really proved yourself. So, you know, anything you've done differently today, or what have you been working on for the past, I don't know, 2 days? 그러면 라키아 선수 또 오늘 정말 많은 의심을 지워버리는 하루였던 것 같습니다. 아니에요. 스스로를 증명하는 모습을 보여줬던
Chaos.
것 같은데
Hello, mate. Good morning.
오늘 특별히 신경 썼던 점이 있었을까요?
My pick'ems? Oh, I think they're wrecked, bro.
일단 제가 첫
Beyond
경기나
wrecked.
두 번째 경기나 매우
But that's always going to happen when we
생각을 하고요. 오늘
judge teams by
아라이크전
just
말고
names.
그 전에 경기도 좀 많이 부진했다 생각을 했고 제가 어떻게 보면 이 퍼시픽 무대를 아직 잘 적응을 하지 못한 부분도 있는 것 같아요. 그리고 또한 선수들이 다 잘한다고 느끼고 그리고 제가 좀 많이 부족하다고도 느끼고 있고 좀 부진한 경기력을 좀 많이 보였었는데 더 열심히 해야 될 것 같고 오늘 마음가짐은 우리 팀 잘해주니까 그냥 침착하게 할 것만 하자라는 마음가짐을 했던 것 같습니다.
Well, no, I think I've been underperforming for the past 2 matches, and I just feel like part of it is because I'm still getting used to the stage, used to such a big stage like the Pacific. But today coming in, my mindset was just everyone in my team is stepping up and it's there for each other, so I really need to do my part, pull my own weight. And I just feel like I still have more to prove as well. Well, RRQ today really made you fight till the end. They floated icebox, and it felt like they had cool comps that they pulled out to maybe counter texture. What do you think made today ever more challenging compared to the last series that you played against RRQ? 오늘 또 RRQ가 아이스박스를 풀어주기도 했고 또 젠지를 카운터 치려는 좀 새로운 조합들을 들고 오기도 했거든요. 오늘 특히나 좀 RRQ를 상대하는 데 있어서 경기가 더 팽팽해진 이유가 뭐라고 생각하시나요? 좀 확실히 준비를 잘 해왔다는 부분이 있을까요?
일단 로터스 브리즈를 하면서
That would be kind of sick
카운터를
though.
준비하구나라는 걸 어느 정도 느꼈었고요. 그리고 아이스박스 또한
With the speaker on?
조금은 읽혔다라고 생각이 들었을 때가 좀 있었어요. 근데 그래도 저희 열심히 할 거 하면서 네 그렇게.
Chat, stop flaming RRQ. They made a close game from losing 4 out of 2 pistols.
Homework, and RRQ came in heavily prepped with their anti-strats, and even on Icebox as well, they had a really good read on our play, but we just decided to play our own game and make sure that we stay firm and perform and stay consistent. Well,
2 out of 6
heading
pistols.
into the play-ins, it's gonna get
Maths
tougher
is a
and
math
tougher
in there.
from here. What's your mindset for the upcoming matches against other teams that would qualify for play-ins today? 이제 플레이인으로 올라가게 됐잖아요. 이제 경쟁이 조금은 더 어려워질 것 같은데 마음가짐 부탁드립니다.
일단 제 본인이 더 잘해야 된다고 느끼고 있고요. 저희 팀은 지금 다 잘해주고 있다고 느끼고 제가 조금 더 잘 부활을 해서 네 이제 플레이인에서도 좋은 성적을 거둘 수 있도록 좋은 노력하겠습니다.
Well, I feel like my other teammates, they're doing their part, and they've been doing really well. So I just think I really need to pull my own weight, perform better, and step up for their team and for the team. And I'll try my best to show you the best performance and come out with the best results. Well, congratulations, Lakia. Once again, 라키아 선수 다시 한번 승리 축하드리고요. And we also have the 6th member of Gen G for today on stage. 오늘 6번째 멤버 열심히 어디 가세요? 열심히 스파이크를 심어주고 해체해준 윙맨 데려왔습니다. 사인 부탁드릴게요. This is the sixth member of Gen G today, definitely trying his best to plant and also diffuse the spike. So we're getting the plushies autographed by Lakia. Thank you very much. Awesome autograph. Okay, hold on. Here you go. All right.
Honestly, his
On to
autograph is
little
kind of
buddy.
sick.
Where is Wingman going to go? Hands up. Hands up. Okay. Go Wingman. Whoa. A little bit of accident.
Wait, did it not reach?
Hopefully that gets figured out. Okay, Lakia kindly going down.
Bro, throw it to the
Getting
cables.
the wingman, the bova. All right, once again. Okay, the bubble tea kind of fell off, so they can share. Well, congratulations once again, Lakia. A great job throwing the wingman over there. Now with that, I'm gonna toss it over to the desk. Oh, you just gotta love that segment. You just gotta love
Yeah,
how
it's
Lakia
good
was really
Nemesis
working up
one.
the crowd and then telling them, quiet, I'm gonna
Yeah.
toss the wingman, hold on. That's a massive celebration, especially with this win. That was so, so close against RRQ.
The Pacific
That was
Infuse.
nuts.
Remember they
I
got
mean, it
a.
was so back and forth.
They got a. You got to
on
think.
that icebox, it
Takes a
looked
long
like
time
Gen G was gonna run
for
away
one
with it. They
team to
come
go
into
off
that
the
second half,
stage,
they win the pistol,
take all their
and then
stuff,
right
and the
after
other
that,
team to
it's
get on the
eco
stage
round
as well.
win
So
for the side of RRQ. They
the
string
filler.
together 7
This
or
is
8
like where the
rounds in a row,
filler needs to
whatever
be
it
the
was. All of a
longest.
sudden, it is
And you think the new
game
teams
on,
coming
and
onto
it
the
looks like
stage
maybe
need to have
RRQ
like
actually has a
7
much
to
better
10
read
minutes
this
to
time
warm up.
around.
I think they give you.
I was just on
So
pins
it's
and
like-
needles. It was crazy.
That's why we get longer
Delivered,
interviews.
absolutely
Good.
delivered. But then, you know, that last round, it's like, there are some rounds I'm just like, wait, and wait. Opa said, don't peek out right in the open like that. But then they just do. But then there were some rounds, you know, especially on that attacking side for RQ. I like what Flips did when he got that clutch, using the Thrasher to check. Flipside,
And APAC used all of their filler content. That's actually true. We saw all of the filler content on the first day. That's probably the real reason.
I'm playing off course, but you know that was like really good, not bad.
Watching the
But just
EMEA
main
today, of
thing is
course,
still
bro. Of course, of
last
course.
round, you could have almost made it into overtime.
Sideshow.
but then that one,
Thank you so
just like
much.
what Asura was talking about,
Thank you
slight,
for the
tunnel
raid.
vision or
Wait, is
mistakes,
it not
being
insanely
straight into
late there?
Textures operator. Lakia was in an off angle. Great
I saw
setup
you
by
watching
Gen G,
demos
but
last night. You've
just
been watching demos all
slight
night.
little things that just can't again bring you over
Thank
that
you so
finish
much
line.
for the
And
egg
this
raid.
is now like what, the 5th head-to-head that they've lost against Gen G.
This is the fourth. They
You
are
did a
all headed
15-hour
to the
stream?
fifth.
Damn.
Yeah, that's what makes it so
Respect.
painful. It was so close, and you could
Just
see
catching up on
the
all the
reactions
VODs.
of
I mean,
players
yeah, there's a lot
as,
of games.
You know, they were wringing their heads. They had their heads in their hands, you know, afterwards because they were so frustrated. But you know, you did see
Thank you so
Australia
much.
did
What's up,
bring out
Raiders?
the
How we all
smile.
doing?
He does know that, like, okay, yeah, they got us this time again. But I think, like, you know, for RQ, there's one step.
Oh, yeah, it's
closer for
never
them.
ending.
This is again.
It's
a new
actually
roster.
never
They
ending.
are making adjustments.
There's
as
too many
is Gen
games
G,
on, and
but
we
for
haven't
now,
even
it
got
just
to the
seems
most
like
mad
this
days
is the
yet.
starting point, and that's how RQ
Like
have
this
to take
weekend,
this.
it gets
Yeah,
worse.
I agree. I mean,
They like double.
It is the same result, even the same result on this map, for example. So it is still really, really close. There were adjustments on both sides, particularly
Yeah,
on
it's
their
gonna-
attacker
it's
side.
gonna get
Clearly,
worse,
I
man.
think
The
that
weekend's
where both
nuts.
coaches kind of identified where they wanted to be more impactful versus the previous matchup
How long
that
is the
they had
stream
against
going to be
each other.
today?
So the attacker side's really, really
Roughly,
strong for both
roughly
teams.
till like
The
10.
defender sides were
So
a bit weaker. It seemed like
13
they
hours
kind of
from
let
today,
that to
we'll be
go, say,
matching.
okay, we
We'll
can
be
default,
matching
we can play
Sideshow
defense
16.
well. Let's get our attacks down clean.
Everyone
And
putting
certainly
in their
Jemkin,
extra
was
overtime,
breaking down
feels like.
doors for RRQ. He was absolutely insane. Put up a monstrous, you know, first half plus a few rounds into it. But he had like 22 kills. I want to say it was around like 18 or something like that.
I got the
last
most sleep
couple rounds
I
he fell
have
off of it,
last
but he
night
was
for a long time.
popping
So,
their
well, I
most
say a long time.
Definitely. And
Feels
speaking
like a
of
long
players that are
time, probably a
popping
week.
up, I do want to commend Flipsider, who
And
has
tonight,
been
I think I
playing,
get
like,
even.
consistently
I think I get
well
even longer
throughout
sleep tonight.
Kickoff. You know, he did have, you know, even the first series, right? There were several maps where he was really hard carrying, and he does also know when to get back. And come on, now he's on the Gecko. He was previously on the Yoru. It's nice to see players that can flex this much in kickoff, and this is just like, you know, again, this is
Yeah,
the first tournament, so
it's so
nice
weird.
to see how
It's
wild
so
the
weird
players
going
go.
from 6 months
Right? I mean,
off
this is just
season
specific kickoff,
to
you know,
just
starting things off.
here's every region in 2 weeks. Good luck.
But
And then
it is a
they'll
bit of a
go.
pattern.
But guys, we
And
want
we're
you to
seeing that
watch
RQ, you know,
and
still
enjoy
struggling a little
Valorant.
bit. But
It's
because they
fine.
made it this
The
close, I
schedule
do
is here,
have
so you
a
can
bit of
watch all the
Yeah,
regions.
and now this means that
Here's
Hero Rex and
19-hour
Gen
days
G
of games.
move on into our play. Well, Gen G not
Enjoy.
quite yet. They are not
Like,
done
what?
yet. They do still have to go into the play-ins, which will be tomorrow. More details on that a little bit later because we're not done with our series just yet. Congratulations to Gen G, but now we move over into our second series, which is going to be
Can't wait for
very,
next
very
year.
interesting
Yeah, it just
indeed.
needs to be
It's
spread
gonna
out
be
a
Team
little bit.
Secret
Maybe a
and
few more
Talent. We will
games could be
get
nice.
into that. We'll dive into that just a little bit more.
Like
Again,
if they get
all
a
of the
good
matches that
kickoff
you're
format,
seeing today are
and then they do a
rematches,
split
and
1, split
these,
2,
winners
not
of
too
these
bad.
matches will be going into the play-ins tomorrow, which means that they have a very busy day for them ahead.
No doubt. It is going to be a hectic day. You have to play 2 matches tomorrow for everybody. Everybody's got to play each other once. It's a ground robber group stage, so it's going to be absolute mayhem. It is going to be a brutal day for these teams and players, but
What's my pick for Talon Team Secret? Probably Talon after watching him. You gotta... That first map was too dominant. I know the Team Secret didn't look great, and I'm hoping they look better, but
for what is about to come. And
I
speaking
think
for
we're
what is about to
flipping
come,
over to the
Team
Talon
Secret
train.
and Talon coming up next.
Hayden, of course, bro. Of course. Thank you for saying that as well. I'm going to watch the EMEA match. We might be able to catch... Depends on this match. Depends how close this match is. We'll at least be able to catch the first map, I would imagine. And then we potentially lose the second map. If this is a 2-0, we might be able to get most of the G game watched. You believe in Invi? Oh, trust me, I believe in Invi as well, but I think the overall team just doesn't look as put together as they were last year at the moment. How were DRX yesterday? Decent, to be honest. I think my only real worry for that team at the moment is like Foxy on his roles. And not him as a player, just more on the roles he's on. That's the only thing that I'm not like convinced with yet. It's still a big learning curve for him. Okay, chat. Let me be right back. I might even see what food there is. Maybe I'll eat a little bit. So I'm gonna spam some ads. If you want to watch any of the games again, YouTube VODs are there. Maybe I can make the last map live. Okay, not uploaded yet. I'll be back in a little bit. I might miss some of the pre-show just because I'm eating.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Muntik lang. Muntik manalo sa VCT, muntik manalo sa LCQ.
Kalaban na lang din namin that time is yung sarili namin.
After ng game ng Zeta Finals, umiyak ako sa waiting room. Sobrang blank yung utak ko. Parang nawala yung motivation ko maglaro.
Siyempre may nababasa rin ako na critics na yung dapat isa din daw ako sa nawala, ganun. Hindi ko na pwede hayaan na mangyari ulit yun.
This 2024, feeling ko makakarating kami sa mga Masters and Champions.
We learned a lot from 2023 and lahat gutom manalo.
Mas gusto ko pang i-push yung limits ko. Alam ko naman ma-surpass ko yun if patuloy-tuloy lang ginagawa.
I think this year will be different for Team Secret because we want to take the next step forward and we expect to take the next step forward. What role did we want? Jeremy played a little bit of Sentinel and he also played a little bit of Duelist. Which one did we want to go with? He was grinding a lot during the offseason on Duelist. So we'll look for a Sentinel. We looked not only in the Philippines but elsewhere as well.
Since yung result namin last year is hindi naman siya sobrang negative, feeling ko hindi naman namin kailangan ng big changes. Yung isang changes lang na ginawa namin, malaking impact na siya. Nakakuha kami ng player na sobrang sipag maglaro.
Hello everyone, my name is Noel Yudikia, also known as NDG, and I'm a player for Team Secret as a Sentinel.
Si NDG parang madami siyang potential. Sobrang different na niya from before since mas aggressive na kami at ganun.
Feeling ko kailangan namin is someone na mag-influence sa player namin na mas maging masipag maglaro ng Valorant. Nakita namin si Noel, consistent siya, top 10, top 20.
May papakita ko na yung talent ko sa buong mundo. May laptop kami sa bahay na medyo luma-luma na and tinry ko maglaro. Umaabot siya ng 60 to 75 FPS. Sobrang naglalag pero tiniis ko kasi wala naman akong panlaro sa computer shop. Since then, umabot ako sa Radiant nang hindi ko inaasahan.
Nabuboost niya yung moral and isa siya sa sumasabay sa akin sa energy lalo na pag nag-hype yung buong team.
He does shoutcast his own game. He's very loud, but it's needed because I think last year we had a pretty quiet team.
Main duelist na for Team Secret, so kailangan ko talaga hindi mag-overthink tsaka hindi ma-pressure. Dapat confident talaga ako eh.
Nasa condition na kami to win something. Napakita namin na well-deserved namin yung VCT slot.
Going to this year, a lot of the focus was on stability and having set roles as opposed to flexing 3 or 4 people. Trying to not put as much pressure on each other is really important for this upcoming year.
May times din talaga na nag-struggle kami. Composure and yung energy. Kahit lamang or under pressure kami, kaya namin i-handle.
Sabihin lang nila yung gusto nilang sabihin.
Let them think whatever they want and papakita ko sa nila kung gaano kabagsik.
Kami yung parang isa sa mga unang naging pinakamalakas sa Asia, nag-represent sa Champions. Feeling ko ito yung year na magkakamba kami.
It's time for Adobo Gang.
Talent series coming your way, and it is between two of Southeast Asia's finest, Talent Esports and Team Secret. Now, of course, Talent made quite a splash indeed here in Pacific, right? While Team Secret, they had a rocky start, but they were able to make a comeback.
Yeah, it's the real concern here is, was it enough? Like against DFM, were they able to figure things out enough? It looked a lot more stable. You know, we saw some cheeky plays from Jesse Vash and those kind of things where he was really able to kind of outthink his opponents. It's hard to do against this Talent squad because they seemingly are pretty aggressive. They're pretty willing to throw caution to the wind, to throw Governor out there and let him make plays, and he certainly was able to do that against Team Secret.
I mean, they're really strong, and not to mention also the calling from Lenny, you know, seemingly improving for the entire squad with their new coach Frost as well. So I do feel like Team Secret, they didn't have the best start, but after that showing against DFM yesterday, there is that idea, you know, maybe with NDG coming in, maybe the fact that they're sticking to some of these roles, Jeremy on the duelist, and Jeremy also having a pretty good day yesterday, they might actually have a better chance against Talent today.
That's a big question, right? Jeremy having a good day seems to be very dependent, or seems to be a very important factor for Team Secret, especially since with Governor was a factor that I think they weren't exactly prepared for. But now that they know the cards that Talent has out there, can Talent do it again versus Team Secret that is far better prepared?
Yeah, I think so. And I think a big part of that is going to be not just the mental preparedness, but also sort of the emotional preparedness. Like, I think NDG in particular had a rough
Jitters,
day.
yeah?
Yeah, there were jitters for sure. And that's changed completely when they went against DFM. So I think this time around it is going to be a different Team Secret. Talent still an absolute force to be reckoned with. I think probably our most surprising team to all of us. We were kind of unsure how this was going to work out. A lot of players who have been IGLs and other things on other teams. A lot of players who are very vocal on this squad. And that is kind of one of the things that did cause them some problems against DRX. There's a little bit of chaos. I thought Lenny did a good job kind of shifting their weight around the map. But overall, it needs to be a little bit cleaner here if you're going to go over the line against Team Secret.
To me, I mean, we're seeing some of these highlights. There are some kills from Governor, but the bigger ones come from Jit Boys, who absolutely had a pretty good day as that Sentinel as well. So anchoring, you know, it's starting to come back alive, and it's the Jit Boys that we saw last year as well. If you can continue with his consistent performance up against Team Secret, of course, then again, it would be a lot better. The other thing is just Governor was that one big factor against Team Secret a few days ago, right? They weren't really prepared for him, especially at Yana Freeze. But now that they're more prepared, DRX was a little bit more prepared. Governor's effectiveness wasn't really felt, you know? So it makes you question, like, was that win against Team Secret a bit of a fluke? If they can actually do the same thing and still beat Team Secret again, then it's definitely not a fluke. Talent has proven that they are the better team right now.
That's exactly what they have to prove here, right? Because even, like, you know, Jesse Vash said himself, happy birthday to you, by the way,
yeah.
Jesse Vash.
Yeah.
It's his birthday today. Does that play a factor in here? I don't know. We'll find out. But yes, that was a factor indeed, right? You know, it may have been the first day. You're still adjusting to so many things on the first day, and you may not exactly be at your best, or you may not exactly have your best foot forward. But now, again, both teams are far better prepared. There's the birthday boy. And I do want to point, you know, you mentioned Jit Boys, right? And you look at his counterpart on the side of Team Secret, and you have NDG, and he didn't exactly have the debut that he wanted, right? But he even joked that his monitor was off the entire time. It's nice that he's very self-aware. But yesterday, we did see NDG wide awake, as we did Jit Boys, right? So his performance, Jit Boys' performance yesterday against DRX was what made the fight so close, you know? So now that we have both of these Sentinels in top form, what's it gonna be?
Yeah, I mean, and there's going to be pressure on NDG in particular as a guy who's going to have to anchor those sites versus these explosive Talent attacks. So if he can start doing that, if he can start setting the tempo, kind of putting Talent on the back foot, I think that's going to disrupt Talent. Again, part of the problem with them is the confusion in the comms sometimes, the confusion in who's got the better idea round to round, who's going to be able to make the adjustments in the calls and that kind of thing. So yeah, sometimes it does work out, and other times we saw that against DRX, it faltered. Now, if they just come out the gate swinging, as we've seen a lot here in the kickoff for VCT Pacific, if your firepower is just better, that is kind of getting you over the line right now, because teams are still kind of figuring themselves out, still integrating these new players and things like that. And what is desperately concerning for Team Secret for me was the average damage per round that Talon was putting up last time. Almost everybody on their team was outperforming even the second place player. Yeah, you know, Jeremy had a decent amount of ADR, but everybody below him was like almost well below everybody else on Talon.
That game, Team Secret definitely just, you know, you can't really feel much of their impact, any of the players, truly. So the numbers definitely speak volumes as to how their performance was in that game. But apart from that, you know, I think you're absolutely right, Clinton. It's just if NDG can really outperform, if NDG can step up to the plate. Governor is a crazy player, sometimes very aggressive, oftentimes on a map like Breeze, which is why I think map picks is going to be another important factor too. Governor would peek out as that Neon into areas like A main, get that opening pick, run off. If you got someone like NDG who can, you know, find that frag against Governor, get that punish, or work as a team instead, then of course you would have a better time. So Team Secret, hopefully there is a lot of preparation for this matchup.
We talk a lot about, you know, the new blood, the new talents on every single roster. I kind of want to focus a little bit on two of the guys who we haven't really been seeing much of in the spotlight too much, Cruz and Borkum. You know, these are two who have been with the rosters since, I don't know, since VCT began.
Yeah, literally.
Basically, right? Since VCT began. Lately, they've been a bit quieter here, but, you know, they still are there for the rounds whenever, like, you know, let's say everything falls through. These are two players that you can count on to deliver the round. It's just that we haven't really been seeing them, neither of them, pop up.
When is Borkum time?
Yeah, we saw a little bit of Borkum time yesterday. Like,
different time
there was one
zone.
time I remember saying, "Oh, I checked my watch and it's Borkum time," but I think it was only once
What
yesterday.
time is it right now? BST, you know? Borkum Standard Time. But you see how it's skewed right now. You don't see it swinging in any which way for Cruz and Borkum. On the side of Team Secret, though, I feel like this is actually where they want to be. They want to skew it for Jeremy because this is exactly what they lined up their roster to be.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it kind of has to be a little bit more of everybody getting involved, and it's also really concerning that Envy's not involved more inside of this, considering the impact he had in 2023 in VCT Pacific. So, yeah, Borkum and those guys, like in Cruz, we need to see the controllers be a little bit more stable, a little bit more steadfast. But I think for Cruz, I'm willing to give him a little bit more leeway because of how much they've been leaning into the rest of the players. You know, Jit Boys and Governor in particular. So he's playing more of a support style. He's playing more of probably a side caller type role. So I'm willing to give him a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt. But Borkum definitely going to need to step it up today for Team Secret. They're going to need extra firepower.
For sure, and everyone kind of has to. You know, it's definitely going to be Borkum, you got Cruz, but then also you're thinking about players like Envy, for example, compared to last year, and maybe now even Ben, who is supporting Governor. So our star duelists for both sides, you know, we've seen a lot of impact for both the teams, but how is that going to face off today? Because although we've seen Jeremy play, you know, such an incredible game against DFM yesterday, Governor was the one who really broke the back of Team Secret in that first game. So you have to find some form of adjustments, right? I think Team Secret, maybe it's a little bit more control, whereas Governor, you also kind of need to know exactly like when not to push out, when to be a little bit more controlled, because that does not work against a team like DRX, and Team Secret might have adopted some strategies from that.
And you're seeing the numbers, right? You see the headshot rate on Jeremy, you know, almost twice as, you know, that Governor. But the problem is the conversion, right? How does that even convert into a win for Team Secret? We're seeing here that oftentimes it does not, and it usually sways in favor of Talon Esports.
Yeah, I mean, in general, when I think of these two players, I think of Governor as the explosive one. Jeremy's like more of that sturdy, steadfast Jet who's trying to play with the team, who's trying to be that guy kind of working together in Jesse Vash's system. So it is a very different style, and that's kind of why he gets more headshots, I think, is because he's not as loose and as wild, so his aim's more like disciplined. He's more, you know, getting those crosshair placements right where he needs to be, whereas Governor is off the fly. He's trying to do what he can. Talon, in my opinion, really needs to set Governor up better today, even better than they did the first time. They got to work with him. They got to get those flashes and other stuff in place to get him success.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, you're exactly right. It all depends on, again, the setup. That seems to be the theme that has to happen here for Pacific. So it'll be great if we get some insight, by the way, from what's going on in the team's heads right now. And what better way to do that than to toss it on over to our coaches for a quick interview with Jen, who is standing by on stage.
Thank you guys. I'm standing here with Warburts and Frost. 네, 오늘 경기를 앞두고 있는
rematch
워버즈
again.
감독 그리고 프로스트 감독 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Robert, I'm going to turn to you first. I'm pretty sure Team Secret won a lot more out of this tournament and also could show a lot more. What do you think you need to address? 먼저 감독님, 일단 생각했던 것보다는 고전하고 있는 팀 시크릿인데요. 감독님 보시기엔 좀 어떤 진단이 필요한 것 같은가요?
Yeah, for us it means a lot to win, especially today. Today's Jesse Vash's birthday, so we really want to do it for him and also get some revenge while at it.
Happy birthday, Jesse Vash. 먼저 오늘 특히나 승리가 중요한 이유가 제시 배시 선수의 생일이거든요. 그렇기 때문에 반드시 승리를 하면서 좀 좋은 생일을 보낼 수 있게 해주고 싶고 또 오늘 복수를 한번 해보고 싶다고 얘기를 합니다. Well then I want to talk about NDG because we see that the potential is definitely there, but sometimes it's the inconsistency that comes into play. Do you think it's just the nerves and that he has more to show? What's it like in scrims or when he's feeling entirely comfortable? 일단 NDG 선수 이야기도 안 할 수 없는데요. 정말 말도 안 되는 활약을 보여줄 때도 있지만 좀 기복 있는 모습이 아직 남아 있습니다. 좀 긴장해서 그런지 아니면은 뭐 또 스크림에서는 어떤 모습을 보여주는 선수인지도 얘기해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
Yeah, for NDG, I think the first match he had a little bit of nerves. Second match he had a little bit, but it was a lot less. So we're just working to help him and make sure he's comfortable and able to play his best.
Third time's a charm.
Yeah, third time.
NDG 선수가 사실 첫 경기에서는 굉장히 많이 긴장을 했던 것 같고 두 번째 경기에서는 좀 긴장이 풀어진 모습이었는데요. 그래서 최대한 NDG 선수가 좀 편안하게 느낄 수 있도록 팀원들이 많이 도와줄 거라고 얘기를 하고요. 이제 세 번째니까 더 좋은 모습을 기대해보면 좋지 않을까 싶다고 얘기를 합니다. Frost, I'm going to turn to you next.
Hello.
Drastic change in play style. So much
Bambino,
fire.
thank
How
you so
on
much for the
earth were you
36.
able
Good
to
to see you.
transform
Oh, I'll do
this
that,
team
trust
into
me.
completely different
Any chance.
team. 탈론이 정말 드라마틱한 변화를 보여주고 있습니다. 화력도 엄청나거든요. 도대체 뭘 했길래 이렇게 환골탈태할 수 있었을까요?
So I think it starts with first the acquisition of Governor and Ban was pretty much the catalyst of the team. Both of them had a lot of chemistry. They're also very aggressive. What I did not expect was for Lenny to be as aggressive as he is. He's probably the most aggressive Sova I've ever had. So I had like Hiko, definitely not aggressive. I even had NW Zera last year. And NW Zera on Sova was not anywhere near as aggressive as Lenny. I didn't expect that either. So it was really nice to know that fear wasn't going to be part of, I think, the equation. Versus DRX yesterday, we played a very slow style. So that was probably the hardest thing to teach. But I think over time,
No, Jordan
if I can
Sova.
get them to play as well playing slow as they do fast, it will be very hard to beat.
일단 벤 선수와 거버너 선수의 합류가 좀 큰 이유지 않을까 싶다고 얘기를 하는데요. 이 두 선수가 굉장히 화력도 좋지만 또 공격적으로 플레이하는 스타일이기 때문에 그런 점이 또 이런 스타일 체인지에 있어서 많은 변화를 준 것 같고 근데 또 예상하지 못했던 건 레니 선수가 소바를 정말 공격적으로 잘 운용한다는 점인데요. 사실 MW 제라 선수와 함께 일해왔던 프로스트 감독인데 이 MW 제라보다도 레니 선수의 소바가 굉장히 공격적이었다고 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 이렇게 좀 팀이 두려움이 없을 거라고는 예상하지 못했기 때문에 좀 팀이 슬로우 템포로 게임을 운영하는 방법도 잘 가르친다면 충분히 좋은 경기를 가져갈 수 있을 거라고 얘기를 하고요. 지난 DRX전에서는 조금 더 슬로우 템포로 천천히 경기를 풀어가려고 했었고 또 그런 부분은 아직까지는 조금 더 힘을 줘야 되는, 조금 더 배워야 하는 부분이기 때문에 시간이 지난다면 더욱더 좋은 모습을 보여줄 수 있는 탈론이지 않을까라고 얘기를 하는데요. You mentioned Sova, and I want to get a little bit technical if that's okay with you. Sova on split, very unorthodox. Is Lenny being the aggressive one the specific reason why you're sticking with Sova even on maps like split? 일단 소바를 얘기를 해주셨는데 스플릿에서도 소바를 기용하고 굉장히 소바를 좋아하는 모습을 보여주고 계시거든요. 아까 말했던 레니 선수의 소바의 공격성이 이 소바를 자주 운용하는 이유 중에 하나인지 아니면 다른 이유가 있는지 물어보겠습니다.
So you're asking a very good question that I can't answer completely. What I can tell you is Sova was specifically for DRX. We assumed they were going to pick it. We had it planned. We actually had a specific game plan in mind with it. we have multiple comps on multiple maps. So that was more towards DRX. Whether or not we play Sova for the rest of the tournament is pretty much up for grabs. That's more like a team technical thing. But yeah, that was very specific to DRX.
Shoulda. Stop testing me.
We should have been able to pull out that
Going on
series with the map pool that we got and everything, but we just did not actually do our job there. So yeah, so Sova was a specific counter, the things that we saw, and what was very fortunate for us was that they picked double controller on it. Sova's a hard counter to the double controller, so they basically did what we expected. We just unfortunately didn't close the deal.
일단 굉장히 좋은 질문이라고 저에게 얘기를 해주셨는데요. 이 소바에 대해서 다 밝힐 수는 없지만 사실 스플릿 소바 같은 경우에는 DRX를 저격하는 픽이었고 또 이 DRX를 위해서 특별히 준비했던 픽이기 때문에 이제 앞으로 스플릿에서 소바를 보여줄지는 모르겠다고 얘기를 했고 또 저희가 지켜봐야 하는 부분이라고 얘기를 했습니다. 그리고 DRX전에서는 아무래도 DRX가 투전략과 조합을 꺼냈기 때문에 소바가 더 카운터를 잘 칠 수 있지 않을까라고 얘기를 했고 준비했던 전략도 잘 먹힐 것 같았는데 저희 경기력이 100% 준비했던 부분을 수행하지 못했기 때문에 그 부분이 아쉬웠다고 얘기를 합니다. 자 이렇게 해서 양팀 감독들 만나봤습니다. Thank you coaches for the interview. Good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
As a Gen G game, yeah, you should watch Icebox, honestly. Icebox is a banger. Breeze got pretty painful.
My in-game name is Governor, and I'm the duelist for Talon Esports. Definitely,
Like the Phantom needs a buff? Nah,
and
it's fine.
if we beat DRX, we would have gone to playoffs and been one game away from qualifying for Madrid. So, very sad for sure. My biggest, excitement is that I hope we can get as far as we can and just play as many teams as possible, get like a lot of match experience under our belts, and then, hopefully we beat Secret. 반드시 Team Secret 이기겠습니다.
Hi, I'm Borko from Team Secret. Even though we win against DFM, we had some difficulty in the match. We know we have some man advantage, but we lost it. So I think that cost us like 2 rounds, 3 rounds. So the match went like very tight at the end. Against Talon match, not gonna be like that anymore. By preparing it, we just fix our mistakes and communications and small details about the utilities we have and what utilities enemy had. Today, we're gonna beat Talon and we're gonna get our revenge.
Ooh, revenge is on the line here for Team Secret. But you know what? You gotta love Frost being so generous with his answers. You know, he was like very, very careful. It's like, I can't say too much. But the fact that they had something prepared specifically for DRX leads me to think, what could they have prepared specifically for Team Secret this time around?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's really interesting to hear that they have different comps prepared for different teams. So what's it going to look like here? You know, we got to see that double duelist with the Neon and the Yoru on Breeze. Are we going to see that again here? Maybe they feel like they can just press their advantage. Maybe if Split comes through again, maybe they should ban
most
over
impressive
to a
team
duelist,
so far?
potentially to run a double duelist as well. So I'm really curious
we
to
haven't
see
seen
what
enough of American teams for me to know.
Secret, I might just ban Breeze. I don't know if I want to challenge Governor's Neon and that Yoru
NRG look pretty good.
I'm not too sure, because
Loud
Secret is a team that loves to prepare
pretty
Warbird
good.
studies a lot and has anti-strats prepared for the team. Maybe they'll
Bev
just go
still
for
look
it,
pretty good,
and hopefully it
in my
kind
opinion.
of becomes like this game of rock, paper, scissors. Who's going to have the edge upon the other opponent? So maybe Frost kind of adjusts to that as well. I'm thinking Lenny has to adapt on the fly. If he doesn't, Secret has something up their sleeves, it's going to be a tough game.
Speaking of which, we have to
What
address
the
that.
hell,
Frost
Nico?
and Lenny are both closely tied to Team Secret, with Frost and Warbirds being so close. And I think Frost did have, some history with Team Secret as well. And of course, Lenny, we do know that he was on the team last year, right? So all of that learning, like how familiar they are with the team, is definitely going to play into here. And as we saw in the first match against Team Secret, how that paid off, right? Lenny finally saying, okay,
Yeah,
all of this
I think the
use
solo coach these days just doesn't
really
fly.
interesting because
You get
it is sort of in Lenny's favor, in my
you just
opinion,
get too
right?
far
Because he was
behind.
the one mostly as the sixth man on Team Secret last year.
I think
so
this
we
might
got to
even
sit
be
there
a
and
good
watch
example
and
of
learn
it.
and understand the tendencies of Jesse Vash in particular. So
Solo
is that
coach,
going to be
he's
something
got
that
too
comes
much
through? A lot of us think so.
Too much to focus on.
I mean, I'm not going to explain myself. It's pretty self-explanatory. I'm wearing a Filipiniana here, so you guys know. Asarai and I have to.
Cass,
we have to, okay?
good to see you. Thank you with the 5 months.
But Yes, I mean, like Lenny, of course, he is
Top 5
showing a
players.
mastercase of
I mean,
how good
that's
of an
open,
IGL
bro.
he is.
It's
I think
hard
that
because
was
it's
very impressive against
it's
Stacks
hard 'cause
yesterday.
it's just
of all
rolls.
IGLs, right? DRX isn't exactly an easy level team to play against when you're talking about IGLing, and I think it's like it looks really good when you let Lenny lead.
Like in Frost's words, he's an aggressive IGL, he's an aggressive Sova. So I mean, you can do the same things against Secret.
Let's see how Fnatic are looking, but
having to adapt on the
they'll
fly.
be in
You
there
need to
somewhere.
be able to read what Secret's about to do to you.
Gotta have
and
Leo
if Lenny
less.
can pull that off against like someone like Jesse
Alpha.
Bash, that would be a huge
then
counter, and it would be very
+2.
effective. If they can do that, I mean, I have a lot of faith in what Governor and Ban can pull off. So let's see what the rest can do.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, right? It's gonna be Lenny up against Jesse Vash, right? And by the way, happy birthday again to you, Jesse Vash. What a way to spend your birthday here. You know, playing
even better
a
if they
very,
win.
Even better if they win, of course. But like right now,
Um,
dealing with the pressure, it's like, oh, I can't celebrate my birthday right now. You know, we
Is it
gotta.
worth to
we gotta
replace an
first, defeat
all-aim,
Talon
no
Esports before
brain
any
player
kind of celebration
with less
happens.
aim
But
but brain?
here's the thing
I
with
mean,
Team
if they have
Secret,
no
right?
brain and they're
When it's
really,
good, it
then
looks
they're
really
really
good.
bad, then
But
yeah.
when it's bad,
But
it kind of looks really bad. It's kind of coin flipping
They'll
with
probably
this,
have
with
some
this
kind of
team,
brain
and
to get
fans
to a top
know
level.
This, right? Fans know this, that they oftentimes give us heart attacks. You know, like as with any team, you kind of can't tell.
It's definitely
just
more of
yet
a thinking
until the
game,
first few
this.
rounds,
And there's only
then
like
usually the
some
momentum of the
agents
team
that you can
is
have like
determinant of that.
4 aims
Exactly. It is kind of hard to gauge Team Secret's power level sometimes because they'll run some.
What do you
games
expect from
together where
Navi
you're like,
today?
you guys are
Yeah,
really good.
I think they're gonna have a
definitely all in on
madness.
this squad. I'm really appreciative of the way that you think about the game and the way that you approach the game. And then
Navi
sometimes
are
they
like the
come in and
guys
it
that
looks
I'm
like all of
expecting
that,
to do like
fundamental
probably deadlock.
mental fortitude that they built up
At
just
least
comes
on
crumbling
Icebox.
down. And so it is very concerning that could happen.
They're
here
the ones
again.
that got
If
down
Talon
for the
comes out
craziest
swinging,
comps.
If that aggressive style that Frost talked about, that is the nature of these Talon players, can come through and get them over the
Have
line.
we seen an ISO
you know,
picked
or if
even
they've been able
once?
to, even in a short amount of
We've
time,
seen
find
it
a way to play
twice.
slow as well, a little bit
We've seen it
better.
in
This is
China
going
on
to be a
Bind,
fearsome
and
Talon
we've
team to
seen it
That's a big thing, being able to play as
from
slow as they can play fast. So if they can do that,
Apex
I think they have
on
a lot
Ascent.
of potential. But of course, it's still early. I want to see if Talon, really
Oh, we
is
saw
able
it
to
on
beat Team
Lotus.
Secret,
Yeah,
or
you're
is it a
right. Who
fluke?
was
Because
that?
Team Secret has that experience. Team Secret knows the game that well. They've been playing forever as a squad. With the addition of NDG now, I still feel
Honestly,
like,
it's only
maybe
looked
Team
good on
Secret
Ascent.
might be able to do something, but if they stick to old habits, then again, I just prefer what's fresher right now. Talon looks
Why
really
specific
fresh,
running late?
really cool.
I
It
mean, the
is,
map
you know,
before was
chilly in
the
Icebox
game
right
before
now,
was
so
3 maps, and
maybe, yeah, that's why my
all the
vote
maps were
goes
Too
close,
cool.
really.
Gotta give me a little bit of, gotta give me a little bit of heat there. If you can
Rare
see like my
Atom.
fingers, like
Rare Atom was dying.
or something.
Who is
But
Lotus?
yeah, you're absolutely
Tech.
right. We
Okay,
do
yeah.
need that fresh start
That
for
right?
Team Secret, right? They have been doing this for a long time, and that's my fear as well. Have they,
It was
you know,
definitely a
have they
Chinese
run
team.
dry
Yeah,
with
you might be
terms
right.
of the playbook? Are they
Zen is
doing
tying.
anything new? Not quite yet. It's
Okay.
been a very long time since we've seen Team Secret reinvent themselves.
readable.
But speaking of
Does
reinventing
BBL have any
yourselves,
chance?
you
For
probably
sure.
will be reinventing yourself if you do have some thrilling moments over here. We have an audience survey.
There's
and
a
it says, "What is the most
there's a
thrilling
chance
moment?"
that
Didn't we see
Angel
somebody bringing over,
overcooks.
like,
Yeah,
For
somebody's
sure.
like taking our
And
head.
BBL actually looked better than I thought in the
Which
offseason.
is it? Is it a Sheriff one tap or is
Sage
it an
now
operator
bad on
single
Icebox? It's not
bullet,
bad on
double kill,
Icebox.
one
It's
shot,
just
one-
that
two
maybe
kills. 2 birds with one stone, so
maybe
to
the
say.
other
So
agents
audience
deliver
says
a bit
that
more.
Sheriff one tap is more satisfying, and I think you agree, Clinton.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, to me, this is like, if you get a double kill with an op, it's more like luck than it is necessarily
That's
like
true.
skill.
That's true.
Whereas like a Sheriff one tap is a little bit trickier to do,
Right.
and
It
it
has
feels
intent.
so so satisfying when you
Yeah,
hit
it
that
has
shot.
intent, it has skill. What about you, Quack?
Same, actually.
Yeah.
It's just like coffee, paper thin, or anything. But that's the thing. Sheriff one tap's so cool, especially if you can chain it into even more kills, like what Elmi Moore did from the previous map.
Yeah.
I mean, operator collaterals are always fun, but yeah, it's not very skillful. Oftentimes, you just get that one collateral. It doesn't
Are they
necessarily
stalling?
always
Feels
just
like it.
round win. So
Feels like a little bit.
Usually the reaction is like, oh, that happened.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't know you were standing there. But you don't like, okay, I'm
Oh.
gonna wait for them
Thank you
to
for
line
lining up
up.
for me. Yeah,
right
thanks.
here.
Yeah.
Hold on. It's
Yeah.
gonna happen.
Yes, I'm
gonna
I'm
happen.
gonna hold this angle all around and wait for you to walk into my gun. Like, yeah,
I'm
great.
like, nope, I'm not moving. It's gonna happen. I just need this, But yes, I do agree. The Sheriff one tap. We saw that that, as
The
you
tech
mentioned
pause?
from Elmi Mar
Yeah,
earlier,
it feels
I
like
do
it.
hope we get to see it from Envy this time around, because I
They're
do
always
remember
just a little bit
last
longer
year
when
he
they
had
put in the
so many
new
good rounds where he just
teams
had
in
like
the
3 Ks on the
PCs.
Sheriff, 1 taps, 3 bullets, 3 kills, right?
Exactly, and this is another part of the equation that needs to come through for Team Secret today. We need to see that Envy from 2022 2023, who is oftentimes top fragging. I'm not saying he has to do that. You'd still prefer it to be Jeremy as your duelist.
Yeah, and the
of course,
chance of us
most teams are
catching a
gonna want
GE
that
game
duelist to be the guy,
is probably
but
pretty
last year,
low,
he
but
was
maybe I do a VOD
oftentimes
review
the
of
guy
it.
for them as that initiator. So we need to see him come through with some stronger performances. He needs to be enabling Jeremy as well, of course, but he needs to be that guy when Jeremy goes down to come in and get those big vaulty kills.
Exactly. I think that's what Team Secret needs sometimes. You need a playmaker. You need someone who's outstanding enough. Jeremy does get those moments. Jeremy, you know, he got an ace last year that was really insane on Haven. One of the fastest aces maybe ever in the game, but is he, you know, hesitant sometimes? He's still
Do you think of the current Sentinels roster?
A little bit fresh. Envy comes in to, you know,
I mean,
help
they're really
as the
good.
big
It's just
brother,
their
right?
group
I want
is
to see that Envy
outrageously
again.
stacked.
So again, Team Secret, please don't stick to old habits, please.
There's a chance the three best teams
Jeremy and
in,
Envy
well,
work so well together. They've been playing
there's a
together
chance that
for so long, even on previous
4 of the
teams.
3 best
But
teams
you
are in the
mentioned
same
about Envy
group.
being the playmaker on the side of Team
And even
Secret.
100 Thieves
on the
might
side
be
of
up
Talent
there.
Esports, I think that's Jit Boys. You know, how many rounds
Why
was
am I
he
not
able
there,
to turn around
Kakuka?
just because
What's
he was in
up?
the right
I'm
place
there,
at the right time
I'm there
against
end of the
Ferrex?
month,
Well, and he
I
makes some
think.
crazy swings too. I mean, some of those 180s and
I
stuff
say I
that he had
think.
were
I
absolutely
actually have
bananas
no
yesterday.
idea.
Some of those 3K, 4Ks
My flight's
were
booked, I just can't
out of this
remember what
world.
day.
I mean, right up there with anybody in the league in terms of like some of the most impressive.
There's too many
highlight
games
reel
on.
plays
I have
you will
no
ever have.
time to fly
So,
anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Jit Boys is going to be crucial because he outplayed the heck out of NDG last time. Let's just be honest. I mean, the difference in skill is at least
It's the
in
best
that
team in
match,
Pacific.
was a
It's
goal.
Paper
It was
X,
massive.
for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely so. And you know, the stats don't lie. NDG himself also knows it, right? And yeah, it's a matter of like who is going to come online for this match. It seems to be very, very important to see who gets that early momentum, Quack.
Yeah, they really need to be able to bring that up, and it always starts off with the pistol round. And strategies matter so much.
Thank
here,
you so
and
much,
That's why again,
Kakuga.
you know, we can talk about the teams for days. We can talk about players like NDG.
I enjoyed yesterday though.
find
It's nice
that mental fortitude
nice to actually
really
have
just
everything
play our
back.
game today. That day one again, just
Been too
it
long.
looked rudderless, directionless. I
They're
don't know
running
if it
late?
was
Oh, for
calling or they
sure.
just
You
really
can tell
weren't
it's
prepared against Talon.
the teams are
But
taking
right
a little bit
now,
longer
we've
to
had a
set
bit more
up.
time.
Maybe some
Hopefully
kind of tech
everyone has
pause.
adjusted to one
Tech
another.
issue.
Let's see some good Valorant. I mean, we had a 3-mapper. We had an almost overtime between Genji
We had
and
9
IQ.
maps the other day too.
What's gonna happen today?
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned that like, yeah, we're ready to see some good Valorant. We're ready to see if NDG's monitor is on.
Little
you
C,
know,
what's up? How we
last
doing?
time it wasn't Jesse Vasher's
Thank you
birthday.
so
This
much,
is how
mate.
much copium I have right now, especially since
I think the
Talon,
stalling is
they look
because of the
so,
leaked
so
map
good.
features.
So
No,
I am
not a
ready
chance.
for
It's
it.
so
Again,
fun, dude.
These are Southeast,
The
some of
Gentlemates have a
Southeast
chance?
Asia's
Yeah, for
best
sure.
that are gonna be
Stand
playing
in.
for this
Actually, give
series.
him like
So
a.
let's
I might
get
even give
right
him a
into it. It's gonna
40%,
be
to be honest with
Team
you.
Secret versus Talon Esports in our second series today. So let's ready to welcome
All
our
right, good luck
teams
today,
on stage.
Kakuka. Enjoy it. Backstage.
It was a hot start into a defeat at the hands of DRX. But
Yeah,
this
it
squad
looks
is
it
here
looks
looking
smooth
to
from our
reaffirm
POV.
that they are a force to be reckoned with here in Pacific. Please give it up for Talon Esports. They are out for revenge, which sounds like
Top
a
6
damn
in the
good
EMEA
gift
this
for their
kickoff.
captain, Jesse Vash's
It's
birthday.
what we
Please
thinking, K-Corp.
welcome Team Secret.
I think Foot should still bounce back, but it's kind of up for grabs at the moment. K-Corp, Fnatic, Liquid, Navi. What are their groups? Vitality. And then there's another group with a team. Navi, Liquid are the same group, right? Yeah, something like that. But honestly, the Heretics group is all to play for. Will GE win or Zeta? I mean, most likely Zeta, but bro, stop spamming. Most likely Zeta, but if GE don't play bind, then I think it's kind of on for GE. But I would say that Zeta should be okay. Because they floated bind last time, so... Vitality. Put in safe on duelists. They could run double duelists if they wanted. I hope we don't have a roll thing with them.
There's
I
going
think
to
it
be
should be
very
fine. Run
important
looks
indeed.
good.
As you can see, both coaches have their notebooks out and their IGLs right beside them.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think if Ascent is going to come through, I think it'll be the last map potentially. I wouldn't be the one to pick Ascent this time around. Team Secret says, nope, split. We heard you guys talking in the interview. No. Of course this is done. Yeah. But we don't want to do that. Yeah, Breeze, okay, going to be selected by Team Secret. I mean, it was the closer of the two. I will say that, so maybe they feel like they can handle that pressure that we saw last time from the Neon Yoru combo.
It was close, but again, I'm thinking about Governors, Neon. It's scary. You know, if they really do have a
Dude,
counter
the
plan against it, then
pauses,
it would
man.
work
They were
out
not
great.
expecting the
Then, of
icebox
course,
ban.
you know, you got to think about the
Wait,
next
they were
map
not
that was
expecting the
played
split
that day
ban,
as
sorry.
well, which was Ascent 13. Oh, wait, hold up a second.
Right away.
Wait. Are we really playing the same maps?
The teams are saying, you know, we got to do that again. Wait, take two.
I was a little concerned about this pick coming through for Talon because this time around Team Secret gets to start on the defender side. That's where Talon did most of their damage. Obviously, generally, it is a defender-sided map. Sometimes in Pacific it is not. But, but in most other regions, it is absolutely defender-sided map. So that's why I was kind of maybe thinking they might shy away from it. Lotus going to be the decider. So really interesting. It's the same two maps. Is it for the first two? I'm not going crazy here, right?
Did Frost and Warbirds like talk? They're like,
we're doing it again. We're running it back.
Let's do it again. Come on, go on. I mean, it's possible, right? Well, look at that. You know, they have to give a hug. It just goes to show how close these teams are. And we saw earlier on stage that Frost even gave a little wave to the Team Secret boys, right? And now, as we are back to day, what was it? Day 3, day 2
I can't remember
anymore. We're back here, and it's the same.
No.
It's we're in the time loop here, Favorton.
Yeah, that's okay.
We've been here before. Can Governor get like 7? What was he on last time? 19-4 was it? On defense.
Maybe they have some ideas of how they can utilize the
We'll
Sova
see.
and things like
Starts
that.
off on attack though, but I think it was 19-4 on defense last
I don't
time.
know. Hello, welcome back to the desk. We're running back, and again, no, over to your casters, Azurai and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go again. Match 2 out of 3 on the day. Rematches the whole way throughout. Secret versus Talon. Once more, we go on to Breeze.
I'm so surprised that this is still the map selection that we had, because right before we start the pistol, one of the, I think, glaring issues that Team Secret had was really how underperforming NDG was.
Team Secret on defense, Talon on attack, and it didn't go well for Team Secret last time on this map, but
that Team Secret really has to
I'm not sure Governor can
learn
have
how
that
to
same
counter,
performance on defense because it was wild.
Governor was going crazy.
Deep recon,
Jeremy wasn't hitting his
push down
shots in that
elbow,
game. What we saw just
and
yesterday.
A is full retake at the moment.
Qualifying to get into this position to have this rematch. Things
And this
were
is
looking
already
better,
pretty
so
nice.
perhaps
Again,
just
they
those
have
day one
no
jitters,
sentinel
fluke there.
on this map, so
Time
the
will
push
tell
behind
as first contact gets ready to
should
come
be the
through, and
one.
Orcum
This
got the
gets
headshot
traded.
into the kill, looks for a little bit more, but does get surrounded and taken down. Cruz getting himself on the board here as this A site does get taken.
Nice release of the wall there. Cascade just to clear up some positions here as 2 players in Team Secret coming in to knock at double doors. Too many smokes from Talon here to blot out vision.
Darts being let loose there from Lenny, trying to find some damage. Envy going to be tagged down to 66 as the approach from double doors.
3 pass and push the yellow.
Full blind.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit bold considering this. I think they were so confident that maybe someone was coming behind and they wanted to get some map control.
That's going to be Secret getting themselves on the board nice and early.
And Jeremy popping off early here. That's at least a good sign for Team Secret. Again, another one. so many problems, right, from that first series that they played against Talon. When
it felt like they needed some map control, and then
get into trouble, that's when you
they really just wanted to take back over, back over towards yellow. Yeah.
Approach it. Anyways, this pistol pretty much done and dusted. You're absolutely right that Recon Dart Pink from Jesse Vash got so much value, so much information, alongside the Pop Flash from Envy.
Fruit. Take do a.
PG just looking to get that set up.
Hey, what does that mean?
Squared away over on the B site, but it looks like once more Talon. Ice set towards A.
Fruit, we sure that's a perma? I don't know what it means.
0 point comes through. Going to be detecting at least the 2 players. For now, it's just going to be a grab on the orb. Lenny wanting to get that Hunter's Fury up as quickly as possible.
Okay, well.
Look at this.
Okay.
Again, just figuring things out. No real need for Talon to use all of their numbers. I think when you have agents such as this Yoru and this Neon, especially when Ban still has both of his flashes up, you don't want to risk losing one person. You kind of want to go for that big execute.
Okay, nice little fake over towards here. Vision block.
Which is, I think, what Talon is trying to do here. Looking
Vision block. Potential push out towards A, and actually we hit over towards B. I like this eco. Oh, this actually has legs.
Span will be able to collect the kill. Jeremy now trying to make his exit back around to the half wall. Does
Recon towards the back, knife towards the back as well. Numbers, they pick up one gun.
Up here with Jesse Bash and still deal a significant amount of damage. Spike not planted yet. Push into the back, man, gonna take it down. Governor as well, falling, and the cleanup will
absolutely
come through.
right.
It's gonna be the one casualty. Envy getting close, but still staying alive. Secret. Overall, fairly clean anti-eco.
Not sure if that was a miscomp for Talon here. They had their own wall up on B, and they still weren't able to bring the spike, at least for the extra income, right? That means that at least Talon coming into this one might be shy of a few utilities, which ultimately hurt them. But then again, yeah, at least they still got that 1 kill away on NDG.
Sure if Cruz
wait, this might actually work.
Really
Shock.
Sense to look back.
Recon.
Over towards bridge side.
Damn, just a little bit off. Wait, it got the guy behind. They went double. It got the guy behind. Oh, that's wild. Wait, we did it back. Wait, that was nuts, bro.
Snake bite and just got the finishing
That was
shot.
actually nuts. At least they got a trade with it.
Off the rip as everybody gets corralled over here towards this A site.
What?
Boys, however,
They
still
nearly got
playing around
2.
halls. Does manage to come up with yet another kills. Looking.
Do you know what's mad as well? Is Team Secret literally did the exact same thing, I swear.
He does take him down.
When these two last played.
Fairly evened up here. Governor goes sprinting over.
I think it was them.
B-side elbow.
Yeah, they realize NDG has already given up his space on B, so a quick rotation onto
That's so
B
bold
might
to do
not
the
be
same strat again,
too
but
bad
it
of an
actually
idea.
worked.
Readjusts the tripwires here, so Governor is pretty aware of it. But those tripwires are pretty deep and off angle onto the
Okay,
site.
it's a lot of damage done on
Hoping
this.
it's gonna tag
We have
someone
a
for that
big duel
kill
coming up
all
over
the way
towards
through deaths,
spawn.
but it's just gonna be a full-blown
Okay,
retake
so they
here.
now know that someone's
4
coming behind,
TS
so
is
it falls
Talon
over towards side to
and
play with his
Spike.
team. You can see that no one's pushed aggro. Viper gets a lot of pressure up here.
Arriving over at main, clearing the trap wiser. Comes in from behind.
Still, this is really good damage. Big 1v2.
Spectre in hand has his work cut out for him already.
Wait,
Very solid round
has
here
a vision
for Team
block?
Secret. And the bonus,
Oh man,
now
it's
he
so
gets even
on.
better. Warcomb finding the one.
Lovely from Governor.
Will be able
Once again proving that he's an
keep
absolute
Talon
rock
the
in this
round,
team.
close it out, but
That was
4
close
weapons
though.
lost.
It's a very expensive round for them
Yeah, it's
too.
crazy expensive.
What a
sick
what
combo.
a lineup.
Yeah,
right?
what a sick
for both
combo.
that snake bite as well as the shock dart. I thought Governor was just the most of the casualty with a bit of damage, but Pond being taken out so early in that round really reduced the capabilities here of Talon. But other than that, Governor still converts. He still at least has that impact on that on the buy round for Talon.
Well, they're able to scrape it together again, so fairly even here. But oh man, Envy, the great shot,
It's a nice start.
shutting Governor down, and that's
Do I need to be on
one
Silver
piece
Drone
of
watch
that
again? How's
two-tip
Lenny
spear
been
here.
doing?
Span now
Very early.
live, just still on orb collection duty, trying to get that dimensional drift online. Because I mean, Lenny's been sitting here with the Hunter's Fury for a
I mean,
while.
this is
They
a
wanna
drone,
roll
though.
That combo, and he'd ban to try to catch up.
They don't have anyone running into the
2 out of
so
3. I
that's
love
gonna
that
be
you're on top of
problematic
it.
for them.
This is the drone right here, though.
That's just gonna be the
There we
fake up
go.
coming through, drone up over the top.
No attack for his ult.
Doesn't get the dart out, but
And yeah, they kind of just shut this one down.
Spotted the positioning.
TP towards the back of the site. We're not going to be taking this. 50 seconds. Rotate came in. So they have a chance of potentially going through window, it looks like, or at least there was a timing, so we're kind of looking for it.
You could use a drone right now just to check nest, or maybe even on the top mid, but since he is all the way at spawn, probably just, again, holding the longer angles, that's not going to happen.
Molly and Nate.
Wanting to try to go for that sync by 2 delay.
Yeah, does Envy wanna...
On to Envy, pushes them over the top, narrowly misses the opportunity to take Ban's head off.
Bro's got a knife to get info here.
Has Util and him, and Borkum swings
That
around.
was a lovely recon. Been saving the whole time for that.
Coming through, and now as they arrive into mid, Jeremy
And Talon's getting a little bit wrecked, but this was... They both had good...
It's taken down, it's all on to Chit Boys, and he doesn't have any time, he doesn't have any life.
At least Talon's defense half was the one where they farmed last time, so...
Team Secret. Out to a nice early
Secret
lead.
probably have to
Was that another recon dart from Vash?
get a
that
good amount of rounds here.
As he was planning the spike?
I believe it was.
Wow, again, timing on these darts have been pretty
Yeah, the darts have been great at the moment.
Giving, you know, these free kills for Team Secret and just, again, punishing Talon's try to get into these sites. You can't see that they're second-guessing themselves now, especially when NDG has been playing with his tripwires a lot farther
A
back
lovely
into
knife
his
at the
own
back
side.
as
So
well,
these
hits 2.
initial shock darts from Lenny don't really get the breaks on those trips that they're kind of hoping for. It's forcing them to rotate back, and it's not really, that rotation really isn't been paying off here for Talon for the most part.
Governor with that orb take does get the overdrive available. So potential deadly weapon obtained now for this eco attempt. Still 2 charges off from having that Dimensional Drift Hunters combo. He once again just watching out of double
This is
doors
the
against
chance for
mid.
Team Secret to get
Deadly on the
so
shot there
much
versus
money.
Governor. On the wall last time.
They want to
There's the
keep
jump
this one
across.
clean. Knife again. It's... Ooh,
But he
okay.
does get cleared, so everything could be opened up, but overdrive is not in. Peach's just gonna be able to stabilize the aim to find Governor.
Dude, the recons at the moment. I cannot believe they put the ult into this.
Borkum into the corner, coming up with 2. Down to
They
15
put the
HP,
ult into
however.
pretty much a full eco. Like, they hardly had anything with it.
Behind, but it's gonna be Jit Boys at range with the
They
classic
might be able to
find
pick
the
up
kill.
guns. Imagine. Jit
Can be
Boys,
recovered.
1 away from his ult.
Lenny changing that plant position as the Cloudburst gets thrown down, and Jit Boys behind the double door. Swing around the corner, Lenny finds a headshot, caught with utility.
They know his
however,
door.
But now gets the recon ping out. But Jit Boys has no weapons.
Was
has
door,
the
though.
snake
Hasn't shown for a while. Could be aiming.
It's taking so much time.
Jeremy looking around, just trying to bait him out, but the call coming through where Jit Boy's making the decision. He's going to stay put.
Not a believer.
Himself firmly
Might have owned it.
Creep up. The 1 tap, the
Huge
2.
round.
Jit
Really
Boys
good in the 1v1,
gets the kill.
especially not facing.
Gives Talon a second round win.
Yeah.
He got too much into
He
his
played
head
this
there.
very
He
good,
was
knowing
so
that the
sure
pressure
Jit
was
Boys
over
was gonna be
towards
coming
A
out of
main.
A
It could be at 2
right?
angles. The most
Again,
likely the
he
chance
kept
that this
tapping
guy
the
sticks
spike.
it is
In
very
his
low.
head, he's probably thinking, sure, he's
And
gonna
respect,
have to
they put the silver ult in and they actually
here
managed to capitalize on
because
it.
I have all the cards,
And
right?
I was
have
talking
equipment,
about them
I have
being
the
able to
HP,
farm
I
up some
have
money,
the positioning
and
to actually
that's
threaten that spike
the
defuse,
complete
But
opposite.
Jit Boys just got into his head. and
7
Jeremy's
ults
like,
online.
No, I just got
7 ults online and
Wow.
5 people
by
that...
Jit Boys. I mean, this is one of the things that
6
we were
people that can't buy
talking
next
about
round.
yesterday in their series versus DRX.
Really
was that
big
Jit
swing
Boys were
rounds, and
really
everyone has
stepping
ults
up,
to
really
try and win
leveling
it.
up compared to that opening day. It was much more like him from the beginning of last year. And he continues to deliver. Times here from Jeremy, but as we just saw, did get pinged by that recon dart.
This might
Fast
actually be
enough with the
better than the
Cloudburst to
wall
deny
that
the vision.
EDG do.
And now
Because this is the
forward,
EDG default.
waiting in
But I
nest.
think this wall might be better. Does
waiting
Ban just
to-
wait
for
for
this
this
wall to
angle the
drop.
whole time?
And surprise,
sick.
he's got the shot. Fly swing out, not there. Here's the jump out to safety. Oh! Jesse Bash actually comes in from behind, managing to find it. Jit Boys, however, hearing this, swinging, eventually drags that crosshair over to the left.
Okay,
Ill found.
Barbaro
advantage
goes
still here
in,
for the side of Talon.
and
As they start rotating
they
their way over
feel like
towards
they've
A.
created
Seems like
fake
they have a
pressure
pretty
over
good
towards
idea
B,
that this is
but
gonna be case
the
here.
Cypher's kind
As
of...
at least
Oh
Jeremy is
man,
also going to look to
Team
try to
Secret are in a
reinforce his
pretty good
position
position.
alongside Borkum.
I know it's a 3v4,
No
but
flex with this with any sentinel though, since
this
Jit
fast
Boys
flank is
already
good.
down.
The person who
Excuse
can
me,
maybe
there is no
secure
sentinel
this is
for
the
Talon
lurking
here. What am I saying?
Arbor.
This could be a perfect timing flank for Borkum if he gets
Yeah,
this
there's like a
correctly.
flank on a flank. Flank A main and then
This is
late
very,
flank
very low, but
door.
yeah, they're not expecting this at all.
He gets one.
Sees the Sova. Lenny. A bit of damage. Snakebite now going to be lobbed in.
Won't do it. Damn. Can Harbor win this flank?
Now just Cruz, the last one
Yeah,
standing.
he walled. He walled so they knew he was coming from behind her. Maybe I missed something and he was spotted before, but
keep them in the lead.
yeah, lovely on the 3v4.
Again,
Just this from Borkum was really good. NDG deserves a shout out because the fake pressure that happened over towards B, he insta got information that it was a fake.
Using that high tide.
And then yeah, this push from Borkum was great. And then Borkum's just looking at this ult thinking, dude, bro, has to be in the corner.
And then Jesse Bash does what he does best. Outmaneuver, outbrain his opponent.
Well, first time out of the map and of the series going to be called. Seems like Talon not exactly happy that they're not in the lead here at the moment. So Frost and Boy both wanting to pump the brakes a bit, trying to get everybody squared away for the rest of this attacking half here of Breeze.
Just love how, not love, but like, I'm not biased or anything because, you know, the predictions and stuff, but but it is a definite change of pace with how this first map has come into play, because again,
counter a Harbor, Yoru, Jet, Viper, Cypher
it is a switch on the side. That is the only difference of the series
there's
start
nothing
here,
in that comp to stop me from walking out over towards A main. Like I would just A hit against that side that comp every single time.
Difference, or has it been, you know, Team Secret again just waking up, heating up, and able to finally understand how to deal with the
that can't really get through choke points as well.
Here.
So far, they've been swinging around it and, you know, not letting him be able to get into that position where that momentum really ramps up and he just starts being dominant.
Wait, this shock again? They're gonna it's gonna get some damage.
I mean,
it won't be much, I don't think. But oh wait, barely missed the mark on this one. It went flying.
Really deep dart, I should say. As Ban, eventually does catch Bash. I mean, second time, Jesse does get caught here in Halls. Ban getting some revenge from that previous round.
They did take some damage for that. Cruz tagged significantly, or tagged somewhat, and then Ban's pretty low too.
Who's next?
Oh, it's just gonna maybe try and pick up that weapon with his ultimate.
Yeah, all goes in. They love using the ult into the low buy rounds. But every single time they're making it work. Oh man, this is actually pretty nice. The Yuto was very good on this. This is a good split. Team Secret, maybe. I mean, it kind of just fell apart because Jesse died over towards Tube.
A definite chance for him, and that's all kills on
that was a nice round though.
Every player of Talon that was
good A split.
Looking to buy a weapon in that next round, free upgrades all abound, and that was such a sick play too. Just able to use that dimensional drift as a surefire way to ping your teammate where you just have to shoot. There was also a risky play that we saw in Vidu where he threw out the fragment and actually pushed through his own molly just so that he could try to make a fight happen.
Okay, well, Lenny giving up the flawless. The Talon don't care. They want this kill.
The Sova taking the jewel here? I mean, they're eco. They don't have a trip here, so they gotta kind of have vision. He got spammed off the smoke came up as well, so I don't know.
No further pursuit going to be coming
it was
through, so
a little bit unlucky, but you have to at least get vision here at some point.
It's what, the second thrifty here for Talon now?
Yeah.
Like he tried to get out of there, he just got wall banged.
He really risked it just because he did have his own teammate having that angle for a potential crossfire. That was very unfortunate too.
Okay, and even though they actually have okay money, there's like two of them that are sitting around like 3k.
I do like
so they can't actually buy into this one, so they do just have an eco. It's an eco, a low buy. Damn. They decide to go for the low buy, save money-wise, but then insta-pop 2 ults.
A decent chunk of damage. Has to use the fast lane just to cut back.
I feel like the buy doesn't match the amount of ults we used into this so early on.
Up here towards this pit.
Like this guy literally just has a shorty.
Maybe the drone in onto Borkum. Hunter's Fury from Lenny might be able to flush him out, but
the Lenny drone.
Finding him in this mess is going to prove to be difficult. Decides to hold on to the bite. Spots one. Turn around.
Crazy guys.
Already so low to decay. Working against that. Borkum comes up with 3. Looks for
crazy, guys. Ah, man. I hate the walk strats. The walk strats for a Viper ult. I hate them. It's such a big risk.
Just depleting HP second by second. And unfortunately, as they wanted to get that instant,
like, obviously nicely done from Borkum. Just avoided the drone, stepped into the corner.
Talon started panicking and wanting to get that quick refrag, which Borkum in kind used to his advantage. So again, it's a vicious cycle of
the potential disrespect of the Viper ult there is just outrageous for me. Especially walking through it. Normally teams these days don't try this because you never try and walk through. Teams will, if they're going to go for a Viper ult, teams will normally split or go fast. Like let the drone check and then run in.
Towards A. Flash does get the catch there on the inviate stairs. Hold as well. Look at the stuns.
This site hits pretty nice though. Can Borkum? Okay. And he stays alive with the molly close to him. That's nice. They managed to get the res out. Then he has his ult and the drone. Ping's too late on this.
A little bit late to actually try to get the follow-up kill. Can he find a tag? The answer is going to be no.
Did more damage to his team in the end.
By that one.
Yeah, ult comes in. They realize that they're all behind her as well, and they also see Viper in the pause to use mollies, so they need to be fast and they want to tap this spike instant. Molly comes in. They can just get it half.
They pull off with the defuse. They got it halfway. Work to be done here as Shipboy's the last one standing, but it does not matter.
Nicely done. That Cypher ult was really good as well. They got a lot of good info from that Cypher ult. As soon as they see the Viper in this square, you know they're doing the lineups as well.
Really thought that was going to be
all the risks of potentially clearing sight. They got info that all over towards here, and it was lovely. The ults were huge here from Team Secret.
Multiple of his lineups being thrown.
Like one of the most impactful Cypher ults we've seen for a while. 17-6, by the way, for Borkum. Got the important kill, stayed alive as well with his team.
Talon, as you mentioned, in these pop flashes here, every single time have resulted in a successful Talon kill. On that one, it was Ben leaving Lenny by himself in the corner, and then everyone else from Team Secret just waterfalled into A main to make sure they had time to defuse that spike.
Okay, and it's the late recon, and this is a late recon so that you can use your drone at the same time. You can drone out, recon lands, and it should be a heavy overwhelm. And this is, again, a nice split. Their A splits are really good. Borkum, yeah, I was going to say, overwhelm is crazy. But he still gets a kill. He died like 2 seconds ago. He still gets a kill with his molly over towards door.
Lenny holding onto a Spectre. The triple face out. Lenny can only get
outrageous.
Secret.
Outrageous.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, they used so much util for him, and I think he mollied A main and then mollied over towards door before he went down.
For Governor, though, I think it was just Envy being
from
smart
the
enough
grave.
to use the smokes against Talon. That was Jitboy's
How many do they
wall
need?
that he played around on, and he wasn't even tagged.
Considering Governor shouldn't be able to go as crazy as he did last time,
so Governor was looking for an opponent.
7 might be enough.
But none. He
8 would be unreal.
Maybe a stun would
the problem is they did get a little bit wrecked on their
was
attack last time.
In realizing that he needed to reposition quickly and won that fight straight from just that quick.
Then he used to drone 8 out of 10 rounds. Yeah, dude. They honestly, if we look at the other day, they just won so many rounds when he didn't use his drone. It was like a good luck. Pretty much good luck when he doesn't use it.
Continually getting whittled away at. Marshall in hand can deal some damage, but Singer, that Sheriff.
I prefer double initiator or double controller on Breeze.
Try to find some upgrades. I mean, the Thrifties have been good to them so
double initiator.
Very true. They have gotten a lot of success on
I think I honestly prefer the double
they're not doing
duelist.
That this round. Mix up the weapons though.
I like the Jet Yoru.
So they gave. All right, they're giving a lot of the heavy firepower to Governor and Bond, so they might try to poke their way into this B side. But look at the difference of the tripwire setup once again from NDG.
We got early info with this camera.
Concentrated nearing that tunnel entrance, which could be bad for Governor here if he pushes to the left.
Well, that was nice. Cross map shock dart comes in to break the trip. Still. Oh my god, I got a trip kill. There's no way we get a trip kill. There's no way we get a trip kill in a pro game. That's so sick.
Now locked in for Secret.
That was so dirty. That was also the first time I think we've seen NDG actually mix up his tripwires.
Yeah, he actually had a very good read on it. It was one of the first times he hasn't used the normal trip over towards here. He gets rewarded with a kill.
Outer portion of that B side, and it actually worked out. Look at how Governor was just trapped even through that fast lead of his. It's not going to work out. Also, just a quick hyper or deep dive. I like how there was the 2 cloud bursts from Jeremy here. He threw the one on top of himself, and then he threw one down below to fake out that he actually dropped from where he was.
Very smart.
Recon goes deep, doesn't get shot. Knife goes into A main, hits 1 though, so they tried to clear out early A info, and they at least know that the Yoru's in A main.
Needing a charge of his own.
They think he's on his own,
Kind of have
so
that 1-2 punch.
they imagine he's probably going to TP away.
But they might just have to
Going back to B after this round, they have a Yoru ult.
here.
Oh man, they have so many central ults.
Like a must-win round.
Give me a hard round for Team Secret to win this.
Right? 'Cause it
The
feels
overwhelm's
like they haven't
crazy.
gotten any
Yoru
momentum
ult and
whatsoever,
Harbor
which has
ult.
been the selling point of talent on that first series once again.
Yeah,
Oh,
it should
quick
be
dimensional
impossible for
drift.
Team
They're
Secret to win
hunting
this.
for
Let's
something.
see. I love the idea from Jeremy going aggro though.
He's coming down, spots one here at backside. Jeremy in the
He did
meantime
great.
lining Lenny.
They both
Taken
did
out by
great.
Jet Boys, but NDG takes out Governor. Now Ban is here on the site. Jet Boys providing
Where's
some
the
covering
Harbor ult?
fire. June take down the enemy Cypher. Hit invested. Jesse Bash thinking about pushing the wall. Does so. Just to his left is the Harbor, and Cruz is going to be
Oh,
eliminated
there's the Harbor ult.
as the Reckoning gets used. Shock Dart just going fishing pan, nearly clipped by it. Manages to elude.
No recon though.
No recon, no drone, no nothing, but they have the advantage, and Ban is low on HP. For now, they're just trying to get on all angles of this pin. The swing onto the corner, Ban going to be taken down. Borkum dead. It's all on Shit Boys to see if he can do.
Playing it well, they get it half.
It is going to be held to half.
Damn.
Shit Boys now on for the ace. The
This
punch
ult is so
down!
OP. Okay, nicely done for Jit Boys. He has always, so far, every time we watch them, apart from the guest governor and a few maps as well, he's always been just the guy.
Shot too. Vash had to
he's a
Hail
god.
Mary a chase. He didn't know exactly where Jet Boys threw out the snake bite, so they were kind of hunting. They knew the general vicinity, but not where he was, and then Jet Boys just went to
Cypher
town.
about to be nerfed again. Oh yeah.
a very
Honestly, the more
difficult
rounds we
task,
see like
but
this,
he
the
got
more
the
chance
double
it is,
spray
and that's
down.
great.
He was able to reposition again, and he was able to
A
hit
lot of
that
Viper at the
ace
moment still.
against Bash. What an absolutely stellar
Still, I feel like
move
this is
here
a great half from
Jet
Team
Boys.
Secret. Talon should have been winning that round anyway. I'm surprised they didn't pop the Harbor ult early to like heavy overwhelm the site.
Sorry, that's
Like the way I would have
super
done it
important
is
for an
just
A tier for talent.
Yoru ult
Yeah,
goes
I mean,
in,
the 9
you
and
find out
3
where they are, and you
certainly
just
feel
Harbor ult on them,
considerably
and
worse, but I don't think
then
the
you can just
Talon
get
is
out of your TP once you've seen the stun here.
celebrating the ace or breathing
I
too
think
easily
they
here. They have their work
got
cut out for them
lucky
as they
that
get
Jit
ready to
Boys
swap
bailed them out
sides.
here.
But the Chit Boys continuing to show dominance here, even in losing situations.
Whose rabbit is this? Ah, it's Lenny's. Sick. But absolutely right. But this is, at least, you know, looking back at just that
Okay, Secret,
previous
1-0 in
series,
terms of pistols.
supposedly the side the Talon are kind of hoping for.
Get the
Right,
weird
since
wall over
Governor
towards A,
did want
which is
to
good
go
for
for
retake,
those
and it also
zoomies of
creates a
his.
path for them to get over
Speaking of
towards
Governor,
here or
4
here.
to 10.
I mean, it creates a
Ben
lot
has
of
been
pressure over towards A
struggling
main, to be honest,
in
this
that attacking
Viper
side. He
wall.
just could not
And this
find
is one of the
anything.
only rounds where
And
they
what
can
was
run
kind of
over
interesting
towards
about that
A,
too
do the
is
wall,
there
and
was
have the
that
smoke over
very
towards B.
nice kind of back and
So
forth
I like
between
that just
him
because
and
the extra
Back
time in
in
pistol
that
runs.
first series against Team Secret, but it's not visible now within the start of this first map.
They do the shock back because the shock's been wrecking them so much. Pretty
Picking
funny.
up where Jesse Bash left off, just being
So funny
reliable
watching
onto the
like
halls. Cut forward, it's gonna be Kings
you
there.
can just see how practices
And
have been
Sheriff
going in
gonna be
Pacific, that people
cut
have been
down.
using the same stuff
They're
once they've been
able to
getting
equalize
owned
at
by it.
least one. And be fallen, damage out
Damn,
onto
that was a
Jeremy,
lot
as
of
well as
damage though.
Here, perhaps he's taking. Okay, never mind. So they may be taking decay damage, but Governor is able to go ahead and confirm a kill. Snakebite going to be lobbed in here by Borkum, but
Lovely util.
Lenny's got a
Okay,
shock dart.
it's a 2v4, and they
looks
have
like
the wall
Talon should
for
be able to pick up
retake.
the pistol round win count.
Jesse gets
Sebastian,
his
I do like the
recon in
reposition
5,
here.
but kind of wants to get a kill before he
On
can use
Tetris
it.
coming into stairs. Might not expect that he's this close though.
Nah, they will.
So he could sneak in a couple of kills, but everybody from Talon
The
is
Jet
on
needs
the
to
way.
bait for him.
Push out. Still going to be good for one. Had he gotten that transfer?
Poison's gone.
With the tap good, but Jeremy!
Ooh,
the
almost.
quick taps. Finding those headshots.
Okay, we're gonna
made
keep
it
an eye
look
on
so
Governor. He
real.
had 4.
Governor
He had 4 on attack.
finishes him off, gets the kill,
Okay.
and Talon get their
He
pistol
gets
win.
3 right here. Started off similar
Man.
to what we've seen in the past on him on this map.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. They took too long as
a good
well
attempt
to
from
kind of
Jeremy.
hit that mid spike that they were hoping for here for Team Secret. They already got the kill, but they lingered a tad bit too long. And as you see here, Governor was able to get not only the kill onto Envy, but some massive tap damage on Jeremy, which I feel like ultimately led to, well, you know, just making it easier for him to win that 1v1, as Jeremy had to at least look where Governor was swinging out of. No information in that 1 versus 1. Talon put themselves a point on that second half.
At least on over towards middle. Secret
Some pressure down here in mid, but
managed to get
really there
a
to receive it. Borkum now cutting back around, joining with the rest of the
Sheriff
team.
and a Ghost.
Try to assault this A site.
Raid boss Governor over towards site.
Jeremy
1.
down to 35. Governor swinging out behind the pyramid.
2.
Finding a second as Borkum will fall. Shock dart not going to dissuade him too
3.
much.
6 kills already. More kills than he had on all of attack
Talon
within the
bringing it
first
back
2
to within
rounds.
2 rounds.
1.5 times more.
Again, Team Secret just kind of, it feels like they just wanted to finish off that round quickly, right? To go straight into this gun round, especially when they just started going
Does
out.
he
I didn't even
throw
notice
his
that
gun
high
over
tide coming
and
in
use
from
ult?
Cruz definitely
Yeah, does he throw his gun
separated
over and
here
use the
the
ult?
majority of Team Secret, so maybe that's also a reason why
Yeah,
we saw
he does,
Governors be
but
able
we also
to
have the
take
backup
down
gun that
kills
someone
left
else
and
has
right
thrown.
very easily.
Now into the bonus. Governor ult available.
Recon clears out all of A, so they definitely know that this was fake pressure with the wall.
Side of Team Secret trying to stop this run back from Talon.
I do like how they're just letting Talon simmer, you know, stew in their own.
Yeah, the smoke and
head
tube is
bosses
a
here as
nightmare.
to where TSR.
Especially the
Borkum's only
smoking
holding
tube against like
hill
a
or
no
halls, excuse
sentinel
me,
comp.
just to make
Because
sure
normally
no one
smoking
takes
tube
that
you can just
high
have a
ground.
trip here and then you'd have to worry too much.
Spike
But
isn't had his justification.
against a
He
comp
hasn't
like this, this creates
pushed
so
up
much pressure
with
in
the rest of
towards
his
tube.
team. It's a 2-1-1-1 split. If he brings this spike all the way through mid and he drops it, that might
And
be cause of concern here for
Ban
Team
has missed his TP.
That would definitely be one.
And Team Secret have waited a long time, so
Still
the,
not spotting much, and now they're going to work
they're
their way
gonna
out here.
know pretty much around
mid.
now that hopefully
splitting
they've
off away
timed out both of the
for the moment,
TPs.
but NDG in a potential spot where he could deal some damage, because right now Lenny does not have eyes on mid.
30 seconds
Definitely
left.
want to slow play
Setting up
against a
the wall,
Yoru.
trying to dissuade the push in to this A site.
Okay.
Such a really narrow gap to try to spot
It's a
anyone.
massive, keep an eye on the Cypher over towards short here.
Borkum
Big jewel.
continues to have some flank pressure here in Hall.
Okay,
Cutting across,
Cypher
damage exchange
and
between the two.
okay,
Bash
Jib
down
Boys
37.
manages to get the kill, and honestly this retake might be on. Sova's probably going for, dude, he goes, Sova goes tube.
Swap of the weapon, the jump, the spot, sees them.
Raid boss down in terms of Governor.
Connected. Now Borkum strikes. Swings out from bridge, finding one. Leaving Ban on his lonesome. Knows the location of 2. Or the drop down. Borkum swinging back out. The reface is there.
All right.
And with
Not bad
Envy's
from them.
back up,
I'll tell you what, a
three
lot of these
kills,
duels were
Secret
close.
will
See
find
this guy?
3-round lead.
He was dueling over towards short,
Huge
and
timing
he
as well
went,
from
went
Borkum
pretty
there,
low
just to
from
kind
the
of
duel.
make sure that
I think if
they
that went
can
the
get
other
that
way, this is a different round.
easy one extra kill against Talon, because Ban was looking to heat up
think that's
already.
right.
There's also that winner interaction between Envy and Cruz, where they were just
The wrong Viper? Oh,
back,
okay.
where they were just shooting on
I didn't
that
actually see the
wall,
HP
hoping
from
that
it.
someone's gonna track someone, and I think it was Vash that won that. Any case, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's 9-6 already. Governor, as he was only using a stinger now round, I
Scythe
think
went
he
down?
wanted to
Yeah,
use
I
the
think it was Jib Boys
overdrive
I was thinking of.
once they have that positive contract, he's
Hello,
gonna
Keeper. How we doing?
at least be on the full buy here with that full shield and Vandal.
Playing a dangerous game pushing into here when Jesse's just
2 full loss bonus.
firing it through that.
I mean, this guy
high
can
tide.
buy, so it's only one person that can't buy.
Now staying put. Looks like a quick jiggle peek there from Cruz as well.
2 people that can't buy for Secret next round. I say can't buy as in full buy.
Oh, yeah.
And that is nice.
It's the same thing.
Have to call for backup there from Jeremy. Get a
trying to get something on this. But if they hold vision the whole time, they might not expect Governor in the corner.
They do end up pushing in, try to catch them off guard, but Secret starting now to drift over here.
Ooh,
Yeah,
they heard
I
that.
say as they go close.
Nearby.
And the recon doesn't scan this guy.
Go, go, go.
They don't see him.
Oh my god, they don't see him.
Go
and is
cutting
he going to
forward
hear
in
the
towards
running?
home,
He's
but
at least going to go
eventually getting
tube.
himself into a
These
nice
people at
backstab
door are
position.
walking at the moment though.
Vash might not get caught out here on mid though. He's about to transition, but he takes the safer route to
just barely got past before they saw him.
Yeah.
35 seconds and we see a double push
Should the B
behind.
side taken, but Team Secret, I thought they were going to push B like 10 seconds ago, but they're
This is
using
weird.
a lot of time. To be fair, they don't really have the exact
Viper
contact
Harbor
of
all
where
over
they want
towards
talent to be
tube.
on. Jesse Vash
Viper wins, I imagine.
that tripwire.
Yeah, Viper's a really
keeping
good
him
timing.
alive
Viper
for the
gets
moment.
killed over
Well,
towards
Lenny
tube.
able to find one before getting taken down, and Borkum
And
catching Cruz just outside of Nest.
Oh,
Governor
time,
Howell
Spike down 10
interrupts
seconds.
it. Yeah, time is dwindling. Okay, now going to be overdriving here
Guys,
as they take that spike over to back
just
pillar.
managed to plant around the corner. Nice and safe from them.
Playing close
Still
to
though,
back lane,
scary.
coming through, just trying to rush forward, get ahead of that one pass. Behind Borkum, Governor swinging around the corner, put some damage down here on the NDG. with a
Lovely
flash.
flash.
Ban.
Oh my god, how did they not kill him?
How is he still alive?
How is he alive?
Win that?
Instant replay, please.
Absolutely unbelievable.
He
Drop
ate
it
the
out for
flash.
us,
He was so
please.
blind.
I thought he was dead to rights.
He should have been.
He
Dude was
100% should have been. Did they
Bad.
double? Did they double
Oh
whiff?
my goodness. I thought it was Governor, you know, that was going to start things off.
Did someone
Especially
run out
when
of
they were
bullets,
entering that
maybe?
site. But in hindsight, it was truly bad. So it
Oh my
wasn't-
god, he checked his cam and then Invi didn't finish him.
Well, what are they doing is falling down to such a clutch play from Bon.
Unreal.
That's insanity.
I mean, if that's the round that allows
I mean,
Talon to
he
get
did
back into
unreal.
this
It was fast
and
from
take
him.
them out, that is something that's going to be haunting
Wow.
Team Secret.
Secret for a while. So
Oh,
need
yeah.
they need to not have that affect them whatsoever.
Yeah, I would love to know the bullets
It
of
looks like that
how
was
many
gonna beat him
bullets
by
KO
enough.
had
He pushes forward,
in
catches
terms of
Borkum
Invi.
just at the end of Hall.
You're absolutely right. I mean, dude's not overheating. Might as well keep using this win streak of him, hot streak. And it's not done.
It's not done
Yeah,
at
he's
all.
still going.
Big sound. Okay, now it's done.
That is a gun. That is a gun for them to pick up though. There's actually potential in this. They get an ult and they can potentially get that kill. Yeah, this is really, really on. And they get the ult information that it's only Viper over towards here. They can run in towards B.
To try to back away.
This
Secret is going to want to
this
encroach on
over
his
peek
position.
towards
The drone
window
leading
has
forward,
cost them pretty heavy.
over towards arches as Jet Boys just secured the spike.
Lovely ult to
Spearing
trade
out,
it.
Jesse Bash finally found
They
his
know
mark.
the good info that the spike is down and they have a neon, so they
now,
should expect
Talon
neon
not
is
in a
close
position
with
to
this.
actually
Do we
catch
have a
here.
cage to get it?
Trapwire goes
Oh,
off.
that's nice
Now
info.
they know.
But they only know about
PG
one.
Gonna have to rotate all the way around the back here of Pillar. As the wall
30
comes in and
seconds
Jesse
left.
Vash for now waiting to see if that push up from Cannons was somebody on their load. Some
Okay, they know
players
both
in
now.
here. Now
It's
they
the
know.
util.
Fast lane out, relay bolt. Not
Jesse has a
connecting on
recon
anyone.
coming in now.
Sends another one in this corner though. NDG. It very well messes
And the
day
fact
up.
he didn't swing off it
Gonna drop
might, yeah, might give him the advantage here.
Finds the kill. Cruz turning back, catching Jesse Vash over at elbow, and knows NDG's rough position, but still needs to win the fight. Up over top of the wall, spotted for a moment. NDG, time on his side. Drops down, tries to swing around the opposite side.
Oh,
Cruz
boy.
being played with.
Oh
spots
boy.
it, and as he tries to get up onto the opposite side.
Yeah, we tried to be a little bit too
down.
smart on this one. That's for sure.
The reason, you're absolutely right. The reason why we saw Jesse Vash not moving from Nest is it was only Cruz that was tagged by the tripwire, and Governor used no utilities, didn't make any noise up until that very last second. What a huge neural
Saw the
depth there as
vision.
well
Yeah, I saw the
from
vision also.
NDG and this
The
lurk kill
execution.
on Vash to
The
open
execution,
things up. It
however.
separated
Oh man, this was
Talon well
a
enough that you
this
saw
was a
Talon was
big
deciding
round for
either
Talon to lose.
give up
And
control
it
of their
all
own
kind
spawn,
of
wrap
stemmed
around,
from
which
the
they did,
peak
or go
towards
somewhere
heaven, to
else,
be
which
honest with
allowed
you.
Team Secret to get that pinch play on Jet Boys. Thankfully enough, Vash is a good enough Hunter's Fury player that he did get that trade from such a far distance, because you saw how Jet Boys was able to
Sliggy
deal
movement.
with
Oh
Indy so
man,
quickly
we've
with
never
that
seen
one
a
tap.
better example of Sliggy movement there. You're actually not wrong.
Oh, and this is a full send rotate here from Talon.
I must wait a moment.
Pretty much everybody making their way over towards A.
Yoru takes A main control, and they gamble over towards A, and this is a free B site.
Don't really have any weaponry. But now the execute
Got
happens here
nothing
on the B site.
on.
Drone not going to spot anything, and pretty soon Talon going to realize that they
Got nothing
gambled
gun-wise.
towards the
Like,
wrong
they got
side of the
so
map.
wrecked gun-wise.
It's a 50-50, so, you know, does happen.
Governor's saved enough to get an op if he wants to next round.
Okay, I was going
which
to
is
say,
interesting.
there is a chance that maybe we could see Ban use his dimensional drift, you know, let the rest of his team come in. He's got a lot of utility to work with it, but save it for a better round just in case. Still have some to work with, but TS...
And the good news is for
I'm
Team
already counting this
Secret
away
that
'cause
Viper is in the position
looks
to
like
get
it's
these
not gonna be
ecos,
retaken
and
by
he's the
Talon, so
person
it's
closest to the ult.
Yeah, this is going to be them getting to 11. As they swing
One.
in, Cruz trying to get jump there. On to Borkham, can't make it happen. Lenny going to be taken down. Jeremy, can he collect both kills? He's certainly going to try to. Running low on bullets, and Governor will be able
The
to shut him down.
movement there, though, fair play.
Nice shot, but
One enemy remaining.
stay put. Jesse Bash knows that he's
Hey, they
dead.
made it expensive. Armor rebuy, 2 gun rebuys.
To buy going into the next round. 3 players survive as Team Secret get 2 rounds away from taking this opening map.
That is so annoying to track, right? When you have the zoomies as that neon, it's so difficult for you to just, you know, to be able to track him and get the kills, especially with such a recoil-based gunplay like Valorant has. Anyways, timeout has been called. Really a different look here from Talon. Not as clean. I've been mentioning this every single time that we go on the timeout, but they really haven't had a clear-cut set of rounds that makes you think that Talon's going to mount that comeback in the 7-11 against Team Secret.
I mean, the closest was just, you know, them winning the pistol in the second half and getting the anti-eco. That's the only
Last timeout
rounds
for
that
them.
they've been able to get consecutively.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's been really scattered around when they're able to pick these up. Widely, Team Secret have just had a chokehold on this game's control. I mean,
It's 2 regions that are overall strongest, bro.
have not felt the
Haven't watched China.
even with those
We've watched
few
1
rounds
day of
getting picked
EMEA.
up to call any
Come
kind
on.
of timeouts here.
At
So,
least,
I mean, this is a
at
big
least save the
gamble for Team
questions for
Talon.
after kickoff.
Frost and Boy very much hoping
How on
trusting
earth am I meant to know, bro?
players from here on out can get them back on course and not get knocked off course once again.
I think a big indicator as well is to know that Team
If
Secret's
I'm a
trouble
time
is if they
traveler,
start just,
I'm not
you know,
using the
5-man
powers to
stacking
go
something.
like to answer
And they
that
haven't
question.
really done that
That's crazy, dude.
in this game for
Think
the most
about it.
part,
Come
right?
on.
It's been cool,
You're better
calm,
than that.
collected. They've been rotating a lot, all the pieces moving and getting very substantial kills here all across the board for Team Secret. So I think that's a good indicator that they do have that good bit of control. Bot though.
Okay.
Lovely kill.
Took a second to line up, but eventually does get his mark. Borkham taken down. This is one of the things that we were seeing, you know, quite a bit from Talon in the opening series was the kind of interchangeability of this operator between Governor and Ban.
Yeah.
You are powerless.
Full command cancel there. On the drone, Span still hold his ground, but might swing out. He doesn't get the shot.
He might have to kill another.
Does get
Oh,
NDG,
man,
then it's going to
okay.
be gunned down as the NB makes his way into the site.
Reckoning.
2v2.
One enemy
Cruz,
remaining.
great headshot, taking down Vash.
Okay,
Tries to jump over
massive
the wall.
1v2, and it is not planted for short, so he has to go back over towards
cut
there.
back over to main. Pushes out though.
Lovely
Governor
shot.
will line it up.
Okay,
Op can
must
be recovered.
win
It
rounds
is. That's gonna
is
be
what they
Talon
had there.
holding on, so timeout does result in them getting the round victory.
Very true. And,
The
and
level
again,
of players
all
generally
stemmed
improved for
by
all regions so
giving
far.
Bot
Yeah, I think
operator in his
that for sure
hands.
we can say that.
Huh.
I
Maybe
agree
they're just
with
using
that.
this extra time as well to discuss a couple of things. But yeah, Operator very
Okay, they pick
successful
up the
here in
op.
the hands of the Yoru player, especially when Borkham did get a couple of those shots in. Van just stayed as calm as he could and just hit that nasty shot. And Cruz just getting that freebie kill as Vash repositions the back of the site, all leading to this one round for Talon.
Curious to see how they approach the ult economy, though. Obviously, 4 ults, nearly 5 with Governor, just 2 away from having that next overdrive available. Given that they're still in this
Massive,
deficit,
massive
wanna
swing
try to avoid
rounds,
overtime,
especially
need to
when
make
they
sure that they
just
use
won
these
this round as well and get a
efficiently. So,
1-9
looks like
loss
for the start,
bonus.
the
You're
Regent boys
probably
have
going to
got the pick here,
see
try to
maybe
dissuade
even
them from
all
moving
4
over
of these
towards A,
ults
'cause
get
for the moment,
used.
they've got that kind of 3-man
They
stack
gotta
over
get
towards
this
the B
round.
side, with Ban up in nest.
We've seen 1 down.
There is this Hall's control from Borkham, but like you said, because they do have that operator in the hands of Ban, they don't really want to check anything unless he shows himself.
Camera spots everywhere close B.
They're just kind of holding
We've cleared out
a little bit here. As you mentioned,
a
the
little
Viper's
bit of
been
holes, not
also
too much.
adding a lot more delay for Team Secret.
And
so they're
Team
burning down this
Secret
clock,
are pretty
kind of
much just
hoping for
waiting
something,
again,
maybe a
just
peek
playing
out
it
from
nice and
talent,
slow,
but
seeing
both
if there's any
teams are very
pushes,
much
and they just,
preserved in this
again,
round. They don't
playing
really
slow for
want
them
to
just
overcommit
works out
anything
well
at all.
because it then just means that the Euro TP is non-existent and we can't have the fast rotates.
Out of the corner.
Really trying to spot something here.
Doesn't manage to find one. Governor pushing forward wisely, just clears out the drone. Ash will take the orb to try to get closer to that Hunter's Fury. And then steadily make
Again,
his
he
exit.
creates pressure there.
He can then grab that
And
spike
he walks
and
at least for the beginning so they don't hear him rotating away.
It's not
And
just
they
that.
are
When you hear those
strolling
kind of
into
sounds
B.
Jesse Bash is doing, you can expect that
Straight
there's
up,
a couple of players here and
strolling
there.
into B.
But the swing out, oh, they spot each other. And
Jeremy
has
with the
faster
attack
shot.
op as well.
Takes him down, no one there to try to capitalize.
And we
the
now
push
have
comes
the
through here
lark
onto
in
the B
tube,
site.
get a little bit
12 seconds
closer.
remaining. Hunter's
Bonk goes
Fury
down.
Goes across, it
Wait.
interrupts it, and he gets the kill. Follow-up shot would do it. Jesse Bash waiting. He drags it back over. Right there.
Close.
Spike
Yeah,
planted.
and the Viper gets spotted on the
planted,
lark.
0 point connecting on the 2 over here at the Arches. The recon dart as well, getting that ping across.
Yeah, and the longer
Talon
Viper stays alive, the better here.
have
This
their
should
work
be
cut out for them.
impossible for Talon, even with the ults, and this feels like the most
Reckoning is at the ready.
impactful round we've seen
Quite
for a
bit of
while.
damage. Then managing to find
Yeah,
Governor.
they got to ult because they know how much this
Back
round
kill.
has
Reckoning
to
rolling
be
NDG,
won.
getting stunned up in the back lines. Jesse Bash eventually does fall.
Jit Boys is just, he's just outrageous. I don't know how he makes some of these rounds winnable.
From Envy. He swings out, but Lenny managing to take him down. It's on NDG now here within the site as Borkum arrives. Swinging through, tries to set up the fight, tries to bounce it over, and
Nicely done, holy. Yeah, and it, honestly, the fact that this actually got close was all down to Jit Boys. That was impressive. Because that run was done, for sure. Okay, 4 chances to close this one, and they have legit no money. We got 2-3, 2-3, 2-7.
That final bout, he just held on, and this was also pretty unfortunate for Ban, because he was already about to check mid the same time that Jeremy did, but Jeremy was just half a second early. Truly, it was the goodest of goods for NDG there.
Yeah, and you know, I was just talking about trying to have that
And
efficiency in the ult usage. Talon basically
we
dumping
got
everything. They
3
still
ults
have
to
the
secure
dimensional
this.
drift.
We can
Governor
probably ignore this one, but
nearly there with his ult as well. But now that Secret is at match point, they're going to have to dump them both in all likelihood and hope and pray that they end up working out. This game very much right now is in Secret's hands and has been.
There's a ping on Governor's spot too, on drop.
yeah,
And
do they?
look at this, Borkum's right on
Looks
top
like
of him.
Jeremy's
If
gonna
Jeremy even
play
drops
this.
to this, there could be an insta-frag on...
Lively peek as well.
I don't know if it's a read or they heard him. Either way,
I
right?
think they just,
Either way.
I think they've just seen this before, where every time the harbor wall goes down, like they have a few variations.
They
They
were picking
have a harbor wall like this where they clear here, and then they have a harbor wall deeper where they just try and get a bit of mid control and clear it as well.
Can't really afford to do so anymore. Not
It's
as
been
that
nice,
Earl Theft
and I
comes
think we
through.
just have to as well
Bruce as
compliment
well,
Team
having to back
Secret just
away.
playing so well
Ping
against the
goes out.
Yoru.
Banned out,
Just
saying,
such
"Yep,
a
they're coming this way." Sends them the
slow
flash,
style
slow
of
them
play,
up.
waiting for those TPs to go out, and every time Ban has
With
been
the
using them
dart,
early.
Sending it a little bit early. It stops them from pushing forward for the time being. Jeremy does get pinged. Deep flash sent
seconds
out.
left.
Ban avoiding that one.
Okay,
Jit
this
Boys.
is all down to Jit Boys. Sheriff,
Cheeky. He's trying to be unpredictable.
he is the
He's getting
only way
himself
they
tucked
can win
underneath
this.
The window. He's going to be hearing these
Is
footsteps,
to.
but he just has a sheriff in his hand. He needs to be so very accurate with these shots so far. They're not looking for him. Into the cyber cage. He has to let
The cyber
Sends
cage.
out one. Tries to send out the snake bite. Interrupt, but then oh no! Draws the
Oh
wall.
man,
He managed to kill.
wait.
Can the plan still come through? They're
Oh,
sprinting
okay,
forward.
just
They're grabbing the
holy,
spike. The spike is gonna be there.
holy,
It's now all on Ban.
almost.
1v3 to try to clutch this one up.
Oh man,
The
imagine
molly
it
was
just 2
actually,
seconds
molly was actually on,
more,
carried on
and
planting.
they could have actually clutched this round from that snake bite from Jit Boys. Oh, Ban, you're absolutely right. And look at Team Secret, they've spread themselves out thin. They know that he might have a weapon, but he doesn't have the numbers.
Envy's just spotted him. He was jiggling the corner. Right as Ban looked away. Just waiting on the wall. No util to work with. No
Yeah,
hope
very
either.
nice from Team
Envy
Secret.
will
Okay,
be
they
the
win the match
finisher
that they
as
lost
Team
last time.
Secret this time around.
Yeah, and
Score
it
might
actually looked
stay
really
the
good.
Same, but it's them with the win. 13
Much
to 8
better
on
like
Breeze.
game plan from
What
them
an
as well.
unfortunate
Just the
round there
slow
for
play
Jit
against the
Boys.
Yoru.
He
Much better
almost
now they actually
was
have
able
like
to
a
transition
footage
that.
on
Then
Talon
NDG threw
on
the
how they
cyber
like to play.
cage. Then he couldn't get the kill quickly enough. He did get it eventually. Unfortunately, that wasn't what he was hoping for. And Team Secret not going to miss a beat. They're not going to miss that chance to just continue pushing in. And all throughout this first game, and again, ladies and gentlemen, this is just the first game. We're not done just yet. Was such a Team Secret hold. Breeze, they struggled before. This time, it's a whole completely different spell. Jeremy's doing everything correctly. NDG, great anchoring at the back of the site. Anyways, we're going to pass it to the desk to discuss this Breeze map even further.
And that's why Team Secret wanted to pick Breeze again. They said, okay, we have something planned specifically for you. We know you have these specific compositions, Coach Frost, for the side of Talon, but this is what we have prepared for you. Team Secret look like they're in top form.
Yeah, it was a lot more disciplined this time around. There wasn't any of that chaos and confusion that kind of really hampered them the first time around against Talon. This time around, Talon looked very befuddled. It looked like the communication was still kind of a problem. They were all over the place.
Okay, chat, give me a few minutes.
I really like the way Team Secret came into this. A lot of
bit.
lurks, a lot of flanks early, and then they did some really smart stuff with their defenses where they were setting up in places where Talon would hit and there'd be no one there, so all this util gets dumped for nothing, and then Team Secret would strike. So things like that really helped them get the ball rolling early.
I mean, so much of it also at the same time, Talon, like you mentioned, I think it's like bits of miscommunication. Sometimes it looks like Governor goes out on his own, and then the rest of the team is like kind of catching up to him because he's just so fast as a Neon, and it makes you look as if like this whole Talon squad right now is really wild. Remember the one round also Borkum had a Viper's Pit, and Talon tried to walk through. Borkum got like a quadruple kill. I mean, things like that. There's not much, you know, in terms of tactical play. It's not very safe. And it allows for Team Secret to come up with a much stronger defensive first half and then easier for them to close off. But there were some moments where Talon had like insane clutches.
Oh yeah, definitely. So a lot of moments where we jumped up and had to scream, including that one by Ban, where he managed to get that 2K even after being flashed. You know, there were those moments from Talon that were there. It's just that Team Secret, they definitely looked very prepared. Jeremy definitely stepping up to the plate as well. And Borkum, we have to ask, what time is it, Quack? What time is it? It's Borkum time.
We are in EST for sure.
We are in EST. We are in Borkum Standard Time right now, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, he did have. It's nice that we brought him up during the pre-show because he definitely delivered. And you look on the other side where you have two controllers on the side of Talon, right? And you know, no Sentinel at all. So this definitely is like, you know, this definitely favors Team Secret because Borkum could stand the test against two more controllers on the side.
Oh yeah, he was incredible. I mean, making just brilliant maneuvers through his Viper's Pit, things like that, completely befuddling his opponents, reading what they wanted to do so well, coming up at the right times on the right angles to really punish Talon in moments where they don't expect him to be there at all. So all of these things put together, plus some really fancy shooting, added up to him being the MVP of the map. Well deserved. A 308 ACS on a Viper.
5 first kills with that too.
Disgusting.
Not to mention, Jit Boy is also holding his own. And, you know, you mentioned how Talon did have potentially some miscommunications. It didn't seem like everything was, like, gelled together just yet. And you have to bring up Jit Boy just because, you know, the language barrier is there. And he's usually the one that might be out on his own or might be prone to misinterpreting things, right? But he is here, definitely performing. And, you know, I even forgot at one point, it's like, oh, is Jit Boy on Sentinel or is he on Controller? Because he was playing like a Sentinel as well, right?
Yeah.
You could flex into that even on this agent.
Well, and Viper is somewhat of a Sentinel
That's
in a
true.
way.
That's
like,
true. You do hang
like
back a
Viper's more Sentinel than Sage, right?
That's very true. And Sage is more controller than Sentinel, right?
Exactly, yeah. But like, I mean, literally, I wrote down one thing in my notes, and it just says, Jit Boy's bailing Talon out. Like, so many times, he would just come up with these miraculous plays. I mean, it's phenomenal to see, but it's concerning for Talon that, like you said, man, that there's no help for Governor, or either they just can't keep up with him, whatever it is. Things like that are starting to really show the weaknesses in this Talon squad.
There was that round that Jit Boys did get an ace. But again, I mean, that's the thing. A lot of individual performances that look really great on their own. Ban getting the clutch. Oh my god, Jit Boys with an ace. It's still not like exactly safe tactical gameplay. And the whole team kind of falls apart a little bit because of it. And you see that at the statistics at the early part when you see that, well, Team Secret has 15 first kills. And that means that a lot of these fights, Team Secret's walking into them with numbers advantage. So Talon, there's like that slight bit of miscommunication, or sometimes they're just too wild and they need to kind of like what Coach Frost said, play as slow as they can, play fast. So I don't know, but right now it doesn't look like the same match that we saw from day one.
Yeah, and not to mention, Secret play this very actively. You know, you could see all 5 members at any one point in time just really managing to take control of whatever they could, right? You never felt that at any one point nobody was waiting for one another. You really felt the hive mind come in this time around.
I completely agree. I mean, this time around, it was like every time someone on Team Secret got killed, there was somebody to trade almost instantly every time. And they're making a lot of really, really smart plays. Even on that Ban 1v2 at the end, it was brilliant, a brilliant flash from Envy.
Oh my God,
Just a beautiful flash. Ban is full flash. He should be dead to rights. Somehow the shots don't land for Team Secret. So
but it wasn't a bad play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was the right play. It's just the execution wasn't quite there. But that's good signs, because if you're doing the right plays, more often than not, they're going to come through and give you those wins.
Yeah, and this is looking really good for Team Secret, right? This was their map pick, though. So as we head on over to the next map, which will be Ascent, which I should say Team Secret, they are pretty confident on, but we saw how Talon plays this one.
I mean, that one was slightly different on that day 2 game, and at the same time, you're thinking about Team Secret. They have rehearsed this so much. They're so used to it. I just wonder if Talon, you know, again, like I mentioned before we went into the game, does Lenny have that on-the-fly adaptation? Does the whole team kind of have that coordination to really go along with this? Because Team Secret will throw you in for a loop. Team Secret has adapted. Team Secret has come up with new plans, and you even see sometimes Jeremy switching up his positions. There was one up on Breeze B, and he was up on top of the pillars. You don't really anticipate some things like that. And if you can't continue to, you know, evolve as you play, things might start to fall apart.
Yeah, not to mention that, of course, we saw that Talon, it worked the first time around, and Team Secret, they really did their homework. They knew exactly. It's almost like they reviewed it. They rehearsed every single round that was going to happen here. Next, they're going to do this. Next, they're going to do that. So I think that, Team Secret, after doing this homework, the improvement is just so massive. The young guns, NDG, Envy, and Jeremy, they have a lot more confidence. There's a lot more synergy. And on the side of Talon, as you mentioned, Quack, Lenny might still need a little bit more to hone in the IGLing, right? Because again, he's dealing with a very raw squad. This Team Secret has been playing together for like how long? And this Talon squad has been playing together only for months.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but I will say I was encouraged on Ascent yesterday with Talon, even though they lost, that I felt like they were reading the map pretty well. They were reading DRX's movements relatively well most of the time. So if they can do that again and then shore up some of the little things, some of the micromanagement plays that were kind of falling apart in DRX's executes, and look, they're not the first team to have that be a problem. DRX has dismantled some of the best in the world with their executes. But here with Team Secret, they're another team that could dial that kind of thing up, like you're talking about. Great synergy, been together for forever. So certainly you have to expect that they have a deep playbook to try to dissect Talon's defense when we get over to that side.
The one difference I will say, though, for this map veto and for this being Ascent is that Talon picks Ascent, Team Secret opts to start on defense. So that means that Talon starts on an attack, and if we look at the previous match, Talon won on defense a lot better. They started on defense, they ended the first half like 9-3. I don't know if they can do the same thing this time. That's the tricky part. So unless, they have a stronger attack, unless they are able to come in with that coordination, then maybe they'll be able to win. But if not, Team Secret starts to, get into their heads. Oh, my
classic.
God, that's gonna be bad.
Let's just not acknowledge that.
We don't need to discuss this.
No.
We've seen this.
Yeah. No, nothing new to see here, guys. Another news, the sky is blue. That's when,
the sky is blue? Wait,
and
what?
in other news, we are going to toss it over to our casters as well, Azurai and Achilles.
Thank you very much. The sky may be blue most days, but now we have a nice little winter flurry happening outside. The snow is coming down here in Seoul, South Korea. It's really tying in to our Icebox theme for this event. But we're headed to Ascent. Icebox is banned in this series. Here's map 2.
Right. Team Secret on defense, Talon on attack.
Talon dismantled.
Team Secret lost the whole year. And dude, that Predator League that they played, the prize pool was wild. It was so high.
Looking very
It was a
much
nice
alive,
tournament
very
for
much
them.
awake this time around.
just gonna say something about the weather that my hands are just absolutely shaking
The
every single time
K-Cop
because of
split
how
comp, it's
the
pretty
winter
cool.
flurry is.
They had a lot of good
What a
theory behind it.
cold, amazing weather.
I thought we would
I mean, I
see
would still
stuff
pick
like
this over the
that
Philippines, which is
from them, where
so
and I think the meta's
insanely
open for stuff like that,
Hey,
where
it gets
people
that way here in
just
the summertime as well,
cook
especially
some
with the
wild
humidity.
stuff on maps
For now,
because
Secret
it's open. Like the meta is
first
so open
on
at the moment, you
this
can do your own
defense.
thing with it.
Push
So
coming
I'm
up
expecting
right
a
now, in
lot
towards
of
mid.
stuff like that
That's
from
gonna be
EMEA.
cleared. Quick check with the 0 point, not spotting anybody up closest. Bash getting tagged up.
Lucky to be alive on this one. Has a really good recon of his own.
Off the recon. Dart and Governor was spotted by
they didn't-
Jeremy, but a little
they
bit
didn't
faster
have
than
the guns
headshot.
to
Finds the
spam.
kill. Jesse Bash, however, still trying to anchor things down here in Boathouse. Ends up falling to ban, but not before he
This
takes
guy
out
can
the
get one
enemy
more.
Jet. Jit Boys
man.
will find NDG before that right
Jit
click can come
Boys
through.
bails
So the
Talon
advantage is gonna be there
out
as the spike gets
so
planted.
many times. He's the beast.
No one has the anti-flank on
Zaysh,
though,
bro,
so
dude,
they might be able to sneak
I
themselves
loved watching
Smoke
yesterday.
to isolate a couple of the
I
angles right
loved
now in the
it.
blades to get a
You
bit
got some
more
nice,
information.
replays as well.
But Cruz playing up inside of the smoke,
The
not gonna be
coach
caught by that one.
reactions to
Ends up
some of the
finding
rounds were
Borkum.
fun to
And now
watch.
Envy is all close.
Oi.
Found one, found the second. Runs out
Bro,
of
3
bullets,
HP.
though. Lenny
Give him that,
3
surely.
HP. Manages to get the pistol win
He
here
gets
for
the dink on the
Talon.
last bullet, and
The
it's
higher
3
power
HP.
intervening to save his life, it would seem.
Envy was looking kind of shaky in the first part of that fight, and then you just start seeing him turn bot Envy. You can't see it from this perspective, from this replay, because yeah, that was the that was Lenny surviving with a hair of HP, but Talon squeezing that pistol round in is insanely important.
Shadows traveling.
I can see fairly hefty investment here from the side of Talon. Governor going for this Phantom, the Ares in the hands of Lenny. Two Bulldogs, just Ben who's really sitting back, but more util to be bought there for the KO. So make sure that he's got a little bit of everything there. Some Jit Boys, ooh, not quite able to get the catch. And
Hey, that
he
worked
might
well.
actually be caught.
Ah, that's a shame.
Dash into the wall, Jeremy. Trying to stay
Nice
alive.
idea.
The 180 turn,
Man, Jit Boys still
gonna
gets
get
2 there.
Meantime, Jesse Bash and Envy gonna be finding one
Lunacy.
apiece. Borkum taken down, however, outside of A.
Oh my
Spike
goodness.
is going to be picked up.
Oh.
Brought forward here by Lenny, who's about to actually clash here with Jesse Bash. With a very good
This guy's
sense of
way
it.
too aware, man.
Spamming it through that smoke, knowing that Envy was
This
going
guy's
to
been playing in NA
door.
where just every
That's gonna be
player will
Talon.
try and make that same move.
Starting things off 2-0.
Yeah, there was still actually enough space, I think, and Governor, as you mentioned, very much realizes that Envy could just tuck himself in, use a couple of bullets to make sure is never going to be a bad thing.
Yeah, the replays of you
But
guys were really
the
good
picture
because it was
keeps
like
realizing
it was always
that,
obvious when it was like a
again, they
strat
just
that
have
you
to be
had
as
cooked up.
proactive
It
as
was
they
kind of
can.
sick.
The one kill that really surprised me was Envy
I'm
getting
excited
that
to watch
shot
other
off
maps as well.
onto the top mid player
I'm
of
excited
Talon
to
while
see
he was
what
on
else
short,
what else
just,
there is.
Again, using that Sheriff. So it was a little bit more
Oops.
expensive that was expecting for Talon there.
I'll tell you what though, I actually like Team Secret's idea on the eco here. I thought that little distraction push with the walk through middle against a normal 4-1 default was pretty cool.
Will stay standing for the time being as that drone is going to check onto
Team
1.
Secret look a lot better once they have demos of other teams.
Hovering on the alarm bot for them.
That is for sure.
If they're going to be able to punish for this since they activated so early.
I'm not
He's
sure
right
if it's
there.
just that, but
Nothing yet though. Yeah, this
a
is
recon.
just feel like they're doing stuff
Bash was
off
swinging. He might have actually spotted
the
Governor there for a brief
videos
moment, but
and the
as he
footage.
continues swinging out.
This is
Trying to take down Ban. He ends up falling. Jeremy though
Oh, boy.
pushing forward, spotting one, finding the kill, trying to dash away, and Borkum there with
that's
covering
nice.
fire.
Observed it
Keeps
great, yeah.
Jeremy alive. Paranoia through now. NDG crashing forward, up by bench. It's the elimination, and Jit Boys has been spotted.
This was
right
looking
as the smoke
rough,
does
but
blow.
the crunch over towards middle here was really, really good.
Just the one kill so
Yeah, once
far.
they realized they were
Ooh,
kind
Jit
of
Boys
in this area here.
fired into the
And
void. The void
honestly,
fired back.
they were just a unit together.
Yeah, this is difficult. 26 HP. Might as well just try to re-attack the same angle just in case anybody over pushes.
Just trying to get any damage that he can deal. Take away one more of these weapons. But time
10
is going to
seconds
be running low. And can't quite find it.
Ended up being a
Four members
very
left
nice
standing.
round.
Team Secret will go ahead and take the bonus.
One kill
thought it was
away
gonna
for
be
Envy in terms of his ult.
Somewhat dangerous for
And
Jeremy.
this is a big round for Talon.
When he dashed away, supposedly into cover. There was
2
still
full
one
loss
player,
bonus on
Talon,
top of
chasing it
this,
down, and then,
sitting around a
Fork
3.
comes in
Honestly,
for
a
the
plant
assistance.
is
That's
pretty
what's
big for
needed there,
Talon.
right
Yeah.
ahead there.
Obviously, they're going to want to win, but if they get a
that
plant, it means they can
paranoia.
buy next.
Every other lurk from Talon has been
What I
plugged
do
up.
with the Zeta
claim
GE game, I'm
their
going to
gun round
prioritize
very
EMEA. So
commandingly.
we should be able to get like maybe one map done of
chance for
GE
Secret to go
Zeta,
ahead.
and then I'll switch to
Tying
EMEA.
things up. Waiting for any
I'll
ults to become available
put a
here.
link to people can
close,
watch Ryan's
quite
stuff.
having it
Like
yet.
anytime there's a like a conflict in terms of schedule,
Set
me
here
and
at
Ryan
the
are just
site.
gonna split up and do different games. So
Quick clear on the dart.
we at least have like people knowledgeable on the regions covering
initial contact and-
the region.
Oh.
If that makes sense.
Take flight. Minor oopsie.
It could have been, a bit of softening up toe for Talon too.
Jit Boys is
Yeah,
gonna
someone
be
can link
the
a
one
stream as
lingering
well
here to try to
if you want.
Beat out Secret a little bit more.
I'll put it in the. I'll put it in the. Well,
Stuck
I
with
say
it,
I'll
made.
put it in.
All the
One of the mods will pin a
Wants to
pin a
try to
thing for
cross
later.
over, but Jeremy actually just pushing forward, finding that kill.
Exposed.
AB.
Down, flash out really catching
Gary.
much there. NDG. Oh no, they're not really checking for him. Governor
Spike down.
dashing
Defender
forward.
Governor did
Just managed to
insane.
avoid getting taken down first and
Governor
foremost,
did
and
insane to
actually
stay
gets the
alive
answering
here.
fire. Nice
Who's this
paranoia
back of
cover
sight?
there coming through from Cruz to help get the kill.
We'll wait, Lexi. I think we'll just wait
Governor so very
until
low. This is so
30 seconds
incredibly
left.
Until
winnable
it's
for the
actually
side of Team
time.
Secret, especially as Jeremy is waiting in boats.
Ooh, wait, that's Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy finding it. Let's get that kill. And now it's all on Lenny.
Down B.
45 HP.
It's the first grabs the spike. Rotating around
Doesn't
the
have a
sides,
drone,
sends
so he
out a
might win.
shock dart with the quick little bounce.
Okay.
Facing.
Nicely done.
There's no
Nicely
open hell.
done. Jeremy
2-2.
did great here.
Team Secret will go ahead and tie us up.
So tomorrow?
was
No,
about-
I mean
I
there'll
was just about to
be
say, Lenny already was giving so much information to Team Secret
We'll do it for
there,
the
'cause he
Pacific
already
game
knew he
later.
didn't have time, so he had to bait a play.
because I doubt
So
we get
both
to watch
Jeremy
all the
and
games in one
teammate,
hole.
Envy was just holding. Thought this was going to be a 2-kill conversion from NDG.
Hello,
Unfortunately
Bacan. Good
not,
luck
so
today.
That still allowed Talon somewhat to be able to transition into the into that B site. But again, because Team Secret have been getting these off-time kills to counteract
Fast
the
strat on
split
the
that Talon
eco,
have
so
been
maybe
doing,
just because they
it's
have knives, they want to go for this
disrupting
one.
the push for Talon for the most part.
Jesse might get
Dart out. Here comes the rush.
caught
The pick on the
spamming.
one. The Odin. Letting loose. Jesse Bash able to find one. And Governor going to be taken down by NDG.
his
Nice
team's
bit of
Molly's
damage
just
there on the
mowing
kill
him,
joy,
but
cannot
honestly,
find the elimination.
NDG did great
Now
to
the tag
kill
is
the
in.
jet
Shock Dart trying to
because that
chase
could have
them out
ended
of main.
really badly.
And able to stay away from it.
Love that too, that you're using your own teammate's Nano Swarm to stop your opponents from pushing. And even though you take the reduced damage, you still are able to continually damage Talon as they exit out. So it was kind of a lose-lose situation for Talon that if they chase Jesse Vash, they're gonna have to chase him inside of that Nano Swarm.
Hit 2, still 1 unknown, so they have to be a little bit scared of a split here. Lenny drone comes out, we have a flash on site,
Sending the drone over towards
TP
tree.
into the smoke,
Fielding
not
a
too
spot there
bad.
on Envy, who now swings
Insta
out,
bomb.
catching Lenny, trying to interrupt
That's
this
actually a
play.
win.
Pop flash
They'll
out,
take
there's
that
the
win.
full blind there on
Shout out to
Envy,
Cruiser.
but now it is just Cruz left standing, and this doesn't have any kind of
It's a
weaponry
small
to
win,
get
don't get me
anything
wong.
done. Cleanup will come through. The defuse will
The
happen.
smallest of
Team
wins,
Secret
but
will
it's
take the
still a win.
Now 3 rounds consecutively for them.
Yeah, I wonder when Governor is gonna try to go for an attack side operator, right? They've got the loss bonus already. 2,000-ish creds plus loss bonus should, I think, be enough, but again, maybe I'm just reading too much into things. But yeah, look at this. This is the play I was talking about, the Nano Swarm
5
push
stream
out to Jesse
streak
Bash.
bacon.
He knows exactly that he's just going to be able to do that without getting traded, especially when NDG's right behind him that actually dealt with Governor, who dashed way past Jesse Vash, maybe to close the door or went straight for stairs.
Predictions for today's games.
Yeah, I feel like you should have been dead to
So
rights,
I
but having
think
then seen NDG.
Zeta
attention was
wins, I
turned
think
over onto that
Navi
Killjoy,
wins,
so
I
the
think
Odin in the
Liquid
front line
win,
ends up finding value,
and
things just proceed
chat,
to
who's
fall
the
apart
last game
from there.
EMEA today?
Odin is going to be in the hands of Lenny, though. It's just an opening fragment sent over towards A main. trying to stop the push from coming
Vitality
through.
Gentlemates. Oh man,
Surprised
I
to
do
not see-
say Vitality
Like a
wins, but
slight
that
setup for
is
Jit Boys. I mean, they want to have this presence.
that is
to
gonna
stop
be
any
interesting.
encroachment coming through B
Because
main, but
Gentlemates is like a Centimeters has got a coach that will cook stuff up as well. Existence is going to have some brand new stuff that Vitality haven't played or seen before.
Want to see attackers play here on Ascent,
And it
clearing
could
mid
work.
control to force something from the defenders, but Secret do realize this.
And they have a stand-in.
Borkum using one of
So
his
they
smokes
recently
for the
kicked.
one-way on a short. That delays a little bit.
So like honestly, it could crumble pretty
And now that
fast.
there's no contact for the past 10 to 15 seconds, Team Secret is just okay giving up a little bit more of that control, playing in the farther positions of each site.
Existence, yeah.
Opened up. I mean,
Existence.
they
I
seem
mean,
very convinced that this is going to be a push coming through from short. Talon,
The Source player, really.
very much happy to see that ult
The
just
guy
go out for
dominated
absolutely
Source.
nothing, especially with Jin Boys is locked on the horizon, but it still might not be a good time for him. Jesse Bash able to find Ban, taking him down, but Governor and Jin Boys
Double smoke's pretty cool. I say double smoke is in like this defensive smoke to give him.
lurking here within the
Oh,
smoke.
man, I really like this.
Down to 30 HP, goes
Borkum
pushing
might have
forward,
won
got
the
spot
miss.
there onto the kill joint. Needs to clear the turret.
Dude, I
Does
saw the
so
red
before taking
HP and I
damage.
didn't
Now
fully
lockdown,
check
gonna
it.
be
I thought he was
invested.
going to go down.
Counter lockdown.
Killjoy ult for Killjoy ult.
Attacking one already
Wait.
destroyed. They need to get
Guys.
rid of this defender one. Push
Guys.
forward, Jin Boys rushing.
Okay, what a
Does
hero
manage to
play.
give his life for the cause. Get rid of that
Envy is an
util.
absolute hero to take down the ult
Quick
here.
tap here onto the KO, faking the res, but Borkum, it ends up costing him his life. And she's the last one standing.
I mean,
Swings out, no HP. Does
that
end up
was,
falling, and
yeah.
Talon keep it now tied up at 3-3.
Who's this on stairs that managed to kill the
Up
ult?
until the very last second, that Secret had a very good read of what was happening. And then, sure, Jesse Bash uses Hunter's Fury so that
Jit
he's pretty
Boys?
sure that no one's going to be pushing on
Man,
him. The problem with
Jit
that
Boys
is
is
it also takes away
crazy,
at
bro.
the
The amount of
hold
times
and
he
quick
bails
rotation
his
that they
team out.
could do
Of course
if
it's
Talon
Jit
decides
Boys.
to go elsewhere. And it just works in
This guy's just the silent
towards one kind
MVP of this
situation where
team
Talon
every
realizes,
single
"Ah, they're
time.
going to be more prepared for a short. Let's
They were
just go the other
locked
way."
in with the ult and he had to get the kill on it.
Up now in the hands here of Jeremy. 3 players just outside of his reach as the drone gets ready to fly. Looks like he's just going to hold the angle, clears it out. Now they know that there's an ult present. See how that affects the decision making here for Talon.
Add him to the list. Envy Jit Boys. +3.
It's smoke again. They're going to go
I'll
straight
tell you
for
what,
this
the
Jesse Bash here.
Meteor is
they're making so much
is a
noise. There's no
Sentinel
ambiguity
has
about this
been
one. The
looking
counter
really good.
timing. It's damn good. They're looking to try to get this Hunter's Fury across, try to get the catch, but it's going to be Ban, who's a little bit faster. Finds the headshot. Cruz has to go on a
My
cancel there.
goodness, this
From
guy.
his ult is Borkum
Do they?
stuck here within wine, but
Yeah, it looks like they know.
see where Cruz is looking. It seems like he's got a pretty good idea. There could be a player in that position. Now they absolutely know it.
Oh, he could have timed this Omen flash with the peak. I think he did this too early. Could definitely have timed this Omen flash with the jet peeking here and potentially comboed this a little bit better. Lovely run from Talon. 2 in a row.
Yeah,
Get
but
their
look
money
at
good.
Jit
5
Boys
people
already.
survived
He's
and
aware that Jeremy's gonna be
3,000.
doing this, and
Not
Jeremy-
even an armor rebuy.
One enemy remaining.
He was preparing himself.
Yeah, Talon might run
but
away
Jit
with
Boys
this
is
now.
too quick. Maybe NDG can fight Jit Boys and
Diddy,
secure an
thank you so much, man.
operator by-
Appreciate the prime.
What an exit! Just throws it into the oblivion, you know.
No chance.
Thank you very much.
So we'll just be NDG left sat here within the B site as the spike goes off, and Talon, they are going to take the lead.
What a call, though, too, as well. Vash, I think, preempted a pop shot. Either that or he got hit exactly by the paranoia as he backs away. And then the Hunter's Fury to also flush him out of the second fallback position that he has used, which in kind also forced out Jesse Vash to peek out the door and get knocked out. He was kind of hoping that maybe his, you know, his sacrifice play, because he was already screwed to begin with, was gonna get maybe a kill, maybe a knockout. Did not work out. Talon,
we're in for
what a
this,
play coming
by
in
the
from
way.
that last round.
We full buy into this one. We have us.
Very nicely set up.
I mean, this is mad, surely.
4-man
I know they
push
get a
now.
2-9 loss bonus
Going
next,
down
but
short. That does identify Governor. Jit Boys was staying tucked
got
away.
to see the
not wanting
hero
to get
guns
darted.
do some work here.
Paranoia goes
The
across,
nice
goes
push
back
over
to line.
towards
I
this
believe
short
2 players
players.
there. The reveal is absolutely monstrous, though.
Dude, the
NDG
short players
able to
bailed
find
out,
Lenny.
by the way.
Some trade backs coming through here. Now equalizes. Cruz is able to pick up one. Jeremy gets taken
Yeah,
down.
the short players
And then
bailed
now
out
into the
here.
hands
I
of
think they
Talon
had
as
to
he's
stick.
desperately trying to
I
chase
think they
him
had to
behind.
stick heavy here.
Quite get the
The
shots
recon
through.
got so many.
Around the
I
corner,
don't know
great
if there was
line of
any
sight.
util in the smoke here, but
He and Borkum try and see if they can retake this B side for themselves.
Spike planted.
Two different angles of attack for the defenders here. They just open the door for Borgum, but because of the one-way smoke, Envy immediately realizes maybe I can just find a different way of approach. Look at the pocketing here from
Could have been a
Talon,
KO nade there,
playing
I
every
guess.
single direction. Okay, at least that blade should find the one and be made.
Oh, timing.
Oh.
Envy waits, he swings back in. Headshot is good, and Ban goes down.
Last player standing.
Cruz, however, catching him, pushing up into the smoke. Borkum now gonna try his luck at it. He wins out the
Smoke
fight.
for the spike.
Smoke.
Jit Boys now. Oh, just gets the
Nice.
timing.
Man, your boys is
Checking
too
right
reliable.
before that smoke blooms, ensuring that Borkum can't try to hide within it. Closes it out again. Just very close rounds. So much back and forth as soon as that initial contact comes through, but it is Talon persevering.
Yeah, and again, there were some moments where the shots could have connected, but then just, it just boils down to how well you can quickly trade. And as you mentioned, because it's been so close, cut-knit, and Talon being the one to be able to come out ever slightly on top, that was just enough for them to transition into a site, force that post plan, and keep winning these past 2 rounds.
Okay, and then is this way? So did they actually? And their buys are weird. Their buys are weird.
A big creep forward as well. 3 players.
Guardian, Bulldog, Knives.
Set outside of A main now. Gonna go on a push.
A main
Comes
push.
down, they get the reveal at least onto 1.
The Jet kind of has like a sweet spot where he
Camera's
knows
not
that
found
the
yet.
knife's
Now
been
it's
used,
no
so
gonna be
he can
expiring, but Jeremy moving
go a
forward,
little bit
still
aggro
himself
for a bit. Oh man, I'm so
near
scared.
Gelato.
Yeah, I
further.
think
Gets his
he's
gas,
right to
jumps
make
on the
that
corner,
play
but
because
can't
if he
get the
stays in that
transition.
corner, he's getting
Goes on
knifed
bad.
out, and
Consider equalize.
then he's got a classic. So
That's what
that's
they're
actually a
hoping
very
for.
good
Jeremy,
trade.
though, ideally, he wanted to get both of them, but definitely not gonna happen. I like how Governor's just on an outlaw, right? Realizes that this could be
3
just sort of
pass
a
and
weaker
gamble
buy
stack over
for Team
towards
Secret,
B.
so he's just banking on the body taps. Ooh, NDG, are you prepared for this peak?
He's prepared in the sense that he has armor. So the shot not going to get the instant kill. Governor taking a little bit
They
of
know
damage on the
2
jump
are here
across,
now.
but does hold on to his life for now.
30 seconds left.
This could be good.
Dart setup here from Jesse
20
Bash if
seconds,
they
so the
continue
call
to
comes
push
in
up
to go
onto
to the
mid.
other side. Okay,
Thankfully enough, NDG
this
did
is
survive,
going to be
so-
everything on the Omen.
Yep,
Omen has a
exactly that.
Bulldog
That
flash
Alarmbot's
smoke.
gonna trigger.
Keep an eye on the Cruise as well,
Alert them
but
that Cruz
give me
is
this
lurking
defense Omen. Okay, give me
somewhere.
this defense
Envy
Omen.
Sissa. Snappy
15
shot.
seconds.
The dashboard, no one checking. Over onto the side, Governor as well. 2 HP remaining on him. Nearly able to find the kill. Fragment now going down. Governor
It's so
inching
funny that he
forward.
tried that
It's a
lovely
dart.
shock right on the
Lands at
edge,
his
2
feet.
HP.
What a paranoia.
Jesse finding the elimination.
Okay, nicely
Lenny
done in the end.
can't get the lineup of
Nicely
the
done. The
outlaw.
gamble
One
stack
kill
paid
found.
off. The push over towards
Secret
A was pretty good as
will
well.
rally
Everyone made
back.
good decisions on Team Secret
and
here.
neck. We're almost.
Almost, yeah. At least not being able to find that extra kill, right, on that outlaw really did hurt them. Especially as I mentioned, NDG's Alarmbot did give away Cruz's position. Cruz thought that maybe he could be able to find that first pick, but Envy's just too quick. And then we saw everything happen. Talon not able to clear the corners efficiently as they were just hoping to maybe get into the site as soon as they possibly can. Plant it, play the post, and then that's it. But it was a rough transition. They got damaged, they got bruised on their way in, picked off one by one.
But if I go winning,
So
it's
Time
pretty
Count's just gonna
hard
be calling
this.
that
I think
timeout
Team
first.
Secret are looking a lot better now.
Yeah, I was
They
curious as to,
they have the footage from before. So before this game, I think I said Talon. Now I'm watching it, and maybe after like how convincing Breeze looked,
Here, I think Frost and Boy as well seeing
I would be tempted to say I'd switch
some
over
iffy
to Secret, but
tendencies that have been here, you know, that have allowed for Secret to get that last round especially. So they want to just get in here, get in the player's ear real quick, and try to ensure that some of the mistakes that they're seeing aren't going to happen again. As you can see, Frost very animated there in the booth.
yeah, he's
I always
insanely
love to see an
animated.
animated coach, right? To show how
Hands are flying.
intense he is, but not saying that Orbers himself isn't intense. Again, this additional coach or this new coach, you know, back in the day when he joined Team Secret,
Lenny
really
gets
changed up how
the
Secret
attack
approached their
Oda now.
fights, so
We are 1 away
and you're
from
kind of
his
seeing
ult.
that here and now with how
And
they
we're kind of nowhere near
changed up and, dare I say,
ults
just
on
improved
defense.
from
Jesse
that
2 away, I guess.
Secret that we saw from a couple of days ago.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's been pretty evident.
Oh yeah.
0 point going to be eaten. They should have a decent idea that there's going to be an operator in Jeremy's hands, just given that he's been trying to use this a lot more than he normally would.
Okay, and they knife, get info, and they want to avoid the jet.
Push out onto the catwalk.
Smoke goes in over towards A.
Now he's just going to stay put, doesn't want to overextend.
Jesse,
Just hang back.
I would love to know when his recon's
though,
coming up,
Talon getting ready
because I
for this
think that might be
execute.
the difference on this.
Flash goes in.
Flash
NDG
goes in,
again,
no
back
recon.
there, sees the dash in from Governor, puts him down low on HP.
Yeah, which
Running
means
the
he has
wall
to
bang,
duel
and
out, and then now this guy has to somehow get another. Omen ult comes in. Omen flash. Omen flash is good.
Boathouse here to try to reinforce NDG's position. They swing out on the back of the flash, but
Even the KO flash from spawn was good as well, but Jit Boys again.
now making his way over to switch. Man, he had the double take in order to lock him down, but I'm not sure how Envy didn't spot him.
Yeah, this was a nice round from Talon.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
So they got info
So
with the jet
many
over
tags
towards
as
shore,
well
and then
from
I think
Team
as well they saw
Secret.
the recon and kind of realized that
Not
they had a
able.
small timing where there's
They
most
were
likely
just,
3 over towards A, and they have no recon to
just
run out, and that's like the hardest thing when you go over
head
towards
first
B. You
into
have
a
to
pool,
180 shoot this recon.
Talon's pool,
The majority of the time where
got
your initial hit
completely
gets like
overwhelmed.
slowed
This
down,
operator
or
might
at
not
least
be
you get
going
wrecked
Jeremy's
slightly.
hands.
They're on
So
the hunt
I
for
like
it.
this.
Double face in, but on the reload time, he tries to go for the no scope.
And they take all
Would
these
have been
guns down.
stylish, but in the end, it's nicely done. Ban getting the takedown. Talon now getting up to 6. 2
A
more
lot of
rounds to go
rounds.
here in the half. Secret.
Guys,
kicked
they
back
gotta
a bit
eco.
economically.
Stop this
Big
weird
cash
buy.
flow,
You
very
gotta
much has
low
been
by
stemmed.
1, surely. Okay, there we go.
That's going to be huge too. Quick check at the replay. Vash was trying to hoping to
How
get
do I
that
rate
value.
MV amongst franchising
Borkum as well as the back of the
initiators?
side.
Like
He used them from the shadows, as we saw.
high.
Assist
Like top
NDG
5.
here,
Like
but
he can be in
ultimately,
this.
I
He
think
could
they
be in
just
a super team that is
kinda
winning
took each other's
champions.
spaces,
Kind of
so that's why you saw them
high.
push out of boats.
I just think he's
In an
incredible.
awkward spot like that, right?
He rarely makes
So ultimately,
mistakes.
Borkum's TP kind of hindered NDG from just having a bit more angles to work with.
Already. Ball coming through. Going this rotate.
He's literally the EMEA. He's the Pacific Cloud, if that makes sense. Because Cloud is like another initiator that you could just like slot into a top 4 team at like Masters or Champs, and he's
Kinda going
gonna
and then pumping the
gonna
brakes.
do
Just pump
sick work.
faking Secret a little bit here.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of pump action.
It's Cloud's at EMEA Leo, yeah, apparently so. What chat was saying yesterday.
Really?
Jeremy holding the corner.
Okay, the Bucky, there's a chance for a clip here. The Bucky left click will pop everyone here.
Spike forward into the A site, the swing out.
It's the spike.
Oh,
That's my bad. Chad, that's my bad. That's my bad.
There's the TP. Recovery, and Chit Boys with a nice headshot on the Jesse Bash. 0 point tells all. They know that NDG is going to be over at boats here. Sheriff could do some damage, but the Nano Swarm goes off. He finds the headshot onto Ban, giving his teammates a bit of a chance as Envy has that Vandal in hand. Borkum now, however, sprinting down into the site, and Chit Boys now.
Ouch.
Looking for
At
that
22
ace.
HP.
Can
Go
he
on,
find
swing
it?
it.
Yes, he can.
Oh man, this kid.
Chit Boys
Yep,
coming up
boys.
big. Puts him down and puts Talon even further in the lead.
Second of the day
Second
for
of
Chit
the-
Boys.
yeah.
Second of the day. Second in this series.
Man, what a monster.
Carrier is dead.
You're absolutely right. The timing
Oh,
as
man.
well.
They actually,
So
Chad, they
we've seen
actually
some
got
teams
baited
actually
in.
utilize this
They
same play that
actually
they
got
have,
baited in
right?
to the
Use
fake
your duelist to plant that spike.
fake
As
spike
long
over
as you have
towards
your
A.
Omen alive with that from the shadows,
Spike
you can
goes down. This
always
guy thinks, well, they
rotate
just
that
head over towards
spike
A site. We got
quickly
the
to
spike
other
here.
side of
Gets
the
his
map.
knife out, turns the
Unfortunately
corner,
for
3
Jeremy
people
there,
here. He should have farmed with the
just to
Bucky.
check.
Yeah,
He thought they were far
strat
away,
really
but they
paid
were
off.
Absolutely not. They were right in his face.
Hold strong.
Looking to hold this line.
Hold strong.
Defend behind himself too before getting taken down. I mean, his life for the cause.
Done. The ult is hitting everyone though. They can't get this res. Guys, you can't be getting this res.
Now they're
It's
just going
done.
to wait for the rest to go off. Chip Boys trying to bring him back in, and NDG immediately puts Ban back down. Lockdown is available. There's no reason to not send it here, given that it is the last round of the half, so the investment will come through. Borkum in the meantime trying to wrap around the backside, get himself
I was
in a
going to say
position
they
for
got
a
their own
quick
killjoy ult.
response.
This guy can just hide back his
Lockdown.
sight.
It's going to be invested as well. They have to push out of the smokes. Yeah,
Okay.
it's just a shooting gallery.
Still though, what a lovely half from Talon 7.
We are 7 and
Dude,
5
we're seeing
here
a
on the
lot of
scoreboard.
ascents where there is
that was Team Secret playing
more attack rounds than
so that
defense
they
rounds.
would get detain, but they will stop anybody pushing to punish that detain too, especially with Borkum's lockdown a few seconds after the lockdown of Jet Boys. Anyways, this half has ended into that
Did I expect
7-5.
Magnum to call this well? I think a lot of it is down to the
I
coaching
really don't know
staff.
how this is gonna unravel. Talon's been
There hasn't
so good
been
at readjusting
too
things.
much mid-rounding for
Quick
him.
calls,
It's just a lot of
great
the
control
calls
in
are
mid
like,
for the most
it's a lot of
part.
set
Team
rounds.
Secret though, always
Take
somehow
off.
managing to disrupt Talon.
It's a little bit like Gambit, for sure, where it's just like a lot of the calls are just set rounds. Like, we have this, you do this. They have this, we do this, etc. We have these two ults, we can do this. And it's just like a lot of protocols. Gambit were very similar to
Secret
that.
was kind of already at B, but it didn't matter because Talon just had
And honestly, that's how we did it in Liquid
out-aimed
as
them
well.
there.
It's a good way of doing it when you
And
don't
then
have like an experienced
before the Hunter's Fury comes
caller.
across,
Like
delayed by
that's
half
like
a
the best
second.
thing
They
ever
would've
when
had that reveal
you
on
don't
Jesse.
when the
Could've gotten
IGL
that
doesn't
kill,
have to
potentially found
think
themselves
too
with an
too
8-4.
much.
Yeah.
It's literally
A
just
little
like,
too
oh, they have
overzealous
this, let's
swinging
do
when you
this.
know that
That's like
Sova's
the
gonna
best
have an Odin.
the best thing when the IGL doesn't have to
But
think.
They do finish the half with a lead. Is it good enough to take us to a game 3 is the question, or will Secret be able to rally back here?
Of course. It all starts with this second half pistol.
Probably cost you.
Ooh, Talon definitely desired to get this. Governor and Ban have been
Do you still think Sentinels win
pretty
top 4 in
impactful
NA?
on these pistol
From what I've
rounds.
seen, I
Speaking
think
of
they'll
Governor,
come
he is
like
on
around
that
the 4th
Sheriff once again,
position.
the only one purchased in this
Could be
entire round.
anywhere from
he's looking for some
honestly
value
from
here.
what I've seen, it could be anywhere from
Question is
first to
where?
like
Looks like A heaven,
7th
at least
for
the
them.
moment.
It's dude, America's is wild.
Secret looking like they're going to take
I don't want to try
now.
call
Spike is
America's.
going to be stuck back over towards that attacker spawn.
But I do think my placing of them from
Outside of Gelato.
the original pick'ems and like
back
my
to avoid
original
that zero
taking is
point.
probably
Secret
one of the
wanting to
only
see if
things
they
I
can
feel like
get
relatively
any
happy
kind of
with.
aggression out
There's
of
so
Talon
many
that can
changes I
swiftly
would make to a
punish.
lot of regions right now in terms of
Talon's not biting.
where we judged them originally.
Just holding for the most part. Vash even hasn't used his dart here, so it really is just a cut of noise. Are we just waiting
Does
for
Fnatic do the same? To an
couple more
extent,
seconds?
yeah.
They're
They
gonna work their
have
magic on
a
here.
very deep map pool
I think
with a
this is
lot
the
of
correct move
protocols.
for
So it is
Talon as
a
well.
lot the
Just have
same.
Cruz somewhere
But
on
Boaster's
mid,
also
but
very good at
his
mid rounding.
contact was for that mid push, not
But they
to
also
spot
have
if
like
anybody's gonna be
this has
coming through mid
happened.
through short.
This is what we should be doing a lot of the time.
Paranoia still
Most
held here
most
by
teams have
both
that.
of these omens.
It's not like
There's
it's
that
not like we're
opening contact.
micromanaging
Lenny
everything
gets
all the time.
dropped. Jeremy,
It's
by
a
the
lovely
headshot.
omen flash. This guy
Governor
got
trying to get
hit by the
punished.
recon.
He does, but
Legit tanked it.
so much damage in exchange, and man just cannot stay alive here on the site. He gets taken down. Know that Guttner
Not too
has
much map control.
next to no
This
health
guy's
remaining.
low HP. Do they push?
Bonus is very much on Jit Boys and Cruz to try to get them back across the line here in this pistol round, but the Paranoia looking good. Slows them up. Turret now on top of Jen, gonna be cleared out. Jit Boys dead. Envy going big, finds 3.
Nicely done as well from MV. Okay.
Team Secret bring it back within 1.
Man, that was a lapse too for Governor there. He caught
Very much
Jesse
on
Vash
1-1 in terms of the
red-handed, but
pistols.
just could not convert in time. And even as you mentioned, got tagged down to 22. That's a huge lapse there from Talon. If he got that, he could have had a better pinch play with the rest of his team. Could have delayed the A main control, or could have delayed
Paper
from
X,
A main
yeah,
and
I'm
waited
still
for
not
the
worried
rest of
about
his
them.
team. But again, Team Secret cutting all of that noise.
The only
leaving Talon to
reason
just
we might
wait
not
for
see Paper X at
the quick
Madrid
contact play
is the
that far
single limb.
into
That's
their
it.
own
That's
side
the
of the
only
map
reason why
was
they might get.
a very big
They might
lapse
just have a
in
close
the,
game and.
in the reads here of Talon.
Like I can see a world where they lose a single limb game,
Odd
but
stack here.
if it's double a limb, they
Over an A.
100% make it. But single
Set up,
limbs,
push coming through. Recon to
random,
try to scan.
random to an extent.
Nobody spotted.
Imagine a single limb, you win no
closer and
pistols.
closer, just
You're not going Madrid.
Holding forward, they swing the corner. Cruz gonna be able to find 1, but now Borkum coming up with 2.
Still though, nice
Shuts
damage
down
to
the
be
push.
honest. Gun,
Damage
armor
dealt.
could have been a little bit better.
Potential for Lenny and Jit Boys to maybe get either Envy or Borkum, but widely looking like this should be Secret closing out the anti-eco with potentially just a single death.
That said though, look at Lenny.
It's got a shorty and 2 shock darts.
Yeah,
Vash
honestly,
doesn't, you know, have a dart for that backside. and
if
someone
I'm Jit
checks
Boys
it.
here, you just need
There's
to
a chance for
spam from
Lenny to actually
spawn.
get a kill here.
Okay, all this. And
Boys go
he
on,
has...
on Lenny to see if he can get anything done.
Okay, gun.
Finds one. That's a weapon, as well as the spike dropped. Yeah, need to swap over to the Bulldog.
Okay, not too bad. There was a chance. If he insta got the gun and realized that the spacing was actually pretty bad here, could have done a little bit more damage.
Could have been extra money though for Team Secret too if Morecambe didn't
Yeah,
drop down.
and
so
he kind of denied the fact that a plant can
I gotta
happen
just
as well,
say
so that's not too bad.
because, again, they might be slightly light on the buy. That spray transfer from Morecambe through to smoke too, securing at least the controlled back of A main that they did push out. So, you know, these small things could lead up to something big, and that something is TS not really having that many weapons to play in this bonus round of theirs.
Governor looking to go aggro.
Here.
Not paying attention here towards top mid though, and now the swing comes in. Oh man, bit of a trap.
Big
set
Joe.
there, but
No!
never
Really?
mind.
That was
just
sick.
blew this round wide open.
The bonus
Lenny now
round.
last man standing. Does have the Odin.
Guys.
They're not checking for him. They don't look left. They're not MP turners. Lenny guns him down, and now he's got the spike.
No idea.
Turned, and
Jesse security.
He says,
Oh my goodness.
just think of the
That
rabbits,
was...
Lenny. Just think of, look over there and just think of the
I mean,
rabbits.
shout out to Jeremy
I can't
for
handle
winning
all
this.
this backstabbing.
Like that
a
duel
stab
over
for a
towards
back,
short was
stab
everything,
on the
but
back
my
for a stab
goodness.
on the
Dude,
back there.
can't believe they don't check
As the
that corner.
retaliation from Jesse Bash comes swift, but that spray transfer
Yeah, what is
for
that?
Jeremy that really solidified a huge control in that round. That was a bonus round too, and you're absolutely right. They saw that
Yeah,
Governor
it's
was
really
actually
on.
peeking out through mid, and he was hard pressed on checking tiles, which allowed Envy and the rest of Team Secret to just react accordingly to the push.
Knife over towards A, hit 3. No, 2, okay.
Well.
Now they reset.
May you live in interesting times, as they say. We certainly do.
I mean, it is an upgraded Pacific League.
Absolutely unreal.
To crunch mid on a bonus? Yeah.
They're playing close.
I guess they didn't even crunch middle, right? They walked out middle.
Hello.
No matter what, you're giving them guns.
Another one.
Another one. Shit Boys getting shock darted down to 32. Maybe can get one. Yep, they will be able to lock down Jeremy as he dashes into the wall. Work cut out for them though here. That's NDG turn the flash, not even really getting caught by that one. Put some good damage down on the Governor before the headshot is received. Spamming through. NV dropping back down here towards the site. Weapons are covered for both. Potential chance
That's
here
so stupid.
for a good amount of damage.
Every time I
back
see
down.
it, I literally can't get over how stupid this gun is.
30 seconds left.
Weapons already picked up.
Look how
I do like
fast
how
it
Vash
shoots.
is
How are we
just,
all fine with this?
You know, playing at the back of the site. Also, hold on, Vash hasn't planted the spike.
No, they have not.
Yeah, so they're really, I think, just gonna buy as much time as they can.
Oh.
Wait, Vash?
Does he realize?
10 seconds
Okay.
left.
I can't believe they might lose this round.
One. Governor, last one
Oh my
standing.
god.
Oh, no.
Governor still
Spike
standing.
planted.
Jesse Vash does have that Odin. Dash activated. He tries to drag it down. He was just a pixel off. Jesse Vash.
Yeah, I mean,
is
just needed
able
to land
to
one
close
bullet
out
with the
the
100.
round.
Okay, chat, calm down. I can
That was
only
way
assume
too close.
the reason why he wouldn't plan it that early because they didn't want to get exit fragged, I guess. That's the only reason. I think that's just a greedy move from Team Secret, right? Either that or if Vash started planning the spike, that's when the rest of the two players of Talon would have come in. So they wanted to play that 3 versus 2 for as long as possible. I can only assume those were the two reasons why they would try to delay the plan on the spike. But you know what? They won the round. It doesn't matter. Go next.
Lenny with the drone. Trying to spot
Knife
anything
over towards
outside
A
of
main. I
but
think it hit the
no one
Omen, not entirely
fell
sure.
Way back there from Team Secret. Actually over towards spawn to avoid it.
Into the guns from the original setup. Shock. This is a forward alarm bot. It might go behind it.
This is shock dart go.
Yeah.
It breaks any.
Oh no, fully on it.
Got the alarm bot.
It's pretty nice.
That's pretty big.
Heavy commitment on the nanoswarms actually over towards
A
Spring,
strong
but right
setup
now we
at the
can see him
moment in
Secret
terms of
very much wanna commit
anti-KO.
towards this B site.
Got a KO ult on attack, and obviously kill setup here, but Killjoy's
Dark's
over
right by
towards
Lenny.
B. Recon goes to tiles, doesn't spot anything. They're going to play off his sight. They expect the KO wall.
Broke the alarm bot. And he's not ready for that flash. Ends up eating all of it.
And honestly, does he do the lane spam from here? Oh, he doesn't know the lineup.
Spamming through, but then he's out wide.
The lane spam from here is pretty strong as well.
Finishes him off.
Like this.
Borkum now up within the smoke. Jit Boys just on the other side. Decides to back away. Doesn't want to over-aggress here.
Big flank.
Yeah, and their backsides are exposed, so Paranoia going through. He's just going to get sat here at Lumber for the time being. Wait for that Paranoia
Borkum
to
either gets
Fragment to buy further time.
0 or 2.
Dropping the push out of main and actually peeks into market. Entering to buy 1. Envy getting himself a second. Governor crashes through. Finds
kind of right.
Shorty. But still, Jeremy and Jesse Bash left standing as Team Secret now move up to 10 rounds.
What a
Envy 25 to 11.
Team Secret, and again, not really a lapse of judgment here for Talon, but rather I think just, again, Talon being overly cautious, right? And that kill that we saw from Jeremy was a result of Talon rotating their 2 players on that B site. Mind you, all of their B site players started walking up
pretty
onto
calm.
market because of that break on the alarm bot. And again, Team Secret obviously didn't know, but the timing on the push out really caught them off guard. Sure, there'll be that one frag as Secret pours into the side, so on and so forth, but Secret still got so much priority as well as post-plant positioning that when Talent started coming into their own side to retake it, you saw Envy, Borkum, lots of crossfires. Jeremy, I think, was there. Other players of Team Secret was there to supplement that, and now double digits here for TS. It's looking
and this is
very,
the last
very
timeout. It's the last time he can
dangerous for Talon now that we are
have a say.
This point for Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, so far the timeouts have been good. That buff has been there for Talon. Every time they call one, we have seen them get around win.
Is it colder today?
But now it's
Yeah,
dire
it feels like
straits.
it is.
They're
I
down
don't
by
think
3.
it actually is.
Team
But
Secret, they have that first map in their back pocket, and they're at double digits with 5 consecutive rounds here in the half.
yeah, it's normally
You have to be able to
too
slow
hot
them
for a
down
jumper.
right here,
but
right now, and you need the
here we
team
are.
to be able to just win out from here as well. Governor.
Okay,
not
last
gonna
timeout
go
done
the
for
buy,
them.
offers one up for his
We
teammates.
got 0 rounds on
Blade
attack
Storm
so
available.
far. We get a
Multitude
full
of ults about
buyout.
to be online here for this out of town,
Money's
but
still
very
not
similar to what I said on
out of
Breeze.
control
We need to
too
see
much
good
from
ult
Team
efficiency
Secret
from them.
considering the rounds.
They allow Governor to solo hold B main for the time being as they rotate Jit Boys all the way through A. Not a bad idea though. Jit Boys can get a kill that will
Lexi, thanks for doing
into
that.
having his lockdown very
Jesse gets his ult into this one, and they just also just hold a default, just waiting for some kind of aggro control.
definitely help them in
Like
turn.
just waiting, especially with the timeout. Especially with Jet Knights. Very common. Wait, that is a huge
Governor's been spotted.
bit of
Now they know that the
information.
blades are somewhere here.
Governor's crazy.
Yeah, that's his knives gone.
Gets the information with the
Clear there on
classic.
the Nanoswarm. Have enough
Lovely
time to
flash
redraw.
to swing this, but they know knives are
Wait
here.
for the time being. Dash at the ready.
Smoke goes in.
here to
Jet
cover.
gonna send it and we're gonna fake. Omen flash over towards short on A. Recon out over towards B. Sova all over towards short on A. It's like we're trying to hit 2 sites at once right now. It's insane. That was lovely though. Did they use was this Hiko Recon on top of this as well? Borkum towards the site where they were dodging this.
Into the A site. It's another kill. Jeremy in the meantime, back over towards B. Does get dropped. Ban finding that elimination. The run across, and oh man, somehow, some way, Envy getting the hell out of dodge. NDG pushes up, finds yet another kill, and with 12
Yeah,
seconds
odd
to spare, the
rounds.
plan
And
comes
maybe
down.
maybe the
Ban
spike was
Governor
over towards B because we had the Omen ult potential to pick it up in
to win
terms
it
of the in terms of just dropping it. Norton. They also did a pretty cool thing over towards short where they Omen flashed Recon up and then Sova ult, and then we made a lot of space once the Sova ult happened.
Grab the Vandal. You'll have to go for the save.
But it was only 2
This time,
people kind of execing in, and we had
Timeout
3
here from
people
Talon
B.
is not going to get them a round win. Team Secret moving up to 11, 2 rounds
Don't blame
away,
Talon for
keeping
being a little
themselves in this
bit
tournament and
a
eliminating
little bit
Talon.
confused by this round because even
round
I
that I think
was watching it
perfectly
with the
embodies
minimap and I could see
play.
everything.
Vash having his ultimate, Pinch coming in from everywhere, Borkum gets that timely lurk. This is, I think, what, again, Team Secret have done, cultivated for the most part,
That was really
the
nice.
plays that they have done over the years. There is not going to be that, you know, that courtesy kill for Bat, but it's 11-7, Achilles. Oof. It's getting close to elimination.
Getting close, bro. They don't have any rounds on defense.
Talon
They're getting wrecked.
eating to change their fate. Guardian here, Jit Boys that lockdown, as stated, online. Hunter's Fury from Lenny might be able to find some openings here.
3 good ults. They get a 4 by Odin. The only thing they have is light armor here. Like
Team Secret right now just can do no wrong. Smoke to be sent out.
this should be, out of all the rounds we've seen so far, the most likely one.
Main here. Spike is
We say
being
close to
ushered
elimination? Oh,
towards
okay.
B lobby. Governor on a bit of a walkabout. His way forward, gets himself over here towards bench. Doctor to try to clear some of that util.
Recon goes in. 3 people middle to try to get a kill off it. Smoke and
No
B
breaks
main.
whatsoever. Workham's lurking by himself on A main just before they start hitting here on B. Cautionary shock dart from Lenny. Tags no one
Lenny
on the
drone.
offense. As they time this,
spots him. They're quick their way forward. Lenny gets the
Freebie.
Jeremy before the door can shut.
Knife goes in. They get the sight for this though. Keep an eye on the Omen lock over towards A. It's all about the turret. It just got pulled back. Omen ult. Okay, I was gonna say he actually has a pretty good timing to push all the way through here. Damn, how is he allowed to get that kill? Felt like that duel lasted forever.
Still coming through, Governor.
Nah,
That is Indy,
nah,
finds
this
two.
kid's. I don't get how he gets these kills.
Wanting to push forward. Fragment holding him at bay for the time being. Drone goes out. He's been spotted. Break can continue. Melts him down to the wall.
sake,
And
man.
Jit Boy doesn't stand a
For
chance.
God's sake, bro, how has Invi got the second kill? He's incredible.
play from Indy. I didn't even realize that he just was
27
able to
to
pop
11.
himself inside of all those smokes and somehow transition all of these kills. NDG did took a second to get that kill. Look at this 180.
That's-
what a spray trans.
that's-
I thought he
that's
stopped
insane.
firing and looked around and shot again, but no, it was.
Should I translate?
No, I will not.
Okay.
We are in the main broadcast. If I was in PH broadcast, fine, maybe.
Okay.
I see.
Five.
Say no more. I think we understand, even if we don't.
5.
Vash holding back. Going at the ready. I mean, Governor just peeks in. Jeremy takes
He
his
was
head
going
off.
in.
He's kind of hoping that maybe he could find.
Wait, is that what he said? Oh my god, that's so
Especially with the
sick.
pop shots that
He's
Vash
going in.
was doing, but this is more of Talon now playing into the hands of Secret. Every bait play that they do seems like Talon is just biting.
A fine? I don't think you can get a fine. That's them doing it in a
player.
replay. This production's fine.
At match
They
point,
chose to do the replay.
with no idea in hell of where Secret wants to go.
I think when the game's live, you're free.
Start creeping forward, working their way now in towards B. Recon comes in.
Ooh, what a free fire.
Pre-fires it, but doesn't find any damage. Lenny just has to try to back away. Hunter's Fury is still there.
Chat.
And used it in the previous round.
Is this done?
3 ults to try to
As long as they
utilize
hold
here for
over
Talon.
towards here so we can't get the ult here, it should be done. Sova ult to potentially get them close in this area, and then Killjoy ult.
Command out.
Yeah,
Hunter's Fury gets
and then
attacked
Killjoy
on
ult.
one. Final
The Killjoy
shot,
ult needs to
however,
be on
coming
this
up
dot.
short. Now NDG could also just utilize his own lockdown here. Will finally put man down on the board.
Man, this gun is just so stupid, bro. Look at what he's doing.
4 targets. Takes them all dangerously low and Envy puts down Cruz. Lockdown going through. Lenny taking out the flashbang to try to buy some space to buy some time, but there's just no way for Talon to get themselves forward into the site.
Oh man,
Jeremy
they
pushes
didn't
alley,
get a
finds Jit Boys
single
with the 3K,
round
and 13 to
on
7.
defense.
Team
The
Secret
Odin was
will keep
outrageous.
themselves alive and in the
2-0.
tournament.
And they look so much better. Like, this is what I thought they would look like at the beginning. They look so much better. What a map from Envy as well.
Secret, all their attention
Outrageous.
was just poured in at stopping that spawn push out from Talon. And sure, no one was getting that visual
Man,
confirmation, but it was painfully
I love
obvious
that
all
from
Vash had
Jesse
to do
as
with
well.
the Odin was just suppressing fire for 30 seconds, and that was it. Right? They couldn't push through it. My goodness, what a game from Team Secret. What a series it has been.
And it's just brings up more questions about what the hell happened on that opening series. Either way,
Yeah, I think they just
get
need
their
footage
revenge. The
sometimes.
birthday
I
bump
think they need
looks
footage
like it
of
is
other
very
teams,
real here
and I
for
think
Team
there's just
Secret,
an
so
off day.
congratulations
Like
to
they do
them.
happen for
And a
sure.
happy birthday once more to Jesse Bash. For Talon, it was a really hot debut, a decent effort versus DRX just yesterday, but fortunately here at Kickoff, they can't stick around. They can't make it into that play-ins. So they have some extra time to go back
At
to
least
the drawing
Talon looks
board.
way better than last year,
try to
though.
improve ahead
But
of
saying
stage
that, they had a good start
Team Secret, though,
in
speaking of improvement, this team has,
in lock-in.
again, in just a span of a couple of days, has turned into a team that felt like they could have been at the bottom of the barrel. To
The Ada,
someone
thank you so much for the
have
tier
to
1, man.
look out
Appreciate
for.
you.
Watch those VODs. Be
Thank you,
prepared,
thank you.
because Team Secret has qualified into the playoffs.
I mean, yeah, their day one performance, miserable. There was
that's the
nothing good
word.
to glean from it, rather. But this
Next match, you got GE Zeta,
lot more
and
like the team
with the
from
time,
last
so
year
we're
with
going to
the
be
impact
able
that
to
they
watch
have,
probably the first map of
ability that they can
GE
bring to
Zeta,
the
and then we're
table,
switching over
but
to
also
EMEA.
improve 'cause, I mean, MDG,
Should be okay
again,
timing for one
starting
map.
off going negative 21 in that first series, he has been getting better and better with
J8,
every
of course,
single
bro.
shot.
Thank you for saying that.
But our interview is ready, so let's go ahead and throw over
First
to
ever
Jim,
sub in
standing by
Twitch
with the
as well.
birthday boy
Thank you so
himself.
much, man.
Well, Team Secret move on to phase 2 with today's win. I'm standing here with the birthday boy, Jesse Bash. Maligayang bati. Hope I said that right. Happy birthday, Jesse Bash. Must be having a good birthday, yeah? So far, so good?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Well, what can you tell us about today's game? 제시베시 선수 생일 축하드립니다. 오늘 승리로 참 기분 좋은 하루를 보내고 있을 것 같은데요. 오늘 경기에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하는지 얘기해 주시죠.
That's the question. I think actually everything that we did today, we didn't practice this. It's all about me telling them what we need to do to win the game. So I know that we are the better individual player. I have a better player than them. So I tell them to just play this like it's a ranked game. We don't gonna do some execution or strategy. We're not gonna use anything anymore. These 2 matches, we just play 1-1-1, kill everyone they can see. You know. Actually, yeah.
오늘 탈론을 상대로 딱히 준비해온 전략이나 뭔가 준비해온 것들을 하기보다는 사실 제시베시 선수가 선수들에게 뭐 어떻게 해라 그때그때 오더를 내리면서 선수들을 조종했던 게 굉장히 큰 승리 요인이었다고 얘기를 하고요. 오늘 전략을 정말 아무것도 쓰지 않았고 또 제시베시 선수 자체가 우리 팀에 있는 선수들이 상대 선수들보다 잘하고 좋은 선수들이라는 자신감이 있었기 때문에 선수들한테 가서 죽여라라고 얘기를 하면서 좀 그렇게 경기를 풀어갔다고 얘기를 합니다. Speaking of having better players though, of course Envy and Jeremy really popped off, but it seems like, last year you guys out-aimed everyone in the duels, but this year it looks like everyone's cracked. Do you feel that way as well? Do you feel like there's an elevation to firepower in Pacific in general? 오늘 인비 선수와 또 제르미 선수가 굉장히 매서운 모습을 보여주기도 했지만 사실 작년에는 정말 교전에서 모두를 찍어 누르던 팀 시크릿이었거든요. 근데 올해는 좀 교전 능력이 모든 팀에서 상향 평준화된 것 같습니다. 좀 체감되는 부분이 있을까요?
We still have actually we didn't show more. We didn't do. Wait again. Actually, we didn't show everything yet. I think there's still some first game jitters to NDG. Like in Breeze, he mistakenly pushed the camera button, so they get the clash. So we're still shaking here, but luckily we win today.
사실 선수들이 아직까지는 좀 긴장을 많이 하고 있어서 팀 시크릿의 저력을 다 보여주지 못한 것 같고 NDG 선수 같은 경우에도 좀 브리즈에서 실수로 사이버 카메라를 누르는 실수도 보여주기도 했는데 아직까지 좀 이 무대에 적응하는 시간을 가져야 할 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 또 you said you're hiding stuff, you're not using a lot of strats. Is that for later on in the kickoff? 그러면 오늘 전략을 사용하지 않았다고 했는데 좀 숨기고 있는 건지 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
What's the question again?
Are you hiding the strats? Is that why you're?
No, I just feel like they're like example on Greece. I think they have a bad agent comp, and I feel like not having a sentinel, that's the best strategy we can do, where we just walk all sides of the map. Because I know they will look for a kill, so we just wait all sides of the map. That's why every time my call is we don't need to plant the spike anymore. We just need to find everyone and just wait for the reaction of every kill. Yeah.
Did you say a bad comp?
Yeah, because they don't have sentinel,
Okay,
so just playing super slow. They will they might panic. Yeah, they might.
일단 오늘 전략을 보여주지 않은 이유는
I mean, he's not wrong. No sentinel on Breeze is a little bit crazy.
없어서라고 얘기를 하고요. 이게 좀 숨기려는
And they were just
의도보다는
holding a
사실
default wing for the Euro
한국
TP
쪽에서
Euro
감시자가 없는
push.
조합을 썼기 때문에 저희가 좀 시간을 갖고 여유롭게 천천히 플레이를 하면은 어차피 정보
He is giving it
위해서
though. He
이쪽에서
is
나와줘야
massively giving
하거든요.
it.
그래서 팀 시크릿의 입장에서는 굳이 사이트 안으로 급하게 들어가서 플랜트를 하지 않아도 이제 전진 수비를 나오는 좀 탈론을 잡아먹거나 아니면은 또 오히려 맵 전체를 돌아다니면서 그냥 킬을 만들어내는 식으로 승리를 가져갈 수 있는 게 훨씬 더 좀 이득이 크고 소득이 큰 전략이었기 때문에 오늘 그렇게 좀 화끈한 교전을 보여줬다고 얘기를 합니다. 자, 그러면 이제 플레이인 스테이지로 들어가게 됐는데요. 각오까지 들어보겠습니다. Lastly, your mindset heading into the play-ins?
Yeah, what?
Mindset?
Mindset. Well, hopefully we can be ourselves when we play in the planes. No more jitters or anything. Yeah, I think we have a chance to make it to the playoffs.
긴장을 하지 않고 저희가 저희 할 것만 잘한다면 플레이오프까지 충분히 갈 수 있다고 얘기했습니다. Thank you very much, Jesse Vash. 여기까지 제시 베시 선수 만나봤고요. Now we have the little plushies for you. Hope that was your birthday present, but it's actually for the fans. But yeah,
I don't know,
you can
Rossi.
have it autographed,
I
so
don't know.
anywhere you want.
Maybe.
In the face? No, okay. Alright. Alright, the fans telling you happy birthday. Okay, cool. You can give me the marker and throw it to wherever you want. Woo! Okay, it dropped down to the floor, but they picked it up. Happy birthday. Again, congratulations to the fan, and I'll toss it over to the desk.
Team Secret looking like they're in top form indeed with that 2-0. The road to Madrid is real indeed for Team Secret. And that was so surprising. As you saw, Jesse Vash mentioned, they didn't even really practice. It looks like they deal, spontaneity works well for them.
I don't know how much I believe him. I feel like there had to be some level of preparation.
It's his birthday, give him that.
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
all right, it's his birthday. You know what? Yeah, no, I mean,
Okay.
like, look, even if their game plan was to kind of just slow things down, just drag Talon down into the mud with them, that's fine. That worked. Like, there was a plan here today, and it really came through. It shined, and it helps that players like Envy and Borkum were absolutely going
This
crazy.
little guy?
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy coming in a little bit as well, but Envy towards the end of this game really racked up on those kills. I mean, let me tell you, we got to go into the stats pretty soon, and we have to look at those numbers. But apart from that, also just,
Jesse Vash comes to cast every time, bro. Jesse Vash is going to be playing forever.
Really pull off. Like, Astro was talking about it.
He's going to be playing forever.
They were just putting out baits, and Talon were just kind of biting on them.
He's
for
just
some
getting
reason.
started.
Apart from that, round 11, maybe we did have an ace from Jit Boys, but that kid is like, oh, wow. Sorry.
Get rid of the dogs?
My back.
Yeah.
Oh, my back definitely hurts as well. But I mean, like, you look at the stats, you look at how it
Can't
went for
handle
Team
it.
Secret, and
Dude,
how
it's fine.
this was
Just let him be
completely
there.
dominant once they were on attack.
I mean, and that's the crazy part is that's the part of the map where they struggled mightily the last time. But this time around, they were really anticipating some of these push-outs that Talon wanted to do. It seems
If
like
everything goes well,
crossfires are really good. Again, the
we
coordination
get
really
to
good.
watch the fast map.
Or not, some of the individual
If they're
plays really
fast
good.
with the
And
switch
the way that
over,
they were
which
reading the
doesn't
map, I mean, again, Bork
hasn't
from all
been
over the place in these
all
spots
the
that they're not
time, to be honest,
expecting
but-
him. You know, I can think towards the end there where Cruz walked out into A site and just got, you know, hit from underneath hell where he was. And yeah, I mean, they were perfect on post plan. I mean, that's huge. It's a completely different team today than we saw on the first day. So I'm blown away. I'm really happy that they're able to bounce back like this, to be honest.
I mean, I really think it's a little bit of prep work also. You know, whatever Jesse Vash said.
Favorite
might
snacks in
be
between
true,
maps?
but at
Bro, at
same
the
time,
moment
it's
I've
just a
been
lot more,
owning those,
control, a lot
those
more
cliff bars.
preparedness against a team like
They're
Talon
banging.
Esports. So you saw all those
They're
first
so
kills that
good.
Team Secret had.
I don't know
and
how
it's
to
not
describe them,
necessarily
but
because they
they're
were
incredible.
like aggressively pushing out, always looking for opening picks. No, they were just kind of hanging back. And sometimes Talon, you know, especially on a map like this, not having the greatest start sometimes, and also just not quite being able to push through some of the choke
28
points,
to 11.
especially on retakes. I mean, we saw that so many times, like you were talking
Your
about.
boy still had a really good game as well, to
There
be
were
fair.
just moments where, you know, things were kind of smoked off, or B-main, for example, and Talon just kind of tries to rush through.
Yeah.
And Jesse Vash has an Odin, and he just sprays them all
Alright,
down.
well,
Yeah, and real quick, I want to point out
one
something
more
that
spot.
you might not have seen on your screen because
We
it
got
wasn't up
Gen
there.
G
Is
against
Borkup,
Secret,
yes, he didn't have like a
and
ton of
then
kills, but he
one
had
more
23
spot, and then
assists
round
on
robin
that map. I mean,
for
that is
one winner.
An insane amount of assists that he's putting up to help his team out.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, you know, you have Envy up there, you know, you guys did see that on your screens, right? It's so great to see Envy back in that comfort role as the KO, right? I really do love him on the KO. We know that he can flex, but this was really like him shining.
This
and
is
back to the Envy of like,
yes.
you know, the shining Envy of like, you know, 2023. It's definitely exciting for Team Secret, but the journey is not done for them just yet. They qualify over to
That's
play-ins,
GE.
but let's find out who else
Should
joins
be
them from this
Zeta,
third
but
series. It's gonna be
we'll
Zeta
see.
Division
It's definitely
versus
Zeta if there's
Global
bind
Esports
involved.
coming up next, so
If
don't
there's
go
not
anywhere, guys.
bind,
VCT
more
Pacific
it's
will
more
be
open.
right back.
It's basically where I'm thinking, but I am backing Zeta for it. I think from what I've seen. Who do you think wins play-ins? That's really open. Probably Gen G's the safest bet from what we've seen so far. They're looking pretty good. Okay, chat. Let's spam some ads. And we'll be back for this. And again, I can only watch one map. And then we're switching to EMEA.
One enemy remaining.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
いろんなことが始まって大会だったりイベントだったり
最初は強そうなキャラクターかもしれないんですけどもう途中からいなくなってるんじゃないですかね。
楽しいこともいっぱいあったしめちゃくちゃ辛いこともあった1年かな。
Hey, you ready? You look different. Yeah, just a little.
まあオフシーズンで多少ゆっくりはできたしメンバーも変わって新しくリフレッシュにスタートができて、来年が楽しみな感じですかね。
まあなんか自分より年下の人が今まで1回ぐらいしかなかったのですごい新鮮な感覚で、新しい風を感じて本当にそんな感じですね。
チームとしてすごい爆発するような成長を遂げる可能性ももちろんあるし、逆に多少リスクではあるのは間違いない。もちろん弱くなっちゃう可能性もあるし、ただ、これでチームがもっと上手くなってもっと強くなる可能性があるのならそれはチャレンジしなきゃいけないことだと思ってます。
I think for me, we have some freshmen that is like bringing new energy, and I'm bringing like some new knowledge from across the board to the team. So we are getting like so much good stuffs. We can be a really solid team this year.
ゼータディビジョンのヒロロンです。ポジションはイニシエーター、フレックス。
Hiroron, I think he's really clutch player.
プレイスタイルとしてもすごい賢いタイプ、待ってるのが強いタイプの、なかなか最近見ないタイプのプレイヤーで、ゲーム外では真面目ですね。
チーム練習以外でも練習ちゃんとしてるし、ユランと比べると大人っすね、めちゃくちゃ。
ユランはもう謎の自信がめっちゃあって見てるだけでねパワーをもらえます。
僕の名前はユランです。多分今後フレックス、バイパーとかイニシエーターを使う機会が多いと思うので。
He can do everything. Whatever we're gonna do, he's the one that, okay, I'm gonna do it, I'm here for it.
プレイスタイルもなんだろうな、恐怖を感じないプレイするんで、ちょっと見てておもろいのは。
前よりは多分プレイヤーも2人変わってるんでめちゃくちゃ変わると思うんですけど、
新しい2人はね本当に打ち合いが好きで、それにこう引っ張られるようにもともといた3人もかなり打ち合うようになって、
いろんなこと今試し中なので前とは違ったゼータが見えるんじゃないかなと思います。
対戦したいのは T1 ですかね。リズさんが入ってから強いって聞いてるんで、T1 をとりあえずは戦って勝ちたいです。
基本的にどのチームも強くなってるとは思ってます。
ちょっと怖いですけどぶっ倒すしかないんでビビんないで自信持っていこうかなと思います。
My first goal is to us be a really consistent team this year, with no like ups and downs during the season, so we can fight all of the years for the Masters spots, also the champions.
めちゃくちゃ応援してくれる人がいるんで、それの応援には応えたいですね。
長期的な目標はそんなに持ってないのかなとは思ってますけど、チャンピオンズとかは出たいですね。そこは間違いなく。
最初の方はちょっとうまくいくかわかんないんですけど。
We're gonna need time because it's gonna be their first year in the franchise, but they are like working a lot. So.
パシフィックチームと戦うのが初めてなので緊張しないように、弱気にならないように頑張ります。
最終的には本当に強いチームになれると信じてます。
There's gonna be a new Zeta. That's it. It's a new Zeta.
on to phase 2, our play-ins. We're gonna find out whether it's gonna be Zeta Division or Global Esports. And for Zeta, it's really a testament to their young guns that they brought onto the roster. And for G, it's going to be validation on whether this experimental lineup from all over works.
Yeah, it is a really interesting mixture. Yeah,
Global.
literally global. Like, it is living up to their name. And I think it's going to be really important here for just Global Esports, if they're going to get over the line against Zeta this time, to keep their spirits high, to come in with some energy. You know, that was something that I was talking to the coaches about, that they felt like that was lacking actually day one for them against Zeta, was that they didn't have kind of the energy they did when they went against Bleed. And so all of that feeds into itself, right? You're playing better, your comms are better, your decision making's better. All of those things are going to come into play against the Zeta team that, like you said, the young guns are already firing here on day one. They were the top performers in most categories. Depp right up there too, of course, but that's like a huge thing for Zeta, where we all thought, well, maybe it would take some time for Zeta to get these new players really fully built into this roster, get them fully flowing with them. Instead, it was like right off the bat, they were like popping, especially on Icebox.
Straight up direct upgrade. That's what it is. And you know, it's also the same thing of the core guys, Laz, Depp, Sugar Zero. Sugar Zero having some insane moments to it, an Omen outplay of all things. And it just shows you how much more Zeta has this time. Also, the other story is just like, without Masters Tokyo pressure, like they're a lot more loose, a lot more relaxed. But then sometimes up against old enemies like T1, it gets a little bit tough, and you know, you're always getting into your own head sometimes. But that's it. It is a lot more hope that you have for Zeta. Meanwhile, for Global Esports, like, nobody expected them to really like beat Bleed that way. None of us did on the desk.
No, the predictions were very, very red. You know?
Exactly. But, you know, they were incredibly strong that day. Russ was having some great calls, great supports. Polvi he's like literally the definition of an entry fragger, just dives right in. But yeah, although they were able to beat Bleed, who were looking a little bit off, can they do this, you know, kind of the same thing that Team Secret did to Talon? Can they do that against Zeta Division?
Yeah, you mentioned it, right? It might be similar to Team Secret versus Talon, wherein I'm not sure if it's because Global maybe did not know how to deal with the younger guns on Zeta, right? They probably didn't know how to deal with Euron and Hiruron, because there was very little information on how to do that. And you've got to love the new pace that these two bring over to Zeta, because I feel like they're driving a lot of the aggression that Zeta has. So they feel very different now.
Yeah, exactly. And they've talked about it in their interviews a lot, where they've said that Hiruron and Yuan, especially Hiruron, are fearless. Like, they come in, they're willing to be aggressive. This is something that is very out of the norm for what we saw from Zeta last year, right? Like, it was a very slow, the slowest team in Pacific by far, took their time and really thought about rounds. Again, I sort of liken it to more of an EMEA style that they had brought in. Now it's a little bit different. Now you've also got Coach Carlisle coming in, bringing in some of that NA flair, America's flair. So it's like this combination now that seems to be going well. I mean, it didn't look bad at all against T1. I mean, they gave them a good fight. They just need to kind of keep growing, keep kind of turning the knobs, twisting the buttons and stuff like that, and getting everything where it needs to be, getting everything set.
Not to mention that you mentioned Coach Carlisle, right? And there was a big question for the longest time as to whether Zeta was just like a big fish in a small pond, you know, with regards to the region, right? But as Valorant continues to grow, as VCT continues to grow, you're seeing this evolution, this sharing of information. And for Coach Carlisle to come from a region with that basically bred champions, right? That basically, you have the likes of Loud over there. So to have this like sharing of energy and information is just totally different for Zeta.
Precisely. You got a wee bit more structure, but at the same time, I mean, just this whole Zeta Division squad being that much more aggressive. You know, they have a lot more firepower now, and that's the main thing. Not only do they have that, they are still able to be flexible enough. I think, you know, some of the old flavors from Zeta started to show up a little bit in that T1 game. You get stopped by someone like Execute it, and then you start to slow down, and sometimes against a team like Global Esports, I think that actually works, because, you know, Global Esports, you've got this sort of experimental or like truly global roster. You got Russ doing the calling, Polvi, who's just nuts sometimes, and Zeta can, you know, find those trades. Zeta can put a stop to Polvi, and even if Benkai does try to pull off some crazy lurks and trying to bait rotations over, doesn't quite work against a squad like Zeta, especially when you have Laz watching your 6, watching your flank. So I think Global Esports is another one of those teams where it takes a bit of time. It's kind of like Talon Esports. New roster, you haven't had that much time together. There's not a lot of, or maybe not enough cohesion, and it takes a while to really get used to everyone.
I think that, you know, for Zeta,
What's the time?
Global
Maybe.
here, they need to watch out for those pop-up
Maybe we can
individual
squeeze a map in.
That I think Global relied a lot on, you know, for the previous matchup against Bleed, right? You had Benkai on Split, for example. You had Blaze King, and then you had Russ, as you mentioned, Quack. But I do feel like the team isn't working like a well-oiled machine just yet, right? Far from it. It's a good starting point. It's a very interesting starting point indeed. But as you can see from Zeta, in terms of like bringing everything together, there's a bit more cohesion here, as we can see from our favorite Pentagon.
Maybe. Maybe
like,
Lexi,
the scary
pins.
thing about this is
pins
last
on
year,
YouTube.
Zep, one of the best duelists,
Keep that
you
one
know,
there.
constantly up there in terms of top ACS in our league throughout most of the season. The best player in the world after round 20. Literally, like, in every metric, he just, like, he gets better as the match goes on. He starts to really figure things out, gets a flow for the map. He can have these huge individual plays, these huge multi-kill rounds that can really change the destiny for Zeta for that individual map. And that's something that's very concerning. But on the other hand, you mentioned it, like, Blaze King, this is a player that I think a lot of people might not have really understood in the global stage or really knew a ton about. Yeah, he played like way back at like Champions 2021.
I think
Blue,
you'll
right?
Prodigy. I
This is a
think
guy
you'll
who is
see
insane.
more.
He is cracked out of his mind,
I think you'll
and
see
we've seen
more
it multiple
outlaws
times this
from
year.
like
Not here, not
Americas
just here in this
and
stage, but also at
EMEA
Convergence,
when they get footage of other
Not to
teams.
mention Ascension as well.
And
You
if they
did
kind
have
of
a lot
realize that
great
they're buying light armor all the time, they
stopped
can
only
realize
by
that for that
Bleed,
game they
of
can
course,
throw
who's
it
now
in.
here on Pacific. But
Whereas I
yes,
feel
you
like
know, this
Pacific
roster
are
right
just
here,
in
this is a
for it
roster that I feel like
all
I
the
want
time.
them to surprise me, you know? Please prove me wrong. I would be so happy if this
That's where I
actually
see it
works, because
going. It
means
feels
so
like it's
much
more of like
for
an
the entire
anti-tool
state actually of Valorant.
for
Really,
those
no
regions,
kidding. I mean, there's
whereas
a lot
Pacific
of
are just like,
talent
yeah,
in that
I'm in for
roster.
this.
It's just a matter of how much time they need to really get to this
If
stand.
you think about the EMEA games today, they were bangers, honestly. They were absolute bangers.
Already at, and that's why they, you know, we expect
K-Corp's
them
going to be
beat
fun
them
to
in
watch
that
this year,
first game,
which is going to be sick.
Now you're seeing this
And
Pentagon
Heretics
and
already
comparison between the
surprising
two of
me.
them.
I do
Def,
think
of course,
Foot
I would
really
still,
misplayed Lotus
Paper Thin
heavy,
and I
but
think this guy is our duelist.
Yes.
And you know, I don't know if Polvi can match up to that. Blaze King, you know, is a close second. Blaze King is that initiator player, and he often does come in to trade out for the team. He has like really interesting
Blaze King's
sensing
been
of how to push or when
Blaze
to
King's been
push
the
and
firepower
timings
that I
at
was
which he
like
comes out,
maybe they
especially
don't have.
sometimes in and out of
I'd be
smokes.
surprised
It's very
if he can keep it
unexpected. So,
consistent.
although
Him
we're
and Polvi
looking
have been.
at the
I mean,
headshot
honestly, him,
percentage
Polvi,
or
and
some
Benkai have been
PDs,
fragging pretty heavy.
It's not all that much. It's not enough.
Doesn't it?
The
Thanks so much
rating
for the
is
12
thing
months.
that I think Blaze King doesn't still have.
Russ is
enough
always
value.
on trades as well,
Sometimes
to be
when
fair.
they do have that cohesion,
Russ
when the
was good with the trades on
are
Icebox.
flowing really nicely, then it works
I actually
out.
think
But if not, you know, individually the team kind of starts
GE
to crumble.
should
Yeah, I think that's
should
something
be
that we're
picking
never
Icebox
gonna
if
see
Zeta don't ban
Global
it.
has managed to solve that. And on the side of Zeta, I'm
And their
eager to
Icebox
see
looks
more
good.
from them, right? We've always been asking what is the next level for
I know they
Zeta,
lost last
and
time, but-
this, you know, this mixture seems to be working very, very well. But let's take a closer look at our teams through our coach's insight. So let's throw it on stage.
Sunset.
Thank you guys. I'm standing here with Zeta Division's Coach Carlo and also Global Esports Spin. Thank you guys for joining me. Now I'm gonna ask you first, Carlos. Close game against T1, but not quite the result that you wanted. So what do you think were the main takeaways from that last T1 series? 칼라오 코치님, 사실 T1전에서 상당히 좋은 경기력을 보여줬지만 승리까지 가져가지는 못했습니다. 직전 경기에서 어떤 점을 배울 수 있었을까요?
Yeah, we could start like hot in the series. We win Ascent, but when we go Lotus and Sunset was kind of like really hard for us because nothing that we could do, that we wanted to do, worked. So we have some like issues as a team that was good for us because we could sit down, watch the whole game again, figure it out, and fix those mistakes. So and come more prepared for this match and also the all year.
1세트에서는 분명히 좀 경기력이 좋았는데 2, 3세트
What would you think I
넘어가니까
do in these
사실 그 흐름을
interviews?
이어가기가
They
상당히
fall
힘들었다고
provocative.
얘기를 하는데요.
What is in they ask too many questions that reveal insight? Bro, you just say some lies. Like you literally just all the things that you just spread rumors, man. You just lie. Just be like, oh, we're sick at this map. We're so good at this map. Can't wait to play it. When actually you're just awful. Like in these interviews, you should just be lying all the time. Like honestly, you'd never tell the truth. Be like, oh man, we got 3 comps on this map. Kind of like what Jesse Vash said, just playing ranked.
Skirmishes, especially is that something you prioritized on coming into 2024? 일단 제타가 교전에서 상당히 놀라운 모습을 보여주고 있고 팀 스타일이 확 바뀌었거든요. 좀 이런 소규모 교전에서의 싸움 같은 게 좀 2024년에 집중적으로 준비했던 부분일까요?
Yeah, we're trying to put like so much focus in like details part of the game that is really important, like scrimmage, like skills, resources, teamwork, like everything that is team. We are trying like to be really good at it. So that's one thing that I really focus here, so we can like be better as a team in all the part of the game.
그 소규모 교전도 그렇고 이런 미니 게임 그리고 자금 관리부터
There wasn't really many interviews
스킬을
back in the day.
어떻게 사용할지 어떻게 배분할지에 대해서도 이런 상당한 디테일 관련해서 많이 신경을 쓰고
The only
있고
interviews you'd have to do is like losing
이제
interviews.
기본기로 잘 잡으면서 경기를 치러가고 또 팀의 스타일을 만들어가는 걸 좀 굉장히 집중하고 있다고 합니다. Thank you, Coach Carlo. Now I'm gonna turn to you. Spin. Polvi absolutely popped off. Incredible performance against Bleed. He was willing to take a lot of risks, which definitely paid off. But when it comes to Zeta, they're really good at punishing those risky plays. Are you worried at all today? 일단 제타가 상당히 좀 상대의 리스크 있는 플레이를 잡아먹는 걸 잘하는 팀인데 폴비 선수가 블리드 상대로
When we have to cover the first match, what's the time?
리스크 있는 플레이를 통해서
If somehow we start in 10 minutes,
어드밴티지를 많이 가져다 줬습니다.
we have time.
그런데
If
또
there's no
제타를
overtime.
상대로 이게 좀 독이 되지 않을까 하는 생각도 들거든요. 어떻게 보시나요?
So Polvi's the kind of aggressive player that likes to take a lot of risks, as you mentioned. It's all about whether he's feeling confident. Playing on stage for the first time, or rather on the VCT Pacific stage for the first time, it's taken him a little bit to get into his groove. With every game, he's getting better and better, and taking those confident peaks, it will work out for him. I know how he plays, I see how he does it in scrims, and I've seen how he has done it for years, so I'm fully confident in his plays.
So you're telling him to go kill, right? 폴비 선수가 사실 첫 번째 경기, 두 번째 경기 상당히 좀 긴장한 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 그런데 스크림에서도 그렇고 연습에서도 굉장히 공격적인 선수이기 때문에 자신감만 충분하다면 충분히 오늘 제타를 상대로도 그런 리스크 있는 플레이를 성공시킬 수 있다고 얘기를 하는데요. 사실 직전 경기는 퍼시픽 데뷔 무대이기도 했고 이런 무대에서 오프라인 경기를 치르는 경험이 많이 없는 선수였기 때문에 조금 그런 부분에 있어서 익숙해지고 흐름을 타는 것에 좀 집중을 했다면 오늘이야말로 정말 자신감 있게 제타를 상대할 수 있을 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. Now that you got data on Zeta, what's your game plan heading into today's matchup then? 이제 상대에 대한 데이터가 좀 쌓였거든요. 어떻게 상대하면 좋을까요?
Obviously it changes a little bit because they've seen our game as well. So we have to approach the game a little bit differently. There's a lot more preparation that goes into it, whereas before when you haven't seen the team and they haven't seen you, it's all based on your own preparation. So it does change the approach, but obviously as it goes to the game plan, I'm not going to go into it with the other coach standing right beside him.
어떻게 상대할지는 좀 옆에 서 계시기 때문에 자세하게 얘기를 할 수는 없지만 사실 준비하는 과정에 있어서 서로가 서로의 경기를 봤었고 첫 번째 개막전 경기 때는 사실 아무것도 모른 채로 우리가 준비한 것만 보여줘야 하는 상황이었다면 현재는 상대를 카운터 치는 전략도 준비할 수 있고 상당히 더 많은 부분을 맞춤성으로
EMEA stream started? Yeah, I'm just gonna switch when the game starts. So it'll be try and watch as much as this as possible.
Now I'm gonna toss it over to the desk. 네, 이렇게 양팀 감독 만나봤습니다.
ゼータディビジョンのレップです。
Spam me when the barriers drop? Nah, spam me when we get into game. I think before the barriers go down. Spam me when we just go into the game and you see the timer go in like 20. VOD watches, yeah. VOD watches. Agent picks now. We'll just get into the game when we see it there.
1日休んでうまいこと進めば勝てるんじゃないかなとは思ってます。いい形で勝てるようにできる限り頑張ります。
My name is Abhirupal Chaudhary. My in-game name is Lightning Fast, and I'm a professional Valorant player for Global Esports. The game against Bleed was very good in my opinion. Our game plan and strategies playing together was like fine, perfect. For the next match, the way we prepared was like we knew what we wanted to do, but we couldn't do it on the first game. So basically, about Zeta last game was that they played the game with much more confidence, but now that we have won against Bleed and we have the confidence going forward, I feel like Zeta should fear us all in our team, and we are ready to take our sweet revenge, and it's gonna be much different than last time. And we are gonna win it the GE fighting way.
Oh, I can't wait to see this match, especially when GE is coming in with all that energy. But at the same time, you heard it from Depp, right? That wasn't exactly the performance that they wanted, you know, versus T1. And of course, definitely versus GE. They can do so much better, even though they've already won this match.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to look at the Zeta team and already how they're playing so far this year. You have to imagine the ceiling is rather high. Already you have the three mainstays of Laz, Depp, and Sugar Zero. We know that they're rather good. We've seen it before on not just here domestically in Pacific, but also internationally. Hero Ron and Yuan, so far so good.
Neos,
I mean,
right? Is that how I say your name?
Honest. So I'm really looking forward to this Zeta team.
Maybe.
I think for me,
with the Prime. Thank you so much.
One thing I do want to see.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for using your Prime on me. Sorry if I wrecked your name.
Just let Laz play a little bit of Chamber. Just a little bit.
we still haven't.
Please.
You got it. Thank you so much, man.
Just a little bit.
I don't know. Maybe like, it's too early. It's too early to bring that out.
That's all I want for today. If he's on Chamber at least once, I'm a happy person.
Which map though?
I don't know. I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Just
we
pick
just have
Chamber.
to do a little bit,
Whoa.
right? And we're definitely excited.
Damn.
As you can see, it's Z's all around over here in our predictions. Again, just a disclaimer that it doesn't actually reflect how difficult it is to predict, right? Okay, we see you over there on social media.
Yeah,
but
calm down.
Right. Okay, calm down. Because again, as I mentioned
the
earlier,
GE bind
Global
really.
Esports is one of those teams that I would
The GE
love
bind
to
really
prove it
threw
wrong, right? Especially since
us
you
onto
saw,
the
you heard it from Spin earlier on
onto
the
the train.
coach's interview. Polvi is such an aggressive duelist, and you know they mentioned that like
Shazam as well with the tier 1. Thank you so much, man. Welcome in.
Has that team that
Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for the tier 1.
That's gonna be pretty scary.
No, yeah, exactly. The pedigree's there for GE. They can absolutely do this. There's no doubt in my mind. I mean, it's a slight edge to Zeta that I give. It's not a big one. I'd say like maybe 5%, right? 55%, 45% is where I'm leaning on that. So yes, they.
I think Navi will continue with the wacky comps.
Like,
Yeah, I actually think it might get more extreme than last year.
We think they can win. It's just we have to pick who we think has the highest
That's a pick bind. I would pick bind if I was Zeta, yeah.
Let's do this. We don't want to.
But I also thought that would happen. I also thought Bleed would do the same, but here we are. Daymare with the 5. Thank you for the 2 months.
Carlisle's not out here like threatening us behind here.
Right. But yeah, I mean, like it is going to be very interesting to see these two, especially now that GE have that confidence back, right? They weren't prepared for the confidence that Zeta, you know, showed them. So now that they're like, you know, standing on their 2 feet a little bit more strongly, what's that going to be for GE?
I mean, that's really the thing. It's always confidence is a big factor. You can always have the strategies. That's what the coaches are for. On paper, you have everything all planned out. Valplant.gg, I don't know, something. But then in game, everything's different because you got these slight different tendencies. Your opponent's trying to play their own game. So you're not always sure, like, when I have to do this or what's the timing, when should I be pushing out? And sometimes confidence
thank you
affects
for
it.
that.
You start to hesitate. But Global Esports now, after that win against Bleed,
Appreciate you, anonymous gifter. Don't know who you are, for sure.
Better. maybe they'll be able to pull off the craziest upset against Zeta Division.
I mean, that's what I would call it, right? You know, if there's a crazy upset that's going to happen, it has to be this for Global Esports, especially with just how unpredictable they were in their match against Bleed. Again, prove us wrong. We are so here for it. And for Zeta Division, we are eager to see that next step. So let's get into it. Our final series of the day, Zeta Division and Global Esports coming at you right now.
Let's see, it could be okay time-wise. It's going to be close.
Once again, the last hope for Japan. They've risen to the occasion before.
Lexi, he promised. He promised me. Promised me he wouldn't do any more. And again, we'll never know if it is he's using the Anon. And it's a shame. It's a shame there's an overlap throw. We'll probably VOD review this at one point. Whatever happens.
Hello, India. GE is fighting for a spot in the play-ins. Please welcome Global Esports to the stage.
Yeah, that I don't know, Prodigy. Could do it. Could do it at the end of EMEA today. If we get some 2-0s, maybe. What is the map selection going to be?
Alright, so we'll now begin our map ban for our final match.
Map picks and bans here for Zeta and GE. I just love seeing the energy that the coaches bring to the stage. You know, rallying all of the players. You kind of saw Carlisle all
I'm nervous. I'm nervous for the map pick. Bind is all I'm looking out for. Everything else is pretty
Spin,
open.
right? Really trying to give that energy over to his team.
GE,
that's a big ban.
Get rid of Icebox. See, I think their Icebox did pretty good. I know they lost it last time to these, but
Zeta, so it makes a lot of sense to
oh
get rid of it. So
no.
they're gonna go
Okay,
right
at
back
least
into
chat.
Bind, though.
At least this is the map we're here for. There's no way they do the
this
single
time
Viper again,
What's
right?
gonna be your answer now that there's no
Did they
ice
want
ball?
another go at it? I think Zeta
Yeah.
misplayed. I think they were lucky to get 10 rounds.
There is that option, but I hope that
You're
Zeta
probably
is
right.
also kind of boosted up their bind because it feels as though Global Esports would be prepared for this.
Okay, Lotus, sir, yeah. This is a good map for them too. This was banned last time by GE, so this makes sense. Yeah.
Are we getting the chamber on this one?
That's the
that is
thing.
also a big question, right?
Well, and you mentioned this earlier, Quack, and I'm really glad you talked about this. That
Laz
somebody
was
needs to watch
playing
these blanks
Cypher
yeah,
last
all
time,
over the
right?
place,
On
and That's
Lotus.
great for GE, but you know, for Zeta, they got to be aware of it. And having Laz on a chamber in the past on Lotus has proven really powerful.
Killjoy?
To be
Oh,
able to
that was
watch
it.
those
Yeah,
things.
I remember it.
I
Just,
think
I remember it
that's also
not being
the
the
thing
chamber.
that makes Global Esports stand out, right? right? This
Bind,
is a roster
load to
that
sunset.
has
As if I get to watch the
IGLs.
bind. That's pretty
Well,
funny.
you know, that's like 4 brains there. And these
Dude,
are
surely they throw another controller in here.
and, you know, follow like Russ, who is actually the IGL. But the rest, you know, you have Blaze King, you have Benkai, you even have Lightning Fast, who has had IGL experience in the past. So
I tell you what,
anytime somebody needs to
Zeta
take
played
over,
it
anytime
pretty
a
wrong
UA team
last
has come
time as
in,
well.
Global Esports
So
can't have that.
I want to see a
and
better
one thing I
showing
wanna touch
from
on
them,
real quick
at
end
the
of
very
this is
least.
Sunset again for Zeta, which they kind of didn't do so
Okay.
good on against T1.
Oh
so
boy, we go
hopefully
again.
They've been able to figure it out in the meantime.
Here we
That's
go
what
again.
I'm worried about. I mean, maybe not so much about the calling of the IGs. I believe the players should be able to do that. But apart from that, it's just
Single
Zeta,
single
they had a
Viper.
really rough time against T1 on
Single
some of these
Viper.
maps. So if they can't close
Okay,
out
let's
Bind,
see,
that
because
would
I
be a
think they
bit of
did
an
good to get
issue.
10.
But
Let's
the
see if they get more
compositions
than
look
10.
Well, comfort picks all around, but we're going to see how
Can't remember how the
comfortable our teams
pistols
are going
went.
to be as we step into
think
our
Zeta
final
won the fast
series. So we'll
pistol
pass it on over to our casters,
last time.
Achilles and Aserai.
Alrighty, here we go.
Okay, and we started a pretty good time. We might be able to get this one done before EMEA. We've got Zeta on defense, GE on attack, starting on attack with the single Viper. And we have a much better wall that splits B in half.
Solo controller here from Lightning
Yeah,
Fast
not
on
too
Bind.
bad. So is this what they were doing before? Oh yeah, no, I'm thinking of the Eco one.
Pierce through. It's the same exact
So yeah, they might be doing the same thing where they just did smoke over towards here and wall over
even
towards
though
here.
some of them were the same maps, at least the side was
Alright,
changed.
let's see
Here,
what we
it's just
got.
gonna be the same. Zeta Division
I don't understand how you play this twice. Rossi, I don't understand how you play this
here on B
once.
long as Hiroron
But here we are.
now just checks it completely. A quick smoke here though, but he doesn't get close. Just waits for someone to maybe peek out as seems like Global Esports do want to play that contact.
Well, there it is. Headshot contacting into Russ's head. Hiroron finding that first blood here, and also a ton of damage out here onto the members of GE. Lightning Fast down to 35, Polvi at 31. And this push
Blaze King
towards B
gets an orb.
stopping its tracks. Benkai still on the lurk here. Cutting across short, drifting over towards his team to try to reinforce them here on this entry. Really deep trailblazing.
Cut a sound.
And
Dog to check this one.
check left. So only sees
Dog
the one
nerf
player.
coming in. Couldn't see the other
Always
guys.
go for that TP play. Look at how close the four
And
players
who would have
are,
thought
but
that they walk
That's why we don't have
contact
that any
with the
movement here
solo
from
Viper?
Buran and Laz as well. Wary about
It's
it.
almost as if that's the only thing they can do.
Forward. A little bit of damage here onto Depp, who tries to get the
Tell you
second
what,
kill.
though.
Make it happen, but still put down a little bit of additional damage. Hiroron clearing out that wingman.
No
and then
HPs
swing
here.
into him, but he can't nail the
18
shot.
and 5. Keep an eye on the Viper lock.
Gonna kill a piece for those bullets. Does not manage to make it happen. Laz now
planted.
arriving. As Yuran gonna be going the long way around. Laz does find Blaze.
Has spammed him straight up through the wall towards spawn here.
You're about to double up.
That
here
was
on
one of the
Elbow.
low HPs.
Lightning Fast better be prepared with 5 HP. He needs that help from Benkai all the way from Hookah here. He does have an angle though.
Honestly,
so this could actually
Benkai,
still work for
maybe
GE.
the only one that can win this. Good pause.
Well, Mike,
Oh, that's
just behind.
outrageous. Oh, the timing's outrageous.
Benkai able to set up the kill. Lightning Fast.
5 HP?
5 HP. Can he actually close this one out? The
Yeah,
answer's gonna be no.
a little bit unlucky with the timing there.
Will be able to take him down.
No
with the 3K
pistol again
to
on
the
this one on the
Fuse.
attack.
Zeta Division will once again win the pistol to start things off.
Yeah, that's the one timing check though too from Benkai. Fortunately peeks or just wants to see if he's
I
getting
can't
flanked
believe they.
himself.
I can't believe they pick
That
it again.
fadeaway shot from Hiroron, so nasty.
Fast bullet as well.
Even able to break down the wingman, so somebody has to plant it for GE. And you saw as they were pushing up into the site, half of the
Okay,
two players
Force
GE
Spy.
inside the site itself was
Force
like
Spy
down to,
comes
like,
in.
20 HP, 30
4
HP.
stingers.
Pretty easy to deal with. when you
Straight
have
up back over
pistols.
towards B
Less than
because
40
that's where the wall
between
is.
the two of them, but you can see now again, Global, they've been very willing to go for these 4 spies. Stinger might not be as busted as it once was, but still can do a decent amount of damage.
100%.
GE have been able to win out.
We
Some of
got
these
one
surprise
satchel to
forces
get
here.
through
As
this
Yudan
wall.
gonna be forced down off the top tube. Across the wall, Dizzy in hand, Blaze King. Waiting to open things up, and so far, not gonna make their way into the site. Like
Okay.
initial rush, just
It's a
trying
question
to get a
mark
pick, but
created
they don't
over
find
towards
one.
here.
Gonna
We
start
are jump
shifting
spotting it from the
back over
Viper
here,
every so
potentially towards
often, so
They can't really push,
not
especially
really a
when
heavy
they
question
haven't
mark.
got
They
any
still don't know if
control on
someone's behind this
B-long.
corner.
If they go
Group
through
up
that,
towards
you
A,
can
we've
see
got camera,
Dep's there,
trip,
the kid that should've just thrown the nade
double
outside
showers
hookah
control,
really
and I
deal some
think we
damage.
have the DRX smoke in terms of the Viper smoke over towards site. I'm not entirely sure.
Climb there, camp still is set up. Falling now lobbed in by Sugar Zero, trying to prevent.
Oh, there goes Lil Bro.
So once again, the
And delivery of the spike.
Disrupted. So now, wait out the molly. Creep up.
TP comes in as well.
It's
gonna be pretty hard to plant this one. It says the molly comes in and no one can swing off it.
The spot comes in. Benkai revealed, taken out.
I tell you what though, keep an eye on Russ. Russ has made a bold play over towards spawn, about to kill the Heaven guy. Does he get traded out? Do they check this?
Finding one.
Oh my goodness.
The killer on the Yura now. Lightning fast as well. Going to be getting rid of Sugar Zero. Up one top box, however, is Deb. Trucker should say. Lightning fast falls.
Okay.
Deb will be good for 2.
That's why. I mean, they did alright to get a plant here, to be honest. I think that's. They did okay to get a plant.
Zeta not going to allow for that force buy to work against them.
GE got the plant, so you would imagine with the 2-4 loss gunner sitting around 3, they would just go for a low buy and have a full buy next round.
This in multiple games already when you're on bind, you have to get that backside control if you have opponents that have control on showers. And if you can't, you need somebody on Heaven. It supposedly was Russ, but he got dealt with
Change up
so
of the
quickly
wall over
that you
towards
saw
A,
GE
and this
starts to push out
is
from lamps, and then
the
because
old
Deb was on
Gambit
top
wall
of
that they would
APC,
use on
it was just
ecos,
easy
and
for
they
him
would walk
to take
up
them down one by one because again they didn't
short.
have that clear-cut
Oh,
position
Nats
at the
would
back
walk
of
up
the site.
short. Rest will go showers.
Russ looking to push forward, just takes a peek in towards Hookah, and wise of him to back away. Unbeknownst to him, that Judge would have been waiting around the corner.
This is much better from Zeta in terms of how they're playing it as well. Like, last time they were messing up, they were fighting in like this kind of area, giving them the kills. This time, we're actually just seeing them play far back, hold the crossfires, hold over towards showers heavy. It's actually quite nice.
Force off the angle there as the paint shells come through. Man looking for the plant, but Sugar Zero with a quick little twist.
It's just an eco, so kind of happy for them to get the plant. Smokes go in.
Limited util.
Got a late luck from
Can they do
Uran.
more damage? Finally at the ready, going to be sent over in towards Lamps.
Careful.
That does force Blaze King back outside and up front. Last finding one. Step back behind the peek in. Blaze King dead.
Okay, nice and clean on this. Money is good after this round. 3K for everyone, and we got 1-2 armory buys. First buy round for GE.
So
First
far,
full buy round, we should
no
say, for
real
GE.
threats of lineups from.
So far, they've hit
Global
every
Esports. But to be
site
fair,
where the wall
it
is.
the same buy for them. But even the force buy that they didn't really place themselves to do that. I mean, I understand that they need to take the site by force because they were on that force buy. But maybe this time they're going to be a lot more controlled or have enough resources to make that happen because they do have the capability to do that. They got lightning fast, they got Russ.
All over towards B.
With a mosh pit too.
Looks like we at least want to take Hookah control again.
Which they have been trying to do. As
Judge
they
is
were
still
like
here
a lot
in
on the
lamps.
Wingman plans, but
Heavy push for the first
aware
buy.
of it.
Oh, what a flash out. Pole V. Flush up against the wall here. Deb's going to be able to find one.
Nice trades came in though.
Well, just
Lightning fast did really good. That is the spike though.
However,
Kind of using their wall against them. No way.
Takes him very low, but Yunan will be able to get follow-up. Lightning fast falls. Blaze King here in Hookah. Looking for
Well, there goes their first buy rounds. You got to shout out Zeta here for doing something aggro, for sure, on the first buy rounds, kind of wrecking their original plan. And Blaze King used his ult into this one as well, so... Man, how is Uran getting 2 there?
More high-tempo performances from them where they're willing to really...
Shout out to the judge, timeout early.
Much like we saw from them
And
so
yeah,
much of
bit of a
last
rough
season.
start.
Courtesy of
Who
their
would have thought? Who would have thought you would have a rough start with the single Viper?
You know, getting steamrolled here by Zeta. You saw Lightning Fast able
Again,
to
we
get those 2
I said
kills
that they did
coming
good
into
to
the
get
players
10,
pushing out of
in my
B
view,
long.
last time.
Does get flash,
Wait,
so he really couldn't
wait,
assist Lightning
production's
Fast.
giving him 4 rounds.
Zeta Division's calls to interrupt and disrupt the setup that Global Esports are doing is just working so well for them. And to kind of put a cherry on top, they always somehow manage to find the spike in transition, whether it's in the hands of the Wingman or some of the players of Global Esports. Zeta always forces GE to put in extra effort to pick up the spike once again and plant it on the site, which really is a difficult endeavor to do.
Yeah. Well, thank you, production. Got the right lower third there. Yeah, Global now to try to turn things around. I mean,
wait.
Already, I mean, thinking back to when these teams
yeah,
did first clash in their opening series.
Let's see.
We saw
We
Global
get another buy into this one. Money's out of control already. 5th round for Zeta. We got Viper ult, which doesn't really help them get out towards a site unless you're doing the one over towards showers. And we've seen one over towards long recently, which looks alright as well.
Shut down Hiroron, who so far has been having a whale of a time.
And at the same time,
There actually a word where this comp had good results in scrims. Trust me, I played this comp because I won't go into the details, but I played a similar comp, and I can tell you, it does not do well in scrims as well. Trust me. But sometimes stubbornness prevails.
Are very much known for. I like this setup from Laz. Tripwires on both sides of the map, just to, make your opponents guess where you are, and also assist your teammates on the side itself with it.
Oh, look at this triple push out here.
Every time we get a buy round,
oh, yes, they do.
the GE, they just get X-Ect on.
Was able to get the kill. Benkai now trying to take some free space over
Seekers goes in as well, and all the Seekers are going to go over towards A as they hear. This is a nice kill from Ross, though.
We'll catch you done.
Yeah, can't really get our showers that Molly. I say as Polvi sends it through, kind of committed already.
On the side. Getting gunned down last
But yeah, with that you gotta. This is the problem. When you have no smokes, you gotta take timings. You gotta take the risks because aren't really block any angles.
We're still set.
Watching this spot.
Looks like they're just gonna
Oh man, they might not get around.
Here a bit.
30 seconds left.
Still showing willingness to look to play for this one, and all 3 players going to be observed.
20 seconds. No showers control, so maybe they could get a plant.
Catch coming through off
yeah, we got anything to stop this dude, bro?
Going for the plan. Depth wanting to push and try to interrupt that one. Turns away from the flash. They interrupt it indeed. Blaze King now stuck behind the box.
Nicely done as well. Depth uses his ult, 2 away from his ult. Sugar 0, 1 away from his ult. Lost bonus is so fine for GE, so they can buy into this one.
GE trying to mix things up, right? They try to set up some bit of utility for lightning fast on a main, or on a site. Fortunately,
could people be letting them win scrims, bro? I would
Zeta's plan was to
tank
try to
the scrims. I would tank the scrims so heavy.
And it works out. Once they start hearing the setup,
anyone plays this against me, I'm tanking that scrim. You'd make it look a little bit reasonable, like you try and get like 6 rounds or something. But you would tank it so heavy, man, I'm telling you.
The showstopper just to take him down, so at least they don't have to worry about that as they push into this next round.
But there's also a reason that Tier 1 teams, a lot of the time in their regions at the moment, aren't playing Tier 1 teams. But most of the Tier 1 teams at the moment play Tier 2 teams in their region. Not to avoid teams tanking it and pretending that their comps are good, but more just to show footage. Yeah, lovely one, and we can, if we need to, take the TP, but I tell you what, Hiroron is hitting some shots.
Spike has been observed, dropped outside by Fountain. Bottle push forward, Benkai again just trying to
it is the same as the Talon thing through. It really is.
Can, but given the cash and 2 players left alive, Benkai and Blaze King likely just going to have to team up and find a nice little corner to huddle in.
I literally looked away for a second just to check something, and then everybody just gets killed by Hiroron. And this is,
I mean, see, Rossi, that's one way to get around it, though.
Sky, I think, is
that's one way to get around it.
Find V long, right? You try to push it out. There's so many angles we can throw that
you can still do it, but you got to be smart about it.
You
that's
don't
the thing.
bait out correctly for your teammate.
And you were smart about it, so you kind of did it.
Behind the wall, jiggle peeking. You just get hit by it, shot by it, and then people can just punish you unrelenting, and you see that happen here in this round.
We got to save into this one.
As you mentioned, just save the
I mean, they got so much money, they might as well just go for it. And it won't be too scared of a Cypher ult.
Observed.
Well, we have Cypher ult for next round, but again, not too scared on this one. And the swing behind is... Ooh, okay. Free orb? Right. Okay, everyone focus up. We got 4 ults right now. This is the chance.
He's got 9,000 in the bank. So many
it is an eco though, so I think... Wait, is it an eco? Are we forcing? It's not too bad. We got a judge with backup gun for the ult.
Compute. Man.
Hero Ron hasn't died at the moment, 10-0 as well.
Again, Zeta Division.
Just to put that in there.
I was just going to say, this is just Zeta Division.
And we have an anti-KO setup. The Zeta, GE with the KO ult, Cypher over towards B, Camera and Trip so he can help the boys out in terms of these three. This is a great pause from Depp as well. And I love that Depp just isn't dueling yet. He's just letting him get onto the site and playing passive. He can just swing off of the Trip. No one has to overstep. No one has to play like Zeta played last time in terms of dueling early.
Oh no.
The Trip there. No kill though, so they kind of know no one's towards showers with this. Ult goes in. Can they get a plant? That Trip is still up, by the way. Okay, and this is actually looking pretty good. Grimult goes in. No one over towards Lamps, so they can take their map control. We got Molly for after plant, Nade for after plant, Molly for after plant, Molly for after plant. Any other util?
Damage coming through to the K as well. Going to start working them lower and lower here. Polby finding one, gets himself on the board, taking down Trigger Zero, but you're not finding that Showers controls. Polby will find a second. Playing fast, holding, estimate the positioning of Laz. Finds the kill, and now Depp on his lonesome wants to try to deal additional damage if he can.
No time on this one for him, but they get their first round on the board. And we can safely say, if they get a plant, they have a lot of mollies for the after plant. It's just about getting the plant and getting into the positions. With this many ults, for sure doable.
A heavy investment for Global here. That was, what, 3 of their players, a Viper Pit, the Showstopper, but again, all set up for this one round, maybe to swing things as well. And again, I have to say this,
winnable. Dude, this is when we had to use this, Rossi, I was literally just like, guys, if you get 2 rounds, it's a miracle. Like if you get 2 rounds, it's a miracle, and maybe on defense you can win. The dumbest thing ever.
There's a good chance Global Esports can find the fight here.
Lovely flash double satchel, 5 HP. Can he get out of there?
But can't get the kill quite just yet. Your point goes forward. Laz spotted, made flying. The reveal is in.
I was gonna say, how is Laz still here? And we're gonna get the plant, and they actually have time to get out of here. Mollies again.
A fast hit, catching Zeta off
Less of
guard.
them this time.
Global, like you said, maybe
2 in a row.
That's the round to get things
2
going
in a
so
row.
far.
Get in there. That was nice though over towards Showers. Double satchel. I think that maybe if I was Zeta, we don't have to fight the heavy for map control, but they kind of got X-Decked on. Can't be too critical.
Plan and just play so far back.
Where did it sink by land? Oh, it bounced that far forward, I see. I say Polvi, he should have had him dead to rights with 5 HP.
But yeah, I don't think you need to play Showers. I think you can just give them map control.
However, does go out off the tap. Spots 1, gets 2. Can he get more? No. Russ will put an end to it.
Yeah, and the mollies come down on the site, 2 in a row. And yeah, if you're Zeta on this, although I've seen them playing better than last time, I still don't think they need to hold on to too much map control. Crossfires over towards here can be good, but this one wasn't too much their fault. This was just a nice flash from
We did not expect this to happen. Zooming.
Yeah, it was nice timing on this as well. Yeah, it was actually really well timed.
And you can tell, you know, that's
It's
the kind
nice
of
set
setup
strat.
this has been really worked a lot, over and over again from the side of Global. So very nicely executed. And maybe some steam here for Global Esports. We'll see if they can carry forward with it.
Yeah, but this is where you see Zeta Division have so much bank, right? Because even if they start losing these rounds, because they are
Knife
maxed
over
out,
towards
then they start
Showers.
getting the loss
Brumi.
bonus. There's so much to
Brumi gets
kind of
hit
dip
by
in
it.
terms of the bank.
Yeah, and this should be
Still with the op in
pretty
hand,
good.
takes a quick
The
little
op,
peek,
you got your pick of positions of where this op is going to be good. Where do you want to go? Heaven? Yeah, why not? Can't get out Showers. We have 1 smoke to block this, but it can only be up for so long. When it goes up, you can watch Showers. Everyone else can focus on short. Flash goes down towards long, hits no one here.
I like how Depp just, you know, quickly repositions,
hold strong with the 3-person stack.
Straight with the satchel, just because he wants to be on that spot as quickly as he can, so that the rest of his
They get a little bit of map control. I say a little bit of map control. We've got one in the cubby. They're going to cut sound, wait for the smoke to come back. Great potential pressure that they could have gone to any of these positions.
Global Esports, they're going to be
Knife
going
goes
for the
in,
contact here,
hits
but
2.
he does see the blades come in.
Yeah, and smoke goes up. This guy can watch showers, and the other two. They do have mollies to delay the plant, but they got hit by the knife, so maybe they can't stop this plant.
Realize that there's 2 people there, and as well as one behind them. Now they certainly do.
Blaze
Sugar however, going to be able to find Blaze King.
Really on.
The pop comes in. Russ
Blaze King.
sending out that null command.
I don't know how much util he had,
Stop
but
them from having
pretty
any
bold.
additional util to send their way. 2-man advantage, however, here for the side of Zeta.
But they do have. The problem is they do have to make hero plays.
Overwhelm these numbers.
In my opinion.
Went around. Neural theft coming in. That's a showstopper right at Benkai's feet. They know exactly where Russ is at. He'll be flushed
Okay.
out.
Get up to 7.
Vision. Racking up another round. Not allowing for
Honestly,
Global to get 3
Depp's
in a
up here
row.
is he's gonna have so much fun.
Depp with that operator.
Depp is gonna have so much fun with this up.
Truly. I was about to comment that, Benkai realizes that we are stacked too much on short here. I need to find another angle of attack, and then lo and behold, out of nowhere, there it is. Neural theft right in the face of the players of Global Esports. I was wondering when we would see any of the watch parties.
Switch to
There
the
it is
Navi
for
BBL
Zeta.
game? Yeah, I think we'll be fine. This should be relatively swift. They could. There is a world where on defense it really pops. But Spectre are at least going to get a good amount on attack.
Right? It feels like, again, every step that they take, every move
Again,
they make.
it is a lot better on
found out
defense
here
than
by
it is
Zeta
attack.
Division.
And I mean like a lot, because it really is not good on attack.
See
Like
the
at all.
expression there. He thought he was fine, but oh, he juked it. He sent it into the teleporter. What moment is that?
Did he? I thought the guy shot it.
In hand, Depp now has the TP out to safety, and he will be able to escape.
Did it go in the TP or did his mate shoot it?
Completely denying any value from the Thrash.
Wait, did it actually go into the TP?
The Thrash went inside the TP, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my
yeah.
gosh.
I
Depp
thought it got
challenges
shot.
4-2, as you mentioned.
I thought it got shot.
Re-peeks while there's a fragment being thrown at him.
Yeah, and G
Gets
not
the kill and
expecting to do
exits.
that
I think it's funnier if we say that
certainly
it
not.
went into the
Hero
TP
over
though.
the hard angle, finds one lightning fast with a quick
But I'm really
reply.
confident it
Will
got
be able to take
shot.
him down, but Laz, not sure if he saw the top of his head or just had a great sense. Either way, he comes away with a kill and will be able to get a second. Benkai gone. And Zeta now vastly improving upon the first time that we saw them on this map versus Global.
I go back to my point from the first series with Zeta and Global that I did mention how it feels like Benkai he was such a great player that lurks in their last game against
Okay, both the timeouts used on attack.
But here against Zeta,
2 chances to get 2 more rounds, double up the
every
score.
single time he gets thwarted here.
And
by,
if I'm Zeta, I'm making sure I never call any of these timeouts because you don't want to give him anything.
Loses that opportunity to flank from the other quarter, and because of that, he's been so passive this entire start of the first map.
Second time.
Why do I hate KO? I like KO.
Having to be called.
I hate
by
single
Global,
Viper.
not a position that you want to be in, but one
I
that they
hate single
certainly
Viper on
find
bind.
themselves
I like KO.
in. The course correction.
I think
is not
you're
happening naturally.
misguiding my hatred.
So spin big time, wanting to get involved. Get back here in the ears of the players and remind them of the game plan.
What is the game
Would
plan
single
now
Brim
that
be
you have
better?
just 2
Oh,
more rounds
5,000
left in the
times better.
First half.
Win the next 2 rounds.
Simple as, if it's only as simple as, it is as simple as that, but leading up to it,
Single Astra, yeah,
That's the plan.
it's fine as well. That would be better.
we're all saying that, but the highest deaths right now in Zeta has been Sugar Zero with 5, and everyone else is like 3. So
Okay, wall over towards
it
B.
hasn't been as fruitful
And the op
for Global Esports in that.
goes
that
over
regard.
towards Hookah.
Certainly not.
In front of the
They still
wall.
haven't been able to deal with Depp's
The smoke. Oh man, I
operator
mean
now
this
that
is
he's
a
played up
kill.
right behind Euron.
Oh,
Okay, well, he's going
that's
to make
mad.
a swift exit from this position.
They
Here's
just
them
swung
coming
as it
in
went down.
behind. Ups the pace a little bit, but with the orb and the snakebite combo here, Euron has his escape covered.
I do like that though. You know, just Euron making sure he doesn't get tagged by the knife, so all of his abilities, as you mentioned, just able to assist the team.
We got a trip on
But
site. We got a
they
Sky
do
Dog right
realize
now
that
that
he's
is
there,
clearing
so if
over
they're
towards
fast enough
long,
to
but they
rotate
realize
to
that they
A,
cleared over
maybe
towards
they
long
can
because they have a camera that spotted
out-rotate
this.
Depp, but
We have
he's
a person that
already
can get the
here,
kill off the trip.
ready.
We get to the
Up on top
OP
of the
pause
truck.
that we've been talking
Here,
about a
have
little
Laz
bit in
back
terms
ahead.
of top
Should
of
have a
truck.
good idea
We've been
of it.
seeing him
Gonna
use
be
it a
Dizzy
lot.
trying to lead the way.
And
The reveal tag onto one of
they have a
Blaze
very
King.
good chance into this
Able to
round.
outduel Laz there.
Very
Finds
good
the
chance.
headshot, opening things up, as well as the sight here for
Still no
Global.
plant.
Man now moving forward. Depp Fine one, takes down Russ before getting dropped by Polvi. The plant comes in.
That's what G was kind of hoping for, you know, looking.
How many mollies we got? Double molly for the after plant. Nice timing on that. They put Seekers in as well.
Yuran having to sprint ahead of this one. The Seeker helps keep him protected.
Yeah, here come the double mollies.
Mosh pit at the ready. Seeker still going. Yuran now. Last one standing here for the team. Tap on the spike, has to dip back out, however. Looks for the other.
Oh
some
my.
damage down on the lightning fast, swaps weapons. A little bit of spray. Trying to soften him up, swings back out, and oh man, lightning fast just playing around with time.
Oh my god, I saw the dink.
The box. 4 bullets remaining, Yuran gets it. Doesn't have the time
Close,
remaining.
okay, 3.
Goes to the TP, 4K for him, but a 3rd round for GE.
He had a chance there. He had a chance to win that 2v4.
Over the box on short. But I was just about to say that was the round that Global was hoping for, that they can outmaneuver Depp as soon as they spotted him somewhere due to the KO
It's a nice
blade
position from Polvi though in the after plant.
They started getting that contact, and Global Esports here get themselves that round. They buy
Wait, the ult actually went through the TP in that other round? That's insane.
There's the showstopper in the arsenal of Polvi. You can go ham onto a site.
I mean, maybe just a fast attack in towards Hookah. Seems like the answer is going to be no.
Knife goes in.
0 point, however.
This is going to hit them both.
Their heads, and there it is. Shut down.
Lovely at the moment, and this is a free site.
Completely denies it
Yeah,
away.
they insta TP as well. I mean, they're going to get 4. 4's good. 4's impressive. 4 might be enough.
Oh, Benkai! Ready and waiting. Gets himself his 2nd kill of the map thus far. And as Global almost certainly have themselves a 4 and 8 half. Spot there from Sugar, on a Sugar Zero, I should say. Comes down a Sky Smoke, there's the bite lobbed in. And Benkai,
yeah, I mean, you gotta say, when the spike goes down, the after plant util is here.
Time that we saw these 2 teams face off.
Yeah, it's just them being less hesitant.
But yeah, the spike should be harder to get like that. If I'm critical to Zeta here, which I think we should maybe be, because I feel like 4 is quite a lot. I feel like there were 2 rounds there where maybe they shouldn't have been fighting as aggro and just play crossfires on site that can't get blocked by vision.
Again, figuring out where Depp was so they don't have to deal with that first contact operator. Next is, if they can bait a bit of utility, sure, that's going to be good. And then now we see Benkai also adding in those better lurks. Like I mentioned, if he can outpace Laz in this lurk versus lurk, Sentinel versus
Can they get a
Sentinel
pistol?
About that they've been having, this is a huge step in helping Global Esports string in a few more rounds.
Well, their work's still cut out for them, but Global rescuing this half just a little bit with these rounds that they were able to scoop up for themselves. So now they can kick things off with a pistol, perhaps the run back here on the defending side is going to be possible.
How effective is Lightning Fast going to be as that single controller? Pose this question at the start of this game. Especially when, again, they're going to be on the defending side, right? Because his smokes will be very much spread out across the map. You can see, I think, that the play is here. Wait. Has he not used his toxic screen yet? Yeah, he hasn't, so he is saving it possibly for a retake.
Seems like we'll be doing just that.
Okay. Let's little reminder. This is where we are with the pistols so far.
Yuran's in the meantime, just segmenting that A site a bit. It looks like we're gonna have a triple
3 pass and push towards here, and they're gonna hear the camera at least.
For now,
you might think it's a bit of a bait. They break the camera over towards long. So GE creating a lot of pressure, like they could have pushed all the way through.
Lost in the exchange there, and Orb going to be taken away by Depp.
Yeah. Camera also broken on B-Long, so GE knows something's up. But because they started backing away, Zeta Division, as Laz hasn't spotted any forward lurkers here from Global Esports, they call the rest of the boys back, the team back, and they're about to hit a massive push.
This is going to be okay though. GE going to get early information. They already have 3 here. We're already about to have 4 people here.
But the only utility
The numbers are here, but remember, the TP exists.
Same 2 players going to be spotted.
TP could be pretty good if they decide to take that.
At the ready. See what the call is going to be. Right next to each other, wingman going out. Depp, however, 2 quick one taps.
They might not need to. They do get a nade kill in trade, but there's 2 people here on site. They're going to take the TP, aren't they?
That's on short.
Yeah, they've owned it. Okay, let's see what the Viper does. Viper is a classic, though. Viper's still holding onto his wall.
Lightning fast, sat here on site. Jump forward.
One.
Quick adjustment for that headshot.
I'm pretty good.
That reaction. A great kill for Lightning Fast. The snake bite eventually does flush him out. Benkai.
Big one-on-one.
Last one standing here. Up against Laz. Gets the dart.
10 seconds left.
Tucks back behind.
No time? Oh, man. We've got 7 seconds on this.
Because that he kind of has to stick for this one.
Damn, okay. Pistol each. It's actually on. That's the mad thing. It's actually on.
Yeah, Benkai did spot him, but Laz did not, as he was, I think, just jumping around, hoping to maybe catch a glimpse, even through the minimap, but no, and again, because he just had like, what, single-digit seconds to plant that spike, he had to rush in. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Lightning Fast, again, man, do pretty hefty things, even by himself. Through that really helped out Benkai, solidified at 1 versus 1. So solid pistol for GE, and this is what they're hoping for. This is what they're looking for.
Benkai just finalizing the setup here as Polvi swinging out here towards long. Outlaw in a hand. Oh, as the jump peak, Russ.
Yeah, and this is going to be good info with the knife.
At least depth. 0 point chucked down.
Two.
Press on to 2. Given that he had a visual confirmation, he knows that there's at least 3 here.
Yeah, they don't want to push B long. They don't want to reposition there, especially when Polvi's holding with the Outlaw. Blaze King. Just a quick little check.
Just thinking about it. There is some support here.
Oh, he's aware.
Yep, the volley at his feet. Not going to eat too much damage. Rest of the team getting ready to try to creep in. I mean, I say the rest of the team, they're still very much split, worlds apart. One trap wire cleared out. Benkai setting up the other one to try to catch whenever that plant does come down.
They're not going to be able to get a plant on this one. We'll see who farms up a little bit.
That's trying to beckon them forward into this.
30 seconds left.
Time dwindling. Another snake bite to further delay. Cut back across, the 0 point catch onto all. And that's just a massacre as the spray down comes through. Russ will be able to go ahead, pick up another 2, 3K in total.
Everyone's swinging on this one, and Russ manages to farm a good amount, so he gets his ult relatively early. Still have the Outlaw into this one. That's saved enough that they can have majority heavy.
Not to really play too
only one person that can get one shot.
Much on lamps. You saw Russ was holding for a couple of seconds, but then he repositions in the back of triple just to go hand in hand with Lightning Fast. And it does make a lot of sense. They had the smoke. You know that Zeta has to push because there was just like 20 seconds on the clock. And even if Zeta did over push to where the players of GE were on that A site, that tripwire should activate theoretically to just catch them off because, I mean, it's just such a niche position. I really like it, but it didn't activate at all that time.
Okay, and on this one, we go for a aggro wall. Ooh, the way across. Kind of suggests that they want to fight a little bit heavier. Or at least past one bit of the wall.
Getting ready to move up here.
That clears everything.
Out garden, nothing spotted, but they do catch Russ, a glimpse of him at the very end of that Trailblazer. Seems like maybe Zeta again just trying to
4-person stack over towards here with the early info of the camera.
I was going to say, and then take the teleporter. But Polvi has plans.
Yeah, this Outlaw's just too much value. They've cut the noise once again, and Polvi just went straight to the A side, probably thinking about a possible TP play.
We're going to walk into this,
feels
though,
like
right?
It might happen, but because there's 2 players here of Zeta, maybe not. They don't have a flash.
No, they do not. Can't take it out. Blaze King doesn't fire.
Yeah, maybe the bait works on this.
It's like maybe, but either way, Yoran as he tries to walk up, just gets domed multiple times by the Stinger.
30 seconds left.
Clear on the Dizzy, the double push coming through. They line up for him, the kills can't be found.
Damn, they
now, last one standing, 180,
fully owned this round, okay.
Back over towards Hookah, he gets taken down.
Oh man, you gotta call the timeout soon.
Oh, that was very messy for Zeta. Did not get a chance to, again, find that entryway, especially when Hirodon was the first one.
Yeah,
that
and
got
I think that's so fine to call a timeout on this. Can't be happy. Can't be happy playing like this.
Is available to take these angles. Now Zeta
So they might get a similar start to them back.
They're doing it. They're doing it in positions where global esports have set their own crossfires, making it quite a difficult feat to do. So Zeta Division.
Hey, you might actually have the script.
Out. There needs to be some form of adjustment right now. They need to be able to figure out how to deal with Polvi, who
Bro,
again,
I don't have to explain anything. I think you should be asking questions to other people.
All the way from such a far distance.
He was playing around the world.
Yeah, he was.
From A to B to A. Zeta, they're having this bonus conversion come through for Global Esports, using their first timeout here of the map. So Carlisle and Junior have to relay to them. As we're seeing a couple sheriff purchases coming through going into this next round, but knowing that Polvi's got that outlaw, it's definitely a scary prospect as they get ready to go into this one.
Yeah.
Are we completing this match? Don't think so.
Just
how's the EMEA looking? Are they running on time? Any sign of a tech pause?
They are still very much aware of the power that Lightning Fast utility can do. And I say this with Lightning Fast actually putting so much influence throughout this entire first game. He's 13 kills right now for GE.
Okay, so Polvi gets I mean, he still has this gun, and honestly, he could definitely farm. Everyone but one can tank this. And he... Oh, boy.
Oh, that just draws his attention over.
Yeah, this guy had the trip and can't find it.
With the stinger.
They still can't find the tripwire.
It's for a satchel. Oh, boy.
Yep.
That one shot.
That is a nice shot.
That one he gets.
And somehow, some way, it just starts looking fantastic here for Zeta in the eco.
Yeah. And with the trips here, I'd be super tempted to TP, but they are just walk contacting and taking a lot of jaws, and yeah, been some one-shots.
Towards Blaze King's gonna do quite a bit of damage, knocking him down 23. Benkai now arriving. Flash goes in, Showstopper sent out. The funny thing is Laz was just trying to grab a gun.
Spike planted.
He's caught up there by that mosh pit for just a moment.
Realistically, the only one who actually has a gun is Laz. A rifle, at least, that he was able to pick up. Everyone else is just on something else.
Oh. There's Benkai with a quick turn, able to find one, looking for the second, but get it on. Will take him down. Blaze King.
Okay. And they managed to get a lot of gun upgrades on this one, and I mean they had one hero gun, I think, right? And the stinger.
5 rounds consecutively for Global.
Broadcast hasn't even started yet for EMEA. Wait, what?
Very much in the hands of Global,
what do you mean?
So they can get another full buy. Oh.
Okay, was that just a hard read, or did they see him?
Not even a pre-show or anything.
I'm guessing Depp, when he jumped up, might have noticed it and made the call, or the minimap, as you say.
Yeah.
They would have had vision on him one way or the other.
I would have liked to see the Depp POV, though. The tap on this.
2-minute countdown. Dude, are they delaying so I can watch this map?
Here's another interesting thing. Hiroron couldn't pick up any other rifles, so he's on an outlaw from Polvi. So I wonder how that's gonna pan out.
Okay, double trip behind. They did hear the dizzy, and normally people follow it because you want to try and pick it up. Not that we're trying to pick it up.
Very aggressive push. I mean, Global, they have all this information.
Yeah, and now what? And then they're gonna go around. But honestly, he could satchel over these. Go over towards the site. We've got a camera, double trip over towards Hookah. One broken. Do they fall for the next one?
Polvi makes it across. I think he had to use a blast pack
no.
on top of that one.
And Polvi satchels from far back and makes it over, so they have no idea there's a flank.
They don't know the flank is about to come.
Okay,
yeah, and how many can he get?
Moving his way forward. Sugar 0. Not watching for this one at all. There's the shot.
There's one. Nate's pretty good.
Paint shell going to be knocked into the corner. Laz forced to rotate out.
Lovely shot. Not expecting death here.
Watching from behind. Catches lightning fast. That's going to be the flankers.
Wow.
Man, Laz is a beast.
Pay attention towards the site itself. Earl Depp goes out. Blaze King, the last one, will now be revealed. Swings out, looks for Depp, can't quite make it happen.
Okay, not too bad. Money is pretty much there. It's only Blaze King. He's sitting around 3-1, right? 2-9-3-1? Yeah, 2-9-50. Got some ults, so someone takes a hit on this round.
Push forward, and there you go. And still manages to pick up the kill on Polvi. Captain. My captain. Zeta IGL making it work.
Ewalt as well with the 8 months. Thank you so much for the tier 1, bro. Appreciate you.
This goes here.
Zeta on the home stretch now. Global Esports can certainly slow them up as Last pack out.
Okay, op goes out, and we are...
Nobody else in this position.
Okay, so I think what we missed was a Sky Flash double satchel, and then we can just exec from here. Two Seekers are going to go over towards the site, one's going to go to spawn, and they're going to... I mean, they're in a good spot. They go through the TP, they follow the fish with the ult. Nicely done, honestly. Isn't too bad. They pinch over towards here. Hero one, yeah, gets forced out because of the nade. And they're not in great positions for this plant. As in, they're in awful positions for this after plant. So GE looking decent.
The wingman over onto the spike for the defuse. The
Still fun.
comes across the defuse. Still coming
Lil bro.
through, and it can't be interrupted.
Lil bro just defusing while the madness goes on. Okay, everyone goes down, but they got the important defuse.
Yuran, but it is going to be Global hanging on.
At what cost, though? Look at that economic damage. Everyone is just hovering somewhere around 3,000 for Global here. The only one who could even purchase a rifle.
There is no pre-show. Oh, man.
That forces him into the half shield.
Hey, Troix, do you want to somehow delay for 10 minutes?
Yeah, sure. They were able to get that.
How's there no pre-show?
Super important, but...
You guys are getting lazy out there.
This round is going to hurt, economically speaking.
Certainly could. Step going out on the wide swing. Blaze King, though, a judge once more in hand. This ends up just being
the bait for the judge. I like it.
This could be bad for them, and it is. Step going to be taken down first and foremost. Sugars here going to have to try to back away. Quick clear out on that Dizzy. Stopping it from finding value, but Dep dead. Already a big win here for Global.
Yeah, bait and switch works in the favor of Global there. Oh boy.
The nice reposition from the judge as well.
Sorry, I get slightly worried for Global here, but you got plenty of tricks up their sleeve. And Blaziken love the reposition here on Hookah. If Yuran even dares to step just an inch there, you can already see Blaziken very much prepared for it. That means
Broadcast started. Walkouts. Oh, that's fine. They're still walking in. We got some time.
Though, yeah, Tripwire as well as the camera available here. He's got to be careful that he doesn't get the battle of the cams. Who's got the higher definition? Hello.
My eyes are down.
30 seconds on this one. Only 2 people here.
Looks like he did spot Benkai. Benkai likely to have
It's going to be hard for them to plant.
way,
It's a lot up to honestly Laz probably being more aggro than he's going to want to be.
Fast in the corner. Still holding on to the snake bites. Let's one
Wow,
go.
that flash is incredible. 15 seconds, they're going to be able to get a plant.
Benkai still lingering. Orbital strike sent down. Colby going to be forced
Yeah,
back.
this ult secures the plant here. And
Plans through it. On the wire, Laz Yodan, we're going to be finding one apiece. It's just Russ and Blaze King left standing. Russ going for the chase, trying to rush his way in towards Lamps. Comes up with one.
Flank is inbound as well, and that's unlucky. Laz did great on this round. Honestly, Hero 1 really owned it with the flash.
Players from Zeta completely scattered, so he will just
They have no money. They win 1 round with the defuse, no one surviving, and bro, I can't draw zeros anymore.
Yeah.
Well, it was surprising that he wasn't able to pick it up though.
This is what we are score-wise.
In
terms of the money,
I
horrendous.
didn't really see where he was when
Map
Zeta
Vios?
was pushing
Hey,
into
give me
the
those
site,
Vios.
but I can only assume that's what happened. The one
Blind
thing
Ascent
that
Breeze.
really caught me off guard was
Who picked what? I
Laz
guess
just
BBL
put
picked
a
Ascent.
delayed trip that actually caught Benkai. Because again, Benkai was just probably not hearing all of the utility because of just how much
BBL
noise was
picked
happening
Binds?
around him.
Damn. Navi
You know,
are
the
giving it,
smokes,
bro.
the
Navi are
orbital
picking
strike and
Ascent against BBL.
And he got
They're
caught.
actually giving it.
And I'll start with that. The aggro push out that
Is a new roster though.
really Lightning Fast just was not anticipating. Thought maybe he had himself covered with the smoke down.
Yeah,
the
Bacon,
snake bite as
they're
well.
crazy for it.
But the aggression comes through. Sugar Zero very much rewarded for it. Zeta now up to 11. Global. Very limited tools. You can see
Yeah, and this
you
should
have
be
that pit.
relatively fine
Got the
for
weaponry to back it up.
GE. They just got to watch out for Blaze King.
To have Blaze King go absolutely crazy with this Phantom, this hero rifle. Benkai toggle onto the camera, managing to spot quite a many few players here from Zeta. Bot, we let loose. No, Blazer
Dog
goes and
checks out
all
all
trap
of
showers. Nothing spotted.
Site, as we can see, 5-person stack.
There it is. That's the 5-stack from Global, 2 at the back of the site. Once these smokes dissipate, there is a chance for Global to make something happen. If Russ can set up a good flash, Oh, wow. That nade. Ouch.
Angels will force that back. Swing
Yeah,
in.
fast clean up on this one. Can Zeta take us over the line just in time? 4 chances. Yeah, I watched Navi.
Was just hoping that Zeta
I switch
would
over as soon as this is done.
push into
Maybe
labs.
before it's done.
With wishful thinking, that nade clipped both of the lab players down to 50%. Yeah, I mean, at this point, you already know Zeta was just going to be
Mouth's Heart as well, but
cleaning
the
up
3
house.
months. Thank you so much. Thank you
Not
with
to
the
this
tier
extent.
1.
It's a save, so maybe. But yeah, map point already. Let's go. Here we are. Ooh, first time we're going to see, I think, the operator in the hands of Polvi in this game.
Utilizing it once again. Let's see.
Gets full control, showers. Picking the right site on this one.
On that A site, everybody from Zeta starts shipping.
No way! That's insane.
I think he seal
The dog headbutted it.
The mosh pit.
Oh, flash not finding its target, but he's king.
Agent selection? Okay, we don't have long. If G wins rounds, then we'll have to sack it off.
Russ going to be knocked down to 85. Answering fire will soften up just a little
that's
bit.
the Spike. Spike accidentally TP'd.
Prevents the retreat for the time being.
Spike accidentally TP'd and the op's holding the angle.
With an opportunity here, but flash goes in. Knocked down to 3
Oh,
HP.
there goes the op. It was all planned. Ult goes in, they can see one on A, they can just send it.
They stray away from the pit. Lightning Fast still just sat there on the B site. McKay just popped to try and delay, but put on finding Benkai back site. Step up and over the top.
Okay, and Lightning Fast having to do it all, and that feels like it is the end. Perfect timing. Would have to be an absolute
here within the smoke.
Round.
The push-up comes through. The first shorty, the second.
There we go.
He gets the 3K, he gets the 13th round.
Let's switch this one over. Again, if you want to carry on watching, how do I?
But
you want to carry on watching EMEA? Sorry, Pacific. Ryan Central is going to be watching that as well, so you can check out his
But as we
stream.
expected, Kushner on that raise. Yeah, I had nothing really.
And here we go, straight into this. We've got Bind, Anything Wild, Angel on Gecko. Angel on Gecko, Artist on KO. No solo Viper, a little bit disappointed in that, but here we are.
One team actually going in, having
Couldn't
themselves
resist,
that double in terms of a breach and a sky, and the others coming in with the Gecko and the KO. And it is going to be a huge difference in the manner in which they play. I've been loving seeing the sort of double flashes, or even in Foot's position. They had the triple flashes as they were running an Omen as well. But the Brimmy has been a competent Bind pick for a long time, and a lot of these teams are going to have some pretty impressive afterplants.
How about the recordings? Yeah, a little bit wrecked. I mean, we're uploading map 1 of GEZ now.
Molotovs and grenades that you could just yeet
Kind of
onto
watched
the
that,
spike
right?
the entirety of the round. So I think we're going to have a fun match here. I kind of want to ask you about your expectations, though, because I think you go into this match with a team that, even though they didn't have the best year, still made it to the international events, and a team that ultimately, okay, they didn't finish last, but they finished close to last. They were in that bottom tier. So do you think BBL can actually come in? Because thus far, this event, it's been kind of upset so far.
Expectations, I think, certainly at home will be that Navi are the favorite. I think that a lot of people realize, you know, it's not even about Navi's shaky starts. It's the BBL fresh roster, bunch of very experienced players though across the board. Someone like Bora, who's been down in the trenches
to another
for quite a
Bind.
while. They're bringing something new to the table, and you never can underestimate
What a
that.
BBL playing?
Backstage just saying during this offseason, all the changes, there is just no way to put these teams. Sure, you're always going to have a community metric, but
All right, I'm in for it.
that's a fan favorite
Change
as
the
opposed
YouTube
to
title? Oh.
a realistic metric
Yeah,
we
I'll
can
do
draw
that in a
from.
bit.
It's time to kick this one off and find out what's
We'll do
going
it
to
after
happen on the
pistol.
server as Navi and BBL starts out on Bind. Barriers up and a slow start from the side of Navi.
Ooh, slow start. Do I have
Right now,
time
the
to change the dial?
Yeah, of course. One of the things you really can do with
BBL
this
on
Gecko is
defense,
go for some of
Navi
those
on
early
attack,
insta-flashes.
and yeah, I'll do
try
it
and
after
force people off the angles. You can, a lot of the time, retrieve that flash.
Bit of info, but nothing too much. You know this guy's always going to be over there normally.
But he has managed to retrieve that. Not really going to lose anything too
Sugetsu,
valuable early in
attack
these rounds. So it
Viper.
was just setting up for this initial take.
Gets a Sheriff.
I think Angel's shift from the sky makes
Brave.
sense, right? When you're seeing that
One
flash
more
can still be
smoke.
taken, used
With,
again, and you can then
with
breathe
Frenzy.
out the round like that. The curious swap, I guess, from BBL to quickly mention was Pora and Reezy just flipping agents. I wonder if that's a comfort thing. We'll see how that develops as time goes on.
Is their plan
Now,
literally to
50
let them
seconds left on
plant,
the
smoke
clock,
the
and Navi
spike, and
very
then
much tunnel visioned in. We're looking like an A
and then
push is
fast
about to come
defuse.
through. Viper utility already bypassed as they make their way towards the A site. Some space to be taken, but look how many players are still here, tucked in the back corners. These are angles that you have to clear.
Oh my, well, you punished for trying to clear that one. And I feel like this smoke's coming down on the spike here.
Forcing Zipan out of
Oh
position.
no, it's over towards Showers already.
Left with it all to recover. And Artist does well to find the first, but the utility blocking him off. The shot's coming his way, and the defuse already happening under their nose. There is no way to deny this. The round is truly in BBL's hands.
Yeah, great start for them as well. Again,
And this is kind of a good prime example where a lot of times it is a little bit risky trying to pick up those orbs. I know that some people are always like, damn, people don't always pick up the orbs, but man, it's a risk sometimes.
Sort of experienced
And when
player within the mix
you
of
can see all the
players
info, I think it's
coming
easy
up
to say like they
tier
can pick up
one
this
in, like,
orb, but
Reezy and Elite, who maybe haven't been there
sometimes
quite as much.
sometimes it costs you big rounds like
And
this. This
also,
one was a little bit
something
of a
I liked
risk.
from Heretics yesterday, which we see in this sort of regard as well, fighting as a pack. I feel like that is something, especially in these early matchups, is just even just trading effectively and going back to something a little bit more simplistic can actually work out wonderfully for you.
Yeah, I did like the fact that for Navi, it's not like they left the corner wide open, right? Xiao does clear it, but just a little bit too slow on the aim duel. Turkish aim, always something we're going to talk about, and here it's already on display.
On Ascent.
On Ascent, yeah. Next map up, of course it's BBL's map pick. There have been a few teams that have historically been foolish enough to pick Ascent into a Turkish team.
Okay, where are we?
Got the comeuppance most of the time.
Solo Outlaw,
1-0
heavy
start.
armor, so we're just going to be taking turns with the attack Outlaw, and I think this is a normal good idea because a lot of people do heavy prioritize. Yeah, they do heavy prioritize a lot of light armor and heavy guns, like better guns.
Ardis, the player known for his,
yeah, we have a few players that can tank this a little bit. Not too bad with that. Kind of like this.
Yeah.
An outlaw.
Look, I don't know what Angel's been cooking in the off-season, but this guy's obviously been practicing his
I think this makes sense, but you would just anti them again. Like the Outlaw is just the anti-gun for sure. You would just make sure you buy heavy armor.
Their upper, not ours.
There is only literally 2 people that you can one-shot. That's a lovely shot.
Nice shot. So gets his head ripped clean off. And look, a lot of the guys are running light shields here, but it's mostly classics.
Not too bad on this one as well in terms of Shao. We get the plant down. We have literally no Uto. Shao has one more smoke.
They just have to bide their time. These smokes will fade, and then they'll get much more open angles. But that's where Angel
I can turn them
might
down a
be
bit.
able to cleave some value out of this round and find a position to fight from. Good right click. Look, 10 damage is all they need to do to make it a one-shot. Angel capitalizes on the damage done. Pora's already down, but
Not too bad. Not too bad in terms of the
a
damage.
little bit of chip damage. I was hoping for so much more out of
Yeah,
Angel's
and I
Outlaw,
think,
but
I
we'll
mean,
see
they
again,
basically
I'm sure.
took a risk.
Well, I wonder
They
if we
basically
might
took
see
a
it
risk
again
in the fact that
immediately, because
a
I'm
lot
just
of teams that
starting
they
to
were
look
playing
at
in
the
prac
credits
probably
now on the
heavy
side of
prioritize like Vandals and stuff. So trying to, I guess it had been working in practice that most teams have been buying light armor, and I think any other team it probably would have worked, but BBL had like 3 heavy armors.
Yeah,
because he can't even afford. He can't even afford light shields, and
So yeah, Ardis, dude, Ardis takes the hit. Ardis enabling the star player.
As well with Angel's flash, there's going to be a large
So
period
good.
of time where you don't have those flashes while you're retaking the space. To
Bro,
get the
I
flash
know
to then regen
Ardis
it back up. Which
hates
means
that
Ardis
strat.
has to use this utility when they're clearing one of
Ardis
these
must
corners. It's
absolutely
expensive,
hate
runs down
that
to your economy,
strat.
But I really don't mind this for Navi. It was a good idea to have that outlaw.
The fact
to
that
give
he
them a
has to
chance
drop
in the
it is
previous
so
round.
funny.
Hasn't worked out, and the downside is they've got one weaker weapon. They can play around that just fine, especially when it's the player that's lobbing those flashes.
Yushina on defense, picking up a lot of kills, mean that he gets his all out early. So we've got gun disadvantage. Actually, well, gun advantage still, but
I love the fact that the majority of
the
the
ult
duels
is
you'll
scary.
see, he's facing first and Zipan's following in second. It feels so incredibly backwards.
Oh, that's kind of nice though. Yeah, that's nice. If that's a different agent than a Raze, that's probably a kill. Stun with the molly. BBL got some good stuff on this.
Zipan has to just give up, and that was the early portion of this round for Na'Vi. Was okay. I want to take some map control in hookah. Well,
Oh,
they're gonna
boy.
have to do it again, except half the time's gone.
was nice avoiding the molly. Not taking that
Timing of
damage,
the Sky
still
Dog's
able
good.
to
3.
fight 2 players in towards
It's
Hoop.
out of there,
It's gonna be
Stimmy, to
tough.
get him out of there as well.
Three on site with a Viper wall
Lovely.
just
Dude, the
about to
breach
go
at the
up,
moment,
slowing utility
looking
in play
great.
as well. This is just making them a little bit more discombobulated
Dubra goes
on
in
the
for
way
the
through.
plant.
Flash,
Oh no, it
Wingman
wasn't
at
it.
first to try
Just a
and give
distraction.
some more extra information. Good kills. Angel on another, and with Xiao backing him up, this is looking
Yeah,
clean.
Angel and Xiao
They
just
pushed into a 3-man
dueling
site
out
with
here.
Viper utility
And
backing it up.
the
They
Razor
made it
came
look
out.
easy.
Oh, hey, maybe they're giving Angel the rifle because he's the one who's actually going to be fragging. We saw Boo just
Yeah, I'm telling you, the star
yesterday
player.
had been clearly on the aim labs for the entirety of the off-season. Little bro going to be
How's he that
sacrificed.
tanky? That was nuts.
As Elite is the last
Second
man
shot, I guess,
standing.
missed.
Stuck in a corner. Still a nice shot onto Angel. So the
Still
guns are gonna be
pretty
retrieved
good
and Navi,
damage.
They're going to have their first round onto the board.
Still pretty good damage. 2 kills means that we have a big swing round here.
Having made it through, I was worried with so many players there. That's where your weaker weapons, your pistols, can really get that value. But they dealt with it very nicely, even avoiding ultimates along the way. Couldn't have went much better for them realistically, setting Navi up for a round 4 where they are
Angel gets his ult. Whose timeout is this?
economy, and then maybe even a
No,
slight
nothing.
edge.
Okay,
to the
Angel has
economy
ult
on
with the
Navi's
death
side,
there as
but
well.
they'll have something
And
to work with next
what
round,
else?
but whoever
Nothing.
takes this probably goes
Breach.
on a little run for a few
Breach
rounds.
kind of close.
I think the only thing that might be interesting for the side of
Like we
BBL
said, they're the
is
2 that can't buy next, and
trying
obviously
to
everyone
get
here can't.
his ultimate online, the stun, it hasn't
And they
connected. It's
decide
been
to
avoided
go
completely,
aggro.
but
This is a real old
it's
school
gonna be
strat,
Elite
kind of
who
similar
get
to Vision Strikers used to do this back in the
Try
day.
peek into Pora,
With the
that's
breach.
not something I'd like to do. Still
Something
got that
similar.
Chris
Smoke
Baines
off this, flash
giving
dash.
the
But
advantage, a little bit of a risk taken by Navi and Angel, and well, he was actually the one with his ultimate online, so he actually
Lovely
had something
shot.
that easily could have cleared that angle.
And with him out of the running, we've ended up pretty
we got a
negative, but the
breach
map
damage to
control's a
stop
real
this
problem.
plant.
BBL blocked out. Oh, they are able to delay that plant a little bit. That's allowing some reinforcements, some damage done onto Zipan.
Yeah, he took a-
This is starting to look a
took a hit.
little better than before. BBL have at least got some control. That nade, though,
done.
push them out. They kind of
yeah, I'm
push
so surprised he didn't pop his ult
splits
there.
them, but no real after effect for it. Zipan flashed as he tries to use his ultimate, but oh no! He's missed the shot!
The team flash from Ardis, and then the self ult. Oh boy. Man, this whole round is so done, bro. This whole round is so cursed. The team flash into the self ult, into no one checking the corner, into the spam missing. Oh man.
Kill yourself and then die completely to a Molotov. Okay, the second one actually wasn't a bad play at all from Ardis. It was the smartest thing he could do, but it's just so brutal. And, I think Zipan's going to want to forget that one.
Dude, we got to see half a second of the Na'Vi coaches there, but that was incredible.
A little bit shaky. Now bear in mind, Xiao won off his ultimate as well. There are a few things that could potentially pad the gap here, and you can see he's already going to be challenged. Sagetsu basically
Sagetsu, yeah, and he's... But I still like this. There's 2 people that don't have guns, and he just has had enough.
Well, the rest of BBL are going to be looking to try
Lovely
and
molly.
find their way
Oh
out.
boy, they might have to...
The fact is they haven't had to use
Yeah,
any
dude,
of
he
it.
tanked
Now
it.
another goes down.
And 65 as well on Pora.
This is looking rough, and in fact, well, one by one,
And
we're
the
witnessing every
Sagetsu
single
show
member
on
of
this.
BBL fall.
And it gets even worse.
Sagetsu and Xiao show.
On the way through in bathrooms, picked up the orb, so they even have the orbital strike online. There's just so many ways that they could fall back into a safety net in this round. I think BBL, they were hurting the second they lost that opening duel, really.
Oh, man.
Blink and you miss it.
Opening duel.
That other round was still so good. Absolute nightmare for BBL, to be honest with you.
Maybe you put your orb up, or you put your wall up.
Money
no, you put the
is
wall up
not
so that
here.
if someone swings you,
Get 1,000 on this, we can't drop.
Sagetsu
1-9 for everyone else. This guy can buy something okay.
I reckon I can take him on. And the fact is, okay, in terms of our league, in terms of individual skill, he is right near the top. That guy who loves his tracker stats probably
The
loves
definition of a hero gun? Yeah, this is good from him. I mean,
I bet he does.
he's just a legit
Probably
player.
doesn't like me very much, but that's...
Probably doesn't like Angel very much.
Oh dear, yeah. Well, do you know what I heard from, I was talking to Milan, he actually said, he was saying this to Steel, that your peak physically is 35 years old, so Angel's not even at his peak yet.
I'm not sure the stats back that up, though.
Well, I think it's peak in maybe your physique.
Right, yeah. Video game reaction time. might be a little bit
not
of a
my
different
stats,
measure.
Milan. Blame Milan.
We'll call him into question later. We'll get him on the
Maybe
desk.
Pipson told him that one.
It could be.
How can KO be viable on Vine? You gotta have another initiator with it, but
You've had a timeout called for BBL, a responsible one. They
the
lose
knife's
one
good,
round
the flash is
and
good.
they're saying, hey, let's get back on this. Realistically, round 4, you know, they were definitely throwing a lifeline with Zipan, having a little bit of an oopsie, firing in.
Past my prime, yeah, for
I'm just
sure.
looking at BBL's coach. He's just drawing a circle. It's a nice little calming technique. I might try that sometime. But
All right, BBL, do a timeout on this eco and work out what to do. Maybe free a util usage after they just see Sugetsu completely disrespect short and just walk up.
Some issues. A dude walked down mid and wrecked their whole defense.
Some issues. Some issues. You know, you probably want to be winning those duels, but I don't know there's too much they can discuss about it. Guys, try aim better. It's not really a strat, per se. But with the timeout coming to an end, BBL 1 round ahead, let's take stock of what they've got. Rolling Thunder close to getting some ultimates online. Not that it's easy to farm Brave or Elites, but they, you know, because they need 2 orbs. But they might be able to find something, especially if duels go their way. Could be a late round play.
2 hero guns,
Navi,
3
that
classics.
strike, dangerous. Artist won away as well. They could remove the utility, make it much easier to push into BBL.
Next big Byron's going to be a bit of a nightmare.
Utility-wise, that could help out a ton in terms of seizing that site.
Again, we're seeing the Dizzy used just to try and claim this control. Now, we've already witnessed it once in this half, but BBL fairly happy to try and use the Breach util to fight back for this position. Move Zipan out of this spot. I wonder if we're going to witness the same thing once again. Very patient.
And this is good from Navi, just like a slow, default. They know again that you look at this comp, they have no sentinel. They have no sentinel, so they need to make sure that they hold a default and punish any kind of push early on.
That stun just being held, and bear in mind there's still a rolling thunder.
The nice molly.
Solid molly keeps back any reinforcements. Reezy has a tough task on hand. Zipan swinging around the blind side. And a shot through the smoke from Angel. That was a wild spam that just took down a lead.
It's a nice
so you're
exec.
missing so much utility. That was their vital
It's cool.
ball
The
to
spawn molly
potentially
goes like
allow them back
here.
through.
So if you,
Cut
it's
off
basically
these
if you
attackers now. Navi have
heavy
their pick and
commit.
close
Like I'm not
plans
even
with
sure you can
orbital
see it in
strike.
the smoke.
There's no
If you heavy
real
commit
worry.
to sight, you're
Only
just going
one
to get
rifle
melted,
in
and the
hand.
same thing
It's
if you're like
Kushner
leaving
X
sight
who
as well.
has to do all the heavy lifting. He's done well on the first, and Sugetsu's tag. They need to be careful indeed. A weapon
Yeah,
to be
they got
retrieved
double
before, but the
guns.
time
Oh,
too
one
low.
gun.
With Kushner down, this one's starting to feel like it's done. Especially
He's not
with the
getting
orbital
out of
strike
here,
bank.
but
You know this round is not going your
that'll do.
way. Question mark?
It can't be one, but he can do a lot.
That'll do. One more?
This is
Almost.
such
Great
a
damage from him.
ridiculous few shots from Pora, making things costly. Again, the economy is very good. In fact, every single member of Na'Vi goes down to basically just 2 players. And the thing is, that wasn't an investment. That was 2 saved guns, and then just everyone else just full ecoed. So they now come in with some extra orbs. Nearly all of the ults actually getting fairly close to being online. That was very costly for Na'Vi, and that's the thing. They've had a few moments where it's just looked a little bit shaky. Maybe just the first game jitters. I think we can give that to both teams getting back on this stage again. And I guess something we haven't spoken about because it's such a sort of hot topic overall, I think, has been covered profusely. Artist is back.
He is.
He's back. It's good
It
to see
is
him.
good to see him on the EMEA stage, where he belongs.
Yeah. Hopefully he won't lose to Billy this year.
Another damn, bro. Another big buy round
Hopefully they
for
get to the event to
BBL.
actually play them.
If they lose this, they can't buy
And it
next.
starts here. BBL have already shown that pound for pound they can take these fights. Round 5, not so much, but other
Lovely
than that,
Boombot's a nice flash to enable
damage in
this.
the previous round was
And
fantastic. Zipan sniped out of the sky, and too quickly for any trades to follow through. Brave does well to
Oh,
drop
man.
Artist.
Yeah,
He
he
can be
did really
recovered,
good
but
here.
they've got to get out to the
2?
money. They've got to clear all these defender bodies in the way. Rolling Thunder still cashed and online, not needed.
Should be too hard this one. Oh, Pora played very well during this. I think Pora did great, and honestly, Riazi did good as well, just staying alive. I liked how they played this, just close. Yeah, so I've actually not really seen teams play like this too much. It will get wrecked by like a long pop flash, but when you're trying to exec heavy through hookah, this is actually a pretty cool setup with just like 2 close long to the wall and 1 underneath hookah. This is strong. Yeah, and this guy's just getting info here. And he's kind of playing anti, so he can just swing out as well. Is the flash, and then he can join his team. Na'Vi will look at this probably though, and just start going heavy along once they want to exec out over towards B.
Viper's pit right away. No real chance for Navi to push through that. I mean, such a deep pit.
Good news is for BBL, only 2 of them died in that round, so their money's getting a little bit better. Still not fully there. We've got 3 people that can't buy, 2 people that can't buy next in terms of BBL, so massive swing round. 4 ults for BBL.
Spread out even further now after the pit's been down, shifting their focus to the B site, looking to seize some control of long. Angel should be able to get that flashback nice and easy.
Yeah, it's one of the better flashes, this one.
It's a free little bit of utility for him to confirm there's no one in the close corners, and he can focus his crosshair on the site. This is where there's a few players waiting, and most importantly, that wall. That's just going to keep them way back. Oh, it's gone down.
Yeah.
So they have a small gap,
And we kind of
but
see
they're not
the
quite ready yet. Spike's still making
instant
its way.
reaction to what went on. Just way heavy exec from long on this one. Realizing that they need to right-click a flash at least. Breach or... So Molly goes over towards site, insta breach or... Yeah, this was good. They got the sound cues from all the util that was flooded in.
Evading death, 34 HP. He'll just about be able to keep himself alive for a future combat. They're watching for a flank right now, but with a Viper's bit down, there's no need for BBL to go on flanks. They've got A pretty much unlocked.
Yeah, they stopped the hit, and then what do we got for a next hit? We got Gecko flash for the next hit.
Any intention of going elsewhere.
15 seconds.
They've got so little time. Look how many people are on the site. 4 sat here waiting. This looks like it should
God,
be
he's still,
possible.
he's still planting.
Like he's being planted.
Okay, now they stopped the plant. Respect
respect
to BBL there. No one panicking too much, and everyone just letting Wingman just do his thing while they try and not get distracted.
Same sort of brute force pressure.
BBL are looking good. I really like how they're playing B. I do think that the KO can just pop flash a lot of the time. Like, so at the moment, in terms of what would work from an outside perspective, and it's like very easy to say when I can watch it all from here, but just a contact KO flash through this wall would work really well with how they're playing. Because at the moment, they play close onto hookah, they play close over towards long, and then they're just using the sound of the util that gets set in terms of the XX and just using their own mollies. So a pop flash through long at the moment would work perfect, but it's a lot easier for me to say when I'm not just watching one POV instead of both POVs.
But the control wasn't denied. Angel had snuck up, yet the
Classic
first few
Angel,
shots don't
but they get the
land,
Angel
and
first death buff.
quickly
Let's see if it still
BBL are able
exists.
to punish that. Now you're losing out on some of that initiating utility, but they still have quite a lot to fall back on. The problem here is weaponry.
This is sort of the classic Angel. It's like he's playing what we've seen from most people as a support agent, and he's not playing it like that at all. He is using it as a quasi-duelist. I'm going to pop flash for myself, and I'm going to go facing into these angles. And I'll be honest, it's not been working amazingly well.
It really hasn't. I think at the
I think in the past it's actually been okay.
Shots,
Somehow his team always clutches it out.
Not looking your way, but a very tight angle to fire back on. A risk worth taking, but a reward not found, and now we look towards the side of it.
I'm telling you, it's the first death buff into a 3-on-3, massive brim ult. Make sure they can't flood out when they tap the plant.
And that's about it. Quite a defensive, a turtling one. And
Yeah, I think we're just waiting for a molly here. That is gonna... Yeah, that's good. 20 seconds, they stop the plant.
Players are getting close. They can even start to spam.
Oh man, we can spam this.
Oh, very close, but it is put down on the
Sagetsu though.
just about. Damage through the pit is massive. Sagetsu on 49, Artis on 77, and down goes the pit. Artis has to do it alone. It's only a 1v2 though. A very winnable fight for this man. We've seen him do it many times in the past. The players he's up against, Pora and Reezy, they're hitting their shots, they're looking good, and combining together the stun.
Oh my goodness, the lineup. That was close. That was close. Considering the 4v5, that got pretty scary. Big win for BBL though. Brimmo.
Yeah, it definitely
Viper
is a map
ult.
again where a lot of the time we'll talk about
Right, any
the
other ult?
defensive side being that favored of the two, but I feel like there's been a lot of opportunities that Na'Vi could have capitalized on.
That shot was
BBL
outrageous
have
to
done
make it
really
doable.
well to sort of pull back a lot of these retakes, and that's the thing. I feel like their B site hold has been fantastic, and then their A site retakes have been very good, other than when Saigetsu just slammed them. So they have put themselves in a fantastic position, and already we're going to be getting ourselves a
Na'Vi timeout.
as well.
Angel.
Making his way back to the main stage. Obviously, we've seen
Don't
him
solo
really pass
push.
on
I know
rosters like
Sagetsu
Heretics,
did
even
it,
on BBL before.
but maybe not.
He's 13-6
Maybe not
like
you.
a breach. He is having a lights out game.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, what a return to the EMEA stage for this man. 13-6, 1 assist. I mean, he's just doing all the work himself. You really can't complain. For Na'Vi, well, they certainly can. 3 rounds here on the attack. It's starting to feel like deja vu. Last season, a tough start. losing out to Koi, a team that didn't really do much damage as the season went on, and we had our questions. But Navi bounced back, as always, as they literally always do. But they're hoping to avoid a slow start here. I mean,
it's a very nice start from BBL.
There have been so many changes to these other teams. There's no such thing.
And
as a
they
free
have
win.
their favorite map next, or at least the old squad's favorite map.
So again, we're going to see this early Viper screen placed down. And I'm more so just looking at this man here. It's going to be that aggressive push from
Kushner gets his op out. So some of these rounds have been pretty close, right? So we got to bear in mind that honestly, just one loss for BBL would put them on an eco.
Still going for that stack up, but hasn't really found anything. I mean, bear in mind, they've already spotted a couple of rounds ago with the Tiger. The Xiao was lurking outside of this position, so he's very happy to just wait and hold on to this control. And Xiao looking like he might be about to walk straight into the trap.
You know, there's a good chance that Navi decide to initiate, well, obviously with the flash there, but having Thrash,
and Angel's taking all the risks there. The same thing with the stun. This time we have a molly that's a little bit further back.
Flash being taken back, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and there's a real duel and fight for Hookah, and I love this as well. They flash over towards long, and they put the smoke down, and they clear all of this. This should mean that we can have a rotate coming in, but we have such early info that they don't want to do it. Do people buy TP so they can fast flood over towards showers off this contact if they want to? Skydog goes down towards long, clears everything. Breach rotates.
This could be perfect. I imagine it's going to get shot or almost immediately, and it doesn't matter. Cushion is going to land it anyway. An instant TP, but a trade out, and Elite's going to land the shot as well.
What?
Zipan 2 out of 2 of
the insta TP happened, so he wanted to get out of his ult.
But Sagetsu is making sure that BBL struggle with site control. Plant still not down. 17 seconds left, but it doesn't look like there's any further contention with Brave down. Smokes are out of the question. It's going to cause problems.
Yeah, insta TP happened, so he knew he was going to get shot in the side. 2v3.
A fantastic kill for this man. So he can now buy them a little bit more space to cross over, and he spotted both players, but that information came with a very heavy cost. Price tag more than they were willing to pay, with Reezy now having to try a defuse under the nose of 2 players. This just isn't looking good. Xiao still has a molly, but a post plant is not needed. Not with time this low. Instead, they will face it. Wow.
We got a shot off there as well. Yeah, and you can tell they're arguing there a little bit. They're not on the same page. It got close, but luckily once they saw the swing, they swung with it.
A close round, and one that actually again leaves the economy of both teams sort of on the brink. More so for BBL. Even though they managed to win 3 rounds in a row, they were close. And thus it means that, well, you got a showstopper still, save from the previous round. But by the looks of it, it may only be a singular rifle here. Now, if Na'Vi can grind back a couple of rounds, this ends 6-6, you're looking at a very good half. So for the side of BBL, it's a must that they do some damage here.
I'll be looking for even more than just damage, but take a look at the minimap. Just one player on the A side.
Okay, deep smokes over towards the site. Kushner's on an island, does have his ult, is an eco.
And it looks like that decision is being made, and a player was spotted, but the shot lands on top of the box. Navi have got a team kill under their belt. This time it wasn't Zipan going down, it was Angel, but look, it seems recoverable.
Oh my.
Just 2 players left, damage across the board, though BBL making it insanely competitive. It's
kind of doable.
Xiao just 1 hit to this
oh my god, it's so doable. 1v2 into 1v1, he has his ult. He's so using his ult.
He knows that TP was pulled in just moments ago. Does he sprint in? Once he hears it's planted, that ult
I'm
might come
surprised
into
he
play.
didn't send it.
But no.
Molly goes in. Okay, now Sagetsu can literally be anywhere.
Can't afford to lose too much. There's the peak and the shot.
Oh boy, this one backfired a little bit. For a 1v2.
Them in so many rounds, but not this time.
Yeah, and Na'Vi.
Yeah, it seems like those were the
Na'Vi,
sort of 2
it's not
players you want
looking
individually to take that fight.
too convincing with a lot of this.
The confidence in the Red Bull clutch from Sagetsu's
Forrest is feeling himself, man.
Let's know exactly where
Tanked
he is.
an ult, tanked the molly.
The fact is, though, it's maybe that molly kill. What did it cost? Everything.
Everything.
Did he make noise? Nah, it's literally just Pora just knowing molly here. This is a possibility.
a man coming in that you don't necessarily expect to be right at the top of that board, playing more supportive roles. Pora is doing exactly the same. 16 and 7.
Rupa.
Lights out performance.
Rupa with the prime. Thank you so much.
No, he didn't. That was the crux of it for me. I'm thinking the whole time, when is he going to use it? Where is he going to use it? Instead, he sits down, takes the headshot angle, and goes, he's going to peek me. And rightfully so. Sugetsu's had a good game so far.
Yeah, and it's like the chemistry's off. Some of the players that have been playing together for a long time, which is interesting.
Instead, they're guaranteed to be behind moving into the next
They
half.
are not on the same page in quite a few situations we've seen.
Round to close this out. They've already seen that it's an A hit. They haven't got players that close by. Elite might even fade back into the smoke with the utility in play, but Kushner's
I can't believe they don't clear this corner again. They don't clear this corner in pistol. They don't clear this corner again.
He's coming around the back, taking every fight, and with Sugetsu low, 70 HP.
Oh my god, it's so unlucky. 3 HP, bro. Sugetsu must be really stressed at the moment because he is doing work and somehow they're not getting rounds.
That was truly ridiculous. The shots that are being hit by Sugetsu.
3, man, that was so doable.
That man lives in the aim lab, but even still, fantastic half for BBL. As I said, so far, this tournament has been the tournament of underdogs. We had Giants and Foot, 2 of our sort of like top 4 last year, going down to have to face each other in a lower bracket. Na'Vi, obviously another team that was up there last year.
That's so funny.
If it keeps going like this, they might be about to
Okay, let's check in with some of the scores. Pora, the IGL, 16 to 8. Ardis, 5 to 11 with 12 assists though. Shell's at the top. What's Sugetsu would be at the top? Angel in the mids, Riaz in the mids.
But anything else really is up in the air. You know, at this stage, from what we've seen of BBL on their defensive side, now moving to the attack, a little bit more freedom for a lot of their players, a little bit more pressure.
And just a reminder, this was the pistol. Every single time I've seen them, they never check this corner. Like BBL, in terms of their positioning, have been so good, by the way. Over towards B, close, this corner as well, just not getting checked. Like they're in all the right positions. They're not going to push the shorty though, right? Okay, well. Wait, Sugetsu swung with the shorty?
2 matches, you're out. 2 matches, you're in the playoffs, unless you're Fnatic, in which case it can be 1. Either way. It's
yeah, that's out in the open.
Bleak pistol round in a good spot. Plenty of utility.
Insta defuse. We've got a smoke for this. Doesn't look like it. Damage. Yeah, it doesn't even get half. And that's a lovely flash.
This spike is going to be imperative. Running out of time to do anything, and now it's left all onto Ardis.
They actually really need Ardis to clutch this.
Knows it now, but the time is ticking. The time is gone. He needs this kill immediately, and it is
holy double pistol.
Brave will seal it, and BBL,
double pistol.
They're running away with this game.
Yeah, and this looks frustrating as hell. Some of these rounds. Riazzi had a really nice flash on this, by the way. Like really nice flash. Timing on it was perfect.
That's all they needed.
Dude, Sugetsu there maybe got baited in by the other steps, thinking that no one was around the corner.
Despite a good performance in the pistol from Ardis, we need to see them answer up, not in the next round, because, well, they're going to be playing pistols most likely. BBL, 90% of the way to having 10 on the board. And then they're in the home stretch. Very worrying times for So Marcus in the crowd.
Shout. Fallenworth on that gets an orb. He also has the gun that allows him most likely to snowball into getting an ult early on.
Don't make him cry already. It's his first day back. Like, come on.
They don't go easy.
Not on Marcus, at least.
Nor do BBL, from what we've seen so far. They've been playing one hell of a game, and this is the squad that we were hoping to see last year. You know, I think for BBL, not making it to international events and whatever, that aside, it's about being competitive on the server, and I feel like they fell flat in a number of games last year. If they can keep up this kind of performance,
Stack is going to be here in time over towards it.
This was the proper rebuild. This is where the fan favorites unfortunately had to go.
Wait, chat, is this right? I thought BBL picked this map.
Make things competitive. Have joined the roster.
Well, you guys said it was the other way around.
Leaves very little
Could
to be
have
desired.
read wrong, to be honest.
Dizzy going through. Has has left players blind, but they just don't have the weaponry to compete at this stage. Being slaughtered
Navi
by
pick bind. Oh, okay. Then BBL just have their home
getting a
ground.
few kills along the way.
Okay, lovely. A little bit of damage done from Navi. They should be happy. Shao,
Really
honestly wasn't paying attention to see if he got a kill her or not.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable, level-headed round for the side of BBL. 10 rounds on the board like we expected. And now the chance for Navi to fight back. They're one away from an orbital strike. They're getting rifles on the board. And the investments are going to be...
No, that's what I was talking about, Kay. I was like, that's madness to pick it into them.
This is a true bonus round for them.
It was in the graphic, so maybe they got the graphic wrong. But yeah, this actually makes way more sense in terms of the map picks. Because Navi picking this would have been madness.
The other thing as well, unfortunately for them, is you look down at the
must win first buy round for Navi. They would go down to an eco. It would be 12-4, and it would be an absolute slaughter.
But realistically, you see the challenge coming through on B long from Navi.
Why do people not play Chamber? I think not believers, man.
Early on in this round, just look at
not many people are believers.
Just keep that control.
There's only a few of
They'll
us.
leave Shao behind, at least for now, just placing smokes and not allowing any real positioning. But after the early show over on that A site, BBL are going to start making their way back. And that's the thing, when you find that control...
Tell you what though, sometimes Chamber on this map on attack can be a disaster.
Playing into this in the late round, just look at that rotation already. You can see.
Okay, Molly's over towards site. This is the one that kind of leaks over. Oh, we have the double, just side by side. Yeah, and they leave the site here. But we also have a fast flank, and we have no sentinels to give them early information. So it's a nice exec, and honestly, Navi did good to leave the site. But we'll keep an eye on Shao's ult as well. Shao doesn't want to stop the plant, wants to wait for his team. And does Pora get into this corner?
Pora's managed to sneak his way into a position you might not expect. They've just taken the site, remember. They're clearing it, but only half. And now there's a rifle on the floor. They weren't going together either. Remember, we didn't just see Zipan here. Earlier on, Artis was by his side, but having split up, he'll now make his way through long. A flash close for Angel with his players closer than he expects. Luckily, Brave is dropped. Navi still alive in this
lovely Brim ult. A lot of this is on Pora. Pings? Yeah, but pings for little bro. Okay, nicely done in the end from Navi. I was worried, but the ult was really good. 3 armor rebuys, 1 gun rebuy.
That's exactly what we need.
Still a very good low buy from BBL here.
Yeah, even still though, it's a good sign for the sort of beginning stages of the half of BBL that they're able to almost play their opponents like that. I do think they'll be a little bit disappointed though that you're from a 5v4, you don't do any extra damage. Like, that's got to be infuriating. Okay, you bait out the orbital strike, but that's probably one of the reasons why Shao was actually happy to leave. It's like, okay, we can clear a very big angle of this, and if they made it just a little bit more sketchy, they could have easily won that one.
Well, early strat here seems to be B-centric. 3 players
Flash
here.
Flash goes in. That's kind of nice. And yeah, they're big believers and big users of the flash to set up the flash. But I will say that is Artis' only flash into this one. A little bit wrecked in terms of the money. Him again.
BBL were a little quicker than expected. They're already breaching into the site.
But there's DRX smoke over towards the site, so it's always really hard. And the good thing about the DRX smoke is you can normally delay so that these smokes are gone, and then you have to try take back site.
Sagetsu's going off on site. A quick double and a real chance for Navi now.
Oh, that's a sick molly. Yeah, that's a good molly.
And make it so uncomfortable for BBL, forcing them into individual duels that they are not winning. At least they weren't. Elite has stepped up to the plate, but 3 more hostiles to eliminate.
Well, he's actually going to stick it. Just needing to get that plant down. They've been struggling to do that for the past minute. But eventually, they found it. Finally, Shao can make his rotation after waiting patiently for a player to head through the TP. Artis hoping to find someone with a pre-fire, but that clock's starting to tick. They need to get a move on. Kushner just can't quite land the shot, and now Elite with everything left to do. He's been great so far, but this would have to be
nice
the
cleanup
best
from
of the
them.
bunch. It is going to be another round of this climb
2
back
full
for
loss
Navi.
bonus for BBL, and after so BBL see this round here, and basically with the DRX smoke over towards middle, over towards this plant spot here, just means you have to have more pressure over towards showers. Like you have to have showers control, else you can't really get a plant.
Another kill for Zipan, then they waited for Shao to rotate
So
in, so they'd have that
BBL
extra smoke
definitely
to
have a
play
good
with.
amount they can
They'd
talk
have the
about,
volley
but it's a pretty
potentially,
known
and just
strat,
extra
and then most
body
people know
to
just
go
over
into
towards
those fights.
showers. It's
And
the
nobody
thing.
overextended, nobody gave those kills away, and that's exactly what BBL were waiting for. waiting for your opponent to make a mistake, not a bad idea.
This is their last
They just
timeout,
showed
right?
you they're
Or
playing a tight game.
am I fully
BBL
wrong?
call
Might be
pause.
the fast.
Now it's time for
I
them to
can't
bring
remember.
their A game to the server.
No, I think it's important, especially on the attack side of this map. Like, we've seen a few teams recently run a lot more attack-sided compositions, like throwing in extra duelists, throwing in like Yoras and stuff to bypass a lot of the utility. That's not really the case for BBL. Okay, you have the breach, which definitely gives you a little bit more in terms of setup, but when you have that Sky, especially now that it's been nerfed that little bit extra, you're going to be looking at, okay, you have a couple of flashes per round, they're not going to regenerate into the late round, so you can't have these extra little burst plays, and also the main reason you'd have it is for the defensive side information. So it's going to be interesting to see how they actually get things moving. And it can very easily get out of control, especially with a team like Na'Vi. Let's be real.
Damn, other coaches right now screenshotting,
times, but they are never
enlarge the image.
Getting in that early pause, I respect it from the coach.
What notes have we got?
To look at what they're going to come in with here, because they're not going to be buying. They don't really have much to play with. We've seen a few pistol plays here and there. Pora especially has been sublime. But can they pull anything out of the hat to just get them closer, get them to that 11th? Because if they win this map, they're heading on to Ascent, which, as said, no one wanted to play them on Ascent. Literally no one. Yeah. I think they were one of the only teams to actually take a map off Fnatic, right? It was insane.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
Flash goes in.
And you know, considering how the previous season went for them,
and let's
you know,
see what BBL can do, because they don't really
you just don't
have to do too much to get these three ults online.
And for Na'Vi, they've taken the risk. If it doesn't go well
They
for
do
them on
walk
this,
up
they're in a lot
over
of trouble.
towards here. They're going to see Derek's smoke again, but this is kind of nice. So they realize that they can get free lamps control, but this time they're probably going to have a late lurk over towards showers.
Because teams were just destroying on these kind of buys. Add to that, it's a Turkish team attack side grouped together.
Yeah, and when does Kushner decide to go?
But it's the recovery that can come into play, something like Thrash.
Hey, this is nice. BBL just waiting out all this util, making it expensive. Kushner picks up the orb. That's his ult. That's a kill. Oh, that's a nice trade as well. That's double guns down.
The trades are going the way of the attackers, and Artis does well.
Artis does good because he can hold that line as well. Pick up one of the guns, not the other one. Spike in the corner.
Spike's in a horrible spot. Like, just getting that out of this corner is not going to be easy whatsoever. But you're basically going to have to push into the rifles, and I don't really see how they're going to be able to get that back without basically eliminating.
Lovely round from Artis. I tell you what, those are very nice low buy from BBL. It's really good eco.
Somewhat starting to stabilize after what was again a very shaky position, but you have to bear in mind as well, Showstopper used. The other thing though is, ultimate-wise, it is still very much in BBL's favor. Viper's Pit, Seekers, Orbital Strike.
Get a hold of your mods. They're ruining the experience. Bro, if you want to talk shit, like, just go somewhere else. I don't care. Like, you're probably literally under plat in the game. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're just out here flaming people. Like, get a grip, bro. It's crazy. Like, any other stream allows all the flaming. Go somewhere else.
Look, it didn't pay off with a round win. Some damage. Maybe some information that they got from how this A-hold is.
Like, you literally have no idea what you're talking about, so it's so pointless.
Oh, Ziphan's having a nightmare today.
You can tell he's been practicing his Raze utility. That's
Lovely flash. Holy hell.
Nice shot by Ziphan. He might not have the util down.
This was nice as well. Like a little trap play. Yeah.
That's a good one.
It kind of Did they have a molly all the way from... Wait, chat, I need to watch that round again. How is there a molly perfectly here? Was that through the TP? Through the TP?
With BBL falling to pieces, Pora and Elite left to pick those up. And what a task that is. Great flash coming out of Artis from the site. It popped, it pushed him back. And really, I don't know what the plan. There is no correct call. Roll the D20 and see where you're going.
Yeah, that was really nice. The punish over towards showers here. And they have to save on this one. And I tell you what though, if you're BBL, you're feeling actually alright, because they're kind of far away from a lot of those.
Just to check, that's just
it was thrown from under hookah.
Yes,
right? You're calling D20.
Custom Lord of the Rings one from the
Magic
set.
But yeah, no, that's really cool.
Thank you. Everyone always says that. Looks
Lauren
like
said that as well, didn't she?
She loves it. It might be able to take
kinda
this
wild.
weapon out of Elite's hands, but I don't know if they're going to quite suspect him to be that far down. 6 seconds left. Angel's on his way. Could be a weapon taken, and indeed it is. Now Pora wants to...
It's a good stun.
This is hand. Oh, great stun. They're all in an alley, but they're surrounding
Okay.
it. damage, but that's not really the name of the game now with Navi's economy. For BBL, they wanted those weapons, and that's good denial from Navi.
Yeah, they need a combo breaker. And as said, they have the ultimates to do it. Everything other than the showstopper is now online.
Yeah, sure. I think that's the rule, Nations.
Honestly, we needed it. He deserves it.
Yeah, and it was a good time to use all the ults because it was such a big buy round spot.
100%.
He's gonna hate us too.
I'm actively praying nobody sends him these clips.
Let's put it this way. Doombros, I know you're watching this back. Don't show it.
Don't tell him.
Okay, BBL now.
About it, you know, from a
Low buy. The next buy is going to be outrageous for them. 1, 2, 3, 4 ults.
Please don't do it.
Angel getting the orb over towards long, trying to get his ult up as fast as possible. Minty with the tier 1, thank you so much.
Some ultimates, again, it's just not the round we expect to see that used in. Reezy has managed to get a plant for free. You can see the respect Navi are giving them.
I'm actually quite surprised they haven't thrown in the Viper's Pit here. But instead, it's going to be post-plant. And they do have a lot of post-plant utility available.
Yeah, and we're using this into the low buy, so this could be a big win for Na'Vi if they win this.
The whole thing is on the time. It's delay. It's try and burn that clock.
Yeah, and Brave has his ult and a molly. There goes the ult. He has a molly to follow this up, probably perfect timing. And then we have double Viper molly. Should be done. Where's the Brim molly? Here's the Brim molly, and then here comes the Viper molly, and that is done. That is a perfect round. Close. Yeah, molly's too much damage. Respect. That's a sick round.
It is an ult spam, util spam round from BBL, and it is beautiful.
That was so
That was sick. Yeah, they're drilled, man.
Fully get it either. It was half on the spike, so that could have been a disaster if someone just stuck it underneath. But then the snake bites come down as they get on it, take down 2 players who are just desperately trying to beat the mathematics, but stats don't lie. You will die in that snake bite before you get it half. We know that, and now you do too. Unlucky, 11-8. BBL looking unreal. What a round. It is surprising
that was cool.
Navi gave
That was
them
really
so
cool.
much space. Unfortunate for Navi that they took so long to get back in. That Rolling Thunder, though, bought so much time.
I also want to say as well, like, out of all the teams, historically, that's not a BBL round.
No,
that's not something
no.
When we talk about BBL, we
Yeah, I
talk
think that's a
about
Twitch thing,
Dragon Vandals
JCR.
and headshots. Like those are the things that we talk about. So already just a different look from this squad, something that they clearly had in the idea bank. But also,
Without the
have
orb,
to
you
bear
can
in
stick
mind
it
what
through
that
the molly,
costs. So
the
they lost
Viper
4
molly,
rounds
yeah.
in a row. They had to just use 3 of the 4 ultimates they have. The only one left is the Viper's Pit. So that is an expensive round.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, okay, weaponry-wise, they didn't have as much as they needed. But they can't do that again. They can't do that again
That's
until
a
Na'Vi get
113-3.
probably to 11,
Damn.
maybe even 12. So they need to have something else, a little bit more in this attack set, because right now they've won the pistol the second round, and that is it.
Yeah, and a miracle.
And they're essentially giving BBL time to talk here as well. Yeah, but you gotta focus on yourself, especially when that's happening. Like, especially when we have stuff like this and we know that they have that much util for the afterplant, you're more likely to be pushing behind now in some of these rounds. I know they don't have the ults to repeat that, but they gotta at least be aware that they need to tap the spike way earlier or start flanking behind. You got no sentinels on this, so they could start getting a little bit aggro. Maybe not now because it's too obvious, but maybe like 2 rounds time.
slows it a little bit. His teammate's not as close.
Oh, that's actually a really good knife. The no info just lets you know that most likely you're thinking it's like a 4-1.
Potential TP? I mean, they're going to just burst out long. Yeah, they are.
Yeah, because there's a lot of sound here.
They don't have anyone there. Luckily,
The Getsu had no idea Poro's in the corner, and Ardis is on his own. He's got to get out of there. 1, 2, 3 with the TP? No, 2 people TP.
With the majority of players spotted, smoke off into hookah, and a little bit of a
Viper ult to secure this.
from Angel, but they now use that final ult of the collection to get themselves.
Okay, they now hit 3 TP, so they decide to take elbow. Bro, their util's really good.
A nice try by Ardis. I think there's nothing else he really could have done there. With Brave falling, could be something to report home about, but the problem is right here and now. Thrash goes in. Okay, you've got Kushner, but there's players close, ready to defend. They got baited in.
They're good with this, though. The cover is insane.
No chance. Hit that TP, save the weapon, and hope you can win 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
4 chances,
BBL
and their
will go
money,
onto their map pick,
at least
put a
Ardis's
map under
money,
their belt.
is not good.
This is a terrifying time to be a Navi fan.
Yeah, and
4 chances, and we got the ascent for BBL next as well. It's a rough spot to be in.
Na'Vi knew from the knife that was thrown out from Artis, there was no one in hookah. Yeah. So they were able to focus in on that.
Yeah, dude, he was just out in the open. He had no idea they were walking close.
It didn't matter, because Pora wins that opening draw, and the second they get into the flow spot, that's where they have their ideas. That's where they have the, okay, I'm going to bait for you, you're going to work with me, because we know what ultimates they have online. Sometimes that's all it takes. Keep it simple. Do something to work off the trading. The fundamentals for BBL right now looking good. And wow, at 12-8, their opponent's map choice, 1 round away from taking the lead and going on to
Brave 1 away from his ult if they want to go get an AWP. They take fast showers control.
A bit, a lot. This is a very tough
And this
position.
is a free AWP if they want it.
Is not going to be easy, at least for BBL. Like we said, they won that miracle round. They won a round where they 5B, get the opening trade, and Viper's pit down. And perfectly bait the jump out of hookah. Again, we need to see that normal round. Or, hey, just 1 more random. Save up those ults, do whatever you want. 4 chances to close this out. They've made their decisions, and the decision is to move towards A, taking
Lovely
down
stun.
1 on the way in. It's
Keep an eye on the TP. And if Brim gets this plant, that's all. Wait, did he get a kill already? Okay. Ignore me. He has his ult anyway.
He's got some support up top. Artist primed with a flash.
They at least have the pressure behind so they can't do after plants. Man, this should be done. This is done. 2v4. We still got Viper Molly, got Brim ult.
They can find something, but he's stuck up in heaven and he's being watched on the way out. They want to take these fights. The second that they get contact on Reezy, the swing will come through. And I don't see a way that this goes towards Na'Vi. The time already ticking so far. Brave still has orbital strike, and it might not be used. It certainly won't be needed. That time.
Bro's just holding on to this ult. Damn, they look good. They look good with this.
Another upset for EMEA's kickoff.
Yeah, the util especially.
Off to a flying start.
Very drilled on this map.
The Turkish map up next.
Yeah, this is a very, very scary
Ryan, thank you so much. Thanks for the raid. Hope the game was, or at least the last map was alright.
Change, one that most people thought of as an upgrade, and well, it's an overhaul for BBL. People probably expected at least a few teething issues along the way, but the fact is, we've seen Pora come in, we've seen the whole team look fantastic. Either way, it's not our job to break it down. There's a break, and then the desk.
Okay, for all the new people that are here, we upload VODs every single day over towards YouTube as well, so if you ever miss a map, miss a game, hopefully it'll be on there.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Caballo Grande.
Okay, chat, I'm gonna spam some ads and we'll be back for the next map.
But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
Oh, Forza BBL. What a start it is for the Turkish team, and also the return of Pora to VCT as well, as you guys can see him here in the AIM Labs warm-up. Not that he really needed the warm-up, because he absolutely popped off today. I'm your host, Yingsu, by the way, and I'm here in the studio with Lothar. Lothar, welcome back. New year, new BBL, and what a time for you to come back. They look great.
I'm insanely excited for this new phase of BBL, and it seems like it's a tournament for upsets, because who would predict that BBL is going to win against Navi on their first map, but they also represent very good teamwork. So I'm gonna actually bring a round 8 from the map on their defense when BBL showcases very good coordination. And in that round, we have a very good defensive setup, something that we typically see. This is actually round 19, unfortunately. So we're gonna talk about this one instead, I guess. So in this round, we're gonna see how they coordinate the entirety of the post plant with all of the util dump that they want to queue in a specific order. So we see Pora here on an initiator. By the way, I still remember him as a Cypher from First Strike when he was fantastic with the lurch. But let's play the clip. You're gonna see how Pora tries to stop and delay the diffuse and retake from Navi, and now he's gonna go for every single piece of util to queue with him being the first one. So Pora tries to use the aftershock. He's getting killed from the back, but now we're gonna see all of this util being dumped at once. We have the Brimstone ultimate, we have the Brimstone molly, which is the 8 seconds long. Then we have the snakebite landing, covering together with the Brimstone molly, which essentially kills this, the player again. And we have another snakebite coming in, and all of that was enabled by Pora's breach utility. In both round 8 and in both round 19 that we've seen just right now, Pora was the let's say the first piece of the puzzle that allowed BBL to completely overwhelm Na'Vi with the amount of utility that they had.
Yeah, what an important round to win as well. This is going to get a little bit dicey for Na'Vi because you and I both know, Lothar, you don't want to give BBL Ascent. They've already won Bind, and traditionally Ascent is the map that is a guaranteed win every single time BBL play it.
Look, for me, Ascent is a map where the Turkish players just are born. You know, it's like the playground for Jets players. But I do wonder, with all of those meta changes that we'll have in general on majority of the maps, if we're gonna see it happening on Ascent as well. Because typically, you know, this is a map that doesn't have a lot of changes happening. We're gonna see the Jets typically, the Chaos, the Killjoy, and then most likely just standard Omen. Sometimes we see the Brim in case the more, let's say, exec heavy teams want to be with the Brimstone. But I don't anticipate
BBL Ascent.
a lot of changes in the compositions, but I would love to see some.
I mean, if it's anybody that's going to do what Loud did in
Not you're a crazy
NA,
guy.
it's
Respect.
Na'Vi, surely.
I mean, I love the Loud composition. There are some things you can work on to make it even more efficient when it comes to space taking, because with the Phoenix, instead of any other duelists, you can't really have like any kind of mobility, like TPs, or like dashing through, right? But that's something that showcases that Ascent still can be innovated a little bit.
The only time BBL lost Ascent last year was to Na'Vi.
But yes, BBL,
Nice, I like that.
Na'Vi is a team that we expect to
Ryan, don't you
always
worry
come
about
up with something different, something
We'll do it every time.
weird, but then somehow ineffective. Like we just seen on Bind, right?
yeah.
You can see the idea from Na'Vi. You can see that they have a set idea and planning, but the execution is not always to the same level that you anticipate from the players of this caliber.
I mean, I will have to say, BBL, they have been the king of Ascent for a long time, but we can't forget Na'Vi also, even back in the FPX days, Lothar, they love to play this map as well. So if there's anyone that's going to give it back to BBL, it might be Na'Vi. Who knows? This could be a 1-1.
I know we all probably remember the biggest clutch of ever happening on Ascent with Ardis, right? That was insane. I think that's one of the clips for the ages. Whenever someone asks for like that clip,
when are the capsules revealed?
For Valorant Esports, I think that's the clip.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the agent select and see if there's going to be anything
Is that today?
very fun out here. Not so much, but we do get the Cypher.
Yeah, there's a difference between the Cypher and the Killjoy here.
Chamber got buffed, it's in the
very
patch.
Efficient on the A
It
side,
just got leaked.
which is
sounds about right.
let's say, opposite of Killjoy. Killjoy's fantastic on the B side when it comes to stopping the initial push. Well, a little bit less effective on A.
the Sugetsu.
Cypher now has an unbreakable trip unless you use utility on the entrance of it. There's also a very nice trap on tree that stops the initial push from short, and you have fantastic traps against the Jet that is gonna be dashing towards the side. So it gives a little bit more
on.
safety net
I mean, this is
on
one
the
way
A
to
side,
ensure
but
that
then maybe
Angel's not going to be doing any
towards B,
TPs
how
to
do you
take him
plan
away
according
from the
to
Omen
that?
on this.
Yeah, and I'm very, very excited to see
Get him
Ardis
on the
versus
Sova.
Kushner on the Jet battle. We
Let's
didn't
see
get
if he
to see
gets
that
the Odin
on
out.
map
I
one. We will
imagine
get
so.
to see that, however, for this one. And of course, a reminder, if Na'Vi were to lose here, they're going to
Which
be
patch are
going
they
down
playing
to the
right
lower
now?
bracket. We've seen it with other
8.02.
teams in other regions,
So
Lothar, you don't want to get eliminated this early on.
8.02, so it will be the the Sky, but not the Chamber.
In April then, right? So
But the Chamber probably comes in pretty
coming into
fast.
this tournament. It's not something to scoff
I wonder
at.
when
And
they
I feel
update
like even
it.
those veterans in Na'Vi
Probably
have to be feeling
after-
if they will lose the second
Probably
round.
after this
very important
tournament,
map
you would
indeed,
hope.
and it's time to get back into it and throw this over to your casters, Mitchman and Tom Biz.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, and our analyst desk. You know what, Tom? Like Lothar said, a lot of
What's
pressure.
the chamber
You
buff?
really cannot understate that.
Bullets
And the
100
impact of it. I
and
wonder if that's what
faster
got to
fire
Na'Vi,
rate
but
for
it
your
seems
ult.
like BBL thrive under that pressure as they looked incredible.
Yeah, such a young player like Angel, he's always going to struggle under the pressure. Literally,
can
I think
have
it's his first time
8
in
bullets
the
for a
VCT,
pistol,
so
in
I don't
theory.
know how he's going to cope with going a map down.
8.03 in Madrid? Yeah, I imagine
Is
so.
that how you really feel?
Okay. 5-person over towards B. Looks like we're going to take mid control, smoke off short, BBL on defense, Navi on attack. Smoke on short, recon middle, doesn't scan anyone, and they can just send it through middle with that late knife over towards market, doesn't hit anyone as well. And the two back of sight have a lot to do. This is a lovely trip, and he spams. Lovely. And another. Oh my god, he did so much damage through the wall.
It's looking good with Na'Vi already 5 versus 3, damage done to Brave, and a completely shut out attacking side. They are just stuck here on the side of BBL, attempting to make their way anywhere. Just
that lovely pistol. This trip was the one. They got so much for that trip. They got a full kill and then 50 damage to 2 of them.
Could be jinxing something here, but I don't care. I feel like Artis is going to come out with like at least 25 kills in this game. I don't know what it is. I just see him go back onto that jet, thinking back of like to the fish days. Like I know that he's just going to farm on this map, and that's the thing. It's like it's always been the frustration when you see him playing other things. It's not that he's bad at the KO or the Sova or whatever you have him on. It's just that he is unbelievable when it comes to this jet. I think him versus Kushner is going to be a very fun matchup, and I also think this is going to end up being a very defense-sided match because that's something
He did used to farm back then
BBL, so
on the jet.
The sort of expectations there to do some damage,
But mostly because everyone thought it was awful. And we were the only ones that liked it for a little bit.
Is it?
Yeah, just for anybody who didn't.
I thought there was some background contractual changes after that.
Just so
it was kind of close.
That should be on the other side.
Well, also, Navi.
Oh yeah, what the hell's going on here?
More so the names, but yeah,
okay, sorry.
We'll get
this
there.
should be here.
There you go. Hey, you're loving this tool, aren't you?
Yeah, I really needed to do that. I saw Steel do it yesterday. I was like, I can do that. So now I'm just highlighting their names.
I think you're doing just as good a job.
Was that production? Stop doing that? Okay, cool.
Non-gifter, thank you. Not reading that one, but thank you very much.
3 bulldogs, 2 pistols. It's a nice buy, a comfortable one. It lets them lose a few players to just the all-out aggression of BBL, the death ball that we saw yesterday.
You try fix it?
A separate team. And, you know, if you're
Oh,
BBL,
it's going to be too big.
damage the name of the game, but you've got to get 3 kills before they really feel the sting. Maybe just strip some shields, so they've got to reinvest those credits, but chances are astronomically low for anything significant.
Bit of a cleanup on this one.
I think you're getting to see that firsthand. Nice stuff for Artis. The key thing being with him picking up so many kills.
Yeah, and this is good for Artis as well in terms of half on his way to the ult.
Obviously, that's one of the things that's happened over time is these ults have increased quite a bit for moments like that. So that you don't get him on like a round 3 Bladestorm, but
we've seen it.
The fact is they're handing him over the rifle, they're handing him over the Vandal, because that's the thing. He is genuinely someone that can just take complete control of this map. I think it was something that they had with CNET as well. It's just that ability, and that's why this map has been so strong for them. I think the one thing I'm a little bit sad about is that we're not seeing Xiao on the Fade. I think that was one of my favorite things about watching Na'Vi on this map is he was a Fade specialist, but it seems like
I've got no HUD for a little bit. We're back.
Into that control
back to the old days.
For now, at least.
So, bonus against a full buy. BBL, obviously if they lose this, can't buy next. Na'Vi, just with the bonus. And that is lovely. That's a nice recon. Big spam. Gets a little bit spam back, but good start.
He's going to throw that one out and get the kill with the wall bangs. Not what BBL were looking for. I said, I expect this to be very defense-sided, but when you're playing up against what will be a slightly weaker buy, that's where you need to capitalize.
I love to see some sneaky beaky little wall bangs, and well, we're already off to one hell of a start on this map. Ascent is a home ground for it, really.
Okay, flash hits no one. That knife is nice. Hits 2.
Bulldogs, the bonus weapons.
And the smoke on site gives them a lot of freedom. You can draw on the top of it as it goes down. Yeah. I tell you what, BBL did good to buy their time here. Just waited up the smoke, basically. No one overstepped the mark so the person in heaven could duel them.
You can't wall bang through that many walls, Zipman. Certainly not with that gun.
Blunt goes down. No omen for the retake. It should be done, but that's a huge kill.
They got into the site and got into an afterplant is impressive. The problem is they've lost their lurk.
Damn.
They've lost quite a few players. In fact, Angel will eventually go
2v3 on site. Was a 2v4.
For a trade. Remaining 2 players stuck within the site, Elite this time, looking for a battle, but the trade is quick and leaves Reezy alone, left blind in the corner, still manages to isolate the jewel though. Turned into the
oh my, close. How much HP is this? 38. But I'm guessing. Oh my god, that's less. It's way less than 38. What's that, 10? 5? Wait, how'd you lot know that?
Yeah, kicking it off.
Are you all guessing? Oh, okay. The fact that like 2 of you put 5, I thought it was somewhere on the thing, and I was like, wait, what?
The recon to wallbang here, you know, a lot of things have been going right, and that's exactly what you want to see
8.
After how the first map went down. Now we move into
all of
round
us
4.
were wrong. Wait, actually, someone said 8 earlier.
BBL with
kind of close.
Not a whole lot to work with. Credits are going to be pretty low. A stinger some pistols.
It's called experience.
One
Okay.
rifle. It's in the hands of Kushner X.
Okay, so they win the bonus.
So far, yet to get a kill,
And
but
yeah, I mean the kill to start the. Oh, we're good now. The kill over towards the middle was really nice. I like this recon from Market.
You have to hope so, otherwise I think they're going to get destroyed. Yeah. The thing is, though, this is a map where Na'Vi are really playing comfort picks. Like, Saigetsu back on a Cypher, Artist back on the Jet. Xiao can play anything, so I don't think that counts. Zipan on a KO, like, we always talk about his raise, but his KO on this map in particular has been phenomenal. So it will be one of those frustrating things where, as always, if this works amazingly well, you're going to sit there with Na'Vi and go, you could just play basic stuff and you probably win most of
We
your
got
games,
one
but
hero
that's
gun on
not Angel's
Kushner.
style, No, if it's not creative, it's not fun.
And in a way, I agree. You know, we were having
Drone's about to clear middle,
last year.
and with the no information, they can hold strong with a
as
3.
much variety. There wasn't as much variety.
Nice, gonna hit no one. Flash over the top looks good.
That's what I want to see.
Nice dash. Not much to be found.
Yeah, kind of missed the mark on the dash, honestly.
Nade has denied all of that space.
Wanted to go top site, it felt like.
Just completely stopped that plan from working. Jet dash in, take advantage of the chaos by spilling into every angle and find the trades. You can't do that when you're going to die to a grenade on the way in.
Ow.
So well timed by Zipan, good reaction, and that's given Na'Vi all this room to breathe.
30 seconds left.
But now what? 30 seconds left. You got to try and
Yeah, just gotta wait for this smoke to go through, and then try and duel out.
Well, they could get a cage in here, but the fact is,
Does anyone give him a pick?
because the spike could still go rotating back in the other direction, but the rest of the team are all stacked up. At this point, it almost gets to a position where BBL just have to die. Just go in to make sure that you get the extra
Ooh.
finances.
Nice shots in the end.
Shots, but there's
Yeah,
Artis
nice
once
shots in the
again.
end here.
I said at the
And
beginning,
their
I
money
think he's
gets
gonna farm on this
their money
map
gets pretty
already.
good.
He will now have
If they
that
did a little
blade
bit of
storm
damage on that.
7-1 after
I
just 4
think
rounds.
if Artist wanted, someone could drop him
There
an
has to be a
op.
response soon, Mitch. Otherwise, I do feel like this is going to get very far out of control.
I have to commend Zipan because you talk about his agent. I think it's such a good highlight of it. Just the fact that he has that timing, like what a timing it was, Tom, to be able to put that nade down. I love
Yeah, and
to
this
see
is
it, and it's even going to push
early
BBL to
timeout,
calling
second
a
buy
pause.
round.
Now
Do you feel like
4-0
CNED
down.
is?
Their map
Do you
pick,
feel like
they don't
Artist
wanna
is an
let this one
upgrade
slip.
for
Going over
CNED?
to Breeze, we don't know
Not
what we're
massively on paper, but I think just for this team, yeah. Having a vibes guy is like a must. He's a big vibes guy, and I think
And then Angel's TPs were kind of
I think
predictable.
I think Artist is good at shutting down some of the Na'Vi madness.
Almost every map. It was a very, very good map for Saigetsu. So I
And
think
there
that
is Na'Vi
they
madness
do
for
have to be
sure.
careful, especially going
I also
into
felt
their
like
own
it just
map
didn't
choice
fit the
that they
vibe.
don't
Like
let things get out of
CNED
control,
wants to
and
be in a
that's why they're
team that
taking
is
another
like,
pause. 4 rounds
at
down,
least
okay, you've had
from where I
Pistol
come
bonus
from,
round, you've had
CNED
a
wants
couple of attempts
or
at
would
buys,
suit a
but
team
this is
like
where not only are they
here's a good
getting their
example, like
finances back in
EDG,
track,
where they're
although
trying
I
to
say
just
that
set him up
they're
and it's
still
all
gonna be
about
a
getting the
bulldog
op
for Pora,
and trying to
but
get
more
Kang
importantly,
Kang to
they're
actually
also
just
getting
get into all these
points. They can actually
positions.
go for the
That's
orbs
where
and get a
that's where I
couple
sit with it
ultimates online
anyway.
this round,
And I
so
don't think
I wouldn't be surprised
Na'Vi
if they
is
attempt
the
that.
best
And
team
on the
for
other
that.
things, well, the main thing will be is disruption. And I'm looking at Artist right now. He has got himself a Blade Storm available and is currently setting up over in towards that short position. So he's likely to do something very aggressive.
Yeah, this is somewhere that Artists can really stick it to you. Take your early game plan and
Okay, this
make
is
sure it does not work. Smoke.
this is
Oh,
the
he's running
old.
down in his spawn.
Uh-oh. He's sending it as well, yeah. So this is a Liquid Brazil strat from the female team. From like, what, 2 years ago now? Maybe? Year and a half? Is a bit of a classic. Nice time to pull it out there, but he should be getting that kill.
By the looks of it, both of those traps are in the laneway as they make their way through. They'll be able to catch them, but nobody there to spam back. Angel good on the Kushner at least. That's something to work with.
And you might see Brave on the low HP try and go for a lark here.
It's literally
think that
above
one's
to catch the jet.
think that one's
It's
good.
a
Oh.
filthy idea. It hasn't worked out this time. They've also got the information, but it's going to be that spam back of the ultimate. Nice work from Reezy to make things a little bit more
Damn! Dude, he gets 2 kills and 25 HP. That was a shot. Man, they hit some shots though. 3v5 and they made that one look kind of easy. Lovely ult as well. And good decision with the 25 HP to try and flank there. And if Artist gets that kill, that is a different round. No doubt about it.
But the dash went the other way, right? You didn't have the updraft dash oversight, which is really interesting. It's not often you see those trapwires here being put to play. I think on Split was probably the first time I saw people actively try to counter those updraft dashes, and now a little bit more depth added to it. I don't know if they will have even spotted that on the way through as well. That's the other, they didn't break it, so.
No.
But it's not like you'd be running into it anyways. So you're free to leave it once that updraft is used. 4-1 BBL.
Recon goes close, doesn't see anyone close door, so they don't have to clear close right.
Yeah, I like it.
And Sagetsu
here, but all of
might be in trouble.
Xiao looking to try and support him. A little bit of surprise in the corner, but it's
He
not
did great to get one.
A singular
Man,
kill, and then the trades
they're hitting some nice shots at the moment.
from BBL. A couple of players already hit. The operator of Ardis the first to take the pick, and he's going to land the shot. But do they know there's a second player? I don't know if they've seen Kushner still within this corner. This is a nasty spot. They might even expect him to just be underneath, but he might not be needed whatsoever.
Lovely shot. Okay, 1v2 for Angel.
To drop the man that is Ardis, and now Angel. A late lurk coming back through. He's going to give away his position with this dart, just trying to find those couple of players. He knows that one of them, maybe even both, are going to be in that corner. The question is, can he find anything from it? It's going to be difficult from this position already. A move coming out from Kushner just to switch his position back in towards the corner. He still has absolutely no idea. And
They gave him no chance into this.
Stage to find anything. They're just looking to get out of there.
Absolutely no chance.
Make it costly, and he will go down with the ship.
A valiant attempt with the shock dart. You know, I'd be impressed as Kushner is extremely healthy, but
he just dies now. Bing, bing, bing.
But it was worth a shot. You know, you can't blame him for that. But yeah, like you said, Kushner down below, the patience that he displayed, it got him the kill. I mean, you have to wonder how much of that is luck and how much of that is skill. Spraying through the smoke, catching the head, but
okay.
yeah, no, you're right, Tom.
Does force Na'Vi down to an eco in terms of 2 in a row. We get double Guardian out. We're 1 away from Angel's ult if he gets a kill. And we have KO, so I imagine we have an anti-KO set up. Maybe not.
Map on the breach hasn't been able to find his footing, but again, attack side
Kind of like this, late cam into tag into spam.
2 players finish in the half with 0 kills.
Yeah, I mean, he got some damage done.
So far, doing a decent job. Updraft dash, no. It doesn't matter, the trap's not there, but he's on his way in with a normal dash. Kushner already seizing the site, and now trapping 2 players in the
Ardis hasn't announced his presence yet. Does have a shorty back his site. Oh my god, what?
Never mind, all good.
What? Oh, you gotta be fuming. Like, he just let go and insta-killed him. Nothing.
I didn't even think you could draw a gun that fast. I mean, that's ridiculous.
I genuinely looked at the kill feed and went, it must have been a teammate that I just didn't see. It's like, nope, that was actually just, he let go of the spike, popped his head, and then went back. It's like, nothing happened. Really good resurgence from BBL. And as I said, I had high expectations that this would end up being quite a defensive-sided map. The fact is already, we've started to see a fairly big response. And
What a shot, dude. Outrageous.
To deal with the pace. They have that. Obviously the Cypher, and they have a little bit of utility that can be thrown out by Zipan in terms of the fragment, but they don't have much else available to them to delay. And
okay, we got Killjoy ult, Sova ult to break the Killjoy ult, Ardis with the op, smoked off over towards middle, and Na'Vi decided that they want to fight over towards A main, so they wanted to go wine, but then they heard the TP. Was it a TP? Yeah, they heard the TP, and now they kind of get out of there.
Into a nice, comfortable default, looking for any over-aggression as they slowly chip away at the map control. You're not going to see that coming through, though, from the side of Na'Vi. They are very patient.
He's like there's a lot of late round recons to get information. I say late round, like mid round. I wonder if at one point BBL just try and wait for one of these and just hit B off the timing, because it is nice hitting a site when you don't have to worry about the recon behind. Definitely an option. Because we have seen it quite a few times in the buy rounds. Just him trying to get a kill over towards middle.
Clearly having expectations that maybe when he was on his own that he wouldn't be able to hold it.
He's moved it again.
Yeah, he's just constantly switching up the position. You can see it back in his inventory again.
I mean, obviously this time he's got Ardis who's just rotated just north of the switch. So
great info. 30 seconds on this.
Feels that little bit more comfortable. Trap goes down to cover market, but it's over towards the A site. We're worried about Hunter's Fury. Popped off for one. Close to getting the second.
Brave somehow still alive.
Xiao, though, is here ready
Come on,
and
3 people here.
All of them.
The Omen flash is insane. Yeah, the Omen flash actually hit everyone.
A shining beacon for this squad as Na'Vi push up to 5. That lead extended into 2.
I think a lot of that helped by the disruption caused from Angel's ult, just being able to force them into some more awkward battles, trying to dodge that utility, and as you mentioned, the paranoia that came out from Xiao. He might not be doing too well in the fragging department, but definitely helping out in terms of the assists. Again, a response from Na'Vi, but you do wonder, do BBL, well, I feel like we can answer that. They are all building up outside of this B site, potentially just going to go for that fast-paced take again. It has worked well for them thus far. The slow and steady has not won the race.
Well,
Hags the cam to get an easy kill off it, and Knife goes in and hits the Cypher.
No
That's
more traps
massive.
in play for a couple seconds, but the smoke won't allow them to deny. So traps come back up online.
Killjoy ult goes in.
Heard them reactivate.
Don't have Sova ult, so used it in the round before.
Dart, grab one, destroyed. Lockdown in play, pushes Na'Vi way off site, and a TP in bypasses the other trap.
Yeah, that is
They've
nice.
got a clean
Yeah,
plant,
and just
assuring
nice timing on
that
this
there's
as
no
well. So there is a
extra
gap
player
towards the
there.
back.
This
They
is
do this
really
ult
powerful
because you
for
don't
the
want it to be
side of BBL
spammed over
without having
towards
to
B
commit
main.
resources
So there's
to
always
B
a gap
site.
at the back.
They can focus on fighting elsewhere, and it looks like Market is where they want that scrap to go down.
The fact this as well, they have still a lot of map control, managing to hold a little bit
Yeah,
more.
they got lovely positions in the
Passively,
afterplan.
These crossfires are just being, well, deadly for the side of Na'Vi, and just one by one by one.
Man,
they
some of the
fall.
shots they're hitting are
Again,
pretty,
the pacier, more
pretty insane.
direct strategy from BBL is what's garnering
4
the
rounds.
and
Four
it's one
rounds
of those
considering the
things where
start.
obviously you want to have a more layered attack. You want to go, okay, we're throwing a fast round, then we go for these slow rounds. I think they've just got to keep running it down. I think they've got to keep going for these pacey strats, because if you give opportunities to players like Ardis, for players even like Zipan, who's right at the top of the board, even Angel had some of the warbangs early. It hasn't worked. When they've gone really quickly directly into the site, they've avoided the stack almost every single time.
Oh, a look of surprise on Angel's face in the replay. Things definitely not
Yeah,
going
and
the
this
way
is
they
a massive
expected
swing
in this
round
series,
because.
and now the map, the lead that they built up is under
Oh
threat
my!
yet again.
No way! How does he win that duel? And they get over towards the site, everyone dodging, doesn't manage to get this, and KO's gonna get a plant.
Waiting for the reveal. With
A good
Zipan
plant
out of
for
the round, the A
A
side
main
is
as
most
well.
certainly BBL's, and Tom,
Who
like
did they
you said,
lose?
They just need to keep
Lost
up
the
these
KO.
easy pushes. It's
Let's see the
working every
timing. So it's all
time.
about timing the Omen flash with the recon, and obviously a smoke over towards B main, which would take out 2, but Ardis going down probably wrecks this. There goes the flash. Here comes the recon.
He still just went straight through it, and now Kushner is starting to come alive. He was quiet in the early rounds. Xiao, though, has somehow managed to make this one competitive. They already know exactly where both of these players are. They know that one of them is still in the backlines, one under the site, hiding within the smoke. But again, this clock is ticking. They have to get someone.
Oh my, the jumping to make sure that they didn't get headshot here. 10 HP.
Ridiculous. It's just ridiculous watching this guy play the game. He's only starting to climb up the scoreboard as well. I mean, this is
10 and 7 now.
Yeah, 10 and 7. He is.
Yeah, he gets to the opener on this one as well.
What was he like, 0 and 4? Maybe even 5.
Maybe 0 and 5.
It's a nice attempt from Xiao here.
1 and 5, I think.
Yeah,
but even still, and that was the one kill he got through smoke.
Yeah, that was the spam.
Luck.
Pure. No, you said pure skill, Tom.
Yeah,
Don't go back on it now.
Sorry.
All right, you stick to your guns, just like BBL have with these quicken plays. Na'Vi now calling a pause. They need to shift the focus to a much more strengthened defense, one that can slow down these pushes. And honestly, I don't know what that looks like. It might be proactive aggression, but we even saw from BBL, after they run a couple of these fast rounds, they slow it down and they wait for the pushes. Na'Vi won that round because they waited, but if they decide to push this time, who knows what happens.
The funniest thing is the last 2 rounds, Na'Vi have taken a main control early each round. The last round, Kushner dashed through their smoke and shot someone instantly. That wasn't like that Na'Vi were just going, no, we'll just wait for them to push us. Like, let's not use any utility. It was like, no, let's smoke, let's be proactive. Like, I'm dead. I'm dead. So, like, he dashed through smoke and killed me. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, it's not like there is a reactive
Pickums are
spot
pretty
there
much
that
the
you expect
opposite.
someone to do
Yeah,
something
it's
insane, but that's,
it's
again,
just a
it's
lot
almost
of
the
new,
beauty we talk about BBL
it's a
in the
lot of
last map,
unknowns.
having
That's
these
the thing.
wonderful executions using
So many
ultimates and utility
unknowns.
and not even needing their guns.
He's
Now we're
telling
talking
them
about
to
the other side
calm.
of the coin where it's like they don't need utility, they don't need all this additional stuff. They can just shoot you.
A lot of unknowns, a lot of new stuff. Can be hard to
Rose is
adapt on
working
the
there in
fly.
the background, the breathing techniques were on display, in and out. Control that breathing, keep the blood pressure low, and hopefully you'll be able to power through. Find the solution.
They're just doing it
that
again.
mental clarity.
They've left a lurk at least this time. One man sat towards middle that Na'Vi will have to deal with, but it is the same thing. The knife is going to catch
Knife
every
hits
single
so
one of the
many.
players on the way through. It doesn't matter though.
Yeah, Knife hits so many on this. They have no idea where Killjoy is.
Now he's just getting first blooded again.
Yeah,
and again.
Zipan is getting a little bit wrecked back to back.
Can't fault him for it. The pace out of BBL is just too much to deal with so far. Now they've got the site control, and it's pistols mostly on the retake.
Man, imagine they get 7 from the
Lot of
start.
faith in this going their way. The spam's not working out for now, and as the smokes fade, that's when the rifle advantage really comes into play. Artis has been looking for someone for the last 50 seconds. Every angle he goes to gets smoked off. And this guy is just not having a good time right now. He can't see anyone. He went off mid, smoked off. He goes heaven here, smoked off.
He's gonna die
Go through the
immediately.
smoke. Yeah, good luck. I don't know. I'd love to watch that whole round from his POV.
It's a little bit weird. I need to go back there and watch the round before because we had Shao on a
two people walk towards each other, and then you both
Shao on a Sheriff the round before.
You go that way,
And then we had loads of people on Sheriff from this one as well.
That's Artis the entirety of this round, just bumping into utility. And when he finally goes,
I don't think I've ever seen Na'Vi look so much on a
smokes
different
coming out
page
of
with a lot of their stuff. The same on Bind. They are just not together in terms of some of the decisions being made.
Na'Vi historically were pretty good on the attack, but again, a lot of that revolved around that having the fade. I think it was very good for them in these sort of executions. They're going to have something very impressive. Otherwise, they're going into the
They
lower
were just
bracket.
doing a classic
They're going straight there.
double orb
Just Na'Vi
to get the
thinks, man,
KO.
The lower bracket run is where they were founded. Yeah, this is it, Tom. When will we all learn? I went with you on the predictions. You know, we're mirrored today.
Yeah, which, considering I was completely wrong all of yesterday, is a really good sign for you.
I should have asked you first. I'm realizing that now, but here we are.
Yeah, it looks like we're going for a double KO.
I really had the faith in Na'Vi.
And Na'Vi should be relatively on this, because when this orb gets taken and you see that it's someone going from 5-7 to 6-7, and it's the last round, you're pretty much on top of what should be happening. So it's kind of why we stay strong with this higher lower.
The double peak, but it's being double held.
This is one of the first times they've actually walked into the higher of the stack sites. Na'Vi have not been winning when it comes to the roulette wheel they've been spinning each round.
Yeah, I think this one was a little bit too obvious, I'm not gonna lie.
Available for Pora, but there are still 3 players sat within this site, ready and waiting. Brave, yeah, by name and nature, tried to TP through the smoke, and finally, Na'Vi, after what has been 1 round from 6, is at least going to make it 2 from 7.
Still though, you gotta say, from, what was it, 4-0? To come back to 6-6 on attack. Impressive.
I bet this has Na'Vi sat on the other side just thinking, what is going on, Tom? And for them, they at least get to change up now, move to a different side, like you said, somewhere they have been comfortable before. And if we look at the majority of the success for BBL, it has been punchy, start of round, getting in their face, putting them on the back foot. That is much harder to do now that you come to the defensive side. So certainly some signs of life for Na'Vi.
Have you worked Turkish Valorant before?
Sorry, that is much harder to do when you come to the defensive side for most teams.
Yes, there we go. Okay, that I'm fine with. Yeah, because Kushida.
Would I prefer Artist Jet or Zipan Raze on Ascent? On Ascent, I'm not the biggest Raze fan, so for sure Artist, but felt like he didn't get the... I mean, he got the op out a good amount, but every single time he had an op, it just felt like they A hit, and then he never had a chance. He was just trying to retake with an op. So there might have been more just how BBL's game plan worked out. Oh! What?
Just get finished off by Reezy. He's been
Damn.
a great game.
He's sick.
Already a second in this pistol round, trying to deal with him.
He's done his job though. Lovely nade. Wait, what? Where's that from?
A little bit of chance. He needs to try and hold on as long as possible. His teammates are very far away, and Xiao's right on him.
I wonder for how many seconds was he just screaming, smoke me, smoke me, smoke me, smoke me, but it didn't come in time. And Sagetsu's even pulled it back onto Pora, just Brave left. He already used his smoke.
Spike planted.
It's not blocking off an angle that's terribly helpful. They've got the crossfire
Hey, lovely recovery from Sagetsu here. That double pistol.
It worked out with a 3rd kill for him.
Double pistol on this one. 1-1 for the first map, 3-1 altogether on the pistols.
Yeah, well, that's it. They had a great start to this map. They
Kent, hello mate, how you doing? With the 4 months.
Maybe that doesn't mean as
Thank you
much
for the
as it
tier 1.
used to. A lot of teams have been able to sort of turn around games with a deficit in the series we've seen so far.
Anon gifting over to Angel as well. Thank you for that. Damn, that's the kill. Hey, there was a cool molly here from
Low shields
who was it?
On every
Pora?
single player
Yeah.
as well. So that does mean that these pistols, even though it's just classics, do have a bit more of an opportunity to do An extra little bit of damage.
Skins got leaked, bro. Everything always gets leaked.
You can only, well, you have to say
I'm not sure we've had a normal. Not sure we've had a normal release in Valorant without something getting leaked.
It's not a problem for them. Anything more than that, BBL have done a great job.
Right here.
Double pistol, yeah. Imagine. Imagine they don't close it out.
Attack side, group up, push in, and force them to push you. Not quite the same when you swap over. One player already spotted, revealed on the way back. Smoke out from Brave. It's not blocking an angle they're on. Unfortunately, most of these players coming through short. Nice fight already. Artist, though.
Could still do some damage. They got some numbers. Yeah, you got another one in you? Nah, not too bad. Japan pretty happy with that one. We get 2 away from his ult.
The main thing for Na'Vi,
Benji, what's up, Benji? With the 3 months, thanks so much for the prime. Congrats as well. Congrats. Nice game the other day. Say the other day, yesterday.
They've been doing for the last year. The only thing that really comes through is obviously you're playing on the light shield, so now that your favorite gun's in the game, maybe that could impact it, but it's not being purchased on the other side. So that might be something that other teams are going to start to consider, going, okay, if this is a purchase that Na'Vi do consistently, we can now outlaw into round number 3, and you could wreck them. But obviously that's not something BBL have considered because they haven't seen.
Knife and oh man, knife and knife, but that's kind of fun. They get set. Okay, first big buy run for BBL. We don't get an Odin or anything like that.
And so far there's been such consistent smokes going down there. There's not really been long range angles offered, so I can understand avoiding it in favor of some of these other
recon in the middle. Actually, that's kind of nice.
Defensive side from BBL. Void of any information right now, and it's not
yeah, and they're just getting close, just trying to see if there's any reaction. They want to take over towards A main, drone out.
It's mainly the mid control that I'm expecting Na'Vi to start to carve out in the coming seconds. Really, they've grabbed their orb.
Okay, now this one's the same back. They're doing what BBL did the round before, just on this one. No, we're not getting a orb. Might not be. Might be too readable. Yeah, we're going over middle. Okay, I like that.
Make this setup basically useless for Elite.
Knife hits no one, so they know that market is clear, and we go back to site 2 people. Riazzi has his recon. It's all about the recon. Recon goes in.
Around this mid position, but right at the back of the site, information garnered.
Oh man, 4 HP, 12 HP.
Elite and Reezy only have to delay this a couple more seconds as they're on their way through. Okay,
said the done.
Both players get dropped. Yeah, the
that's insane. The 4 HP, 12 HP. I'm telling you, if those kills go the other way, oh, it still is maybe doable. 12, 4, 56.
Zipban's on 12, and Sagetsu's got 56. The problem is they've only got Pora to deal with. A gun
and he has no idea. No idea about the market guy. Wait, maybe now.
No, it's very passive from Zipban because he's so low. They want to run this time down.
Lovely shot from Angel here.
But in the end, Angel saves the day.
Chat.
Yeah, if I've learned anything, is that
we got to remember that Na'Vi have a 4-0 start and a 3-0 start. Like, if we actually look at the buy rounds, the full buy rounds, BBL are very far ahead of that.
Again, a little bit worrying.
Double insane stance.
That's the thing with this purchase from Na'Vi that makes it so effective. They come in with 5 rifles, light shields, every single player.
He's like, why is Dude Bra not swinging? Why is he not swinging from market?
They're going to have a judge no shields coming out of Pora, which...
I don't think Zipan played that too badly, considering I think he still had his nade, right?
Okay.
One of the more ambitious
and it was a good plant in the corner, and he could still spam. I think I'm okay with that.
I suppose for the cost point, it is giving you a...
Could be the peak back of sight, to be honest with you.
Guaranteed kill. A lot of the time that they make their way through, just about the utility bombardment. Maybe the drone. When we have seen Na'Vi move towards short, it's been droned out, but this time...
Where is this Judge? Judge over towards short? Wait, Spike's here. They might go back to where the 2 guns are.
They could swap back if they see too many players, too much resistance.
Yeah, if I'm this guy, I'm doing a pop shot. Just to make sounds, to try and make him go A.
Rubber banding on this back and forth as they try to find clean to go.
A dink for a dink. 5 HP, 2 HP.
Easy kill to be picked up
cancelled the drone early. Riazzi still has his obvious shot. Riazzi still has his recon, which is no longer an issue.
Ultimately, the take is now coming in on the other side of the map.
And Ardis has a timing on the 5 HP. Here's the person walking spawn. That's a free kill.
BBL, especially with this flank coming, but there is a trip available. Nice shot from Elite. The second time he's going to take Zipan down, but the trade's coming in thick and fast. Well, I imagine, yeah, that's been heard. There is absolutely...
Okay, 4 people surviving as well. Nice for the Econ. A 4-0 start.
After what was a fantastic resurgence, it's now starting to really slip away. Same as before, though. 4-0, 4-0, both halves. Maybe this is where we get something from BBL.
Maestro, I think they'll bring it out now.
Again, though, we haven't seen that extra element.
Really confident they'll bring it out now.
It's been the pressure that Navi crumbled under, the quicker plays that they couldn't keep
Slav, by the way, thank you for the 6 months, bro. Appreciate that.
BBL need to discover that other element of it.
Might even be a timeout now to just say we can bring it out.
In the last couple rounds, Navi have been looking for aggression. They've been spread across the map. They've had 2-man setups to hold a lot of these high activity points that BBL will want to try and pressure. We're talking bottom mid. We're talking moving through mid cubby. These positions are being held. They're being watched for. You can't flank A. You can't flank B because there's players there. And if we do see BBL try to get that little bit of extra aggression out, I'm just worried it will fall flat. The Navi will be ready for exactly that. I'm curious to see
Bind back. It was pretty impressive from BBL if you want to.
BBL, there isn't going to be much.
I think there's some really cool rounds in there if you want to watch it.
They can play with, but one thing that does get me
I would say it's worth a watch.
More excited is the fact that we are going to have that operator coming into play. That's something that Kushner has been renowned for, especially when on this jet. You can expect.
Couldn't they have bought it the 3rd round? They could have, yeah. Still don't decide to get it out. No Odin yet. You see the op come out on Kushner, and this is like a big win condition for them for sure. Let's see where the op goes.
Take a bit of a risk here and there. Again, though, early build up outside B. Potentially a bit of aggression coming out from BB outside.
Little sidestep, and this is a late knife that lands on the windowsill here that can't be shot.
Very late knife coming out of the defensive side. Huge information to be garnered. No players
and with that, the op comes over, especially once they hear the drone. We got a recon again for Riazi. Recon comes out.
Arriving on the scene, but with an op behind the smoke, it's not ideal. It's not a fight most people would want to take, so he pulls out the classic? Question mark? Instead, Rizi's the one to find a kill, but he's got some trouble coming his way. They know exactly where he is.
Lovely flash from Spawn.
But not a good delivery afterwards.
Lovely flash again from Spawn. Is that a different one or the same one?
Making it a very tough play.
Navi hitting a lot of shots though. Brave 1v3, and he kind of has to win this.
All in all, but with Brave in a 1v3, Zipan's low HP might not matter too much.
Man, it seems like Navi are almost taking a leaf out of their opponent's book. Just very direct takes, and unfortunately for BBL, they just haven't been able to hold off on this delay. Doesn't look like Brave's really looking to challenge on this one at all.
Yeah, it's just going to save that.
To be fair to him, I don't know how he would have been able to get back in onto the site. As you can see, it's just going to be a lull in the action as he looks to try
2-9 loss bonus. Everyone's sitting about 3,100.
Every single time the execution has been perfect, just making things really awkward for the players in the backside. And I actually think that at this point, even though it wouldn't be surprising to me if Na'Vi end up changing, I want to see some aggression into B. Like a lot of the time when you have that sort of aggressive operator player like Kushner, sometimes you're going to have him in the B main pick. You're going to have him like going for those pushes to try and take some sort of control. And although I agree that's something that Na'Vi
Maestro, not really anymore. It maybe did like a year or so ago, but most people
really pressured him.
Most people accept that the Odin's just outrageous, and the judge, and you just play it. A lot of people still want to just play rifle only though. But it's a lot better than it used to be.
That fight taken a little further up, a little closer.
Knife towards A doesn't hit anything. Recon towards middle. Sees nothing again. And Na'Vi have had so much success over towards B.
Na'Vi have that information. They know someone's close. They know mid is clear. Pizza empty. It's been the same.
And they're kind of baiting the fact of the last eco rounds.
The exact same thing happened last time. And I'm saying that Na'Vi breathed around the same way.
This is the only hero gun. Do they want to just avoid that?
Taking Artist down to 5.
Definitely the obvious goal.
Capitalized with a kill. And it's worth noting, that's the only rifle they have. Brave has a Vandal, everyone else is on a Sheriff.
Oh my, what a shot. Oh, he's furious, bro.
He's got the rifle, he's retaking the control. It's a good kill, but it was the low HP player. You would have liked to take someone else, but it is also Artis that they've dropped.
Yeah, it's going to make things a little bit more awkward into the entry, but bear in mind there is a Hunter's Fury available for Angel. Same for the other side. They might want to be a little bit careful on the clock if
30 seconds left.
Planting with the time being so late or under pressure, but it is basically just a 1v1. The IGLs facing off against each other. Paranoia
And then
sent
Flash
through
is
to try
good.
and give a little bit of extra space, but it hasn't actually helped too much. And Kushner still within the
Oh, they put everything into this Pora gets popped.
make these fights a little bit more winnable, and it's going to connect
Oh,
as well. It's a team
no.
kill. Oh, that's
Oh,
such a huge
no.
mistake. It's cleared the site. He's accidentally cleared the site for Na'Vi. That was the
No way. There's a gun to pick up.
Oh, that is heartbreaking for BBL. It looked like
Redemption?
Hunter's Fury could be a saving grace, and instead, I think it might
No
be the
redemption.
Oh, that is awful.
Well.
That's so rough.
I'll say one thing, Reezy's been a killing machine in some of these rounds, just a little indiscriminate at that time.
We see the Zipan on the first one. Wait, we had 3 team kills, right? No. Zipan.
Regardless of the potential,
Zipan with the
regardless
ult.
of how much he realistically would have
Sugetsu
gotten
killed
done,
Angel
they only needed to buy
in
a
the first
couple
map, and
more
now we have
seconds.
this.
It just clips him as well. It just clips him.
And it's not like he could swing out wide. It's not like he could jump up
Zipan,
top. He was
yeah, the
5
raise
HP.
go.
He was going to get killed if he performed any acrobatics.
Okay, 6 chances to close this one out.
Trust your teammate not to aim it at you, but
And we haven't had a singular round on defense yet for BBL.
Na'Vi are coming in with 4 ultimates for this round. Okay.
Out of APAC, EMEA, Americas, which region has shown the highest level of play? I know you're only asking that question because you see a team kill here. I know you're only asking that question because of the team kill. They're trying to bait me. Trying to get me with the recency bias.
Maybe not. Cancelled. Sticking around. I guess they would have left the A site open, and because Na'Vi have hit the brakes a little bit here.
I like the idea from Reezy.
Second favorite gun now?
It's close. It's close.
Second most played gun, definitely.
It's just that the cost of the Outlaw, that's what helps out. You can get it every round.
Mitch is a cheap date for anybody wondering.
Reezy was aiming for his teammate again. This time it was just the Odin, though, thankfully. Close is elite. Nice shot. Flashes in. It slowed him down, but he's able to peek right back out. No one can deal with Reezy.
Oh, it's unlucky on that. Big 2-on-2.
He's out of the game. Kushner and Pora.
One enemy remaining.
Well, Kushner's certainly not having a good time.
Yeah, and with the info of the ult,
What a fake out of the
you
side
just know
of
the
Na'Vi.
site's
More
clear.
so just an adjustment that's
You would
made
imagine we
late
get a
in the round.
breeze.
It is a little scary with Xiao being semi-isolated, but Sagetsu's got the right angle.
Okay. What the?
A little bit of style points for Zagetsu to hit that
Right,
shot
breeze
and
is
take
coming
us
up.
To the third map. The Turkish map has been overthrown by Natas Vincir as they dominate. Let's be real. After that first half, we were looking at it 6-6. I was expecting a strong defensive half out from BBL and Mitch. It was anything but. Luckily, we've got the Death standing by after this short break, as we'll be back for map number 3.
Map to Ascent. Okay. Chat, I'll be right back. Ads coming, etc., etc.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Caballo Grande. Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Na'Vi picking up that second map to tie the series up 1-1, and it looked like a much different Na'Vi on the second map. First map, we saw some glimpses of former Glory Na'Vi, but the second map, it was a lot more of the Na'Vi that we come to know and expect. And there's one round in particular I want to jump right into. It's round 15. It was where Na'Vi were grouped up together. They had the B main control with the Cypher. They had 4 players together. They are grouped up. 40 seconds left on the clock, and they're not really nervous at this moment. So if we play out the round, we're going to see them moving up. They drop the Omen smoke down onto the gate area. They pop that alarm bot. Once the jig is up here, they start going, but they're not really nervous. They know that the defenders are tucked away in the site. They know that there's going to be a nice defense here, but they're not stressing. They're taking their time still. They're not rushing through anything. And in the previous map, we saw them just lose composure a little bit. But here, 15 seconds left, and they're still not freaking out. They're letting the defenders sweat. The defenders peek out, Na'Vi get all the kills here, and are able to get the spike planted with 8 seconds remaining, and they're able to close out in this post plant here. And this is the Na'Vi that we kind of expected to see on Bind, but we didn't really get to see them. We saw a lot of solo individual plays, and nothing really concrete from them. So what do we expect from Na'Vi going into the third map on Breeze? We hope to see a little bit more of what they showed on Ascent, but if they show what they did on Vine, BBL could do an upset here.
Oh, very strong words there from Steel. I've got Kakuka here with me to talk a little bit about Breeze, because Kakuka, the last time we saw Na'Vi play Breeze, they were FPX.
Yeah, it's been a very long time in general since we've seen this map, especially here in EMEA, and I think it's the first time that we see it for kickoff. So, of course, there's a lot of questions regarding how the composition is going to look like. Probably, you know when Na'Vi we're looking towards something more standard with just Cypher, Viper, especially with the players that they have on the team. Everything makes sense, but if we take into consideration the latest changes that we've seen to the map, maybe something has changed. And one thing that I would like to say that applies to Ascent, but also has to apply to Breeze, is that I didn't see that big of an impact from Suigetsu Cypher. From Suigetsu as a player, obviously, yes, we're going to see it. But I think that if we see the Cypher coming in his hands in this iteration, it has to have that impact. But, you know, if it's the Viper as well, I'll take it.
Yeah, what about on the side of BBL as well? Because you would think that a Turkish team, a map where you can just win off of aim duels, should suit them.
Yeah, definitely. I want to think of Kushner, you know, just having a little bit more room actually to have that impact, because especially on the last map, he was 3 and 8 in those first duels. So he definitely has to have that impact. I would like to see some Outlaw as well. I know that we saw Angel using it on the first map. Maybe someone else. Or maybe
on
Angel.
an eco. No, Artist dropped it for him, I think.
Oh,
he
yeah.
got dropped to
because, you know, Artist, he's that kind of player.
Yeah.
But definitely, I want to see them having that such an impact. And also, we need to talk about the way that they have been working the map, especially on Ascent. We saw that BBL was way more straightforward. They weren't, you know, working towards mid or maybe faking, maybe not even splitting. They were pretty straight onto A, straight onto B. That is something that probably gave Na'Vi the edge and actually the resources on the attack to do something different. And as we saw in the clip that Steel showed us, doing something different and gaining that space actually puts you in a tricky situation. That's why it's important to have map control. Otherwise, what for?
This is the thing, though, because we were expecting BBL to maybe win Ascent, at least like have a better chance of it. They don't. But coming into this Breeze, I know we haven't seen Breeze in a very, very long time, but this is still the same 5 players on FPX are still here in front of us today. So how much of an advantage do you think that'll be? Don't mention it. Just pretend we didn't see
I like it. I have to say that I like it. I think that it's going to be different from them because, you know, time has passed for
Yoru
everybody.
for
I think that the game
Na'Vi
has
probably
changed a little bit, but I like to see the comfort and the smiles on their faces, and I like to see that they still have that kind of confidence to working as a team, especially when things were working. Because if you think about Ascent again, you know, not having the best of the defenses,
Monkey, thank you so much.
Really
thank you.
Out,
Go to sleep already, bro. We got
separated in some
got
of the
2 more
decisions
best
that
of
they were
3s.
making. That cannot happen on Breeze, and no one, especially as you're saying, they're going against the Turkish team. They do not have a problem with aim. That is never going to be the issue. You need to be very selective and very resourceful in how you make those duels favor you instead of them.
Yeah, and for BBL, I like to see Reezy to get a little bit more comfortable. I feel like maybe nerves, maybe just not quite used to playing on a stage like this. But as we take a look at Agent Select.
I am so happy that we have Lothar back, because I know he's going to be very excited. And now it's Artist, you know?
Yeah,
we had seen it, we had Angel, and now it's Artist and for playing the Yoru. We have seen it. They're also combining it instead of with that double initiator.
Kind of like both the comps, to be honest with you.
Power that you can use the flashes, and you can also combine it with the double smokes. So
we got the standard, and then kind of what I thought would become the new standard. But honestly, teams have been adding with some pretty cool stuff.
Standard, just usual way of playing this map without a lot of consideration into far ahead.
Yeah, and I can't believe it took 3 maps for us to get Angel on smokes. You know, he's back on the Omen.
Hear me out. I love to see that. I love to see that he's not the only one playing controller. So
yeah, it's pretty good, especially over towards A main.
Smokes for the end of the round, but I really want to see him, you know, trying something different.
This is
for example, in Ascent, we barely.
This is Doom Bros looking at our
at the beginning of the round,
looking at our Premier games and being like, yeah,
way of seeing things,
this is
and
the
it
one.
definitely has worked for him in the past.
I think we lost both of our Breeze games when I played
Omen. You know,
Omen.
we need to see that kind of Na'Vi and that kind of FPX that back in the day made us fall in love with it.
I mean, they won an international tournament by winning Breeze. They beat Paper X, that map, at 5, and another player on this team playing Yoru as well. But then again, for BBL, They expected this, right? Surely they would be prepared for something like
Oh,
this.
yeah. If there is something that you can be prepared is for some of these crazy compositions to happen, especially on Breeze because of how big it is.
Well, I can't wait for this. Let's get this back into game. Over to you, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Insu, and our wonderful analyst.
When is ISO playing?
We're getting into map 3,
maybe next year.
Have already surprised us by taking a map,
Maybe
but
next
it's
year.
the order of the maps that's even more surprising. Losing out on their own. Where's their headspace at coming into Breeze? And are we going to see some outlaw gameplay?
That's all you care about.
All I care about.
Okay.
People were expecting
Navi on
to see it maybe
defense,
a bit
BBL on
unassert.
attack.
This probably is the map where you should most likely see it. Maybe that and Icebox.
I will say as well, let's pray for Artist that he has a better
Bro,
performance
he's gone.
than Angel on Yoru, because if he doesn't,
It's my
he will never
dude.
hear the end of
Doom
it.
Bros is trolling me, man. It's my.
I really hope this is a lights out map.
He's using the Coach
Already
Potato
challenge,
stuff.
As Artist is on 1 HP. The wall did decay him slightly, but 12 isn't much more. Still manages to find
Damn,
2.
3 kills.
Says anything you can do, I can do better. He's already put them into a man advantage, and it doesn't last too long, as you can see.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel
Is he
like
actually? Yeah, it's my recon lineup. My recon lineup with the same smoke I do.
Well, they are watching out for him,
It's so
but
funny.
Kushner not quite able to take him down early. He's gonna get another
Oh,
bite of the
boss.
cherry, and it doesn't
Dude, he
work
did.
out.
Yeah,
So I get
do you see him to
Sue
say
winning that
how?
one. Now they know exactly
How?
where Brave is, isolated
3-1
to the back
taps
of the
and
corner.
that
The thing is,
happens.
he can isolate these jewels himself, take them 1v1, but look at the way Na'Vi are playing it. They are waiting to try and pick this one together.
Bro, none of the
and
bullets are
eventually,
connecting
there
there,
you
yeah.
go. Sagetsu
They're both
get over the
furious.
line. Who's surprised?
Very well handled indeed. You can see the discipline as they wait, as they confirm he's still in that position. Never overstepping the mark. This is ridiculous. 1 HP, he was 12, which is effectively the same, and still manages
Oh
to
my.
find 2.
I mean,
but
they were
Kushner
hitting.
really doubled up on
Double
finding
dink as
so
well.
much more value. Just a shame that he couldn't quite match the might of Sagetsu.
Who will I predict to win
Pound for
play-ins
pound
in
terms of
APAC?
kills.
Probably Genji.
Unfortunately, did it, but that's the thing.
Feels like
If you're
overall
talking
they look
about
the
just
best.
Raw aim, like not even including any other like game mechanics or anything. Just aim. I feel like Sagetsu might be the best in the EMEA. Like he's so
Or at least the
good
most consistent.
in terms of crosshair placement and hitting those headshots.
Not Boaster.
It's close.
It is a close fight.
It's very close.
Close battle.
I think I'd maybe just slightly edge it to Sagetsu.
Okay, ooh, we got a few different lineups as well.
Artist has got
Respect.
a rifle up close, but the pistols have the numbers to play with. A reveal down below Angel. He's trying desperately to make it out of there and push them through the wall. As they make it through, the decay makes it
I feel
much
like they did
easier
good damage
to
here.
drop him, leaving Pora down to 65.
Like they
but
might
damage
be.
has already been done. A decent round so far.
Oh
with
yeah,
potential for
I was
more,
wondering
but
if he was
the
just going to
rifle
try and
being
get a plan
retrieved
as well, but
costs everything.
Yeah,
Still, not bad
it's
damage.
It's a similar scenario to what we talk about with their other bonus rounds. 2 players don't buy, 3 players do, the other 2 buy now. So it means that each time Na'Vi are able to get away with that, with just playing a couple of pistols, they get a bonus round that has 5 rifles. And that's the gamble that they're taking. If they lose 3, this buy now sucks a little bit more. But if they don't, then they get a bonus round that is
No
more
damage.
effective
Oh,
than
okay. They
any
did the
other team will
old.
have.
They
So
did the old
it is
FPX buy.
definitely a worthwhile risk, and it's something that
Dude, they do
BBL
that on
really
defense
need to
now?
consider,
I should have
because
paid more
now they're
attention
going
to
into a
that.
buy round. The only real advantage they have is our shields are slightly better than theirs.
That's a big advantage.
Huge, yeah.
If you're against the
Knife
Outlaw,
goes
sorry.
over towards
But
A.
with 2-0
We got a
for Na'Vi,
Yoru
yeah,
TP.
the
They've got
position that
3
they're
different
in,
recons so
serious
far
chance
for
to
A
fight
main,
for so
by the
much
way.
of this control. I'm
3
just
different lineups.
Eyes on Artist. What is this guy up to? What's the defensive Yoru ideas? And so far, like, it's not even for rotations putting in that gate crash. So much deeper gate crash than I expected inside of A main. It will be faked eventually just to try and cause some question marks to pop up above BBL's heads. And actually, after hearing that fake TP, Elite called it out, and we see everybody from BBL shift towards this part of the map.
We're
They're
going
looking
more over
to
towards B
find
for this
that
one. Euro
advanced
TP's
map
here.
control
So
that Na'Vi
BBL definitely
have,
picking
at
the
least
right
in their
side.
heads,
Bro
find
went
that
over
player
towards
in the
middle.
corner
Saw
and
nothing.
catch him by surprise, as they're going to find out they're just wasting their time slowly clearing these angles.
The thing is,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a
either
lot on
it's
Ardis
Bruce
for
or
this.
he's there and you get an early
Wall
fight.
goes out.
So for them,
Recon
it's
could be
probably
good.
worth it. Instead, yeah, they've just sort of wasted a bit of time, but they do get themselves the site control relatively
Recon
for free.
is good.
dart.
He has a flash to pop through this if he wants.
Well, what seemed like an easier fight.
Honestly,
and in
that's
fact,
probably the
Ardis has
safer play for
decided he's
sure.
got to try and get out of there. Zipan
Good amount of
still
damage done.
backlines being pinged up, but there's
Shock
not
darts
much
might take Kushner down.
Oh, he has to do a little bit of extra damage with that
Oh
shot.
my.
A couple of low players
Got
and
another
now
one?
they're a little bit lower.
Still got another shock dart to work with. Snake
Yeah, I was
on
waiting
its
for the
way. That's
combo.
where you
A little bit late on that.
It's a little late on the land. Pora out wide on his low HP, and he'll be caught through.
It's looking
the
scary
wall.
for
Fusion are in the
BBL.
same boat, 22 health, but he's got a nice pyramid to play behind. Elite's going to be tagged up too. Artist round the side with a quick kill, and the wall's blocking off.
Yeah, it's a nice
Breezy,
retake
who's
wall.
now all alone. He's got a shock dart, but he's been revealed in the corner, and they are staring at him. The fire.
It's really nice. I like this
eventually
retake
deals
wall.
the damage. And Navi, 3 in a row.
Yeah, really good retake from them, and just utility onto the site.
Yeah,
like
and
the
it's
fact
probably
is
why they
the
leaned heavier over
majority
towards
of
B
that
as well,
defensive
just knowing that
side
this wall's
was
up.
stuck on the spike. They didn't actually have an avenue to retreat back into a more passive position. Also wasn't the greatest plant spot,
Yeah, and I
believe,
reckon
either, so
majority of the
they kinda
time
had to
they're
play
probably
that
just
little bit
so
more
fine to
aggressive,
play,
and that's where you just see
to
it
just let them
the
have
Viper
sight. Because with
utility,
this wall,
the shot darts as
it just
well
blocks
being
off
thrown
all the
in,
main
and
positions
while
that are
Artist
like
just
good in the
basically
after plant.
farming up a lot of those
You
kills,
just
and he's gonna have a
separate the
very
people that are
early
fighting on site,
dimensional
and then you
drift
separate the
coming in.
people that are
Of course, from
playing
the
over
other side,
towards
I think
main or
Kushner,
bricks.
He's going to gamble. Now, you might be looking at the rifle that he currently has in
And then you can
hands
pop
and the
this
fact
wall when
that
they
his
open the door
credits
as
are
well and
down
try and
to
split
0,
A.
but
Yeah.
he'll have a Blade Storm next round.
Exactly, you know, sprinkling in that rifle to
I mean,
give them
that,
a
maybe
fighting
we'll see it
chance
now.
in,
Oh
well, in the
my
fights.
goodness.
They're hoping to
TP to eat a KO
So this
flash.
is the same gate crash we saw, and I think we're getting the idea of why.
Kind of gave him a gun though.
Popped in, fight
Maybe
off the back of it, but
so
it
maybe a
has
little bit
left
doable.
Navi with a couple of losses. I think an innovative idea up against this kind of vibe. Maybe not where you want to use it, but it's worked out.
I think it was either Pora popped a flash or he blinded himself. Because Artist was completely blind as he TP'd in there. So I think it might have actually been that Pora pop flashed the corner, and so he just goes straight in and is as blind as you could possibly be. If that doesn't catch him, he probably does a lot more.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
He's still got a kill.
Now he's Dimensional Drift in hand, operator out of Artist that we've seen bought up. Now, it still has time to sell it, but only a few seconds. It looks like that's going to be pulled into play, and Artist is starting things towards middle, but look where his TP is. Right up there in the spawn, quick rotation to A, so he can be globally present with this off.
I had
Angel
4
will not
people
be
ready
present
for
at
this
all.
swing.
Smokes down and out. Artist is going up top. This is a nasty angle to fight into mid and
Yeah,
catch
and he
the
might be able to catch
rotation,
the Cypher.
and almost certainly something that's going to
Oh,
catch
they're going back
Elite
to A.
off guard as he goes to rotate. But Artist gives up
Cypher
the
literally
angle.
just peeked as he
Understandable.
dropped off.
They don't have control there, and he'd probably be shot in the side most rounds.
Now, honestly,
in this,
there's a
so we can
little,
see
you can, on this ledge here, you can pretty much be
kill.
safe from that
BBL
angle.
avoiding that
for a
without
small
knowing,
one.
and they're still
Like if
with
you
a man
literally just
advantage,
sit on
but
the
that
edge
hasn't
here,
been spotted,
you can be
hasn't been
safe.
discovered. And that's a big unknown to have late in the round. In fact, look, he's just come back from this angle now. Artist is his ships in the night with this squad. He's going back to check, and they're not there anymore. Now he's making noise. They might
Bro,
even know that he's here.
he's literally just hoping the whole time that's happening, like, observer, please don't be on me. Please don't show my POV for that.
Such a long time. The B site is
And
clear.
yeah, they
The thing is
gamble
they'll
over towards A,
eventually
but this
get
time we have the
notification off
retake
the back
wall
of
over
the
towards
trips,
B.
but it's
Knife
too little
goes
too late.
in,
They're
and
finally
they
making
break
their
with the
move
shock,
back
yeah.
around, but even if there was anybody here, they would have been reduced to no utility
30 seconds
with
left.
that null command.
Oh.
Hunter's Fury is going to connect. The thing is, Pora goes down, but obviously he can just be...
I mean, maybe on this one. They got Yoru ult, but
second
he has the op. Does he have a backup
He
shorty?
actually dies to that. It looked like he was
Yeah,
going
he
to
spots
obviously
one
just be
spawn.
res, so it isn't even that much of a risk. Now, Artist going through. I assume he has a shorty in his pocket, or he's about to just try and TP away from there. Kind of stuck in the mud. No, he is going to go for it. Hits the shot, but still as an operator. This is not the weapon you want to have in this corner. His teammates
Oh, he'll hit
slowly
this.
looking to try and round the corner. Even caught off by his own utility is so good, but they're winning every single fight. And now
Lovely,
Brady
lovely shots.
meets the might of that op as well. Artist running
Yeah,
riot,
4v3.
and a 5-0
They
start
popped some
for
ults, but
Na'Vi.
they managed to get on top of this. Another good start.
Nasty stuff from this Yoru. And
Good
considering
retake.
The fact that what ability
And I
is
wonder,
Angel trying to simulate.
I wonder if
Considering
BBL
the
are going to
fact
kind of
that
catch
they
on
weren't
as to once they
on site when
see
that push
the
goes through,
wall
they
on the
have to fight
floor.
their way back in. And
Like,
you even had
when they see the
Brave
wall
with
on
a
the floor, that
nasty
they're just going to be
position
heavier on
in
towards the other side.
defender spawn. I thought that could have been something that caught them off guard, but it worked out perfectly for them. And like you highlighted, Tom, that null command was online, it was active, but it fades away just a second or two before. What a shot. A second or two before. And so the Hunter's Fury is able to catch the kill. That is a disaster.
That's really unlucky. That's really, really unlucky.
To be fair, though, Artist had like 3 opportunities to catch them off guard and just
Shock,
sheerly
I'm so
off
fine. Thank you,
random
though.
timing ended up missing them. So there's also other ways that could have went against them.
He also got baited by his own
So yeah,
fake
same
out.
wall over towards A. We're just pivoting with the walls.
You hear those steps, you start to panic. It's normal.
So again, when you go over towards A main, you could see this on the floor, and then you could just do this, but it's also very hard to adapt on the fly about this kind of stuff. But
the thing is, I feel like
it's a lovely push, and the timing again is like great.
In the early portion of the round, not spotting anything outside the A site, and this means they can almost start to be a little bit more cemented within this B site. Viper and Cypher sat here. Not the amount of utility you want to go into. Now, you might be able to shut down one player's utility, and that is going to be the case.
That flash is kind of nice for the guy backside.
The trips are still there, and
and they have no idea about this. And Na'Vi look massively in control. This is not looking as convincing from BBL, especially, as the other maps.
On the initial dash, a little too slow, making their way through. So those players backside are able to catch them off guard.
Yeah, we got to save this.
You've got Sugetsu there so early. Now Artis is here firing off the op, and the spike's down on site. There's just no way to get this done. No way to wrestle that control back. It is a save, and that was called 20-30 seconds ago by BBL. They're in trouble now, 6-0 down, as you know this round is most certainly out of their hands. And
10 seconds left.
A quarter of the map potentially gone already. There is a lot of work to do on this attacking side, somewhere that we've seen BBL thrive. In fact, the main highlight of the last map was their attacking side streak. It's the only
lineup as well. No guns.
No
guns.
What a disaster!
Oh man.
Oh, that's about
it's really gone bad for them on this.
As it can get, and well, right at the last second, Andaluthia flawless. Like it's definitely not what you want to see when you're 6-0 down. You don't get any damage, and you save, and you lose all of your guns. Like that is a horrible position to be in. And that's the thing, they haven't really had anything. Like, they've been playing so passively.
Maybe they got to try more defaulty mid control or tube control.
The problem is they're just given too much space. Like, last round, the halls were completely taken, pushed all the way down. You've got these mid pushes.
They see the wall over towards A again, so they kind of know. See, I would love them when they see this wall to kind of realize that maybe we have to heavy fight and take like deep control.
They are going to go looking for this A site. It's a passive hold, but it's hardest again with this operator. They have struggled to deal with this man, and while this round again, it's just
and with this, he really is hitting shots at the moment. That's a nice gun though, if they can get that. Yeah, Pora gets the gun, gets over towards site, and he takes the. What angle is he taking? Oh my goodness, that's another gun.
Hitting sheriff shots instead of the rifle, instead of your.
Who needs him?
Your operator, yeah, just go on in, tap the heads, and a completely different sense of this game in this round rather, compared to what we've seen so far. Na'Vi shut down, and they'll no doubt want to reset into the next. Now,
lovely, 19 HP on this one as well.
It's not like rifles
it's much better.
Is a huge benefit. But it's
more mid control for sure. Worked out well for them. This wall should.
His Hunter's Fury, but he's on side. He's being pressured, and the
that was nice. This wall should actually be really good for them if they actually want to fight heavier over towards site and feel more comfortable.
At last, and it is on that low buy round, the quicker pace ends up working out.
They did just hit a lot of shots though. This wasn't too much down to the actual strats.
Of Artis, but he's only really just been playing the Yoru as like, okay, I can rotate relatively quickly, I have a few flashes. Like in the early rounds, he was very aggressive in towards A main.
Yeah,
but
and maybe they worked out the wall thing as well. Every time they've gone to a wall, just playing really far back.
Have a bit more of early round control, and it does look like they're potentially setting up for that same sort of A take, but the majority of players still sort of
and this is actually just a fully different one. So
an operator, by the way. I think
Na'Vi, after losing one round, finally changing up their thing as well. So I mean, they've done great. They're changing on the fly as well, just when you maybe have a read into it.
Round after round, while Artis is flying around, popping these operator shots.
Money's out of control for Na'Vi, obviously. Money. Little bit low for these three. 1-9 on top. If they lost this round, would be an eco.
They know as well that Viper's here. The decision seems to be to move elsewhere. They do not want anything to do with this. And I noticed just looking at Artis, no more gate crashes, and unless I'm missing a little icon on the map somewhere.
And with the success of the split that happened last round, they're doing some more door presence.
For him at least. Luckily, BBL have cancelled any rotational plans and instead just add a bit of a mid-split to this. They want to challenge A.
Yeah, they need to try and clear out Xiao.
Huge.
He's dancing his way
nice
out
dodging.
Of it. Will be able to survive, but he's on low HP.
Lovely. They're getting so much success from door.
Kushin are the ones to take the space, getting in to the back of the site, but Artis has shut him down. Viper's Pit definitely going to make things a little bit more awkward, and with Elite stepping up, it now just leaves 2 men standing. Now, as you mentioned, the finances of Na'Vi. The shots and the shot from Artis.
What?
Well, I think that's just a parting gift. I don't think there's any way they get back into this one. Although saying that, Paranoia has just been used from Angel. He still wants to try and make this costly.
Oh my.
Elite, though, is just not missing a bit.
Okay,
what is this round?
No worries. It's down to damage.
Oh,
really,
boss, get out of there.
Artist. He might just get out of here. He might. He might just get out of here. No. Well, now they're surrounding him. Now they're fighting. I don't think there's a choice anymore.
Yeah.
All right.
At least the money is fine, and someone can drop him a knob.
To the end of the half, that those credits wouldn't be worthwhile. I mean, it's an expensive weapon, but evidently he just valued keeping BBL's economy in the dirt that little bit more, and understandable as they're able to bounce right back into a buy in this round.
Desp saved.
Yeah, he's actually going to buy another one back up, so it's not even like there was a plan to.
This is that's outrageous.
If that was earlier in the round and they lose the Viper's Pit for that, they're pissed. Like, you got, there's nothing else that you can say.
Literally Elite swinging and getting 2 kills because they're focused on that pit. Whether, I don't know if those players were throwing utility or what, or whether Elite just diffed them. But
And the good news for BBL is they kept so many people alive there. And money, finally, for Na'Vi, on the edge of not being able to buy. 2-9 loss bonus, though. It only affects 2 people. I say that, only really affects 1 person.
It just allows them to push elsewhere. Artis is already going all the way down mid. Now, there is a smoke in position. You can't go too
The
much
B
further.
hits haven't been too
successful.
successful.
Saigetsu and Shao, they've got this double
Through the choke point though, find both of the trips, clear it. It's only a camera left. Heavy rotate, that's going to flood the site. 3 people on site here.
A little bit of a whiff for Saigetsu, doesn't happen very often. Still though, so many members of this squad are here. Zipan, as you said, the silent hero, and an attempt to trade things back, but it's left all onto Brave. 1 versus 3, I think he just got spotted as well. He did, lands the
Nicely
first,
handled.
no
Good
more
flood
to
from
be
Na'Vi. Rotates for faster.
Right back on the board.
They just had such early info from Angel over towards A main. They could just be there really fast. Horus with the tier 1. Thank you so much.
From BBL, the worrying thing there, you know, that could have ended much quicker. BBL on the way through, they walked into both of the traps, and there was just no punishment for it. Players just having the crosshair.
Zoom on the minimap. Yeah, I think it's good to help viewers like work out what they're talking about.
It's unfortunate.
Honestly, the tools that the cast are using are pretty good.
Moving around as well, so a little bit of a worry.
Like I would like that if I was doing it.
Navi still managed to bounce back. We're seeing
but
so many different
I'm an addict
spanners thrown in by BBL, and it's just not causing any sort of clog to the Navi movement. They're still moving forward, full pace, and looking incredible while they do it. Artis is 14-5 with that operator, and you never know where he's going to pop up next. Even seeing him on the A site doesn't mean he isn't on B 3 seconds later.
Yeah, that's the thing. He basically, that round, pushed mid. 2 seconds later, he's TP back to A, just in case. And they've also had, like, Angel as well. He is basically playing a controller that also just happens to be like an initiator, but with his own eyes. Like, he's just going, there's no one A main, I know, because I pushed it. Oh, there's no one up pause, I know, because I pushed it. And that's just what they've been doing
Is
every round.
Yoru Breeze just opping? Like, you're honestly relatively free to do what you want. It's good for opping, it's good for rifling. Obviously, especially against like the walls, the Viper walls, you can just flash yourself through with rifles. Kind of whatever you wanna do with it. Artis has always been an opper, so.
There hasn't really been much of a split. It's mostly just been direct in, which when you have a Cypher and a Viper, good luck.
Well, as these walls go up one more time, Navi 7 rounds to 2. We're coming towards the end of the half. And this is where BBL need to scrape together a couple. That could have been awkward. Sagetsu was on cam, but Kushner doesn't go for a crazy wide swing. Artis, maybe even
A little map dependent as well, but this is one of the better maps to op on. Bind also, in my opinion.
Got the angle. Portal closed. He's chosen the wrong direction. In fact, both players now back.
Damn, they're next to each other.
They have no idea.
They are next to each other.
Catches Kushner, takes him down, now uses the ult to grab more
Okay,
information.
good trades, and let's see how many Artists can find. 1.
They've spotted Brave, and the flank
Oh,
coming around now.
Zipan. Wow, I was going to say Zipan is in trouble, and he 2-taps them.
It's all just Zipan. 4 quick kills.
Oh.
Stylishly ending that one, and not so silent in that round.
No. That one was just clean. Like, he's having a great game. 16-4, Artis 15-5. It's good to see this duo back together, and while 8-2, Na'Vi, the visions of that first map are starting
Look at
to...
this.
just diminished completely.
Standing ahead.
And when you go back to what is left on the table, BBL after winning 2 rounds in a row they've run out of cash. They're going to have to play this one again with a hero rifle available. Obviously, Kushner once more will have himself a Bladestorm in the next round, but the rest is not pretty.
Yeah, this is my lineup list though. Wait, that's a different one. Maybe he's using a different one. I swear he has 3 on A main. It's kind of cool.
That has upset me.
Yeah, and we can just farm this one out again. BBL kinda just accepting that they win. Well, that they have a full buy into next round. Kushner, hero gun, even though he has knives. Could, if he wants to, drop a gun and pop knives.
There's not much he can do in terms of denial. It's more so fighting his way back in, taking those fights. Put a TP to get him out safely, but he might not need it. Cutting through this attacking side.
Oh, they're going to hit each other on the lurk. Look at the position in mid, just waiting for Saigetsu.
Man, Ardis is everywhere, by the way. He is... It looks like a nightmare to play against. He's just hitting every shot.
You can lurk. I can lurk even harder, my friend.
And that's one of those rounds that's really tough to look at from the side of BBL, because if you come out and think, okay, what could we have done differently? It's essentially don't die to Ardis. And they throw out that
Angel's having none of it.
That's just a fight that you can't really perceive happening. Here, Ardis starts. Stop it! What? Okay, so he's hitting people through Viper's pits. Now he's killing you by shooting your elbow. It's not pretty.
I do like our new little zoom.
It's nice.
It's like Jakob's gone, the last one was cool, but now I need to make it look stylish.
Yeah. I heard that's what he's going to be doing all season for. Is he's focused on adding in those extra little flares, so a taste of what's to come.
Viper all over towards door, retake wall over towards A, they send it in. We got a lot of ults.
There's a lurk from the Cypher and they bypass.
We got KO ult.
Completely.
We got Sova ult.
Wall down, plant in.
Sova got nothing with the drone, so Sova could play really far back, to be honest, with the ult if he wanted to.
Eventually that Viper's going to want to turn back and look towards A, and that is a nice sound
yeah,
cue
and
for Elite.
I feel like BBL have talked a little bit and said we need to fight heavier over towards the site because of this wall.
Already again, a couple of players to the back of site.
Whoever shot that recon on site just won the round.
Finding too much value with it. And in the meantime, Pora's managed to collect the double kill. It's left on to Zipan. As said, he's been a hero throughout this game so far, but to win this one would need an absolute miracle. The time already gone. It's only going to be to pad the stats a little bit, and instead Pora will awaken from his slumber. A third round, the curse, all that really sits.
What did Ardis end on in the end? Yeah, high numbers, like 18 to 6, I think.
It's going to be tough. And you know what? The big takeaway so far has been Angel's not going to be smack talking Ardis' Yoru. I think he's done enough to reserve that right. Maybe. I don't know
they
though,
lose.
Being Angel. If they lose...
When we played, I won with it.
If they lose from 9-3 in this position, I would be shocked.
That is the thing. A lot of the time, you are going to see fairly heavy defensive scores when it comes to this map because of the tight chokes.
Is map on rotate or fix better? Whatever you find easier to shoot people through smoke from them appearing as a question mark on the minimap. Whatever you feel is better to do that.
On B this time, including the Viper wall. I mean, I think A probably is the right way to move things for Na'Vi. Much lighter play from this defensive side. And as you can see, they've reserved their Viper's wall over on the Na'Vi side. Xiao still has that to work with late into the round. And I just can't help but think that's going to be used to cut off A. Or they get close to B and realize there's more than just Viper waiting there. But it is just strange to see that much of a stack on B this early on. Maybe reading that Na'Vi would take that quick play. Now that it hasn't happened.
4-1 for pistols, right?
There's certainly some worries. And yeah, Na'Vi are shifting towards A. Big play from Kushner.
That's kind of devastating for BBL.
The site now with the Sheriff.
Pora hoping he'll catch something with the knife, but oh, he's so close to just taking out the drone completely. Instead, it will be Kushner to go down. He was the man to find kills in the previous pistol, even without the win. Reezy, though, has done well to at least do a little bit of extra damage. Shock Dart is actually going to tank Zipan down to low HP while he plants, but he's going to move himself back to give them a slightly more open plant, especially if Saigetsu's going to late lurk through.
They have no idea about Shao, but
Yeah,
they closed the door just
and this
in
is a
case.
nightmare at the
Fortunately,
moment.
Power
The Brave,
down,
he's
dodging
alive.
the bullets as he goes. Snakebite blocks him in.
And he's just-
trapped
he's
now,
just
forced into a fight
delaying.
with Brave. As on the side, Elite swings wide.
Nah.
Shao holding on for dear life, but Brave will win it. Through the wall goes Reezy, and down he falls. Na'Vi keeping things nice and even, which is exactly what they want. The right click.
No, what's going on, man? The
Gets
classics.
there in the end, thanks to Elite stepping in to help out. Here comes Zipan. The shots are not going to stop
How?
with,
Some of
but
the
they do in the end.
some of the
Thanks
most
to Artisan,
outrageous
an
right
unseen
clicks I've
position.
seen.
And that pistol serves as a nail in the coffin of BBL series. 10 rounds now on the board for Na'Vi, and despite anything you could say about defensive advantage BBL could bring,
Now
it's going
4-2.
to have to be one hell of a way back in for them to dismantle what's been working for this squad so far. Artis and Zipan both on their A game. That's when you lose.
Yeah, basically. It makes it impossible. Like, they are two players that, at their peak, well, have won a Masters event.
We got a Marshall on defense. You have to hit some shots to make this one doable.
But, you know.
Otherwise, we're looking at 11-3.
Again, we're going to see the same purchase. No surprises at this point from Na'Vi. 3 rifles. If they get out with 3 people and all 3 guns, the rest really doesn't matter. They can take a few risks, a few gambles here and there. And on the other side of things, we're seeing, again, a switch up of that Viper screen to try and almost remove maybe a little bit of information or fake out that they've gone for some sort of mid-play. The fact is, though, there's not an awful lot to play with. The Sheriffs, maybe a slightly heavier investment.
They are coming towards the Marshall,
normally
though.
expected a sort of second round, but if you're BBO at this point, you almost feel like you have to try and take something away from Na'Vi. If they're coming in with another full purchase in the next round, you're in trouble.
The early Marshall peak, a decent attempt to pick them off, especially with the knife close to ensure there's not going to be just like a shotgun waiting or a player with a rifle who just
Does he check
after
left?
your peak. Kushner going down. Look, this angle was held in the previous round.
Okay.
Kushner more than ready for it to be occupied yet again. Aura, he is sticking around. He's still looking for more damage, and it's just not going to come through. Breezy, shock, a little too deep. They've already bypassed it. They're closer than he's expecting.
Yeah, and Cypher over
Already
towards
touching
door
the
here might
spike
clean up.
onto the floor, or at least attempting to. Instead, just swinging through for the fights afterwards, doubling down on the angles, and leaving BBL with next to no chance, especially with this
Might not need to.
late lurk coming through. Sugetsu should catch him off guard, and, well, the first few shots didn't land, but he was behind him. It bought him some time. 11 on the board for Na'Vi, 2 players lost, and all 3 players surviving have rifles.
Yep.
All good.
And now they buy 2 more. It's just the same thing over and over again. Like, it has worked out for them every single time. I think every time they've lost 2
let's
players
see.
as well. It's never been like 4 and 1.
This
It's
is a
always
nightmare,
been they
really.
lose 2 and then they buy up the guns.
Na'Vi have definitely
It
looked
has
a
been
lot better on this
massively
map, though.
successful to boost their finances, but more so make these third rounds so difficult to play against. And on the side of BBL, well, this is it. Do or die. You need to start the
They have
comeback
Yoru
of
ult
comebacks
as
and you're
well.
up
Oh,
against
this
the
is
dimensional
22
drift
to
as well.
7. Getting
If that
3
wasn't gonna
kills
be
and
a
a
problem
death
on
there
the
gets him
defensive
Yoru
side,
ult.
definitely will be on attack.
I mean, right now, I think Artis and Zipan have more kills than
Yeah,
BBL,
they have
or it's
all
gonna
of
be
the
a
tools
close
to just
race
close
at
this
least.
out.
If you combine
We don't
them.
need to look.
No.
We don't need to
crunch the
no one do the
numbers.
math on that.
It's 11-3. I think you can, there's many metrics to compare it, but that
Things
one will
go bad.
hammer it home. Nothing is working for BBL right now. And look, Bind was one hell of a good game from them. A disappointment considering what we know of that map and this region. But here on Breeze, it was an unknown. And I think without a doubt, we can say Na'Vi have come out of this looking slightly bad.
That's a
Sir.
huge kill,
That was
though.
a
I think
whiffy
that's so
start from
worth.
Kushner, and in the
Yeah, you
end,
take
he's
down the
traded
ult.
out by Shao. Numbers thinning
I think there's a
out on
duel
that
going on at the
defensive
same
side.
time. Angel relatively low.
Aura
This
better
is
be
a,
able to
I mean,
show
this
up
is
here.
a big committed pause. It's such a strong off angle, but it's really committed.
It's just whether or not, luckily for
Can he
him,
get
the second
2?
player is
1?
low, so there's actually a pretty good chance
Oh,
that
it's
he
nice
holds
with the
on to
smoke
this
to
bit.
get out.
The fact he's able to fade away through
It's cool.
Poison Orb is good. Paranoia will put him in an awkward
I feel like
position,
that
and they
pause
are
is
just
always
picking
good for at least
Na'Vi
1.
apart, leaving only Angel
30
left.
seconds left.
Again, this comes down to just damage. Looking like it'll be nice and clean for BBL at least, but if he can take down 1 or 2 players, maybe this makes the buy in the next round a little bit more tentative. He's going to make his presence fairly well known. I thought he might try and be a little bit sneaky, but never
Go
mind.
behind them, use a TP.
They're all good
maybe.
money-wise, though.
Well, the round was already down the drain, and BBL have at least found that recovery, but it's a while before I start holding my breath for the bounce back to 13-11. BBL, they need to put this up consistently, and, well, Artists
Did their
looks
performance
like
today
he's gonna
change
be
the
going
perception
for a
about
bit
the
of a
team's
lighter
power
buy.
levels?
Just a
BBL
short,
looked
and it might
better
seem strange, but
on
obviously
Bind
he has
than I
his
thought
ultimate
they would.
online, the dimensional drift,
But the
using
other
that
maps
to
haven't
get
been to
close
that
them,
level.
popping flashes, using his decoy to cause problems,
Na'Vi,
and hopefully blasting someone
just
with
kind
the
of looking
shorty to
good
pick
on
the
all the
web.
maps,
The
really.
other thing as well is if he helps Zipan get a kill, he gets his hunter tree over the post plant. So this is definitely going to be a pace change. TP just to get out of there, running straight through onto the site, already going to be pinging information for his teammates. And actually, Paranoia used to help him out. It's a freebie.
Yeah, I mean, that's a strong combo for sure.
The rest of the team now garnering that
And
extra space. Still two
they at
players
least
here
got a kill
for the
before this
side
went down.
of BBL, and the rest rotating in. Can't really
Then
do
a trade.
anything to deny this plant at least yet, but they're quick to go for the retake.
Oh yeah, already primed and ready once that wall went down.
Here comes the double
Stepping their way
swing.
back towards the site. A good opening by Kushner. The ult used as well.
Man, elite.
Neural theft, grabbing them all the
Back-to-back
information.
6 shots.
Now stands alone.
Round before this as well.
1 versus 3, swinging out wide to deny the
Lovely from them.
defuse, but not today. BBL straight
Yeah,
together
handled the ult well as well.
round. 11-5, still quite a ways to go.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like the rest of the team for Na'Vi were just a little bit slow. Like you saw how far Artist manages to get in. Obviously, the ult and whatever counter utility was there meant that he was already in the site. I think that Angel managed to TP past it, but the rest was still stuck outside, so they weren't able to capitalize on the rest of the
Velvet,
players
you're
while
just
they were
in time,
doing
I would
this.
say, to
And
do it.
because of that, BBL were able to get so quickly back in towards the site. I want to say as well that Elite is someone I feel like who has impressed me quite a lot. He's the youngster on the team, 18 years old, the sort of newly promoted from the
Dude,
tier 2.
this would have been the perfect time
Supermassive Blaze.
to get an outlaw,
Still
but
though.
maybe they're thinking ahead in terms of the
Long
next
way
round.
to go for this game and of course his career.
EMEA and America's really not buying into it. Pacific is another story.
For Na'Vi, this round more so than any. The weakness is apparent on Xiao and Zipan. The side of BBL not looking to take any chances, a much more passive stance from this squad versus what we've seen previously.
Am I comparing EMEA and Americas so far? Ask me at the end of the day, but honestly, Americas is just... Americas is mad, the level. The fact that they're all like at that level, that's the maddest thing.
Yoru is setting up, and we're about to see the space taken on the site. The flash was perfect on the dot. And the site is now fallen, all because of that. Viper's wall about to fall, and as they look,
yeah, and I would say this one's done.
Still rotating in.
Dude, Artist is insane at the moment.
Picking heads for days. This one, there were weaknesses, that's for sure. But once Artist has a rifle in his hand, it's never over. Sagetsu and Angel have theirs. Xiao's recovered.
The Artist Yoru, yeah, dude, I kind of want to see it on every map after watching this.
Already to root out these players, a crossfire on backside.
This is the better map, though.
Tagged down so desperately low, and Reezy doesn't last a second in that duel. Very well done by
7
Na'Vi.
chances to close this one out, and we got a few people that have to get like a Sheriff Light Armor, I'm pretty sure.
Artist get 25 kills. It was the wrong map.
Which team surprised me the most in EMEA? Oh, dude, it has to be Heretics. It has to be Heretics so far. BBL looked very good on Bind though, which was nice. But the other maps haven't been up to that level.
Like the set plays that they've got, like they tried similar things with CNED last year.
Maybe it's too early to call because they're Ascent. They kind of just got snowballed on their defense, but
12 and 5, he's 26 and 10. And well, you mentioned potentially having more kills than his opponents. He also has more kills than the bottom 3 players of his team, just him on his own.
What?
Angel has gone out of the
nah, I swear, sometimes he does it just for the sake of it. Sometimes he does it just for the sake of it, surely.
I hate that it's always true, but somehow they do it. Kushner, end it here, please. Stop Na'Vi from winning this one. Buy us another round. Good shot to start this one out. Still a player on the ground they want to bring back, but that's not going to happen.
Raid Boss still alive in terms of Artist.
Eventually falls. And so Kushner, Reezy, and Elite. 3 versus 2. In fact, just 1. It's Artist. Needs all 3. Has his ult online. He can reposition, reset into this one. And he's down to the classic. It comes so
But the TP was out in the open, he would have died anyway.
Triple to close out the map, but instead
Nice try from him. We'll count it down 6, but this one was very close, man.
Punished for his ludicrous approach
Dude,
to the early game.
I don't know if Angel thought there was a Viper wall up or something, but...
runs out of the smoke with
There was no Viper wall. And then when they wanted to do the Viper wall in the middle, the K wall came in.
Still win those rounds.
They very nearly did. They very nearly did.
Man, that
Like,
was so
Xiao
funny.
Was like, I will not fail you, boss. It's like,
He's got to give us one in a game.
The scary thing as well is that they have literally all of their ults online. Yeah, sure, no Hunter's Fury, but it puts them in such a great
Have
position.
missed
That's the only ult that's on the
have
other
missed
side.
him on Omen, to be fair.
Space being taken. This time, the ult's complete. The spike even is completely on the ground. And the man who is up mid is the only one who can go and retrieve it.
And he got past the cam. They were watching the cam for that exact reason. I mentioned it the other round, but this time he just TPs across, realizes the gap in their play with Pora down as well. Na'Vi are miles in the lead with a plant coming in on A, pressure on B. BBL don't know what the hell is going on.
Yeah, they're just like, where are they? There's 3 people in spawn, just like, sorry, what?
Around, just harassing them,
Where?
keeping them in position as eventually the plant comes down.
Yeah,
it is
fully
a
done on this.
5v3.
Riazzi has his drone and an ult, but with Artis in this position, okay,
but he's been dropped now.
Maybe
they start to think about the Viper's pit, about even putting down their wall.
Gotta
from
ult that.
Viper, just using any of her utility. There's a snake bite at least, that's something. But the round seems locked in. It could always slip out of their grasp though. Brave goes down.
Maybe got an extra tag on that. Over towards the Viper as well.
On Na'Vi as they just want to end the series here.
Time is so low. Okay, there we go. And actually pretty convincing on the second and third map. Yeah, Ardis was frying on this, man. Crazy. What did he actually end on? The op. Yoru looking pretty legit. 28 to 12.
Lothar's very critical of Yoru players. Did he enjoy that one? That's the question, Mitch.
I reckon.
Bro, if he flames a 28 to 12 Yoru, I am not gonna be happy. You gotta give the Jews there. Gotta just accept that it's fine.
Oh, it was beautiful to watch, and well, I wonder what notes Angel will have for Artis after that one. I don't imagine there's too many. That's going to be a short little list.
To be honest, maybe Artis will have a few like, hey bro, don't go out of the smoke with the spike. That might be a cool one, but no, it's great to see Na'Vi back. It's great to see that it wasn't a first series curse, it was a first map curse. And I'm sure even though Mike and Marcus backstage might have been sweating a little bit, the fact is they have managed to get the job done.
In the end, that's all that matters, and Na'Vi, at the start of this season, can stand tall. Victory is theirs in the opening match, 13-6 on the last 2 maps as well.
With the dash.
That's a great start for them, and a great start to our day. More Valorant to come after this.
Right, this was a fun best of 3. We have Liquid Koi coming up next as well, and I'm gonna get some food for sure.
That will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Caballo Grande.
The capsules, yeah, we can look at the. Okay, let me eat. We'll have a little look at the capsules. And then the game should be starting, so it should work out well. Let's do that.
I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian.
So when I come back, I'll have a little look. Chat, I'll be right back.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Welcome back to VCT. We're coming to you live from Berlin, and I've had to wait a long 4 minutes to talk to this man. Ardis, you've been in Valorant since the beginning, but you betrayed us. You left us for America, and now you're back in Europe. What happened? Did Angel slide into your DMs?
I went to America to collect money. I collected the money, and I'm back.
Oh, really? So you weren't that interested in America, but it did offer you financial reward. Was the competition not that tough? Because I don't think you actually won out there.
Listen, I just had fun. We went over into America, had a little bit of fun, collected the bag, and I'm back. I'm back where I belong with Angel and Navi.
Yeah, so what's it like now being back together with this lineup that you did raise the trophy with back in 2022?
I mean, we have a lot of chemistry, so we played for like 2-3 years together, so we all know each other. We all know what we like, what we don't like. We just have a lot of chemistry, and we work well like together.
What don't you like?
Angel.
I think the feeling might be mutual. We looked a little bit stressed with you guys on Bind.
On Bind, we were just doing stupid mistakes. I think I team flashed Zipan like 4 times in a row, so like we were just doing silly mistakes. I think Angel was a little bit tilted, but yeah, we knew if we played and the way we should win.
Did he give you some tough words after the first map?
Honestly, no. He was just like, listen, it's first map. We're probably a bit shaky. Like, we haven't played in 8 months, so yeah, Riot, fix that, please. And yeah, we haven't played in 8 months, so like there's a little bit of rust, but now we fixed it, so it should be fine.
So let's talk about that last map then. You were very happy to give up that ace like time and time again to BBL. Were you just looking for fights? Wanted to make it hard for yourselves?
Honestly, we were playing very well in Prague, and we were like, there's no way it's this easy in officials, and looks like it's this easy in officials as well, so we were happy it was Breeze with map 3.
So what does the future look like for this lineup of Na'Vi? Because I know Angel doesn't like to make changes, and it's actually kind of surprising because last year was a bit of a disappointing one for Na'Vi, maybe a disappointing one for yourself too. So how are you going to overcome the opposition here in Europe?
I mean, it was a disappointment for everyone. Like we all made it to all the events, but we just didn't place how we wanted. I think I was okay in America. Like we played okay. Probably should have won an event. Na'Vi played quite bad internationally as well, like similar to NRG. So I think we all need to change, and I think we're all just comfortable now. So we all just like work well. So yeah, hopefully we do better than both the other teams last year.
Well, Ardis, I know you tried to dodge this interview, so I appreciate you giving it to me. Yeah, and I hope you give me another interview again sometime. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
I'm dodging next one.
No, don't you dare. We're going to have a word as we head back to the desk.
God bless.
Thank you very much. Frankie, it's a good day to be a Na'Vi fan, but we're going to find out if it's a good day to be a Koi or a Team Liquid fan in just a moment. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm back here with Kakuka and Lothar. Of course, we get to have the return of the EMEA champions from 2023, but Kakuka, not the full roster, though. They also made changes.
Yeah, exactly. They're in that group of all the changes. As we're seeing in this graphic, Redgar, Solkas, and Safe are not going to be part of Liquid anymore. Instead, we have the core of Apex, who you might remember from that final in Ascension last year, which unfortunately they didn't win.
Yeah, it's very interesting change because the identity of the team gets actually kind of pulled out of it, and we're gonna have to see now how this Team Liquid will actually play it out with a completely different IGL, with role swaps a little bit as well, but they're gonna be established. And well, Safe was an explosive duelist, a completely explosive. So how does that will be now?
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about that Ascension final, because there is a world we do not get Enzo, Mystic, and Kiko on Liquid, because Apex, I'm gonna say it, should have won Ascension. They were the favorites. They only lost one best of 3 coming into this, so that we could have kept the Apex roster together if they didn't lose to Gentlemates, but also Kakuka, of course, for Enzo and Mystic. The fashion in which they left VCT EMEA before they had to play challengers means they have so much to prove coming back into this.
Yeah, exactly. For them, this is not about, you know, the rookies coming in, the new faces. No, this is faces that we've known, that we've seen in international stages, not the Kiko one, you know, but Enzo and Mystic. They have to prove themselves when they have already been in that losing position. We have already seen them lose on stage and see that devastation on their faces. They have a lot to prove, not only to the people, but especially to themselves.
Yeah, and I think Mystic for me is one of those players that I'm actually looking forward to see how he progressed, because when he was in Fnatic, he was one of the main problems in the team when it comes to map control, and that was very obvious when you were VOD reviewing. But in Apex, he was actually making really good progress. So now, if that was going to be also happening in Liquid, I'm looking forward to how he's going to fill that controller role in the new team.
I mean, it's going to be a lot of pressure, I feel like, for these boys, but also I think a lot of pressure on the side of Koi as well. And speaking of Koi, I believe we do have an interview with Baba. He's standing by with Frankie. Check this out.
Baba, thank you so much for joining me. But I have to ask, why did you keep us waiting so long to find out who's going to be playing for Koi this season?
I would say it wasn't maybe my decision. There's a couple of fusions happening the last years, and no, simply there was a lot of club stuff that had to be done beforehand, and but we will have been on it for quite a while, so just an announcement coming a little bit later. We have been practicing though.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that you've got a playbook going on, because you're going to need it against Team Liquid. Tell me how the Crossfire Cup and the results you had there impacted your direction of the team going into this season.
I mean, we have to be realistic with it. We had 10 days to prepare all of the maps and everything like it, and I think we played against one of the stronger teams in Tier 2, which is just that, and we cannot take too much away from it. Obviously, it's a confidence hit because we're there to win, or at least be in the final, but sometimes good, sometimes bad, I guess, yeah.
But it did affect things, because not all the players who played in the Crossfire Cup are playing with you here in Berlin.
I would say it wasn't really because of that result. It was simply that the roles and everything, and will from a player to change team. But I wouldn't say it was because of the Crossfire especially.
So tell me then about the direction that you're taking.
We are having more rookies, we're having hungry players, and I think that's the first year of a new game since we saw in Counter-Strike as well when it had been swapping and now in swapping again. It is a little bit different. In the start, you try to go a little bit for more experience, a little bit more knowledge at the game at that time, but I think the game is evolving into that rookies gets more plays and no, just that. I think we're in a generation switch a little bit. We saw many experienced players that went out or going back to tier 2 or similar. So I just think it's a natural switch of generations.
Baba, I've got 10 seconds for you to look down that camera and tell everyone why they should be supporting Koi this season. Why should we care about this team?
It should be a lot more interesting to watch. We should be a little bit less boring to watch as well. And we're having the best fans in the world, and that should make the arena quite spectacular.
Baba, your timing was exemplary. They're going to be less boring this season. You heard the man.
I look forward to it. I definitely believe every single thing Baba has ever said. So it's going to come true. It's going to come true. But let's talk about the roster, because even he admitted this announcement was a little bit late. I definitely think we need to address Lothar. I don't think anyone expected Trex, of all players, to be coming out. But there must be a reason for Baba to bring in the substitutions that he did.
Well, as you heard in the interview, he also said that it's not exactly his decision when it comes to like building the roster, right? Which puts a very big question mark on how this entire team will perform with the little time that they had. And I'll be honest with you, there is, I think, a very big problem with do they have a playbook even? Is there something that they're gonna see on attack? On defense, the protocols will probably be very easy to set up. The players, even though they are rookies, they have a lot of experience in tier 2, tier 3, and they're coming into a team that already has some synergy built up. So I don't expect fully a problem on defense, but on attack, there might be problematic situations.
I think that what I'm picking out of the interview mostly is what he was saying about the roles. Maybe some things were not going in that direction. I remember when, for example, last year we saw Wolfen and he was on that duelist, but then later in the season we saw Trex coming in. So what I want from these 5 players is to have really like a dedicated role so they can grow also as players. You know, it's not that you have to be 1 or 2 agents, but we need to see the growth. And if Barber thinks that the game is changing and is evolving, his team has to be a reflection of that evolution.
And it's very interesting because we're gonna have a clash of 2 teams where Team Liquid, even though they have a new players coming in, they will have those set roles in place. You will expect Yampi to be on Breach or Initiator on a lot of maps. Nats has his own map pool, his own agent pool that he doesn't leave, right? And here in Koi, we're gonna have like a lot of question marks that have to be filled once we just see a few maps from them.
Yeah, and we have to say, Shadow is not a rookie, you know? I don't want people looking at this being like, yeah, who's this Shadow guy? But of course, very similar to the Enzo Mystic storyline. He's coming back here. He has a lot to prove. And of course, the ex-teammates, Kukuka. We got an Apex derby going on today.
Yeah, exactly. Some people, you know, might not cut up on that information, but Shadow was also in that Apex team. And not only that, for him, it's also different tier of, you know, playing against your own teammates and going back into tier 1. He's also going to be IGL, and they decided to give him this extra bit of responsibility and next frontier for him to develop also as a player.
Yeah, I'm so looking forward if he changed any of his crosshairs.
Oh, don't start. Oh my goodness. I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. But of course,
that was your brain keeping you safe, hon.
Oh gosh. I mean, we mentioned it already. We have some kind of ex-teammates going on. Him being an IGL, I think Kiko on the side of Team Liquid. He's coming in to fill the boots of Safe. He also was fantastic in Tier 2. He was great. I honestly, he was one of those players I felt like even if they didn't win Ascension, he was going to get picked up eventually. So it does feel like Shadow maybe have a slightly easier job just knowing how Kiko plays. But at the same time, Kukuka, if you are Kiko, you are a younger, a newer duelist player, Koi is a nice opponent, you know, to start off with for you to be able to warm up into it.
Hear me out. Yampi's flashing for me. I'm feeling like the best day of my life. As you're mentioning, Kiko was definitely one of the players that was eventually going to be jumping onto Tier 1. Now, for what I understood, I talked to Emil, you know, how is he feeling? Because everybody's going to be expecting Team Liquid to deliver, to perform, to keep being the team that, do not forget, won EMEA last year. But probably because of them not being very comfortable or like happy with the results that they had overall in the year when they got to Champions, this is what the kind of new Liquid has to look like, with that potency, with that extra that a team needs.
I think you touched something very interesting that we should speak a little bit about more, because Shadow might know Kiko, but I think the duelist is you perceive the duelist by the lenses from the initiator, and that's something that you mentioned. I think how Liquid will initiate for the duelist will gonna be make or break for the team, and it's gonna be an incredibly hard puzzle to solve for the opposing team. So Koi has a very big task ahead.
Hey, Shadow was doing that for Kiko though for a whole year, so surely again he might have that kind of added layer onto it. But then again, everything we're saying could just go out the window because they do some role swaps. You know, we don't know if Yumpy's going to do something a little bit different, what they're looking for in Enzo and Mystic as well.
But I think Enzo's going to be that initiator duty all the time, but the more ones when it comes to
is Na'Vi worth watching?
Info,
yeah, I would definitely watch the first map. I think the first map was the best for sure.
On 4 maps or 3, I can't remember.
It's getting time, yeah, someone.
It's true.
What am I looking at?
Take it into consideration because I
Chat flashbang, watch out. Oh my goodness, I can't click it. Chat's going too fast.
Focus up, aim steady, stacked up, yeah, hope they're ready. Ain't no stopping, going for that gold. Celebrating while it rain confetti. Roll with the punches, stay in the fight. Gotta show them, go get it late. It's showtime, it's getting hype. Everybody here, it's a team fight. It's a team fight.
Damn, they're going fast with it. Dude, Evil G EG's looks kind of bold. Which is nice. And the paper X one was nice as well, to be fair.
Keep on watching, tell them keep on looking. Late nights all up in the kitchen cooking. All the time spent, but it's still for nothing. Squads on here, now we keep on pushing.
Pretty cool. Wait. Banger. The CGs. That's nice. No China? Yeah, I imagine they'll get those later, I think is how it works. Right, nice. No way. What did I do? Did we pause on him, Poggin?
To happen for Nats to perform on the attack wall, for example.
I think that looking at it from the outside, you can understand that, you know,
Cost? I'm pretty sure it's like 20. I don't know how the points work, but it's like 20 something, 23, 40, yeah, 23, 40. But this is like the only way you can directly actually support the org that you support. So that's actually really, really cool. Chat, we don't get this in many games.
With rookies and, you know, trying to defy the expectations.
So that's pretty cool.
Of what we can
It doesn't always come around like this, so
for
that's
Liquid
nice.
And for Enzo, for example, going back onto an international stage and actually prove that he's actually worth of that tier 1.
I will say though, despite the results,
if you actually support a team and you like the skins,
I do feel like
I think you'll feel at least a lot better
consistent.
buying the skins for that one, knowing that the team's actually gonna
but no, but he was good.
make money.
He was good. I think people forget. They look at results.
The direct way to support an orc, I think it's kind of sick. I'm always a big fan of this stuff because I swear it's one of the only ways that like some of these orcs manage to actually
how he was doing in
make a good amount back.
Shadis was always on top, even if Koi were losing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So even I feel like we put a lot of pressure on the IGL.
Player cards, yeah, someone linked me.
But,
How do I do that?
Shados, he
Skins
was
player
managing
cards
to
here.
do it last year. They didn't get the
Do I
result,
trust
but his
this link?
performance was at least good enough. They just have to kind of translate that into
Wait,
results
mods.
this time around.
There's too many people here. Mods, give me
give
me one. Give me one that's okay. Oh, wait, you both linked the same one, I think.
I think very important players for the team to perform well. He was even performing on Sage when I remember.
Gabri, I trust you, Gabri.
He had those maps
Flashbang, watch out, chat.
where it doesn't matter what was happening in the game. It doesn't
Well, that
matter
was a
which
long
side he was
flashbang.
on. He was always a very consistent player as a secondary entry, as a those boosts in
Sentinel
window
as well.
even predictable. He was always getting one. He was always getting something
Liquid
done for
one's-
the team. and
Liquid
that's
one's
something
kinda
very-
nice.
very put a lot of
Sentinels
value
is
for the
a
entire
little
performance.
I think it
bland.
comes down to if there is a good environment and
Kinda like
things
the
have
Talon
been
one.
really worked on, Shadis is the kind of player that is going to thrive the most in that situation.
Yeah, Icebox is back.
Fury one's
Shados,
kind of sick.
Reyna, Icebox,
no,
you're
no,
good.
no, no.
Paper X one is really nice.
We've had a very exciting best of 3 already today, and it's time to bring
Chat.
out 2 more.
This
teams.
one's nice as
Riot
well.
Games Arena.
I'm a
Here's
fan of the
Team
Koi
Liquid
skins.
and Movistar
Koi, Paper Rex. Liquid one, I'm so fine with. Looking nice. What is this? A lion. Just say I like purple? Yeah, I do like purple, to be fair. Alright, not bad. Not bad. Some of them are a lot better than others, for sure. Chat, what are people's favorites these days? Talk to me. What are people liking? Wait, is that like homemade? That little plushie thing?
The return of the 2023 EMEA champions versus
Brew, Paper X,
Koi,
Lev.
who are definitely on a redemption.
Chat, I'm telling you, the Koi ones
but
are
we have
Koi
seen
ones are
upsets
cooking as
already
well.
so far this year, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see potentially
I'll probably
another
get
one
the
who-
get the liquid Koi and Paper X. From what I've seen there, maybe I need to go more in.
Just for this tournament, everything matters double.
There's a lot of pressure on performance for both of the team. Actually, every single team. But in general, I feel like the first map might decide the tone of the entire match. We've seen in the past teams like Navi, even if they fail at the first map, they have a way of bouncing back.
Liquid.
But
Get rid of Sunset.
we don't know yet.
Liquid picking Icebox, okay. Koi picked Bind. This makes sense with Starkso kind of calling, always like Bind.
I mean, if we were talking about the roles and making things more consistent for Movistar Koi this
Split.
year,
Icebox, Bind,
maybe
split.
Shadis and Reyna is not part of the plan, or maybe that's exactly what it is.
Barbar said not boring. He didn't say good. He said not boring.
Maybe he didn't have to map it.
Not boring, okay. Well, that's something.
Koi because I was always looking to his coach cam, you know. So that's one thing. But Icebox, remember, this map is actually a little bit changed, and the mid control
What do we got?
is a little bit easier, I would say, for the defenders because that window in the kitchen.
the window?
I find it actually easier for the defenders because you can see now if someone is
Mystic
lurking
or
from
nuts
kitchen.
on Viper?
even though there's a
I would
potential
imagine
angle for
it's
the attackers to
map
kill someone on boiler,
dependent.
you need a little bit more understanding of how to control that space. Double controllers is even more needed.
Barbar
for
cam,
Icebox than
surely.
in the past, and I know you were trolling with the Trina, but I legit think there's no space for a second duelist.
I mean, on the other side of it,
Expectations
as
of
well, let's not
Kiko,
forget Liquid.
pretty high.
The last time we saw
Maybe
them play Icebox, they were kind of
like
running the harbor with
I
the
could see a rough
Sky as
first
well.
game
They
and
wanted
then
to
confident
put
strikes.
A little bit here and there. What
Might
do
be
you
one
guys,
of them.
how do you guys feel about
We'll
that?
see.
I mean, many things can be different.
See
I
how
want
see how
to
nervous he
think
is.
that they have something, you know, different prepared. I want to address the subject of the Sage. We have seen all over the world, we barely see Sage on Icebox anymore. And there are many ways to, you know, change the meta in that way. You can put Fade, Harbor. We have seen so many things around Americas and Pacific that I'm really looking forward to see the first Icebox here in EMEA.
Well, you just
what do you like?
Yeah, look, I love the Brimstone Viper that we have seen in Americas as well.
Uploaded the map 3. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing new when you think about it. Just
Map
many teams are
3
not brave enough
is-
to try new stuff because they always resort to the true
Yeah,
and
ready to
tested,
go.
right? That's why Sage was for such a long time a meta game on this map, and that's why Reyna was for 6 months played in the beginning of Icebox because people didn't want to try new stuff. Yeah, I was like, why are you not playing Killjoy, right? So now we have this
Shadow is
next
IGL. Shadow is
rotation
IGL.
of the meta game happening, and for Sage you have many options. You can play
Oh.
Gecko, you can play Haba, as you mentioned, Kakuka,
Okay.
because the Cove helps
I love
on
the
the
KO
plan.
personally.
Never been an IGL.
Of course you love
Has a lot of experience.
Like there's so many things that you need to fill for this map.
Could work
because
out well.
You would love actually to have 6
Tumu
agents just to
23
cover
with the
everything that
tier
is
1.
needed, but
Thank
don't
you
have
so much,
time.
man.
Yeah, I will also
Appreciate the
say,
support.
just looking ahead as well, we got Bind coming after this. I'm a little bit surprised too because Liquid traditionally on Bind, it's been pretty inconsistent for them. It was a period where we couldn't kind of figure out what they wanted to do on
I
it,
have
right? So-
nightmares from Yumpy playing Jet on that map. Nightmares.
Yeah, I mean,
I think many players have nightmares with Yampi.
it does feel like, of course, New Year, teams could definitely come out with a new map pool.
Achilles,
this
hello,
year.
hello.
It's also great to see Enzo.
Survived the last Pacific match?
It's been
Bruh.
such a long
The,
time. I
the
need production
first
to
day,
stop
man.
spoiling the agents
The
select
first
for us,
day,
and
we
looking
get
at
the
their screens.
crazy,
I want us to,
crazy
right? You're getting
delays.
baited over here.
And it was just, man, it's such a rough start to the week.
When we were eating dinner. So
I gotta
think
say though, the
if a team
filling
wants to play
was
Chamber,
top
they
notch.
need to play him already because
I was impressed.
The buff that is coming in the next patch is not a reason to start playing him.
Yeah, we got to watch
Exactly. Sorry,
2
to
binds
start
with Solo
playing him when the
Viper.
patch happens.
I
You
was
need to
not
find a
expecting
reason
that
to
one,
play
but
Chamber in
we
your
made
meta
it
game
through.
right now, and then he just gets slightly better. And I feel like on Icebox, because of the
Trying to work out if that was more painful than the
being in the game, and it
than the
should
4-hour
use
tech
more
pause,
than
but
we see it being used. Yes, you have like this
60 plus
possible
hours in the
meta
studio
game
across 5 days.
economy of Chamber
Yeah,
just going
sounds about
Headhunter,
right.
Outlaw, Operator, Ultimate, and you just have a full rotation back if
you run
needed.
We got Sova.
Yes, it's all possible. It all depends on the economy, but Chamber
Old
might
school, Sage.
single-handedly just make your team work. with
Arbor,
additional
new
weapons
school.
Every single time on
I think I
defense,
prefer the
and that
Harbor
puts
comp
a
with this. Let's see
huge,
what else they run with it.
Problem for the opponents because on defense, when you have operators or snipers every round, you can't play half shield. It's really problematic to solve. You know, specific on this map when there's so much open space.
Viper
Yeah, I think
Sage,
that,
Yoru.
I want to see the teams trying out
Yoru,
something different. This
Sova,
is be like the moment to do it, as I'm saying.
Arbor,
across the regions
Viper,
is
Killjoy.
Exactly what is happening. The Harbor, the Reyna, I'm sorry, the Gecko, even the Chamber. If you have something to test, and if you have been cooking up something in the agent kitchen, I would say that this is the moment.
I mean, all I'm going to say is I'm going to quote one of the greatest IGLs of our time and maybe of all time. Steel, who cares? It's about the
It's the
vibes.
vibes.
Unlucky,
It's
really.
the vibes, you know? If you can make the Reyna work with the right vibes, if you can make the Harbor work, well, I
He's
mean,
shaking his head right
at this
now
point, I
here.
feel like the Harbor could work, but let's take a look at Agent Select and see what the vibes are going to be. And
Yes,
you're
what is it?
going to
Oh,
get
yes.
and Viper Harbor too.
Yeah, that's this. I really like the composition from Koi.
I mean, this kinda has
Yoru
everything.
Has a lot of potential rotations on attack to backstab the opponents. You can still do the Snowman TP, but it's something that is
Camo,
known that you
Yoru,
can condition your opponents to
Starkso,
hold that.
Harbor.
On the other side of Liquid, I don't think
Shados,
there's anything surprising
Killjoy.
here. Apart from the Sage, I'm actually surprised to see Sage.
Yeah, a bit boring, right?
Yeah.
It's like 2023. Come on.
I think Liquid, they should have the answers here.
Yeah,
I think
there
they
is
should
like
expect a composition
definitely no
like
risks
this.
for this, but everyone should know what they're doing. But also everyone should know what they're doing
This
from
is the-
Koi as well.
What you're looking with this
Kinda
is
works,
the disruption,
kinda
right?
works the same.
initiating power that Yoru brings into
Old
your
versus
team.
new,
When you
yeah, it really
combine
is.
it with that double control, I think that it could have a lot of edge. And this
Shados looks like
composition
he's
that Liquid is
going
running
through all
is
of the roles
why
at the
you
moment,
choose to disrupt
playing
the
everything.
metagame.
And, what is very important for me to see here is the Harbor pick though. Like the Harbor, it should probably be used to control mid instead of the Viper Orb, because the Viper Orb delivers so much value to be used on site instead, like covering rafters on A side is incredibly incredibly disruptive to the defense, and having the ability to now use the cascade to early control mid and then use
Glad Yoru's back in meta. Dude, it's so fun. Say back in meta, it's kind of never really been meta. This is like the first time we're really seeing it commonly picked. It is in an unreal place. I feel like the flash is just so good.
Playing on that Sova has also a macro objective with the shock darts to destroy the utility in kitchen if there's an Arbor bot there as well. We've seen in the past teams use.
Do you think the Gecko is better picked than Sage? I think they're all kind of fine, to be honest. As long as you have a Gecko, a Harbor, or a Sage, I don't like. I'm not against it. You still like they all kind of achieve or make your life easier in terms of planting. So I'm fine with all of them.
And I think they need that kind
I don't think I've seen enough of the Arbor or the Gecko to kind of know what I actually prefer, though.
You need to have that
Hello,
kind
Crippy.
of
How we doing?
that gives you the kind of
Going for all
trust
games?
that
Yeah, we've only got 2 more
everybody
today.
needs to see
Not
you
too bad.
as well, to be able to win this map.
Yeah, and I also
The weekend's a
I
bit
think
nuts
it's a
though,
nice
Crippy. I
match
can't
for
do them
Kiko
all.
to start
Like
off
9
until
best of
the care
3s.
is very
Too
important.
much.
Here you can also
Gonna have
it's also
to
easy for you to
gonna
build
have to
momentum
skip some of the
on
Chinese
a map
games.
like Icebox. So for a player like Kiko, who's never been on a stage this big before, Lothar, I'm definitely expecting him to do well, and I think he has all the tools to.
Well, he's also known for his sniping skills, and that is the map when you want to snipe so much, right? So the only problem is he's gonna be playing
Sunday
against
10
a
matches.
which
Yeah.
Vision denies a lot of the angles, right? And the
Alex,
goal,
of course,
right?
of
Remember,
course.
The
Let
reason
me check
to
on my
play
YouTube channels.
Harbor
Where are we?
and Viper
Let's get it
together
up.
in
There we go.
with Sky is because you just control the flashes to go through the walls. Yoru is also very simple to combo that with when it comes to the potential smokes and the potential
Change
walls
the
and so on.
title, yeah.
And the ultimate from
Let me
Yoru
change the
single-handedly
title.
counters any single sniper, because you not only you get their position, you can always flash them off in a specific angle.
Well, I can't wait. Baba promised us an interesting game, and I'm expecting it. So it's time to throw this over to your casters. It's Pavlos and Ash. Go Ash.
It's time to get this show on the road, because it is a story of former teammates, right? But now reuniting on opposing sides of the fray. Reigning champs versus bottom 2 finishers in the last season of EMEA. We're talking about 2
that's
completely
true, Shadow.
different sets of
On
expectations.
the team with them.
But it's completely bound to be a banger in this first match of their own in this
All right,
season.
Liquid on defense, Koi on attack.
I cannot wait to see what both these teams have in store. Very different looks here with Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's true,
Very
Lexi.
standard in their composition, but Movistar
We can do it
Koi,
off this map,
the
I
ones
guess.
that we're looking to with the innovation.
Oh my,
now into
wall
this
on
very
walls.
initial contact
And there
here
is
up
5
towards
people
BB.
here.
Very
I feel like
aggressive
Liquid
at
are
the
going to get
start.
wrecked.
Seems like Kiko's going on for a little bit of a war. Koi expecting it with so many players hiding and waiting.
Okay,
It's gonna be
and
Team Liquid,
can he get
surprisingly
out?
enough, getting the better end of that trade. 2v5, but
Damn,
it's a 2 that can
nicely
hold
done
top
from
of it.
Kiko.
Reinforcements on the back end, so it's Starkso all to himself. Not for long, he's got 20 points of health. Tries to run it off, but goes for another go, because why not?
I mean, there's not much you can do here.
No, there isn't. Mystic finds the final
Lovely, yeah.
shot
I mean, it
as
was
Team
looking
Liquid
relatively
first
bad
blood
in terms of the number diss, but respect.
Man,
4v5.
you see that very standard Viper's wall going down towards B main there, and in that situation, you saw so much patience out of Koi waiting for that
Yeah,
push. But
like the pistol.
wall up
Bringing back the
actually
old school
favored Team
defensive
Liquid there,
wall.
and how they were able to isolate those fights, and Garage wasn't able to swing and actually help their team in that situation. Not expecting Team Liquid to be so aggressive in the initial pistol.
Yeah, and it will set them up nicely for the second round. Obviously, Koi jumping into the pistols. We've
The
seen
one
a lot
ghost
of
spawled
upsets
out,
on Thrifty so
and
far
then
this game.
we
This
got a
tournament, not
Marshall,
this game.
a Ghost.
Getting ahead of myself. One round in. But yes,
Wait, but
I wonder if that
Enzo's
will
on
be
the
case.
Marshall
Of course,
instead of
Team Liquid,
Kiko.
a lot of expectations behind them.
Over
a lot
towards
to,
B,
big
we get a
shoes to
wall
fill,
and then
right?
a
Winning
harbor
EMEA
wall
last season,
to
they're the
create a
reigning
little
champs, but
passageway.
Koi, on the other hand, you know,
Kinda
haven't
nice.
really had the best of performances. They had a completely restructured. The only players they've kept were the 2 champions, right, on their side. So it's interesting how
Liquid
they're
still
entering into this
full
one.
info over towards B in terms of this alarm bot,
Was a similar
and
story
Starkso
for Carmen
isn't
Core
close enough to
yesterday.
hear
I
it yet.
think he gave them that ability to play a little bit more loose, not having those expectations.
Kiko's looking a little bit different.
What I'm looking to see here from Koi.
Sure they'll fix that one
Curious that we
soon.
saw that
Those
harbor
Shadow.
wall actually used initially over towards that B side.
It's so
You can
good.
see
I think they have to do it
Koi
manually,
poison
chat,
right
every
here for
game.
Mystic.
I'm
There's
pretty sure.
pistols on the side of Koi, so this could be completely shut down here on this attack.
Ooh, Kiko has been heard. So they are wary of his position.
Yeah, and this guy creates a lot of pressure over towards B.
Himself over to this
Man,
side.
Shadow has historically always had the worst crosshairs.
Kept to that right-hand side.
Look at it.
Players of Koi looking to jump in, and there's only one defending it. Mystic's definitely giving the call over. Recon spotting him.
Oh, double kill, and there's a gun over towards here. Do they try and push close to get this?
Disadvantage for Team Liquid.
I mean, look at how much
Yeah, that's the rifle.
attention Starkso was able to keep towards that.
Yeah, not too bad. Big
Yappy's
Joe.
aware of the flag though. Starkso is dead, and Team Liquid still in the front seat.
May not expect another one close. The Nanoswarm says differently, though.
Oh, he's still wary of it, but the Bulldog will be superior. Oh, Shadow.
Okay, that's a gun on this one.
Chances close here for Koi.
They got Liquid have the
That's
wall.
the play you need to look out for here, and Enzo's got no idea. He thinks everyone's so far away, but it's Shadow that deals with him. So Grabinho's still in a secret position. Nats has got no clue where his opposing Viper is. And
Damn, thriftied on this one. Huge reply from Koi.
What a way to turn it around there. The positioning.
Yeah, and I don't know if they heavy focused over towards B too much. It didn't really feel like it. The jewels on site just were not there. They kind of get a little bit punished with the lighter buy.
Some ghosts coming up here as well. There is potential, though, to see Kiko try and cycle up the Blade Storm into this round. Only 3 away, but these orbs do very much so favor the attackers.
Oh, for sure. That's exactly what Koi wanted, you know. Lose a pistol, you're expected to lose the second round as well, but jump up.
Honestly,
you know,
definitely miss Barbar
exactly
Cam.
what you need to get things rock and rolling. Team Liquid, on the other hand, have to be brought to a standstill.
Yeah, that's a classic. I think when the molly comes in there, you got to accept that you're gonna die.
Peculiar commitment there. I feel like
yeah,
that's
I think
a
he
very
really heavy committed.
combination that we see coming out from the snakebite and that
It
shot.
wasn't.
like you
It wasn't even
mentioned.
like the timing
So
was that
Sparks gonna
good.
Try and actually stick it. And now, got to switch over completely towards B. Knowing that they have the weapons advantage here on Koi, they're looking to fight more for these long angles.
Yeah, I love how Koi are playing this. Careful, cautious. Never underestimate Team Liquid and such positions. I mean, Koi got underestimated the previous round, and they showed us how they did it.
Look at the stack, though. Team Liquid, 3 players already here.
Best case scenario, really, for Team Liquid here. They need to get a pick to even be considered in the conversation. Camo into the open. He's got clear line of sight, and that's will get traded
The
naturally.
trades are nicer as well, and this is really good for Koi because Shadow now into the next buy rounds gets his
This
ult.
round is pretty much written. 2 for Koi, Team Liquid with 1, and waiting on for the next one.
Who's
It's a
getting the
matter of
plant?
finding
Shados with the
out
plant, one
which
away as well. Imagine Shados gets this last kill.
I mean, for Koi, you're looking to hold everything together. It's just a single
Okay,
swing
Starkso.
here from Starkso, though.
Just over
to
halfway as
seal
well.
the deal,
So
but everything
Liquid
as
in a really
expected
rough
here
spot.
into round number 3. Looking into the next, though, is where things get interesting. Operator finally in the hands of Kiko.
GMS,
Lozar was
thank you
talking
so
about
much,
some
man.
of this.
Appreciate it. Thank you
I love the fact that it
for
was
the
Enzo trying to
13.
get
Thank you so much.
into his ultimate, and it's Shadow, the opposing.
Who picked this? Liquid picked this
so-
map.
And his ex-teammate having the Hunter's Fury first.
It is what it is. Opportunity there to save that into the post plan. Also nice, though, for zoning, especially towards that A site. Just
Odin.
completely clear out the left side.
The
of
Odin
Maze
on
if
the
they do
A
opt
site.
for
I mean, spam a lot of screens for
towards A.
sure.
Operator over towards B, not going to find too much
Can definitely
value here
spam
into
the Harbor Cove if they go for the plant top site.
Not going to be the case.
Could actually work out
Instead,
pretty well
seem to be
here.
planting this A site. There might be a rotation further on, but no impact so far. Team
So a
Liquid.
bit of pressure over towards A.
No scouting.
No one
required.
actually
Recon not
dueling in
even
towards
used by
this
Enzo.
area, but question mark for both of them. Shados would love an
Slow,
orb.
very patient. Spike leaning towards this B side. Kiko so careful to duck from that dart. And I really like the cascade that comes up here. Puts so much pressure towards B main. Team Liquid have no idea if someone's scaled up, just waiting towards green for a timing on that lurk.
Team Liquid ready to bounce, though. You can see how centered are in the map, right? So
Yeah,
wherever
we
the
get
hit
to the
does
1
come
second
through,
mark and
potential
Liquid
quick
changed a bit
rotations.
of their setup over towards A, now going heavier
Everyone
towards
regrouped
Heaven.
Towards this A site. With silence across the map, Team Liquid.
Drone comes out just in
also
case
look to
anyone's
lean
close.
this way. You already see Poison ready with that snake bite as well. And off the tag, going for a Hunter's Fury. Not to find anything, though.
It does open up the map,
Yeah,
though, and
dodged
this
it well
team
on
will
this, but
definitely
this
try
does
and
mean that they
make
can
use
get
of it.
over towards the
Take
site
as much
easy.
space as possible, get the spike
What
down,
plant
but
do we
Team
go
Liquid,
for?
As noted, are really close to contest it. 3 nearby, and Kiko
Default
already
plant.
on the case with the
Shock
spike only
darts,
just being
mollies.
Oh, near
All these
miss with
missed.
that as
Shock
well,
darts
with those
missed. So
molly
they went for the
lineups.
G2 plant, which is this one over towards here. So
The operator
Liquid
for
thinking
Kiko.
it was a default plant where this dot is, but actually was planted on the
Two
X.
ultimates being so strong here for Koi is going to change the entire round. But Team Liquid
Killjoy ult goes in and they're
try and deal with it or hold it
they're
back. It's going to buy a
rushing
lot
it.
of time. It seems Yampi is going to go right in for the fight.
Oh
But he's
man,
being dealt with by
they're on
two
different
players
pages
in
right
front of him.
now.
Oh, this is difficult. Koi've got command
Sage wall
control
for the
of site,
retake.
even though they're trailing in numbers.
Sage
Team
wall
Liquid
goes
gotta
up,
get
Molly
in
goes
here
up at the
quickly.
same time. Can they
Kiko,
spam the wall?
operator's shot. It's not good enough though because there's not enough space garnered.
Dude, no
Rubinho
one
to the
spammed the
back end,
wall.
Still has a snake bite. No, he doesn't. He's been walled off. And Shadow nearby uses a classic. Diffuse halfway. Shadow! Is he going to do it against his former teammate? Shadow nearby!
Damn, no time on this one.
Find the shot. Round goes to Koi. What an explosive round for them to win.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah,
Pistols in
and
that situation.
honestly,
the shorty has
they're just
to come
using the.
out on
What's
top
kind of interesting
in
is
that
no one's
close
really
quarter
used
fight,
the
but
harbor
right
like
down to the wire.
like
It was a
Sage,
great stall coming
and
out from the Nano
they
Storm
kind of
from
used the
Shayna's.
cove. It made it
When the
look like it was a
barrier
default
went up
plant
just to
towards the
9, that
middle, and all the
initial
util went there
stick to
accordingly.
have that could have granted that round towards Team Liquid, but now heading into the next.
But
Kiko
actually, it was the
gonna
old
be
G2
only
plant, the
thing
one
we're
that's
looking
most common
towards
with the
up again,
Sage wall.
as well as the Blade Storm, but the rest of the team lacking behind.
Yeah, it's really going to have to be just the operator here for Team Liquid. And it kind of starts begging the question here. Who was the superior player in Apex?
How many?
Right?
Yeah, how many
Shadow
replays of
coming
Barber
out.
are we getting?
Really strong on
I'm
this
going
map
for this map
already.
alone. I'm going for
What a brilliant start. Quite
how many
the
rounds are we in?
statement, right?
Man, I'm going for like 6 replays of him, surely.
Little jiggles towards mid here. They're just chilling in spawn, waiting, seeing what
9,
Team Liquid are going to
maybe.
bite on.
Okay, so we saved the op. Kiko managed to dash away with the spike. Arbor wall goes in, blocks vision. That's nice. Blocks vision from the top of pipes.
Again, very diligent, always with that owl drone to clear out. Nice barrier orb towards mid though. Grants a little bit more safety for Team Liquid to stack towards these sites.
Yeah, you've got to give it to Koi here for being able to use.
And they find out where the op is.
so
Do they
far
want to
Stark
keep
Zone
going?
Only one away from him getting his own. Harbor ult really good for those retakes. And
Yeah, I mean, Kiko's pretty confident that they're not going to be going for this. Molly in the plant. Oh, that's nice. Tap of the plant, and then they free pass and take back a site with an additional harbor wall that cuts this off in half. Cool.
Spike planted. A very conservative plant spot here for Koi though. Despite their weapons advantage, not expecting Mystic on the upper angle.
No, could be saving grace perhaps. Still a long way to go. One pick is in the right direction. Shadows been a rampage for a while. It's time to shut him down. Stark's only nearby though. It's going to be quite a menace. And he hasn't yet been cleared. Actually, scratch that. Nats has done a lot. And Rubinho's always being a thorn to their feet.
No.
Close to the action. Shorty Kiko closes up the angle. Enzo would have
Yeah, and nice cleanup from Camo. He gets his ult into this round. So, another big buy round coming in for Liquid, and they got to deal with the Yoru ult. Kind of liking how Koi are playing, to be honest. It's not like other Harbor comps in terms of when it comes to planting. Right, you would think it would just be like the normal cove towards, if you're on A, like Heaven or Default. But this one was really cool. Actually just tap the spike, Viper wall down, wall already behind it, and they kind of just isolate and take the back of sight.
For that execution towards sight, this could be an opportunity for Koi to kick up the speed here on the attack. They've been playing very conservative, very slow into the early round. They could take Team Liquid off guard by a high octane play.
Mystic gets his ult. They decide to call to go aggro with Rez. A little bit risky.
Right here. And make sure you've got the facilities to take up a site take cleanly. If now they are fancying this B site, 2 players to hold, and
Drone goes in.
Is approaching for reinforcements.
They had a lot of info early, so they leave Jet and we 4-person rotate. Enzo with the Odin over towards Snowman's. The first time we've seen it, but this comp's actually pretty good against it in terms of Koi's.
The Odin and the Sova. But Dimensional Drift now out here.
1,
Camo
2.
looking to scout, picking out some of these enemies, and here comes that Harbor's ultimate that we're expecting.
Oh, he checked behind him.
A dry peek, why not? And flash behind. Just
Damn, that was
the
nice.
idea that he's behind them. Brilliantly done, and just like that, he opens up the site. Exactly.
Yeah,
how we
and
would
don't
like
know what
it.
the sound was like there, but
Clear example of how you take over. It's 4v3. Team Liquid needs something, and they need it quick.
Gorgeous combination now into the post plant though. Giving up so much site space. Yellow though still in the hands of Koi.
Oh, but it seems like Koi's still winning out on these strays, and they can afford to do so. Superior numbers, Kiko. What can you do here?
and Shadow has ult. Does he play this one well?
Oh, Kiko. You tried
1,
it. But it's not going to be enough. Shadow's just playing
Dodge, then we can just stick this. I think he's won that. Pretty sure Kiko's won this. Whoa.
No way he gets off here.
Recon going inwards. Oh, he spots out Kiko. Kiko wins it. Does he have enough time on the spike again? He might barely have it.
Oh.
And I think he does.
Oh, Liquid. Liquid managed to get it. Holy hell. That was close. That was really bold. Pretty sure he had it with the straight stick, but he didn't know exactly how far away he was.
It was right down to the wire. Had he pushed any further
zero.
towards B main, a different
0.15.
But now looking to carry
Nice.
this momentum forward. It was an
Close
extensive
though,
round there for
like
Koi,
really
with the
close.
use of the reckoning,
And
with the use of the dimensional
Liquid are in a bit of a
and a lot of these rounds have come
bit
down
of a
to just
rough spot in
Kiko
terms of
in
if
like a
they lose
1v2.
this,
And despite Koi winning them out previously,
they're gonna
it
have
has
no
also
money.
meant that they haven't been able to build up that economy.
It feels like it's always Shadow and Kiko, right?
Yeah.
It's always those two. But finally, Team Liquid have got something going their way. Finally, they can get things rolling in their
Yeah, because
favor.
you got to think 1-9 loss bonus on top
for
of this,
now,
chat.
you can
That
see
is
Team Liquid
that
a
is
little bit more
literally
aggressive on
only a
this
few
A-site
people.
Enzo, fancying a little bit of further cross
No,
movement,
literally
but
only
no
one
jumps back.
person that can buy.
And you can see the same on that B side, right? How far up Kiko is pushed up.
Money for Koi pretty low as well. 2-4 loss bonus on this, so this is a big swing round.
Liquid actually denying that B main space right off the gate. But again, this gives so
And
much
Liquid have the
information.
ults into it.
To deny
We
so much
fake
space
wall over towards B and we push,
Koi,
and
that
maybe
extra reassurance
maybe they
in
heard
Team
this.
Liquid. Kiko and Mystic get caught out here on that aggressive positioning. They had the barrier behind them. That gives that signal to the remainder of the team.
Viper
when things
walking
go
up
awry.
tube.
But the A-site hit has taken place. Nat's holding back. He's got a Viper spit of his own.
Yeah, and while this is going on, Viper's created a bit of pressure over towards middle, breaks the turret. Call comes in late. Damn, he gets 1 on 45 HP.
It's a trade.
Pretty big.
Resurrection being available brings Team Liquid back on top. Starks to make sure
He gets
Kiko
both.
is not going to stay alive, and Koi remain with numbers advantage.
Big
In
3 on
the Viper
3.
split they go, though. This is where
Whoever
all
loses it
gets
has to
really,
eco.
all gets all a bit too uncomfortable. Starks are slowly replenishing. Well knowing where the spike is, sprays coming across it all.
Kid's looking crisp. Oh!
Snake bite to his feet. It's down to a one-on-one. Oh, it's Nats and Shados, isn't it? And it's Shados that
Shados with the insta swing.
6, well,
Yeah,
5 to 2
nah,
here
it's
for Koi
a
as they get to
nightmare.
another
Liquid
win.
is sitting around like
Look at it, too.
2,300.
I thought when we saw
One
that
person
Viper
is
hit coming out from
4,400.
Nats in the previous round that they were able to maybe collapse immediately onto that plant, but Nats stays on
The
Raptors
new kid's
the
looking pretty
entire
good from
time,
Koi.
not actually getting the vision that his hit is meant to grant him in that kind of situation. Now onto this eco round here for Team Liquid. Again, all eyes on Kiko. I hate putting all of that pressure on the duelist, but with the Blade Storms up, that's the only person you can really go towards.
Oh, for sure. And I feel like this round, it just allows Koi to just exacerbate their lead, right? They instantly get into a 6. I don't blame the Team Liquid timeout, right? You want Emil to come and talk to these boys. Something's clearly gone wrong, and it always comes to very
Yeah,
rough
and I think they kind of need to talk
it's
that they're
always a
playing
coin flip where
the
ball will
Harbor a
be winning.
little bit,
I think it's
a
that
little bit different
comparison
from what we've
between these
seen.
team compositions again.
Because normally when you kind of load in, you
Koi,
see a Harbor, you're
looking
thinking
at the
back
fact that they
to
are innovating. They have the double controller, but
thinking back
instead of
to
using someone a
who
little
was
bit more
playing it
standard,
at
like an
lock-in?
Omen, like a Brimstone, you have
Like
the Harbor
C9,
that is able to cut off
DRX,
so many more lines of
like
sight.
how those
I
teams
like
played
the
it.
way that you're
But
able
this
to
is a
scale
lot
up
different.
using
Loud.
that cascade and just the vision that they've denied consistently.
I think
trying
they're-
to
I think
condition
they're the
that
3
over
teams that
towards
played
the
it.
main. And Team Liquid, sure, they've gone safe. But when you go safe as well, when you're going back to that meta down in 2023, people have the read on that. They're used to playing against it. It's a lot easier to adapt.
DRX played it fast. Yeah, but kind of only because their game was before Loud, I'm pretty sure. That's right. Been McLeod9.
For this one. For now, it's a polarized setup here for the defenders. 3 on the one side, 2 on the other. A bit of a pyramid going on here for Team Liquid. It's Kiko going aggressive. Ooh.
Wait, recon shooters? The recon shooters failed on either side. I think maybe this recon was just a little bit too deep to actually be able to see it from pipes though, so
Completely giving up that A side as well. Off
we
that
get
information.
knives out.
Still, despite all
And
the
this was
space
the
that
person that I
Koi
thought
taking
would buy
towards
into it,
B-main,
but it's 2-9 with the 2-4, so they decide to save for the op. So Liquid thinking that big win condition is getting the op out towards Kiko, and we have a 9-person duel.
For Team Liquid, Koi playing it slow. They haven't quite realized how close everybody is. Kiko, the only one to find a shot. Shot that, trying to find damage. Oh,
I mean, he took him down with him.
Oh, it's death by suicide. But still, it's a 2v2, and Team Liquid might have a chance. They don't have the
5
weapons
HP
it.
for
Nats
Shados?
though, and he's nearby, low on health. He cannot be too comfortable in this one. Replenished. And Koi, you need to sign the alarms. You've got to get the hell out of there. Get to that A site as soon as possible.
Did they throw a
Could
Sage
get caught
slow?
off on this rotation,
Felt like
though,
they both
especially
knew.
if they slow down
Lovely hill
by
as well
any
over
measure.
towards
Mystic,
Nats.
the one to catch up
Kind of makes
initially,
this
but
one at
he's
least have a
also
bit of
the
an
one with
advantage.
only the
Mystic
share
here
of
is
hand
so
trade-off.
so early.
Solo
Yeah.
just the headshot
And a
here.
wall.
Down to 2v1.
And he's bought the time, right? Now
Yeah, I mean, the wall's good there.
And he can play the patience game. Shadow's the one
Gets
on the
out.
As soon as he gets that spike down, he doesn't have his weapon now
Great
anymore.
reposition.
Okay, they play together. The wall kind of wrecks them a little bit in the long term, but means they can only come around one way of the site, but they could also... Yeah, and he's going to see that. Does he go up? Oh, he might have owned
Also
this.
working in his favor, and that kind of... There's no way!
He just caught off.
Wait!
He might have owned this. Oh my goodness, what a shot. I can't even see that guy.
Read it in the end. Smart as ever. Clears it out.
I think that was a nice try,
And,
though.
in a clean way, it's a thrifty to go in Team Liquid's side this time around.
Okay, but I gotta call out the fact, how are you able to go up on the rope there? Like, that is...
Mechanics.
Valorant, very good game. Valorant, very good game. Wild, but well done for Team Liquid. That push towards B main was everything. The damage that Enzo was able to find as well with those shocks. Now, a timeout for Koi coming in. Again, looking towards the ultimate economy for both sides. Great retake ults, great
an early timeout, though. I
denial
like it.
ults as well on the side of Team Liquid. For Koi?
EMEA, the region of team kills. Dude, we got, what are we on now? Three in just these two?
I mean, you could see Camo maybe coming out with a shotgun.
Three in the
first.
Four? Nah, that was
deep in towards site.
You guys included in the Razor? I mean, I guess so, yeah.
It's hard to imagine. It's really hard to imagine, but yes,
Yeah, I guess so. It is 4.
Would be quite the expense, right?
Na'Vi racked up 3 of them.
A couple of players empty-handed if they do come into it, but it's a thinking game also, right? Up until this point, Team Liquid haven't been really pushing too much with extremities, and when they have, they've been created by some utility, whether they're spots or some lurking players. They haven't really been allowed to do their thing. But for now, Team Liquid found some stats.
Yeah, that's true.
Them off guard. So
Got to include them both. All right.
And we are also seeing some of these rifles coming out here. So it very well could be that dimensional drift.
Wait, they're really going for a buy here. Shotgun? Maybe with the ult?
For that as well. Yeah, Judge in. Okay, knew it.
Okay.
But if they lose this round, their economy is in the tank. Even more of an opportunity for TL to catch up.
Oh, this could be quite
Killjoy ult, Sova ult, Yoru ult with a Judge, and then if they get over towards the site...
He's walking down mid.
He's walking down mid, so he is closing up the distance.
If they get over towards the site, they have
how much Koi have invested in this into this round. But for now, it's got Koi round written all over it.
This read is so good, just fully cutting off the angle there with that harbor wall.
It was nice pressure, actually, to be honest, as well. Like, it looks like it's creating a lot of pressure. It blocks a lot of vision. Blocks if they push close. Blocks if you're here. And then if you're any of these as well, creates so many question marks over towards middle. I actually really like that. Their harbor stuff's pretty good.
Or maybe try and go for fire. I wouldn't recommend. Hunter's Fury. As soon as the wall
Okay, wall breaks. Yeah, that was nice. No pressure over towards A. Wall breaks, so they realize that they're probably waiting for the wall over towards B, and just a good angle.
Pit, though. Koi can find that plant. But again, Spike leaning away.
At least they've got weapons available. At least they've got a Viper's Pit. It's not all over, but Team Liquid have read this clear open book right now from Koi.
This is a nice fake right now. 4 people in this box. Just the harbor util. Wall goes up as well. Cove invested. No Cove invested as well. And the vision block's been here the whole time. Enzo probably should have used his drone a while ago.
Likely they'll get the plant, but the lockdown later on from Yampy is going to be way
Keep an eye on the time.
But he's sticking by. He's sticking close. He's feeling it. He wants to go in for a fight. He's finding some sprays, but he only kills a bot. Oh, they're all so close to him, and he's just given away the team's advantage. No lockdown, no Yampy. It has to be a 4v4. Koi got clear way to success with hiding into the Viper's Pit really close to the spawn.
This is one of my favorite Viper ults on this. I used to hate the one that's back here. The one over towards Screams is just so nice.
Oh, and he's quick to the trigger on Starkso, but somehow Starkso keeps ahead.
Where are we, man? There's so much vision block.
Right at the end. Oh, it's Koi. And they're so close to closing it.
Lovely round from them. Dude, the actual like the actual whole macro on this round was really cool. Vision block over towards middle, fake over towards B as well.
Swarms were everything, and you saw Koi moving, shifting where they were going for that plant spot. That's just so unfortunate. The one thing that he managed to actually take down was that bot. There were two right in front of them. And he couldn't have really stuck around there for much longer anyways. Like, he had to get a pick or else he would have been found. There was no way to really buy any more time for the rest of the team.
I think he just realized that he went too far on that walk, you know?
Yeah, and every time Liquid win a round, it's losing the next as well.
With the pit coming out just so deep into screen.
Oh, this guy's so dead. Wait, gets out. The wall kind of helps him.
They've got suboptimal weaponry, but they might get caught off with this harbor roll. Kiko trying to run and hide as the cavalry is on the case. Koi just right here, full pedal to the metal.
This harbor wall, when you do this as well, little gap that they might try and use against you. It's nice. Not that you can replicate this every time, but good to check it out.
They're trying to bait out a couple more peaks coming out.
And because they have the harbor that's creating pressure over towards middle, they can save their Viper Orb in the after plant to go heaven.
Really nothing you can do other than look to deny some more of these ult
He's
orbs.
just a stat. He's just the number. He'll be
Bro, the harbor is definitely better than the Sage now.
There you go. Why not? It's Shadow.
Like the harbor just gives you so much.
For Koi, and it's just shaping up so great for them. Already 7-3. I think many people wouldn't expect this is his icebox, right? This is Team Liquid's map pick. Obviously, you know, you're jumping into a time where you don't have any expectations. There's no kind of clear view of which team is playing, what they're playing, what the setups will look like. You're playing Valorant from the get-go. No anti-stratting, really, and you're forced to play your own game plans. And so far, Koi seems to have the superior one on this attack.
And I think that's a big shout, considering all of these opening
12
matches, not just
dude,
this one.
Shadow new IGL as well, 12-8. Been great.
Found themselves ahead.
Big buy round for Liquid, and there is a oh man, the killer combo. Enzo tanks the stray of it as well. Kiko gets out of there. This guy's a lunatic. There is no one even close to him on his team, really.
Tries to play the upper angle, but Kiko is good for it. Can he resist the second shot? And Team Liquid keeping on top.
Gets out of there. 3-on-3. Yampy pops his ult in return. I mean, they're just going to push this, though.
It's nice. The spacing, at least, that the earlier attacker's ultimate comes out here, pushes TL
I'm surprised
back,
no one
like
pushed that.
denying them
Felt like they had a freebie.
much time to retake this space of their own.
But there were 2 lockdowns, which means Koi had to be forced back as well. Kiko goes in for another bite, and there's 2 left. But he's so low, that's got to hinder his confidence. Moves up. That angle from Starks.
What the hell is this wall?
But now he's been revealed. Kiko going all the way around. He might be able to find
Nice round from Kiko.
pair it up with Yampy's kill. Team Liquid.
Yeah, that was a lot of individual play from him.
A 4K for Kiko.
Very
They're
good.
not expecting his positioning over towards jail. This is also the Blade Storm refreshed into the next round. Yes, pockets are hurting into the last round of this half, but opportunity to, at the very least, buy into one of his teammates here on Team Liquid. But the numbers can't lie. 17-9 right now for the duelist on Liquid.
I think there's a lot of pressure on Kiko to perform here, right? Obviously, there are a lot of famous, you know, duelists across the VCT EMEA, and him getting the step up, coming in over from the Challenger Leagues, he's got a lot to perform, right? He's playing in Team Liquid. He's got to fill in the shoes of Safe,
Right, last round.
This is no short task for him to do, and for him on his debut,
Pretty much a full buy everywhere. Mystic has to take a Guardian.
Walk up towards B main. He's been so dynamic.
Kiko just wants to keep everyone on edge. Oh, Kiko!
Well,
makes it look
yeah,
easy.
the aggression gets rewarded.
Team Liquid are 5-3.
Okay, you know it's a clone. Mystic still on this upper angle. The flash, though.
Yeah, Mystic definitely needs to stay alive, especially as we have the wall for retake. That is the one that creates pressure, going to make them fight heavy over towards site.
The camo is low, you can't feel confident to stay up close and personal. And the fact that Team Liquid are playing this as a team, everybody grouped up, is not going to give them any opportunity. Scratch that, Shadow's found a pick. Mystic is no more. He needs another, and then the back to equal footing. Here. Shadow.
Positioning.
Oh, but still gets one for a
13
shot.
HP, not a chance.
And they all circle around
Okay,
Camo
pretty good
to
recovery
end his
considering how it
life.
was starting from
And off the
Liquid here.
back of Kiko,
Loved some of the
again,
Koi
it is a
stuff
Team
on
Liquid
attack.
success.
This is the scoreline that we needed to see coming out.
Nice
from
stuff
Team
from
Liquid.
Kiko
We
as well in
cannot
terms of
forget
confidence.
that these roster changes
Yeah, they had some
bring
really
in
cool harbor
this
stuff that we haven't already
X4
seen.
is in place of the team that was the winner of last year's VCT EMEA League. Big shoes to fill here, and this momentum in those retakes is what they needed to get back into Icebox after that 1-4 start there up against Koi, who have looked so comfortable. Now Koi on the defense though. It's where things get interesting on Team Liquid.
Kiko,
You've got
yeah.
two
We're
Sentinels
thinking
in
pistol
your
in the last
composition.
two
Not
rounds.
much information to go off of when you compare it to the Jet versus the Yoru pick in that duelist to actually try and get behind those smokes, see what's going on those sites, and try and break through these choke points.
Yeah, I think it's already a success story here for Koi. 7-5, good half. Now jumping into the defense. You've got a lot going for you, as you said, and utility to go for
19
retake.
to
So
9.
versatility is the name of the game for Koi.
And
Team Liquid, on the other hand, got to play catch up, and the best way to do it is with
Okay.
a pistol win.
See what we get with pistol.
Same walk up.
And this time it's Koi's turn. Shadow leading the charge, but it's Camo with first blood.
They actually
Just like that, Koi
do the
are
same
in numbers.
pistol back to them.
Stick
Less
around now.
numbers, but
They're gonna fully back off
take
here
down
for
Nats
Koi.
in terms of the only smoker as well. That
keeping
is
some of that
the
great
best
control.
possible pick they could have got, to be honest.
But space found here for Kiko towards this
No,
A
no
site.
pressure over towards B anymore. They can hold one
So
person
deep
here,
in this
potentially
one,
heavy
happy to
rotate,
give up the site.
and just
Comfortable
means
in
that
their retake. They have
playing
that
over towards the
retake
ramp is going to be a lot
top of the
stronger.
Screen to work off of that cuts off maze. Just not looking to give anything away.
It's the simple story.
Jet
We've
smokes?
gotta pick.
Not
Stay
today.
back, don't push.
Not today,
No need
not on
for that.
pistol.
We're up in numbers.
We're up in numbers, guys. And Koi seem to know how to do that. But here we go. Team Liquid have got an A site control. The interesting positioning is from Yampi. He's the person that could potentially turn
Plant
this
Heavens, the
whole
good
thing
wall
around
to make sure that you can't get shot.
It's a
I
really
mean, that's
nice
a
wall
solid
point there.
after plant,
I think
and
someone has spotted them though. Starks was nearby, and Shadow turns around in time.
man, felt
Beautifully
like Shadow
done.
was just
Koi got
baying
even
him with the
further
tip of
ahead.
the head. That was insane.
Such an aggressive push there into screens though. Mystic gives
It
one
is a
away
good
for free.
plant. I don't know why they're fighting so heavy on site. I guess because of the cove. Makes sense. Oh, that was a chunky one.
Damage. Gets one before he drops, so Kiko's got to do it
Yeah,
all
I
by
think just the
himself,
pressure
but
of the
obviously
cove
if
here
you're
means
up
they kind of
against
have to
three,
duel
it's just a little
early.
bit too much to ask of this young gun. So Koi,
Especially
win off
especially against
another
pistols, it's just so strong.
Overextending there.
1-1 for
I
the
mean,
pistols.
I like the idea of pushing in towards screens, but you need to have more than one person with you. Obviously, with the Sage here on the side of Mystic, you're out of utility. There isn't much you can do other than go for some of these brawls. We're expecting a little bit more of that follow-up to find those trades, but on an island. Now, great reaction.
Yeah, loving the excitement.
Coming into the replay. Love the energy here.
I mean, Koi are coming into this with a nothing to lose attitude, right?
Yeah.
They play against Team Liquid, expectations are low, so coming in, you know, with a success is exactly what you want to see.
What?
Looking at the economy too. Outlaw coming in here for Kiko.
Oh, baby.
Bro,
Pistols
Na'Vi
to try and follow up.
and Liquid both going for
Again,
this.
it's a double pump, right? Faster reload when you've only got one bullet to put back in.
Starks has got an outlaw zone as well.
The
So
brothers
he's,
think the same.
Over onto this A site alone. So
Who would have
nothing
thought?
coming in his direction. Standing ahead.
It's interesting to see. It's like the more powerful option of
How
that
many, I
pistol
mean, there's
martial
only
buy
2
that we've
people for him
seen
to
from
take
some teams in
down.
the past.
The Sage Wall drops and Team Liquid will make their way to the
Okay.
side. Nats has been spotted, I do believe.
Yeah, when we have a
He's
late...
holding an angle that no one's going to peek him
I
out.
really
At
found
least
that weird
Cameron
from
might
Koi.
commit, but
I'm not
could be
gonna
an
lie.
element of
They were
timing.
like behind the
With
wall,
Toxic
could have
Street popping
spammed
in,
it.
it's
Wall
not
came
great
up
for
and then they
Kiko,
just
but the
didn't
spike is
really...
down, and this
Didn't really
outlaw can do
spam
a
it until they
lot
heard
of
the
damage. No one's
actual
on- oh, well, 2
plant.
of them have got full armor, but the rest of them can help out.
Smoke is good for the retake. We need to keep an eye on the Killjoy Lark. Alarm bot isn't
Great
close enough,
cascade,
so
blood in towards sight.
they're not going to realize
Kiko,
Yampi
first
is
shot
lurking,
goes
I'm
to
pretty
it.
sure.
Fabinho closes up the distance with a Spectre, that's exactly
Okay,
what you
well, they
need.
just
Starks
took him
are
down
charging in from
insta.
a distance as well. Everything falling exactly as Koi would have liked. Mystic has gone all the way around, and I don't think they quite know where he is, but
Okay,
they
nicely
do,
done in the end.
finding
Pretty good
eventually.
damage.
So
Like
Koi,
the
unlike
the
Team
duels were
Liquid,
relatively
find the
close.
follow-up to their pistol win.
Very clean retake there. Team Liquid seeming to struggle a little bit on both halves now on how they want
And
to
they bought so
respond
much
to
that
these
the
additional
defensive
strokes that are coming in
outlaw
again.
can get a lot
Both
here,
walls
surely.
each side are
1,
cyclable. You just
2,
have
and
to wait
3.
for that timer there for Stark.
Wait,
so
did they
on
drop
his.
it? Oh no, there we go.
Just a nice
Oh wait, I'm looking at the of the wrong ones.
Information. You're playing
How the hell have they got so much money?
as well
Oh, okay,
on the side
priority
of Team
on the
Liquid.
heavy armor
Really,
because
the
they
only
know
things
it's
that you're
there.
relying on is for Enzo to hit some sort of crazy
Okay, I think that makes sense though.
drone to come through.
Almost went for the
Otherwise,
wrong team.
you don't have
Yeah,
much
priority on the
work
heavy
to
armor,
break
which
through
means
this
we have a
one.
Stinger, a Guardian,
great game
because they
at
know
all
that the
for
Outlaw's been
17.
saved.
Contrast that with the opposing Sova Shadow doing so much. He's not feeling the most comfortable, so definitely not leading from the front in this one, although we have seen him do so quite a lot in the past at Apex. But for now, it's slow and steady for Team Liquid.
The Outlaw buy.
Sort of aggression to come out from Koi.
If I wouldn't do it in the first game against people. Like if I watch demos and I realize that they like to prioritize rifles and buy light armor, then I'm in for it. But such a risk in the first game, I think.
Team Liquid have got to win this.
It felt the same when
Losing this
Na'Vi bought
is
it.
gonna put them so far behind and crept past. Can Koi read this? Grabinho in the smoke. Do they anticipate it? He's going to just peek out eventually. Only gets one before he drops. But still, this is really good for Team Liquid, opening up the B site entirely, but they haven't gone in for the move.
And they go back,
Looking to regroup here.
and this
Sounding
drone
alarms
doesn't
for
clear
Koi,
deep, but it
They're
does.
actually not looking to make that full rotation
Oh, I
over
lie.
with
I literally
silence
lie.
now
Clear
towards
close.
B.
Yes, they're good to get information that they're coming over towards A, and they might get here in time.
Play the numbers, play the trade game.
30 seconds left.
Sova,
You've got two flashes
Shock
to work
and
with here,
Sova
backside
Recon.
for Camo as well. Could do everything to stall. 25 seconds on the clock.
They should have enough ample time. Although Koi have found their players here.
Yeah, they go for a
More to block
Fnatic
out one of
plant.
These entrances. It's a
Wait.
good one. Shadow. Will
Weird.
try and go in for an elevated position. Shocked up towards the Spike's location. Nano Swarm misses the mark. And that's Camo to the back of sight. Already no more. And Team Liquid seem to be clear to close this out because Shadows and Shadow only got pistols. And they're not going to be good enough to deal with a stampede of rifles. They know where he is, surely, right? Well, they're still
Oh
looking.
my.
Oh,
That was fast.
Plain flick.
It was
But
real
it's his
fast on
demise,
that.
Inevitable. 6 rounds for Team Liquid, trying to keep close score with Koi.
Koi
How many,
on a weapons deficit
how many
there.
kills
That was
is-
their bonus
How
rounds
many kills does Kiko on
into
now?
this half. Now, full loadout here for both sides. Nothing too crazy coming out on the side of Team Liquid as far as any ultimates that can help with the setup for one of these executions. You're mostly looking towards Mystic to give an opportunity to breathe life into one of
25 to
his
11.
teammates if they do fall early, giving Kiko a little bit more of that freedom, I guess, to be a bit more aggressive into this early round. But again, it's always this consistent slow start towards B main. So hesitant to creep up.
And that's a
Well.
pick you want from Yampi. And
Yeah.
it was with an outlaw, no less. So good start from
This
Team
round
Liquid,
really
exactly
was
what
good
they
for
needed, and I
everyone
feel
one
like Team
shot.
Liquid have sort of lacked these early picks. So can they use this to their advantage?
Great wall coming through here. That high
Any shock
side
darts for default?
From Stark, so making it just that much more difficult. What an angle!
What the?
Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa!
What
okay.
It's like Enzo knew exactly the weakness of that toxic screen, so he took care of it. Realizes Starkzo's nearby, and goodbye. So, 5 versus 3, Team Liquid looking really strong. Pair that up with a Resurrect if anything goes wrong for Team Liquid.
Yeah,
So,
and it
Koi's
looks
got a decision
like
making
Koi
right.
saved
They
this
go
one,
for
and
the
it's the
3v5.
best
It's a gamble,
possible round
right?
Liquid
Best to
could
save those
ask
weapons.
for.
Yeah, they save. I mean, you've
Give
got Enzo
3,000, no one has to rebuy armor, just got to rebuy some util, and then even the util is like minimal.
So Rubinho into the next round, they've got
That's it.
750 at maximum to work off of. They've just got to be a little bit more conservative to guarantee, especially knowing that Enzo is also on that outlaw as well. I think it makes a bit of a difference not looking to
In
drop
terms
one
of
those weapons.
in terms of these guys, 2-4 on top of it,
Looking
so
into the next, I mean, Team Liquid,
they're gonna
they've
force,
done
and
really
it's just
well
gonna be
now, I
like
think,
it might be light armor again,
conditioning that Koi have been trying
and
to do over towards B main. They
the
were
outlaw might be
expending
great.
a lot of that harbor utility early on. They stopped doing it. They shifted Starkzo over towards another site, but and expecting also for Team Liquid to just be like, okay, no, we don't even want to touch B at that point. But they still went back. They went to see if Starkzo would continue on with that utility usage, and when they didn't see it, it was that opportunity to push up.
Sure.
Yeah, he did see a gap on
Entering
his
another
screen.
buy round here. A little bit on the weaker side. Grabinho not sure if he wants to invest into a stinger or something, but ends up with the Sheriff. Revealing area. It's suboptimal for Koi.
It's so funny. So one of them actually
Maintain this lead rather.
bought extra armor as well on top of this.
Team Liquid easing up on them, closing in on them. Can put a
But
lot of
because they
pressure.
want
You
to
can see
make
already
sure,
pressure onto that left-hand side. Nats, with his
basically the
toxic
people with
screen, with his
3-1
presence.
They couldn't really buy light armor with this one, so their guns are not good. Got to prioritize the heavy armor. Outlaw definitely has loads of impact, I swear, especially if you buy it just once.
Camo playing a bit more aggressively towards.
I think I would always buy it second round just to create the pressure that you're going to be buying it later, if you're not going to.
Playing very passive over towards this A site. They have the Reckoning to work with again.
Not ready yet.
Koi just playing that retake game, knowing that they have so many opportunities to provide cover in that.
Koi have really good retake with their comp if they want to.
Into the plant itself.
Scanning ahead.
One person fake on this, but they've only seen the harbor. Harbor goes in. It did hit one, so at least make the sound like there's people here.
Sort of a confusing game for him, but still Koi have got 2 defenders to this and can throw utility that can do quite a bit of damage. Even have close up the gap.
Lovely.
Oh my God!
Gets out of there as well. Lovely from him.
And that's already advantage for Team Liquid.
Wait, did Mystic heal himself instead of Kiko?
Already expended just off of Enzo's contacts alone towards B. Nothing to work with now with ultimates.
And Kiko's being such a menace.
Oh my God. One bullet.
Give him the ace.
Oh, imagine. Somehow.
The denial from Camo, but he's got to find 4 of his own.
Okay.
Maybe 3, because he just deleted Yampy from existence.
Okay, he's out of there. Jesus, chat, how many kills is he on now? 20, 29?
The eco is so bad for Koi right
29,
now.
28? I can't even remember.
You can see Mystic is going for the chase, but who's chasing who, mate? Camo's got the backstab. Nicely done. So Team Liquid are closing up the gap here. This is going to be an
Koi's got to have a
round
timeout,
in the
I feel
bag.
like.
And off of Kiko's craziness for yet another time.
I mean,
It's weird because I'm kind of watching them, and it should be like their comp's really good for heavy retake, but I feel like too many of them are dying early, and this wasn't necessarily their fault.
Just being able to peek over top of them, catch Koi off guard in that kind of regard. 29 and 12, 1 away from that 30 bomb. The ace could have sealed the deal there.
29 and 12.
The next now. Save rounds here for Koi, just a hero rifle in the hands of Camo.
And Koi has been on a constant state of economical recession, right? They've never been able to get a good buy, and even when they're on the eco, it feels a little bit.
Uh-oh. Yeah, maybe that's a bit too much. There's a gun down there, but they can't really retrieve it. Rez goes in.
Square one.
Oh.
Dashed all the way in, so deep.
Instantly back, sending it.
Shadow so close to the action, but that's it. It's a simple spray across the smoke. Still, Kiko from above, not allowing Camo to be a menace at all. And Team Liquid taking these strikes with ease. Stark so overstays his welcome, and Yampy wants a double for his meal.
Hey. You spoke about
their attack has looked pretty solid so far.
With Safe being the one that he was being
I still think Koi needs a timeout. I feel like they're playing it a little bit wrong. I don't feel like every single time I look at the harbor, I'm just seeing a harbor with a cove. Just either his team's fighting or they're fighting over towards site, and they never have a chance to actually create the pressure. It's a lot down to Liquid taking a lot of back site control and holding it, but
he still manages to keep on top, keep Team Liquid back into contention, right? They brought themselves back to a 9-9 score, and definitely making Koi sweat a bit and get a bit frustrated because they've had a lead. These is 4 rounds in a row. After the pistol and the follow-up, Koi haven't won a single round since then.
Hey, I mean, it's very similar to how
still no timeout, 4 in a row.
Instead, it was that initial anti-eco in round 2 that got traded out. The spams expecting, again, that more aggressiveness positioning. Now a blind Hunter's Fury off the contact of that recon finds one.
Oh, Enzo gets 2 on the first tag. And
yeah, I can't believe he got 2 on that. He had to TP out of there.
And Kiko's find himself some very deep space here. And Team Liquid have just taken over the site and they've got the advantage. I think the issue for Koi is just losing too many players early. They can't play off of the advantage, but they're aggressing really far forwards already. Shadows on the case, but Kiko's not going to allow
it's just, it is not there on their timing. And Nats is back to 2021 Nats.
The lurking man himself is back. And there's only one left, and he's got the wrong idea. He's off on a remote island somewhere on vacation. Grabinho on the B site. And this is going to be the lead for Team Liquid finally.
Koi needed that round with where their economy was in.
Lovely.
Man, really nice conditioning coming out from Team Liquid in that situation too, because we've consistently seen Nats actually sticking with the entire squad. Usually a 4-1
3
split with
people
Yankee being the one to be that lurker.
Going up to 9K. They're searching. There is a duel here.
Seeing Natson as well. He's typically the one taking on that slot, taking on that timing. Gets taken out this time around, but nonetheless, they weren't expecting that wrap back around.
There's something to be said of the rookie.
There has to be a Koi timeout. What's going on?
If you consider Shadow being a rookie, he's made his mark in VCT before, but this is, you know, the new iteration, the partnership era of VCT. This is his first time coming in. You know, you got
Chat, am I mad? Have they used all their timeouts?
From, you know, the challenger side of things.
They used one.
It's experience together, right? Being able to keep and sustain a lead, and now it seems that towards the latter end of this map, they're not finding their footing on defense.
A bit too late. I still think it's fine.
But they've got a lot going for them this round. Ultimates, weapons, they've got to win this to stay in the game. Otherwise, it's
Instant Viper over towards
Team
B.
Liquid are bound to close out this game.
Got two in the Viper's pit here towards B. Spike leaning that way as well, but just a little walk away now at this point. With the noise made though, already towards this A side, you see rotations being pulled mid, very empty. Koi
Yeah, this is
very
nice.
passive towards mid
Cool.
spawn.
Oh, they heard this.
Forcing the usage
See
of
the
that
ping
out
out here.
because they hadn't
Uh-oh.
had any information there in the past.
No way. But Yampi's gonna think he's been
Find
seen.
Ult hooks onto Yampi would be optimal.
They want to go behind the pit here.
He's given a ping of Nats's whereabouts, but that's all he got really. Which begs the question, where are they? It's in mid, and Kiko has shown his awareness. Pushing forward.
Oh,
that's
that's a
gonna
nightmare.
That's
Damn, he's out of there.
Kill, never mind.
He's out of there. That was
Kill
sick.
Infiltrating
Kid's
the
crazy
backside,
good.
But it's Yampi and Nats to stay on top, so Team Liquid, topsy-turvy. They need to collect the spike again, but this round is definitely theirs with 30 seconds to spare.
Look at the way that Yampi's just walked all the way up towards A.
Starkso's being a sneaky menace though when he's able to double up together with Shados. Oh, Kiko needs to
Oh,
go
I was gonna say, one of the first Angels we've seen lose for a while.
He's got
The hell is that code
up
gone?
against two, and he's been notified.
Bounced down the ramp.
Of where he hides out, and he's got to deal with two different angles as well, two different elevations. He's got to try and run
What
around,
the?
but doesn't spot.
Okay,
out
nicely
Rubinho.
done.
It's Starkso
Can they
to end
stabilize
this
from
line.
this?
Koi
This is a
gets
big
themselves
round
onto
for
double
Koi
digits,
here.
and it's
Money's
grabbing
out of
right
control
back
for
up.
Liquid, but Koi, if they lose this, 1,900 lost bonus as always. The three of them going to be so wrecked.
Was lacking for Koi. And it all had to do also with Shadow being in a great position towards A spawn to have that angle for that Hunter's Fury, funnel out Team Liquid to force them out of Kitchen, force them into those fights. And then you've also got Rubinho, who is just exiting that Viper's pit, trying to clean up anyone trying to walk towards B. Double digits for both sides now. Lockdown in hand.
Things to be ironed out from both sides for sure. First official, always going to be some shaky business.
Yeah,
But,
it's a disaster
lockdown
for these
both
three.
end this time.
They
Team
got
Liquid, other ones with 3-2-1
Killjoy ult
ultimate advantage.
on the defense. Do they have? I mean, they have the combos for retake.
Koi are kind of hoping that's
The
case
killer
for
combos
hiding
on this
out.
map for
I don't
retake.
think we've ever saw such a big stack
And they
up
should be
come out
fine
from
to just
Koi.
let them have sight. I swear they're playing. I loved how they played this comp on attack. I hating how they're playing this comp on defense.
Everyone
Aryan 2029 with the 11 months. Thank you, thank you.
Nats might be trying to play the bait
That's
here
so
in the
cool.
pit.
That's actually a massive move. If he just sticks
Wait,
around
that
and
gives them
doesn't
so
die,
much space. That is
he's just
cool.
gained so much sight,
Knows they'll be
control
so
for
far
his
away
team.
of their own ult.
But Koi know of the plan, right? Now they can just spray into this Viper's pit as soon as they hear people crossing through. They're spraying towards the Spike's direction.
Gonna
Kiko
say, surely
wondering if
not.
This is the time for him to move through. He's
Dude,
waiting
he's
for a flash.
so...
What's he gonna go for a drive?
Man, how's he get two
Finds
there?
the right timing. That's a double for him. Enzo tries to find another chance into this, but Koi keep close. Starkso, he's being a menace around the back.
Every time we're on
here,
his POV,
and
it's
as
like
long
you
as
shouldn't
he
win
hasn't been
this.
dealt with,
Gets a
Team
kill.
Liquid are walking
2
on
now.
eggshells.
The timing here through the smoke, the plant right in front of him.
Spike planted.
Yampi on a long distance with the operator. He can play the off angle, but with the Viper's pit in front, it's definitely distracting.
Last player standing.
But Yampi actually finds Grabinho on the cross, so it's Starkso.
Lovely, yeah, really aware of that little gap, and that might be happening. Chat, how has Kiko got these 2 kills?
Missed out on that timing there, but
I
what
don't
a way
understand
to
it.
turn things around here for Team Liquid. Operator now in hand for the attack.
There's no,
inside.
that should
Yampi
never
wants to
happen.
actually pick that up as
Should
well.
never
Curious to
happen.
see how he looks
He's
to handle
fast
that.
with it
Again,
though.
He has been that lurking force, typically towards that A site. So maybe just trying to deny that initial A main information from Koi, that space that they've been looking to take through pipes, through nests. But a timeout now to be called here by Koi side.
Yeah, they've got to take this time out. I mean, And again, it's the old and tried story here.
They gotta. There's two ways of playing it. They could start going a little bit aggro, take some map control, which the Harbor's pretty good at, or they kind of play how the Harbor comp is meant to be played on defense, where it's just more retake. But so far, everyone's not on the same page, dying a little bit early.
I think though,
and Liquid are doing a very good job at fighting site, and that's part of the reason. But
a lot of different adjustments. They've been
it's still not.
With
Still
the
could be way better.
Coming out from Stark, so then they shift back towards playing a little bit deeper in spawn, trying to see if using that coverage on those retakes would favor them a little bit more. And the real shift, I think, for Team Liquid was the fact that they were paying a lot of respect to the controllers here on Koi in the beginning of this half, even in the beginning of the entire matchup there.
Oh, the pressure's definitely setting in here for Koi, and you can definitely tell inexperience perhaps, but Shadow and Stark, Shados and Stark, need to get these lineup of rookies back on track.
Goes down to an eco here. Harbor ult for the retake as well, if they need it.
The thing is, even with all of these adjustments, it's really been Kiko just fully disrespecting the smokes in that kind of regard. That has been the answer for Team Liquid. Slowing things down again, knowing that Koi has taken some opportunities to push up on their eco rounds.
When the hell did that?
It's very patient moves here for Team Liquid.
Wait, what?
Yeah, everything Team Liquid has been doing on this attack is well calculated.
Yeah.
Clearly knowing, okay, we've got to get a pick here at this point.
How does he hit him?
Lead us if we end up being on this side of the map, distracting as well. Koi not quite able to read Team Liquid's playbook.
Did Shados get wallbanged somewhere towards mid, like by the operator
Yeah,
from Yampi?
that's
Like, I'm wondering
insane.
where that damage actually came from.
Maybe he just
into the early round, but
broke his kneecaps. I don't know, when he just dropped from
that's a
elevation.
long drop. That's a long,
That's a long
drop.
drop. Yeah, not that case. Probably got shot from a distance.
Picking the right site, as we can see here.
Had a point where I hadn't even seen that engagement.
I really hope that Koi doesn't put their ult into the retake on this one when they got no guns. Camo's the only person with a gun.
Play the game he likes to play, the explosive gameplay that he likes to play. Camo gets one, but that's all she wrote. Kiko will be able to get himself the spike plant, and Koi are all the way across the B, so the rotation will take a while.
Kiko at least knows by trying to push through there that they can't get through.
I mean, you talk about damage, but Team Liquid are getting themselves on 12, right? So that's one away from.
Yeah, let's see if they can at least get this one right.
I think realistically,
Make it a little bit close. Arbor ult, Arbor Cove, Brine Plant, Brine Diffuse, sorry.
They have that opportunity to use the shock darts as well.
They're not going to go for it, are they? It's going to die from the spank.
And it's not like they're even going to try and play for
Oh, no,
any
here we
of those
go.
ult orbs either. With that match point looming, you're only looking towards this reckoning here from Stark.
They throw the cove.
And realistically, they don't have orbs to build, right? They don't have any. They're not any close to any ultimates.
It's no worth. Well, match point.
12-10 for Liquid. One away from closing out their own map pick. A rough start, but it seems like they've been able to compensate here on this attack side.
What? Someone's
Oh,
been able to
boy.
compensate here on this attack side.
Nice
Kiko.
damage.
36 and 15, 4 away from 40.
Yeah, the second
I
frag
think
of
they
the team is at 7.
that's what I mean,
So
Des.
he's got double.
Like they literally, Camo saw the
scary
wall
part here
for
for
the
Koi now
G2
as well.
plant, and they're
Sure,
still
they've got a
coving over
full
towards
loadout to try
default.
and play for this overtime, but they also have to end this round as flawlessly as possible to retain as many of
Okay,
these weapons.
2 chances for Liquid to close this one out, and I guess Kiko 4 away for 40 kills somehow.
Yeah, well, Team Liquid
It's
take
an
up
insane,
B&B.
insane performance.
Revealing area.
But it's always Camo that's going to be playing forward, right? He has that ability, again, on the Yoru pick to TP out. Upper angle here for Kiko has done wonders for him in each round.
Clears up a lot of space for the team, but they need to make sure that these closer proximities to the B site need to be cared after.
Lovely from Yampi taking the timing here, Shadow. Getting wrecked with the drone here. Nothing to stop this plant, it looks like.
There is so much in the making here for Team Liquid.
Plant goes down. Keep an eye on the Nats luck as well. Nats can just enable now, surely.
For that backstab.
And all in the meantime,
Oh,
it's Kiko close by. The site has been taken over. The spike's been ticking for quite
Kiko,
some
37.
time. It's just going
Last
from
kill?
bad to worse here from
No,
Koi.
37.
Only one remaining.
Still, 37 is outrageous. 37 to 16, maybe 17. insane.
Coming out from Kiko. A solid performance by this prodigy.
Yeah, really cool.
Absolutely insane things that we're seeing from Kiko. The first game on stage here for him as well. It leaves big expectations as this tournament continues to follow through. But you also can't rely on performances like that for every single map. The remainder of the team does have to catch up.
Well, it's been a close one. Let's see if Koi can follow up on Vine right after this. See you in a minute.
Yeah, and both teams had really good attack halves for sure.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about
The defenses can be worked on.
Caballo Grande.
For sure, but the attack very nice. A slump over the 15 months. Thank you so much for the prime. Dude, Kiko's first game in VCT, he does that.
Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
He had 4 4Ks.
Hey guys,
he had
it's
4
Jimmy Lin,
4Ks.
former professional
Damn.
Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're
Okay,
gonna be
chat, I'm
able
gonna
to
spam some
fight
ads.
this.
We'll be back in a little bit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, what an electric way to bring Icebox back into the map. Paul, Team Liquid, or should I say Kiko? Bring it home for them there against Koi, as you can see him in the AIM Labs warm-up. I definitely need to know his sense, his breakfast, his training routine, his crosshair, everything in between. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Steel, who I've especially brought on here to kind of batch yes a little bit about Kiko. You know, you used to play with Hiko. Kiko, are you kidding me? I know, I waited a long time to make that joke because, Steel, I have to say, Kiko has to be the reason they won that map, right? Has to be, surely.
Look, I need you to get a seat right now, okay? You need to sit down, you need to brace yourself. Kiko did have a really outstanding performance. He had a lot of kills, 37 kills.
Oh, is that what you call an outstanding performance?
That's what I would call an outstanding performance.
Okay.
I would like to say a couple things though, okay? On defense, he was getting a lot of deep line with the op, but it felt like there were a lot of mistakes and decision-making questions from like the whole of Team Liquid, including Kiko. So even though he had a bunch of like amazing shots, he had a lot of good opening rounds, he had a lot like right here.
We got 37 of these, by the way.
He got
37 of these.
He got a lot of them. But we have to look at the 1v1s and the decision-making there. On one of them, he's throwing a cloudburst at the ground. He's, instead of being able to pull out the shorty and trade his teammate and get the defuse. Another one, the Sova ulting from down at B garage and not in a position, but Kiko gets off the defuse instead of just sticking it, goes all the way out, could have lost that round as well. And those types of uncharacteristic little mistakes that they were making was something that Liquid was doing all throughout the series. And when they started making this comeback on the attack side, yes, Kiko was a part of this, but also the rest of the team started to show up. And we saw everyone contributing a little bit equally. Kiko, yes, he still had more kills than the rest of his team by about 10 frags over the next person, but at the same time, he's getting some trades.
He's lost a plot. He's lost a plot. 37 kills on LAN. Never played Tier 1 before. Debut, by the way. Double the amount of kills that Nats got. Nats! We're talking about Nats. And let's be fair. Team Liquid would not have won this map without Kiko. I'm overhyping him. I'm thinking the next Durka, the
I wonder
next
if I need to
Ye,
restart my YouTube.
whoever your favorite player is, it's gonna be Kiko. I fully am sold on this train. I don't care, Josh. I don't care about any of that.
He did a really good job. It's a team effort, though.
They're
gonna need that team effort.
Kiko and mates, Kiko and whoever else. But yeah, Lothar, I'm seeing you giving me a disapproving look over there. Surely you're on my side.
I was just hoping that Steel will use the argument that the reason why no one else has a lot of kills is because Kiko got all of them. So it's you know, that's not their fault.
Don't care. Anyway, Kiko coming on to the next one. I'm into this. Come on. It's been a while since we had a player come in as a rookie, play like that. Yes, the 1v1s, maybe he was a little bit nervous.
Okay, chat, I'm gonna at least YouTube chatters, I'm gonna try something.
On map 2?
37 kills on map 2. I don't think that's gonna be something that he can.
The chance the stream's about to restart on YouTube.
At the same time, I feel like he's one of those players that was coming into the VCT with really high expectations. So I'm not really surprised that he's doing well. That well is insane. 37 kills, I agree with you, Insu. That is phenomenal. Yes. And he had some really big impact multi-kills that probably would have been round losing if he didn't nail them, right? So there's a lot of weight on his shoulders, but Bind doesn't really give him that much